Chapter 1050. The two old princes from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family led the way while Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu, who was still unconscious. Xiong Quan followed closely behind. "Who's this lady?" At this moment, the two old princes from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family finally noticed the red-clad lady in Duan Lingtian's arms. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. She must be Duan Lingtian's confidant. Both of them only glanced at Feng Tianwu, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, before they looked away. They were afraid that they would vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. The two old men who had lived for more than half of their lives were like mice that saw a cat when they faced Duan Lingtian. Although they felt aggrieved, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. In this world where the strong were respected, whoever had the hardest fist would be the boss. They knew they were no match for this young man who was not even 30 years old, so they could only admit defeat. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan followed the two old princes from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family into the Darkhan dynasty's treasure vault. There were many treasures stored inside. One must admit that the Darkhan dynasty's treasure vault was huge. The items inside were extremely rare. It was far more valuable than the treasure vault in the Darkstone Empire that Duan Lingtian had entered before. It made sense when one thought about it. One was a dynasty while the other was an empire under the rule of a dynasty. Naturally, there was no comparison between the two. "The 10,000-year frost is here." One of the old prince's voice came from the back of a side palace in the treasure vault. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention and he could not help but fly over. Soon after, he brought Xiong Quan into the side palace. As soon as he entered the side hall, Duan Lingtian felt an icy cold and bone-piercing aura assault his face, causing him, who was completely unprepared, to be unable to refrain from shuddering, and he hurriedly used his origin energy to protect his body before blocking out the cold air. Next, he saw a high platform made entirely of translucent ice standing beside the old prince, who was also holding up an elemental energy shield. The cold aura was coming from the platform. The high platform was divided into two levels. One layer on the outside and one layer on the inside. If one looked carefully, they would find that although the platform was sparkling and translucent, the color of the outer layer was not as deep as the inner layer. The difference between the two was huge. The outside is the 1,000-year ice, and the inside is the 10,000-year ice. The old prince said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if no one reminded him, he could easily tell the difference between the 1,000-year frost and the 10,000-year frost with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara. The cold air was coming from the 1,000-year frost. To be precise, not all of it came from the Millennium Frost. Some of it came from the 10,000-year frost, and then from the Millennium Frost. Of course, without the 1,000-year frost as a restraint, the 10,000-year frost would be even more terrifying. It could freeze a person with a low cultivation within 100 meters into an ice sculpture. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian hugged Tian Wu with one hand and raised his other hand to form a palm blade. He slashed out continuously. Whoosh! 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 6 lightning-like blade beams shot out in a row and landed on the crystal-clear platform in the distance, which was made up of the 1,000-year frost ice and 10,000-year frost ice. Soon after, the outer layer of the 1,000-year frost broke off and fell to the ground with loud noises. At the same time, the 10,000-year frost finally revealed its true form. Not only that, but as the 10,000-year frost ice broke away from the 1,000-year frost ice, an even more terrifying chill swept out and spread in all directions. Duan Lingtian did not move at all. The Darkhan dynasty's old prince had a solemn expression on his face. He tried his best to form an origin energy light shield to block the cold aura. Crack! As for Xiong Quan, the elemental energy barrier on his body was instantly shattered by the cold air, and the overwhelming cold air invaded his body, causing him to feel his entire body stiffen from the cold. Xiong Quan. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Xiong Quan had turned into an ice sculpture. Moreover, his life force was still fading away. If nobody came to save Xiong Quan, he would definitely die in a dozen breaths at most. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, gusts of green wind appeared and twined around Xiongquan's body. It formed a barrier that blocked the cold aura that continued to attack Xiongquan. Whoosh! Subsequently, strands of raging flames were born within the green gale. As soon as the flame appeared, it twined around Xiongquan, who was frozen into an ice sculpture like gangrene. Subsequently, it melted the ice around Xiongquan's body and entered his body. The flame was the fire concept that Duan Lingtian controlled. Naturally, it did not affect Xiongquan at all. In just 3 breaths, Duan Lingtian activated the fire concept and easily expelled the cold aura from Xiongquan's body, allowing him to return to normal. "Thank you, young master." Xiongquan hurriedly thanked Duan Lingtian after he inhaled sharply with lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, there was a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, he further felt the gap between him and his young master. He only felt like he was a burden following his young master. After expelling the cold aura from Xiongquan's body, Duan Lingtian's origin energy surged out of his body without reservation. It transformed into a light shield that enveloped Xiongquan. Xiongquan was instantly protected. He no longer had to worry about being attacked by the 10,000-year frost's cold aura. M6th level void transformation stage. The Darkhan dynasty's old prince who had just entered the side palace and the old prince who was originally in the side palace stared blankly at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Those silhouettes of ancient horned dragons caused them to be unable to help but be dumbstruck. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's strength was. At the same time, they were glad that they did not offend Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive even if they had 10 lives. 6th level void transformation stage. Xiongquan narrowed his eyes as he looked above Duan Lingtian's head when he heard the 2 Darkhan dynasty's old prince's exclamation. Although he knew his young master was strong, he did not expect his young master to be this strong. The 6th level void transformation stage was not far from the martial monarch stage. A 6th level void transformation stage martial artist who's not even 30 years old. I'm afraid he's as rare as a phoenix's feather and a Qilin's horn in the entire cloud continent, right? Xiongquan thought to himself as his heart jolted. Buzz. 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 Soon after, the 3 of them, including Xiongquan, heard the sound of saber whistling. They could not help but look in the direction of the sound. They noticed that as Duan Lingtian's palm saber continued to sweep out, the thick 10,000-year frost quickly turned into an ice coffin. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the lid of the ice coffin flew up and hovered in the air. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian suddenly shook his other hand that was holding Feng Tianwu. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force as she slowly fell into the ice coffin. The lid that was hovering in the air finally fell and closed after her entire body fell into the ice coffin. Through the crystal clear ice coffin, one could see a beautiful red-clad lady lying quietly inside. One could see the cold air surrounding the red-clad lady's body, but it could not penetrate her body. If one looked closely, one could see it. The red-clad lady's body was covered in red mist and white mist. It seemed to have formed a barrier that completely blocked the cold air from the 10,000-year frost. It was the protective energy that was automatically released from the red-clad lady's body. With Tian Wu's cultivation base at the 9th level void interpretation and the origin energy that has been fused with the fire spirit body's energy, not only will she not be attacked by the cold air while lying in the ice coffin made from 10,000-year-old frost, she'll be able to cultivate better. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It was a satisfied smile. At this moment, the 2 old princes from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family finally realized that Duan Lingtian needed the 10,000-year frost to make the ice coffin for the red-clad lady. However, they were puzzled. It was obvious that the red-clad lady's vitality was extremely strong. Why would Duan Lingtian hide it? Naturally, they did not dare to ask even though they were puzzled. I also need some materials to inscribe inscriptions and set up inscription formations. The Darkhan dynasty's imperial family's treasure vault has them. Is it all right if I use them? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the two old princes. No problem, no problem. The two old princes hurriedly waved their hands. Just take whatever you need. That's right. It doesn't matter even if you empty the treasure vault. The two old princes did not have any objections to Duan Lingtian, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void transformation stage. They did not dare to have any objections. Therefore, the rest of the matter was simple. Duan Lingtian began to select the materials before he began to inscribe and set up the inscription formation. Apart from inscribing the selected materials, Duan Lingtian also had to inscribe inscriptions on the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in to set up inscription formations. The first inscription formation was used to suppress the cold air on the ice coffin so that it would completely disappear. The second inscription formation was a defensive inscription formation. It allowed the ice coffin to have a strong defense. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, the defensive inscription formation he inscribed could only block the attack of an ordinary martial artist below the 7th level void transformation stage at most. If a martial artist above the 7th level void transformation stage attacked, the ice coffin would still be destroyed. The third inscription formation was a killing formation. It was the only killing formation that Duan Lingtian could set up with his current spiritual energy. To be more precise, it was the only killing formation in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory that he could set up now. It was impossible for a single inscription to kill a martial artist who had entered the void. Chapter 1051. Naturally, the lethality of the killing formation formed by the inscriptions inscribed by Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy was limited. It could only kill martial artists below the 7th level void transformation stage. The killing formation that Duan Lingtian set up could not kill martial artists at the 7th level void transformation stage or above. It was not powerful enough. The power of an inscription formation was closely related to the spiritual energy of the inscription master who inscribed and set it up. Both were indispensable. My current spiritual energy is still too weak. I can only inscribe higher-level inscriptions and set up higher-level inscription formations when my spiritual energy is powerful. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. However, he knew there was nothing he could do about it. I can only raise the level of the inscription formation after my spiritual energy has improved in the future. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he glanced at the ice coffin that was hovering in the air under his control. Xiong Quan, let's go. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished muttering to himself, he called out to Xiong Quan and raised his hand to guide the ice coffin toward the side of the side palace's wall. The ice coffin seemed to have transformed into a crystal-clear lightning bolt. Boom! Wherever the ice coffin passed, the airflow would surge as it pierced a huge hole in one of the side palace's walls. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan flew out as well. Whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian flew out, he guided the ice coffin and Xiong Quan as well. The three of them transformed into 3 bolts of lightning and disappeared before the eyes of the 2 Darkhan dynasty's old princes in just a blink of an eye. The 2 old men's mouths twitched when they saw the huge hole in the wall. Is this really a specially reinforced wall? One of the old men asked in a daze. It said that even a 9th level void interpretation martial artist would need at least half an hour to break through the wall. The other old man said in a daze. No wonder. He's a 6th level void transformation powerhouse. I wonder how much stronger he is compared to a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. In the end, the 2 old men realized the truth before their eyes. They could only smile wryly. Whoosh! 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 After the 3 bolts of lightning left the treasure vault in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace, they did not leave the imperial city. Instead, they went to the Zhang clan's estate. Big Brother Zhang. After arriving at the Zhang clan's estate, Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice reverberated in the air. There was a commotion in the Zhang clan's estate. Soon after, a figure flew over like a bolt of lightning and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was a young man who seemed to be in his middle age. Brother Ling, what happened to Tianwu? The person was none other than Zhang Shouyong. As soon as he appeared, he instantly noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duanling Tian. It was the ice coffin? Who would carry an ice coffin around with them? Soon, Zhang Shouyong saw a person lying in the ice coffin, and it was someone he was extremely familiar with. His expression changed for a moment. Something happened to Tian Wu. She will be unconscious for a while. Although Duanling Tian said it casually, Zhang Shouyong could sense it was not a simple matter. However, since Duanling Tian did not say anything, he did not probe further. Through the ice coffin, he could see the origin energy that was constantly emanating from Feng Tianwu's body. It formed a protective layer to resist the cold. The origin energy that was constantly pulsing was enough to show the vitality in Feng Tianwu's body. Brother Ling Tian, you finally came to the capital. Since you're here at our Zhang clan's estate, why don't you stay for a while? Zhang Shouyong invited passionately. Tian Wu can also rest well. Big brother Zhang, there's no need for that. I came here to ask you if you and sister-in-law plan to return to the Blade sect. If you want to go back, I can send you back and then go do my own thing. When Duanling Tian explained the purpose of his visit, there was a hint of eagerness in his tone. He was eager to bring Feng Tianwu to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. As long as he obtained the royal grade resurrection pill left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he might be able to help Feng Tianwu heal her soul. Naturally, it was only a possibility. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, a large number of royal grade resurrection pills were needed to heal an injured soul. However, there were not many royal grade resurrection pills left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He did not know if it would be enough. However, no matter what, Duanling Tian wanted to give it a try. Moreover, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's great treasure was originally his next stop. Brother Ling Tian, Chionger and I won't be returning to the Blade sect for the time being. I plan to stay and accompany her to every corner of the Darkhan dynasty before we go to the other 9 great dynasties. A doting smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face when he mentioned Wang Qiong. Duanling Tian nodded. If that's the case, we'll take our leave first. Then, without waiting for Zhang Shouyong's reply, Duanling Tian brought the ice coffin with Feng Tianwu lying on it and Xiong Quan. It was as though they had transformed into 3 bolts of lightning as they headed toward the northern desert. Along the way, everything was calm and peaceful. Naturally, it was mainly because Duanling Tian was flying too fast with the ice coffin and Xiong Quan. They left a trail of dust in their wake, causing the bandits to avoid them. They realized that Duanling Tian was not a pushover, so they did not dare to provoke him. Just like that, Duanling Tian entered the northern desert again. Soon after, he arrived at the first city he went to when he first came to the foreign lands, the ancient desert city. At the same time, it was also the territory of the Skywolf Fort. Initially, he came to the ancient desert city to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by the Skywolf Fort. Whoosh! A soft sound came from the spacious restaurant. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a crystal-clear ice coffin flew into the restaurant and floated in front of a table by the window. At the same time, 2 people appeared at the table. One of them was a purple-clad young man who sat down while the other was a middle-aged man who stood behind him. That's an ice coffin? Look at the texture of the ice coffin. It seems to be made of 10,000 years old ice. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man's identity is not simple to be able to find a huge piece of 10,000 years old ice that can be used to make an ice coffin. The customers in the restaurant discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duanling Tian. Xiong Quan, sit down and eat. Duanling Tian called out to Xiong Quan. Young master, I'm not hungry. Xiong Quan stood behind Duanling Tian obediently. He had no intention of sitting down. What? You're not going to listen to me anymore? Duanling Tian said calmly. Although Duanling Tian's tone was calm, it was like a sudden clap of thunder in Xiong Quan's ears. He was so shocked that he shuddered and hastily sat on the other side of the table without any hesitation. Immediately after, Xiongquan called the waiter and ordered a table full of dishes. After the table was filled, Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan began to sweep through the food. Before long, the two of them were almost done eating. Just as the two of them were about to pay the bill and leave, an ice coffin made of 10,000-years-old ice. Accompanied by a surprised voice, a figure approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked up and down at the ice coffin floating beside Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he was directly ignored by the person. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was a middle-aged man. He had a noble look on his face and obviously came from an extraordinary background. However, what attracted Duan Lingtian's attention the most was his attire. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this attire. There was a wolf head emblem on his chest and the wolf's eyes were bronze in color. A disciple of Sky Wolf Fort. The most surprising thing was the two old men following behind the middle-aged man. The two old men wore badges with the head of a gray wolf on their chests. The pupils of the gray wolf were all silver. The two old men were obviously the elders of Sky Wolf Fort. A disciple of Sky Wolf Fort was protected by two elders of Sky Wolf Fort. Duan Lingtian immediately realized that this disciple of Sky Wolf Fort was not simple. At the very least, his background was not simple. Xiongquan, let's go. However, even if he realized that this person's background was not simple, Duan Lingtian had no intention of staying. After calling out to Xiongquan, he took the lead and walked out of the restaurant. The ice coffin followed him wherever he went. What a beautiful woman. At this moment, the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort saw the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. His eyes were filled with lust and greed when he saw the red-clad lady's peerless appearance. He could not wait to take her for himself and keep her as his exclusive property. Soon after, the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort noticed that Duan Lingtian was dragging the ice coffin out of the restaurant. Stop right there. Instantly, the Sky Wolf Fort's disciple flew out to block Duan Lingtian's path at the first possible moment, and he said with a cold voice, "Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly put my cousin down. Otherwise, this young master will make you leave this place horizontally." The words of the Sky Wolf Fort's disciple had practically confirmed the fact that Duan Lingtian wanted to abduct his cousin's sister. Cousin? Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort's words. He knew what the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort was trying to do. However, he ignored the disciple and said coldly, "Scram. You have a death wish, boy." The Sky Wolf Fort's disciple had never been yelled at like this before, and his face couldn't help but go grim. After he shouted furiously, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept pounced towards Duan Lingtian like a shadow. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian smirked in disdain when he saw the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort's thunderous attack. He raised his hand and casually threw a punch. Whoosh! The punch that seemed as if it possessed the help of the gods seemed to have transformed into a sledgehammer before the Sky Wolf Fort disciple could even touch the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes, and it fiercely descended onto his lower abdomen. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The disciple of Sky Wolf Fort was sent flying. The origin energy in his dantian leaked out without any reservation. It was as though a balloon had been punctured. Boom! The disciple of Sky Wolf Fort fell heavily on the ground. He only regained his senses after he felt dizzy for a while. When he realized that his dantian had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian's punch, his face flushed red. His eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "How dare you destroy my dantian? You're so cruel. You're so cruel." Cruel? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he didn't take it seriously. Chapter 1052. Whoosh! The ice coffin flew out of the restaurant under Duan Lingtian's guidance. Just when Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan along to follow up, two figures blocked their path. They were precisely the two old men who followed behind the Sky Wolf Fort's disciple. They were the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders. Kill him. Kill him. At this moment, the Skywolf Fort's disciples shouted hysterically at the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Early on, when Duan Tian crippled the Skywolf Fort's disciples Dan Tian, the expressions of the two Skywolf Fort's elders had already turned grim as they realized that they were going to suffer misfortune this time. They thought they had failed to protect the Skywolf Fort's disciple. The Skywolf Fort's disciple was not an ordinary person. Both of their faces turned grave when they heard the Skywolf Fort's disciples shout. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. Without wasting any time, the origin energy in their bodies skyrocketed. Their concepts followed like shadows as they charged at Duan Tian. Boom! Boom! The two Skywolf Fort elders were 4th-level Void Transformation stage martial artists that had comprehended 4th-level Void Transformation concept. Even if they didn't utilize spirit weapons, they were still capable of drawing out a shocking phenomenon of the heavens and the earth when they attacked. When the two palms that were filled with origin energy covered the sky and the earth like palm leaf fans as they descended towards Duan Tian. In the sky above their heads, there were thousands of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that charged towards Duan Tian together with them in an imposing manner. Boom! 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 When both of their palms descended on Duan Tian like they were covering the sky and earth, it was no surprise that a series of air explosions were set off in the air, causing gusts of violent wind to wreak havoc in the entire restaurant. This young man is dead for offending the people from Skywolf Fort in the ancient desert city. That Skywolf Fort's disciple whose Dantian was destroyed is protected by two Skywolf Fort's elders. It's obvious his identity is not simple. I'm afraid he's doomed. With his age, it's impossible for him to fight back against the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Everyone in the restaurant, without exception, had their robes fluttering in the wind. Many people with lower cultivations even squinted their eyes. Currently, the gazes that most people shot at Duan Tian seemed to contain a sense of pity. However, in the next moment, the pity in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs reverberated in the air like thunder in the restaurant's ears. They were shocked when they saw what happened. In the face of the two Skywolf Fort's elders' palms that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons, the purple-clad young man did not dodge at all. He struck out with both of his palms as though they had transformed into two lightning bolts. Before the two Skywolf Fort's elders' palms landed on his body, his palms had already landed on the two Skywolf Fort's elders' lower abdomens. That was where the Dantian was located. In the next moment, the two Skywolf Fort's elders were sent flying like arrows and landed on the ground with a loud crash. They were rolling on the ground in pain with cold sweat dripping down their backs. My origin energy. My origin energy. You're so ruthless. You're so ruthless. Subsequently, everyone was able to hear the miserable shrill cries of the two Skywolf Fort elders that were on the verge of hysteria. He destroyed the dantians of the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Everyone in the restaurant was dumbfounded. When they regained their senses, they felt their scalps go numb. Then, they looked at Duan Tian in a completely different light. This young man who looked at most 25 years old had the strength to destroy two Skywolf Fort's elders. This shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. After making his move, Duan Tian did not look at the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Instead, he walked out of the restaurant with a cold expression on his face. Wherever he passed, the onlookers in the restaurant would step aside and make way for him. Xiong Quan followed closely behind him. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Tian controlled the ice coffin as he brought Xiong Quan along and flew out of the ancient desert city. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon as though they had never been there. Not long after Duan Tian left. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air outside the restaurant. Then, as though he had transformed into a lightning bolt, he entered the restaurant. What's going on? The person who entered was an old man with a dignified expression. When he saw the three Skywolf Fort's elders lying on the ground, his expression changed drastically. It's the Deputy Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant saw the Skywolf's head badge on the old man's chest. The eyes on the Skywolf's head were golden, indicating the old man's identity. In Skywolf Fort, other than the elusive Fort Master, only the 5 Deputy Fort Masters were qualified to wear the Skywolf's head badge. Deputy Fort Master. At this moment, the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders who were lying on the ground helped each other up. They lowered their heads in shame in front of the old man. Humph. The old man snorted coldly. After glaring at the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders, he took a few steps forward and helped the disciple of Skywolf Fort up. Jeaner, are you all right? Uncle. Avenge me. Avenge me. When the disciple of Skywolf Fort saw the old man, it was as though he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He said with grief and indignation. It's Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu. At this moment, someone in the restaurant recognized the old man. Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu? The leader of the 5 Deputy Fort Masters in Skywolf Fort who's only below the elusive Fort Master? That's him. I've long guessed that the disciple of Skywolf Fort who's protected by the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders is not a simple person. I didn't expect him to be Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. That young man is too bold. He even dared to destroy the Dantian of Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. The people in the restaurant soon found out the identity of the old man and the disciple of Skywolf Fort whose Dantian was destroyed. They were all shocked. Jeaner, your Dantian was destroyed? Luo Fu's expression changed drastically when he heard the whispers in the restaurant. He hurriedly infused his origin energy into the person in front of him to test him. Soon, he confirmed it. Who did this? Luo Fu's eyes gleamed coldly. The energy in his body rolled out, causing the restaurant to be swept up by the wind again. Some of the people with lower cultivation base were directly blown to the ground. I don't know. The disciple of Skywolf Fort shook his head and said with a gloomy expression, but I don't think he's too far away. Whoosh. As soon as the disciple of Skywolf Fort finished his words, Luo Fu disappeared before the eyes of the people in the restaurant. In the north of the ancient desert city, Duan Lingtian was rushing with the ice coffin and Xiong Quan. Initially, he could leave the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was sleeping in and bring the royal grade resurrection pill back to save her after he found the reincarnation Emperor Wu's great treasure. However, Duan Lingtian was worried about leaving the ice coffin behind. In his opinion, he would only feel at ease if the ice coffin was in a place where he could see it. Tianwu had become like this because of him. He did not want her to suffer any more harm. Huh. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stopped moving. Young master, what's wrong? Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. In the next second, Xiong Quan got his answer before Duan Lingtian could reply. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew in front of him, and a figure appeared out of thin air before him. It was an old man. How powerful. Xiong Quan's eyes narrowed. The old man must be quite powerful to be able to appear out of thin air before him. However, it made sense when he thought about it. This was the foreign realm. He would not be able to capture the movements of a martial artist above the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian? It's you. The old man was Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, who had just rushed over from the ancient desert city. After leaving the restaurant, he asked the people outside and found out that the person who crippled his nephew was heading north. Therefore, he chased after him. However, he did not expect the person who crippled his nephew would be Duan Lingtian. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he saw the old man in front of him. This Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort was the only Vice Fort Master who did not chase after him. He had seen him at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Duan Lingtian, why did you cripple my nephew's Dantian? Luo Fu took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. If it was someone else who crippled his nephew's Dantian, he would have killed that person at lightning speed. However, the person standing in front of him was Duanling Tian, an existence that he could not help but fear. Your nephew? Duanling Tian was stunned at first before he reacted. You're talking about that Skywolf Fort's disciple? Duanling Tian came to a sudden realization. Just like he said, what ability did a mere Skywolf Fort disciple possess to be able to make two elders of Skywolf Fort protect him? At that time, he knew the person's background was not simple. As it turned out, he was right. That disciple from Skywolf Fort was the nephew of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Since he's your nephew, I think you should know him well. Do you think he started the conflict between me and him, or me? Duanling Tian asked nonchalantly. Luo Fu was stunned when he heard this. Naturally, he knew his nephew well. Ever since he came to Skywolf Fort 20 years ago, he had not been a person who knew his place. No matter what, your strength far surpasses his. He's no threat to you and the people around you. Don't you think you've gone overboard by crippling his dantian? Luo Fu asked in a deep voice. Overboard? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within, and he asked word by word in a deep voice. If someone speaks rudely and blasphemes your woman, what will you do? Luo Fu's expression changed slightly. He finally noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duanling Tian. The figure in the ice coffin attracted his attention. It was a woman in red with peerless beauty. Feng Tianwu. Blade Sect's disciple. Although he was not the one who hosted the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort, he had heard of Feng Tianwu and had seen Feng Tianwu at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, he knew the relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duanling Tian was not ordinary. Senior Feng Tong from North Nether Sect didn't look for you? Chapter 1053. Naturally, this was only true for Duanling Tian. From Luo Fu's point of view, he had asked this question after careful consideration. All of this was based on the fact that he had the intention to kill Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had the mysterious Miss Xuanai backing him up. Unless he could kill Duanling Tian without leaving any traces behind, he would not dare to touch Duanling Tian at all. Unless he had a death wish. Today, he had undoubtedly encountered an opportunity to kill Duanling Tian without leaving any traces behind. Perhaps, many people in the restaurant today knew about the conflict between his nephew and Duanling Tian, but none of them knew that the person who had the conflict with his nephew was Duanling Tian. Even he only found out that the person who had crippled his nephew's cultivation base was Duanling Tian after he caught up to him. For this reason, if there were no accidents, nobody would know even if he killed Duanling Tian now. It was precisely because he was worried that there would be accidents that he had asked such a question out of the blue. This was because some time ago, Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether Sect, had come to Skywolf Fort and asked the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, including himself, about Duanling Tian's background. During this process, he could feel the cold killing intent in Feng Tong's eyes. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Duanling Tian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. Don't tell me that not only did Duanling Tian kill the Azumo Sect's disciple and the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, but he also killed the North Nether Sect's disciple? And now, the people from North Nether Sect are here to seek revenge from him? This was his first thought at the time, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Initially, he thought that since the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse had personally made a move, as long as Duanling Tian was really in the Darkhan dynasty and the powerhouse from the North Nether Sect found Duanling Tian, it was almost certain that Duanling Tian would die. And now, Duanling Tian was alive and well. Therefore, he wanted to confirm something. Duanling Tian wondered if he had met Feng Tong, the martial monarch of the North Nether Sect. If they had met before, there was no doubt that Duanling Tian had a strong cultivator protecting him in the dark. Otherwise, how could he have survived the attack of a martial emperor from the North Nether Sect? If he didn't, it could only be attributed to Duanling Tian's luck. He, on the other hand, would kill Duanling Tian without leaving a trace to avenge his nephew. He had to be cautious about this matter. Because if he was not careful, he would very likely fall into a bottomless abyss. I hope it's the latter. When Luo Fu thought of this, he stared at Duan Lingtian intently, waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Senior Feng Tong from the North Nether sect didn't look for you? Upon hearing Luo Fu's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened slightly. The two people from the North Nether sect found out the exact location of my hometown from the Skywolf Fort? Two people from the North Nether sect. Two people. Luo Fu was completely certain of Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian must have met the martial monarch from the North Nether sect, because when the martial monarch from the North Nether sect arrived at the Skywolf Fort, there was another person with him. If Duan Lingtian did not meet the two people from the North Nether sect, how could he say there were two people on the other side? However, when Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the coldness in his voice made Luo Fu's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. They found out about your origin from the Blade sect and came to the Skywolf Fort to confirm it. Luo Fu used the Blade sect as a shield as he spoke. He was really worried Duan Lingtian would ask the hidden powerhouse, who was not afraid of the North Nether sect's martial monarch, to make a move in a fit of anger. If that happened, he would definitely die. Humph. Duan Ling snorted coldly and looked at Luo Fu deeply before he continued to fly north. Whoosh. Whoosh. The ice coffin in which Feng Tianwu was lying and Xiong Quan were also brought along by him. Luo Fu, who was drenched in cold sweat, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the three streaks of light disappear into the north. He still had lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, the expert hiding in the dark didn't attack again. After muttering to himself, Luo Fu moved and disappeared on the spot as he returned to the ancient desert city. Whoosh. 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 Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was flying north at full speed, only slowed down after half an hour. Although he was not afraid of the earlier encounter, he was still slightly fearful. He was not afraid because he knew what he was going to do. Luo Fu was the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. His strength was far from what he could compare to now. However, if he risked using the Devil Seal tablet, it would be easy for him to kill his opponent. In order to protect Tian Wu, he did not mind using the Devil Seal tablet again. Even if the outcome was that his emotions would be out of his control, and it was very likely that he would turn into a devil. Tian Wu is willing to sacrifice her life for me. I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to become a devil for her. This was Duan Lingtian's thought. She's willing to die for me, and I'm willing to become a devil for her. I have no regrets. Naturally, he would not use the Devil Seal tablet if he did not have to. Due to this reason, he could not help but feel a little fearful when he thought about what had happened earlier when he escaped without using the Devil Seal tablet. North Nether sect's Feng Tong. Unknowingly, he saved me once. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not hard to imagine. If Feng Tong knew what had happened to Duan Lingtian and that he had unknowingly saved Duan Lingtian, he would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. Young master, where are we going now? On the way, Xiong Quan could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian. We can't go to the place we're going to for now. The most important thing now is to find a map of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian replied. Among the maps of the Cloud Continent, the one that covered the largest area he had ever seen was the Northern Desert and its surrounding areas. In the entire Cloud Continent, this small place was only a corner that wasn't worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian could not confirm where the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had hidden the great treasure from a map like this. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to find a more complete map. Only then would he be able to confirm the exact location of the great treasure left behind by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Only then would he be able to retrieve it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiong Quan nodded as though he understood. If we can't find what we're looking for in the northern desert, then we can only continue to head north. Duan Lingtian continued. Currently, he did not know where he was on Cloud Continent. However, he could sense that the general location of the center of Cloud Continent should be north of the northern desert. He just did not know if it was in the northeast or northwest. Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan along and guided the ice coffin all the way north. Along the way, whenever they came across a city, Duan Lingtian would patiently stop and enter the city to see if he could find a general map of Cloud Continent. On the other hand, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had returned to the restaurant in the ancient desert city. He didn't say anything before bringing along his nephew and the 2 elders of Skywolf Fort to directly leave the restaurant and return to the Skywolf Fort's base. "Uncle, how was it? Did you kill him?" Luo Jin, a disciple of Skywolf Fort, asked Luo Fu with a hopeful expression. Luo Fu sighed when he heard this. Luo Jin's expression changed when he saw this. He said anxiously, "Uncle, don't tell me you didn't manage to catch up to him? It seems like he must have changed his direction at the last minute. How despicable." Luo Jin scolded Duan Lingtian for being despicable when he reached the end of his sentence. "I caught up to him," Luo Fu said. "You caught up to him?" This time, apart from Luo Jin, even the other 2 elders of Skywolf Fort looked at Luo Fu in confusion. They wanted to know why Luo Fu sighed earlier. Did Luo Fu manage to kill the purple-clad young man or not? "Yes, I caught up to him." Luo Fu nodded and shook his head under the expectant gaze of Luo Jin and the other 2 elders of Skywolf Fort. "However, I didn't kill him." Luo Jin's expression changed when he heard Luo Fu's words. Dissatisfaction could be seen in his eyes. The other 2 elders of Skywolf Fort frowned. They could sense that something was amiss. As far as they knew, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a merciful person. Furthermore, this time, even his nephew's Dantian had been destroyed. He caught up to the culprit but did not kill him? This puzzled them no matter how they thought about it. Why? Luo Jin looked at Luo Fu with dissatisfaction and said angrily, "Uncle, why didn't you kill him?" Why? If it was someone else who dared to speak to him like this, as the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu would have killed him long ago. However, this person happened to be the son of his only family member in this world. He was the son of his biological sister. "Jiner, it's not that I didn't kill him. It's that I can't kill him and I don't dare to." Luo Fu sighed and explained his concerns. He also revealed the identity of Duan Lingtian. What? He's Duan Lingtian? The 2 elders of Skywolf Fort were shocked. Duan Lingtian was a familiar name to them. All those years ago, the person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by their Skywolf Fort was Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not stay in Skywolf Fort. Originally, the name Duan Lingtian had been gradually forgotten by them. However, a piece of news that came not long ago stunned them. The 20 most outstanding youths of Skywolf Fort were all killed by Duan Lingtian. At first, they thought it was just a rumor. However, along with the passage of time, they didn't see the strongest 20 people in the younger generation of Skywolf Fort, and those 20 people seemed as if they'd vanished into thin air. Chapter 1054. Uncle, he's Duan Lingtian. Why don't you kill him? He made a name for himself through the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort. However, he chose to join the Blade sect. He deserves to die. Luo Jin did not expect the person who crippled his cultivation base would be Duan Lingtian. He could not help but clench his teeth as he spoke. He was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Of course, I want to kill him. However, all of you only know one of the reasons. As for the reason, it's a long story. In short, you can just pretend that today's incident never happened. Luo Fu was frustrated as well. However, he had to be wary of the powerhouse hiding beside Duan Lingtian. It was because of that powerhouse that he did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. According to his judgment, since that powerhouse could fight the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse, he must be a martial monarch powerhouse as well. Even if he and the entire Skywolf Fort were added together, they would not be enough to fill the gap between that powerhouse's teeth. After he finished speaking, Luo Fu flew away without waiting for Luo Jin and the other 2 Skywolf Fort elders to reply. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before their eyes. It was as though he was never there. Sigh. At this moment, the two Skywolf Fort elders looked at each other before they sighed and left as well. If the Vice Fort Master could not avenge them, it was even more impossible for them to avenge themselves. At this moment, Luo Jin was the only one left. As if this never happened? Luo Fu's words echoed in Luo Jin's mind. His face turned gloomy and ugly. Impossible. Even if I have to return to that man's family and use up his promise to me, I'll never let that Duan Ling Tian go. I, Luo Jin, will kill you, Duan Ling Tian, even if I have to sacrifice everything. Luo Jin muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. Heading north, Duan Ling Tian soon arrived at the northern region of the northern desert. This was also an area where the North Nether sect was the sole dominating force. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the last city in the northern part of the northern desert and continued to search for the map of the Cloud Continent. Shopkeeper, the area covered by your map is too small. Is there a map that covers a larger area? In a bookstore in the city, Duan Ling Tian asked the shopkeeper. Sir, this is the largest map I've ever sold in my shop. The bookstore manager smiled bitterly. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he was greatly disappointed. He immediately turned around and walked out, preparing to meet up with Xiong Quan, who was waiting for him outside the city, and continue heading north. Customer. Duan Ling Tian had just stepped out of the bookstore when he heard a voice calling out to him from behind. Duan Ling Tian halted his footsteps and looked at the source of the voice. It was the shopkeeper who called out to him. He could not help but ask curiously, "Is there anything else, shopkeeper?" Customer, I heard some people say that the second elder of the Zheng clan has obtained a map of the Ruo Shui River. Perhaps you can look for him. The bookstore manager said. Ruo Shui River? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Of course, he was familiar with the Ruo Shui River. It was a river that divided the Cloud Continent into the outer land and the inner land. The inner land was also known as the central region of the Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses there. Void transformation stage martial artists were everywhere, and void interpretation stage martial artists were as common as dogs. In that place, second-rate forces were nothing, let alone third-rate forces. Third-rate forces were like cannon fodder there. They were not worth mentioning at all. In my memory, the reincarnation Emperor Wu left the great treasure in the inner land. It's located on the side of the Ruo Shui River. If I know the exact map of the Ruo Shui River and my current location, it won't be difficult to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian was moved. Shopkeeper, is the Zheng clan a clan in the city? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. However, the second elder of the Zheng clan is one of the best inscription masters in our city. He has a strange temper. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the map from him. Inscription master? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. After leaving the bookstore, Duan Ling Tian followed the shopkeeper's instructions and successfully arrived at the entrance of the Zheng clan's mansion. The Zheng clan was one of the most powerful clans in the city. It was said that there was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist in the clan. Their strength was only second to the third-rate forces in the northern desert. I'm looking for Elder Zheng Yu. At the entrance of the Zheng clan, Duan Ling Tian was stopped by the Zheng clan's disciples. He was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled faintly and explained his purpose. Zheng Yu was the second elder of the Zheng clan. Looking for our second elder? Who are you? Our second elder doesn't usually see guests. One of the Zheng clan's disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. You mean an outsider? I'm different. I'm a friend of your second elder. Duan Ling Tian, who was prepared since the beginning, grinned. Good friend? The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, a few of the Zheng clan's disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom. How can a young man like you be a friend of the second elder? Get lost. How dare you trick our Zheng clan? You don't know what's good for you. If you don't leave, I'll make sure you don't leave. The Zheng clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily. What? You don't believe I'm a friend of your second elder? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and took out a dozen mid-grade primal stones and began to inscribe inscriptions on them. His movements were elegant. He's inscribing inscriptions? The Zheng clan's disciples were shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, they saw the young man in purple waving his sleeves. The mid-grade primal stones shot towards them. Oh no! Their expressions changed drastically. When they saw the primal stones land at their feet, they felt a flash in front of their eyes. It was as though they had been sent into another space where they could not see anything. After an unknown amount of time. When their eyes flashed again, they found themselves back at the entrance of the Zheng clan's residence. What's going on? The few of them looked at each other, unable to react to what had just happened. Oh no! The young man in purple is gone. He didn't break in, did he? No. We have to report this to the clan leader. 3 of the Zheng clan's disciples were on high alert. There's no need to go. The last Zheng clan's disciple shook his head and stopped the 3 of them. That person should really be a friend of the second elder. Huh? The 3 of them looked at him in confusion. How do you know? You should know that I've been studying the inscription technique. My attainment in the inscription technique is average, but I'm confident in my judgment. The latter's expression was solemn. Earlier, that young man inscribed inscriptions on the primal stones in a short period of time and set up an illusory formation under our feet. He broke into our Zheng clan while we were confused by the illusory formation. However, an illusory formation formed by a dozen primal stones would collapse on its own. That's why we were able to escape from the illusory formation. The latter's words made sense. What? He inscribed inscriptions on the primal stones in front of us and set up an illusory formation that can affect us? How long did he take? In an instant, the 3 of them were shocked. It was true that they were laymen in the inscription technique. However, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Even the second elder wouldn't be able to inscribe and set up an inscription formation that can affect us in such a short period of time. One of the Zheng clan's disciples gulped. That young man's attainment in the inscription technique seems to be higher than the second elder's. I presume such an inscription master should be a friend of the second elder. Soon, the Zheng clan's disciples no longer doubted the purple-clad young man's identity. However, they were still surprised. How could there be such a young inscription master? Maybe he's a demon. But after thinking about it, they felt relieved. Duan Lingtian used a dozen mid-grade primal stones to inscribe and set up an illusory formation. After confusing the Zheng clan's disciples at the entrance, he entered the Zheng clan's mansion. Along the way, Duan Lingtian managed to find out the whereabouts of the Zheng family's second elder from the servants and maids he met. Although the servants and maids thought Duan Lingtian was a stranger, they thought Duan Lingtian was the Zheng clan's guest when they saw Duan Lingtian walking freely in the Zheng clan's mansion. Duan Lingtian followed the path and arrived at the mansion where the second elder lived. It was a mansion within a mansion. The door was wide open and a slovenly old man holding a wine gourd leaned against the door. When Duan Lingtian approached, the slovenly old man put down the wine gourd in his hand and locked his eyes on Duan Lingtian. 7th level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. His spiritual energy immediately detected the old man's cultivation base. Duan Lingtian did not dislike the slovenly old man holding the wine gourd. He still remembered. When he first met Zhang Shouyong in the ancient city of Everlast, Zhang Shouyong was also slovenly and held a wine gourd in his hand. The slovenly old man gave Duan Lingtian a sense of familiarity. Who are you? Why are you here? The slovenly old man asked when he saw Duan Lingtian arriving at the mansion he was guarding. His voice was calm but filled with killing intent. I'm looking for Zheng Yu. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Zheng Yu. Chapter 1055. You don't welcome me? Duan Lingtian grinned and continued to walk toward the slovenly old man who was standing at the entrance of the mansion within the mansion. With every step he took, the purple robe on his body fluttered. It was like balls of purple flames that were constantly rising and emitting waves of terrifying aura. When the slovenly old man saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his words, his face turned grave. He picked up the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. He did not swallow it but merely kept it in his mouth. All of a sudden. Go back. A voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to jolt. At the same time when Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, the slovenly old man made his move. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out the wine that he had swallowed earlier. The wine shot out from his mouth like a sharp arrow that was swift like the wind. The wine that seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow had raging and skyrocketing flames on its way, and it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, transforming into a flaming arrow that shot out menacingly. It was as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified. 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. 7th level Void Transformation Stage. 7th level Advanced Fire Concept. The former was equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The latter was equivalent to 800 ancient horned dragon strength. Of course, the slovenly old man still held back even after he had exerted the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. After all, it was impossible for a 7th level Void Transformation Stage martial artist like him to have only comprehended one concept. However, in his opinion, the strength that he had exerted now was enough to easily deal with the arrogant kid. However, the slovenly old man soon realized he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. How's this possible? The slovenly old man who originally thought he would be able to see Duan Lingtian being pierced by the flaming arrow looked at the scene before him in a daze. He was dumbstruck. As he muttered to himself, his tone was filled with disbelief. In the distance, the attack he unleashed was instantly defeated. The 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons vanished along with it. A moment ago, Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not see the arrow of wine that was shot out of the scruffy old man's mouth. He continued to walk towards the scruffy old man. Just as the flaming arrow was about to pierce through his chest, he finally made a move. Whoosh! He raised his hand at lightning speed and pointed his finger at the sharp arrow that contained the strength of 1,800 ancient horned dragons. The condensed energy shot out from the tip of his finger and easily destroyed the sharp arrow that was condensed from wine. Boom! With a loud sound, Duan Lingtian used a finger to neutralize the sloppy old man's attack. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian attacked at lightning speed. Even the power of heaven and earth could not react in time, let alone condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian was so fast that even the slovenly old man could not see it clearly. Due to this reason, the slovenly old man found it unbelievable. Who exactly are you? The slovenly old man suddenly straightened his back and took a step forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Why are you looking for my master? I'm a nameless person. I want to borrow something from him to read. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. As soon as his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stomped his foot and instantly transformed into a hurricane. He disappeared before the slovenly old man's eyes at lightning speed, causing the slovenly old man's expression to change drastically. At the same time, he hurriedly chased after Duan Lingtian into the mansion behind him. In the spacious mansion within a mansion, the front courtyard was lush with flowers and plants. There was a pavilion in the middle. A gray-clad old man stood there with a frown on his face as though he was thinking about something. Huh? Suddenly, the gray-clad old man seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and looked out of the pavilion. A figure had appeared out of nowhere. It was a purple figure. The gray-clad old man was shocked when he saw the purple-clad young man before him. The purple-clad young man's speed was so fast that he only reacted when the purple-clad young man was in front of him. This undoubtedly showed that the purple-clad young man's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the purple-clad young man had undoubtedly passed the test of his old brother who had followed him for many years to be able to barge into his mansion. His old brother's strength was not much weaker than his. "Are you a demon?" the gray-clad old man asked. "Do I look like a demon to you?" The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, who had barged in. After hearing the gray-clad old man's words, he asked with a strange look in his eyes. When the gray-clad old man heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he squinted his eyes and asked in surprise, "Could it be that you're not a demon?" The purple-clad young man before him looked to be about 25 years old. If he was not a demon but a human martial artist, then his actual age would not be more than 30 years old. After living for so long, he still had a discerning eye. However, he could not help but feel that it was unbelievable for someone who was not more than 30 years old to have such strength. After all, even Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force in the northern district of the Northern District, North Nether Sect, did not have such strength when he was 37 years old. This was also the reason why he thought the other party was a demon. Based on the strength displayed by the other party and his young appearance, it was hard not to suspect that he was not a human but a demon. "It doesn't matter if I'm a demon or not. The reason I'm here is to borrow something from you." Duan Lingtian did not answer the gray-clad old man's question. He was the second elder of the Zheng clan, Xingyu. Instead, he went straight to the point and stated his intention. "Master." At this moment, the disheveled old man had also arrived. He stood in front of Xingyu as though he was willing to be his shield. "May I know what you want to borrow from me?" Xingyu asked with narrowed eyes. His expression was calm, and he did not panic at all. "I heard that you obtained a map that covers the Ruo Shui River not long ago. I came here precisely to borrow that map from you to look through it, and I'll return it to you after looking through it for the time of 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and said bluntly. Both the disheveled old man and Xingyu were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian had only come to borrow a map. "So you're here for the map." After a while, Xingyu was the first to regain his senses. He shook his head and smiled. "This is just a small matter to me. It's not worth mentioning. However, since you want to borrow the map from me, regardless of whether it's a small matter or not, you owe me a favor." "May I know? If I lend you the map, how will you repay the favor?" Xingyu looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and asked teasingly. Naturally, although he said that, he did not think that way. He only wanted to see how this ridiculously young powerhouse in front of him would respond to him. To him, lending the map in his hand to the other party for 20 breaths of time was as easy as lifting a finger, and it wasn't a big deal. However, since the other party had barged into his residence, he had to make things difficult for the other party. "Favor?" Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard Xingyu's words. He seemed to be prepared as he said nonchalantly, "I've heard that you're quite accomplished in the inscription Dao. How about this? Lend me the map for 20 breaths of time, and I'll solve a difficult problem in the inscription Dao for you." Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in an extremely casual and carefree manner. However, when Xingyu heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Humph. You think you're worthy to talk about the inscription Dao in front of my master? In the entire northern desert, only the 2 inscription masters from North Nether Sect and Anika Sect are qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as my master in the inscription Dao. You're showing off your slight skill in front of an expert when you talk about the inscription Dao in front of my master. What a joke." The disheveled old man sneered before Xingyu could speak. In the entire northern desert, there are only 2 inscription masters who can be mentioned in the same breath as him? Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully when he heard the disheveled old man's words. "You're just a frog in a well." "A frog in a well." Duan Lingtian's words angered the disheveled old man so much that his face turned red. His origin energy that had merged with the fire concept was stirred, but he did not make a move. He did not dare to make a move. He had seen Duan Lingtian's strength before. He knew Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him. He reckoned only the Grand Elder who had entered the 9th level void transformation stage and comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept could deal with him in the Zeng clan. You seem to be very confident in your attainment in the inscription Dao. If that's the case, I'd like to ask for your guidance. Zeng Yu was completely convinced by the strength of the purple-clad young man before him. However, the purple-clad young man's words that questioned his attainment in the inscription Dao made him feel embarrassed. He had devoted his life to studying the inscription Dao, and he was confident that he had accomplished a lot. At the very least, he had never seen anyone who could subdue him in the Dao of inscriptions. Due to this reason, he was very confident in his attainment in the inscription Dao. Yet today, someone questioned his attainments in the Dao of inscriptions, and it caused him to be unable to sit still any longer. Ask for guidance? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Zeng Yu's words. What? You were so full of yourself earlier, and now you don't dare to ask my master for guidance? The disheveled old man seized the opportunity to mock Duan Lingtian. Even Zeng Yu had a hint of disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he had the same thought as the disheveled old man. When did I say I don't dare? Duan Lingtian glanced at the disheveled old man expressionlessly before he looked at Zeng Yu and said calmly, I'll borrow the map in your hand to read for 20 breaths. In return, I'll answer a difficult question you've encountered in the inscription Dao. As for giving you guidance, that's impossible. I'm a person who will never make a loss in a transaction. Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. Chapter 1056. Duan Lingtian's words were very clear. I can answer one of your questions on the Dao of inscription, but I can't give you any more pointers. I don't do business at a loss. At this moment, Zeng Yu finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he shook his head. It was not that he did not dare to, but he felt that he would be at a disadvantage if he gave him pointers. Everyone knows how to boast. The slovenly old man sneered. He thought Duan Lingtian was just boasting. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He looked at Zeng Yu and said calmly, all right, you can ask me a question that you've encountered on the Dao of inscription. I'll answer it for you. When Zeng Yu saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, he could not help but feel a little shaken. Could it be that this young man is really an unfathomable inscription master? Did he make a mistake? When he recalled that he had encountered a question on the Dao of inscription that had troubled him for many years, his eyes lit up. He asked bluntly, I wonder if you know anything about the round shield formation? The round shield formation. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and said slowly, the round shield formation belongs to the defensive type of inscription formation. Those with spiritual energy above the void transformation stage can inscribe and set it up. This inscription formation is not difficult at all. The round shield formation was indeed not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Moreover, when he was setting up the defensive inscription formation for the ice coffin that Feng Tian Wu was in a deep slumber, he did not even bother to use the round shield formation. Instead, he used another defensive inscription formation that was even better. Not difficult at all? When Duan Lingtian explained the round shield formation in a methodical manner, Zeng Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Dao of inscription was high. When he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. In fact, he was currently stumped by the round shield formation. To be more precise, he was stumped by one of the many inscription formations that formed the round shield formation. What? You're the best inscription master in the northern desert. Don't tell me that you can't even set up a round shield formation? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Zeng Yu and asked mockingly. I don't have a good grasp of one of the inscription formations. Zeng Yu smiled awkwardly. Is it the array of the earth? Duan Lingtian asked again. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the sloppy old man's expression did not change. However, Zeng Yu's expression changed and he asked in shock, You? How did you know? At this moment, he faintly realized that the attainments of the purple-clad young man before him in the Dao of inscriptions might really be extraordinary. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to inscribe the earth formation. However, you'll have to pay attention to the technique to perfectly integrate it into the round shield formation. If you can't control it well, it'll be impossible for you to perfectly integrate the earth formation into the round shield formation. The earth formation is the core of the round shield formation. If you can't even solve this problem, it'll be impossible for you to set up the round shield formation. Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. Please enlighten me, Master. Zheng Yu's expression changed when Duan Lingtian was halfway through his sentence. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, waiting for Duan Lingtian to enlighten him. At this moment, he was completely convinced. He knew that this frighteningly young man in front of him was truly capable, and was not deliberately mystifying. How's this possible? The sloppy old man standing at the side narrowed his eyes in shock. He looked at the purple-clad young man before him in disbelief. He did not expect this at all. This young man who was far more powerful than him would have such a high attainment in the Tao of inscriptions as well. His master was already convinced. I'll only say this once. Remember it well. It was not difficult for the formation of earth to perfectly merge with the formation of round shield. As long as you use your spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian told Zheng Yu the solution one by one. As for whether Zheng Yu could understand, it was not something he could control. Zheng Yu fell into deep thought after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. Map. Duan Lingtian did not plan to wait for him. He immediately spoke to wake him up. Zheng Yu's expression darkened when he was awakened. He hated it when people disturbed him when he was thinking. However, when he regained his senses and saw the person who had awakened him, the gloominess on his face disappeared and was replaced with respect. Master, this is the map. Then, he hurriedly took out the map he had obtained some time ago and handed it to Duan Lingtian. After handing the map to Duan Lingtian, he frowned and fell into deep thought again. He kept thinking about what Duan Lingtian had said to him earlier. Swoosh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened up the map, and his face that was originally filled with joy, after he carefully looked at the map, his face sank slightly, and he frowned. Ruoshui River, there's only a corner? How can I tell? Duan Lingtian realized that although the map could pinpoint his location and the location of the Ruoshui River, there was only a small corner. It was difficult to see the entire Ruoshui River. Because of this, he could not pinpoint the location of the great treasure hidden by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life. A moment later, 10 breaths passed. Help me return it to him. Duan Lingtian tossed the map to the slovenly old man as though he was throwing trash. He was very disappointed. Unlike Duan Lingtian who tossed the map away like it was trash, when the slovenly old man received the map, it was as if he had obtained a precious treasure, and he was extremely careful. When he held the map firmly, he heard a short-lived whistling sound in his ears. Then, he realized that the purple-clothed young man from before had completely disappeared. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. He should be a demon, right? The slovenly old man thought to himself. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man looked to be around 25 years old, but his strength had already surpassed him. That was not all. The purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Tao had actually surpassed his master. It shocked him from the bottom of his heart. As the saying went, there was a specialization in every field. On the Cloud Continent, there were 4 types of people because of the different areas they focused on. The first type of people were those who focused on the martial Tao. They focused on improving their cultivation base and comprehending concept and profundity. They would try their best to possess a powerful strength before they died. They were the most common type of people. The second type of people were those who focused on the weapon refinement Tao. They were called weapon craftsmen. They focused on weapon refinement and worked hard to refine a higher-grade spirit weapon. The third type of people were those who focused on the medicine refinement Tao. They were called alchemists. They were similar to weapon craftsmen. The fourth type of people were called inscription masters. They focused on the inscription Tao. If the purple-clad young man was a human, his terrifying strength could already be considered heaven-defying. Not only that, but he also had such profound attainments in the Tao of inscriptions. In his opinion, it was impossible for a human martial artist to achieve such great achievements in two aspects at such a young age. Therefore, he could almost conclude that the purple-clad young man was a demon and not a human. After all, when a demon had just broken through to the void transformation stage and transformed into a demon, he could choose to transform into any appearance he wanted. Even a 100-year-old demon could transform into the appearance of an innocent child as long as it wanted to. Time passed by quietly. 2 hours later, Jianghu finally snapped out of his deep thoughts and muttered, I see, thank you, big." Just when Jianghu snapped back to his senses and was about to thank the purple-clad young man who had helped him solve his problem, he realized the purple-clad young man had already disappeared. Where's that master? Jianghu immediately looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously. Master, that big master left 2 hours ago. The unkempt old man said truthfully. Why didn't you ask him to stay? Jianghu said anxiously, that master's attainment in the inscription Dao is something I've never seen before. If I can ask him to stay in the Jing family for a while, my attainment in the inscription Dao will definitely improve. Where did the master go? Jianghu looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously. I don't know. The unkempt old man did not expect his master to be so agitated. He was at a loss and could only reply with a wry smile on his face. Sigh. Jianghu stood on the spot. His face turned green and white. In the end, he sighed. I'm the one who ruined my own opportunity. If I didn't ask the master to do me a favor, he wouldn't have been so calculative with me. I really shot myself in the foot. When Jianghu reached the end of his sentence, he had a helpless expression on his face. Master, that master's attainment in the inscription Dao is really that high? The unkempt old man could not help but ask. He was not an inscription master, so he was not familiar with the inscription Dao. Due to this reason, he could not determine how high the purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Dao was. I admit that I'm not as good as him. What do you think? Jianghu said as he looked at the unkempt old man. What? The unkempt old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Jianghu's words. Although he knew his master had a high opinion of the purple-clad young man, he did not expect it to be so high. His master's attainment in the inscription Dao was not as good as the purple-clad young man's. Go and see if you can find the master. If you can find him, you must invite him back respectfully. If you can't find him, it means I'm not fated with the master. Jianghu instructed the unkempt old man before he sighed. Yes. The unkempt old man did not dare to delay and left in a hurry. With the master's guidance, I'm confident I'll be able to inscribe and set up the round shield formation. Chapter 1057. After Duan Lingtian left the Jing clan, he left the city and met up with Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan was placed in a secluded cave in the mountains outside the city. He even placed the ice coffin where Feng Tianwu was sleeping in there. For the sake of their safety, he had specially set up a killing formation outside the cave. Young master. Xiong Quan's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded and lifted his hand. An invisible energy surged out and led Xiong Quan and the ice coffin out of the cave. They left the mountain and continued to head north. According to the map, I'm heading in the right direction. The Ruoshui River is over there. Duan Lingtian looked ahead and thought in his heart. Although the map he saw in the Jing clan was not the map he wanted, it still marked the area from here to the Ruoshui River. It gave him a certain understanding of the surrounding area. After exiting the northern desert and continuing north, they still had to pass through 5 vast regions similar to the northern desert before they could reach the Ruoshui River. On the way, Duan Lingtian took out the strange stone platform he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He obtained the strange stone platform from the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace. The reason he put it away was because there was a miraculous inscription formation inside, and it was able to combine the energy within the numerous origin stones before unleashing it. Its power would be raised to a terrifying level. If the origin energy within the bodies of a group of people is able to converge onto a single person through this inscription formation, then to what terrifying extent would that person's strength rise to? This was the reason why Duan Lingtian kept the stone platform. He wanted to study the inscription formation in it and see if it could fulfill his wish of joining forces with a group of 9th-level void transformation martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. As someone who had fused with the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu from 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was equivalent to reincarnation Emperor Wu in certain aspects. Therefore, his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions were extremely profound. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to study the inscription formation on the stone platform. This inscription formation can easily gather the energy contained in the origin stones, but it can't do the same for the origin chi of humans or demonic beasts. After a few days of research, Duan Lingtian confirmed this and was immediately disappointed. Moreover, even primordial stones need to be completely gathered together in order to combine the power contained within them and display a powerful attack. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also noticed this. At this time, he also realized his idea of gathering multiple martial artists and combining their strengths through this inscription formation was very immature. As for the primordial stones, there is no way to gather their power on a human warrior. After all, human warriors are made of flesh and blood. It's impossible for them to withstand the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. If they're not careful, they'll be killed in the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Therefore, unless I can create my own puppet and let the puppet combine the power contained in the origin stones through the inscription formation to display the strongest power. Otherwise, it's almost impossible for me to use this inscription formation. The moment this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, it was difficult for it to go away. Create a puppet. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. I have a rough understanding of the inscription formation in the stone platform now. As long as I have enough materials, I can inscribe and set it up on my own. Besides that, I'm entirely capable of using other inscription formations to create puppets, and then using this inscription formation to allow the puppets to possess extraordinary strength. However, the power contained in the mid-grade origin stones is limited. No matter how many there are, the increase in the puppet's strength will be extremely slow and limited. What I need to do now is to obtain a large amount of high-grade origin stones so that I can increase the puppet's strength by a large margin. Duan Lingtian's heart was suddenly enlightened. He had a new goal. The most important thing for this goal was to obtain a large amount of high-grade origin stones. This was the prerequisite. With the energy contained in the high-grade origin stones as the foundation, he would combine the energy of the high-grade origin stones through the inscription formation in the strange stone platform and display it through the puppet. At that time, as long as I have enough high-grade origin stones, the puppet will be able to display even more powerful strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. To him, creating a puppet was not difficult at all. He only needed to prepare some materials and inscribe and set up the inscription formation. All of these were recorded in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. However, high-grade origin stones are too rare. Even the 3 old men's spatial rings did not have many high-grade origin stones. There were only slightly over 300 high-grade origin stones in total. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. The 3 old men he mentioned were naturally the 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert. The 3 martial monarch powerhouses who died in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Apart from Tong Shan's spatial ring which he had kept earlier, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's spatial rings were also in his possession through Li Xian. However, the total amount of origin stones in the hands of these 3 martial monarchs was only slightly more than 300 pieces. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Back then, when he was still in the Darkhan dynasty's Crimson Sky Kingdom, he worked hard for gold and silver. Later on, when he stood on the stage of the Darkhan dynasty, gold and silver were no longer of any use to him. Currently, his desire for high-grade origin stones was similar to his desire for gold and silver when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Right now, I need a large amount of high-grade origin stones and some materials. It's time for me to find a place to settle down. With my current strength, it's quite risky to cross the Ruo Shui River and enter the central area of the Cloud Continent. Moreover, Xiongquan and I also need to improve our strength. Now, it's time for my grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist identities to be put to good use. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he made up his mind. However, even if I'm looking for a place to settle down, should look for the most powerful force near the Ruoshui River. Only a powerful force can satisfy my needs. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer hesitated and brought Xiongquan and the ice coffin along as he sped up and headed north. The speed he was displaying now was much faster than before. Soon after, Duan Lingtian left the northern desert. When he left the northern desert, a figure flew out of the ancient desert city in the southern area of the northern desert. His speed was even faster than Duan Lingtian's. When the figure flew, he was dragging another person along with him. Jean, are you sure you want to go back? The old man looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked solemnly. Uncle, my Dantian has been destroyed, and my cultivation base is gone. It's meaningless for me to stay in Skywolf Fort. I want to go back to my mother's side. The middle-aged man said solemnly. Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. The old man was the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. As for the middle-aged man he was dragging along, he was his nephew, Luo Jin. Luo Jin had the same surname as Luo Fu because he took his mother's surname. Duan Lingtian, it's all because of you. You destroyed my cultivation base. Now, it doesn't matter if I go back or not. When I go back, I'll tear you into a million pieces and burn your bones to ashes at all costs. Luo Jin roared in his heart. At the same time, a purple figure that he loathed appeared in his mind, causing his expression to turn ugly and causing him to grit his teeth even more. Not long after Luo Fu and Luo Jin left Skywolf Fort and the ancient desert city, whoosh. A gust of wind whistled in the air, and a figure shot into the ancient desert city like a bolt of green lightning and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort. Since it was high up in the sky, it did not attract the attention of the people in Skywolf Fort. Only 4 figures shot up into the sky and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort in just a blink of an eye. Presently, there was a demon wolf that was completely covered in azure fur standing in the sky above Skywolf Fort, and there was a crescent-shaped mark between the brows of this demon wolf. The crescent-shaped mark was green in color. Fort Master. The 4 people who appeared in the sky above Skywolf Fort were the other 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort other than Luo Fu. They bowed respectfully to the demon wolf that was covered in azure fur. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely turn pale with fright. The fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a human but a demon wolf? Yes. The demon wolf nodded. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed into an old man dressed in green. The fort master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf. At this moment, there was still a trace of lingering fear on Green Wolf's face. It's a good thing the old ancestor came in time. Otherwise, I would have been ruined by those 2 young ladies. Thinking of the 2 young ladies he had served during this period of time, Green Wolf couldn't help but shudder. He didn't dare to recall that a painful experience during this period of time. If it was possible, he hoped that this experience would disappear from his mind forever. Where's Luo Fu? Green Wolf frowned and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. Fort Master, my master has sent his nephew home. Feng Wei, the last of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, hurriedly said when he saw Green Wolf's unstable emotions. Green Wolf nodded nonchalantly and asked, how's your harvest from Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Did you obtain any profundity fragments that I can use? Chapter 1058. When they heard Qing Lang and saw the yearning that filled Qing Lang's eyes, Feng Wei and the other vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort lowered their heads as the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Qing Lang's face sank when he saw the bitterness that appeared on their faces. What? There's no profundity fragment that I can use? Fort Master. Under the indication of Ning Can's group of 3, Feng Wei summoned up the courage to look at Qing Lang and laughed bitterly. We didn't obtain anything from the secret treasure of Emperor Wu, let alone a profundity fragment. It isn't just that, all the 20 young experts that entered the secret treasure of Emperor Wu from Skywolf Fort have died there. Feng Wei finished speaking in a single breath, and then he looked at Qing Lang with a perturbed expression. Qing Lang stood there with a calm expression, yet killing intent was concealed within his expression. Especially his eyes, they had become extremely sharp now, and they seemed to be filled with coldness as if they were choosing to swallow someone up. Why is it like this? Qing Lang asked with a low voice. Fort Master, they died at the hands of the same person. Feng Wei laughed bitterly. At the same time, a violet-colored figure appeared in Feng Wei's mind. He'd met the owner of the violet-colored figure early on when the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Later on, the violet-colored figure had suppressed the 10 young experts and obtained the honor of being the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Practically at the instant Feng Wei finished speaking, an extremely formidable imposing aura suddenly gushed out from Qing Lang's body, and it caused the surrounding clouds and mist to shake. Who is it? Qing Lang's voice was icy cold and contained ghastly killing intent. Duan Lingtian. Feng Wei sighed. Duan Lingtian? When he heard Feng Wei, the coldness that covered Qing Lang's face vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by astonishment. The person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort? He's the big brother Ling Tian that little grandaunt mentioned? As he finished speaking, the figure of a yellow-colored young woman appeared in Qing Lang's mind, and his body shuddered for no reason or rhyme. Yes. Feng Wei hurriedly nodded. You didn't do anything to that Duan Lingtian, did you? Right at this instant, Qing Lang's gaze became fierce as he swept Feng Wei, Ning Can, and the other 3 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort before he asked in a low voice. No. The 4 of them hurriedly shook their heads. That's good. Remember, when facing that Duan Lingtian, don't take any chances. The methods of the person behind that little grandaunt are beyond your imagination. As Green Wolf spoke, his expression became extremely solemn. When his words entered into the ears of Feng Wei's group of 4, it caused them to be unable to refrain from looking at each other, and they were able to see fear in each other's eyes. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came to an end, should we tell the fort master about our pursuit of Duan Lingtian? The 4 of them conversed privately via voice transmissions. I don't think we'd better tell him. Given Castle Lord's fear of Miss Xuanai, if he knows about it, we'll definitely suffer. That's right, I can't tell you. In next to no time, the 4 of them came to a consensus. On the other hand, Qing Lang, the fort master of Skywolf Fort, was kept in the dark as well. In the sky near the northern area of the northern desert, 3 figures flashed swiftly through the sky. The people in the lead were 2 young women, and an old woman in green clothes followed behind them. The old woman had an expressionless face, yet every single movement she made wasn't like the 2 young women that caused the clouds and mist all along the way to move. Everywhere she passed, it seemed as if even the airflow in the air wasn't affected by her. Qing knew, let me stay here for a period of time. I still haven't found Big Brother Ling Tian. The yellow-clothed young woman turned around to look at the old woman, and her mischievous eyes spun as she spoke pitifully. Young miss, then don't make it difficult for me. Master is extremely unhappy that you brought young Miss Shui away from home this time, and he asked me to bring both of you back at the first possible moment. When the old woman looked at the yellow-clothed young woman, her eyes were filled with tender love, yet as she finished speaking, she felt slightly helpless. The yellow-clothed young woman was none other than Han Xuanai. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Han Xuanai's little head drooped listlessly. Father is so annoying. Even when I came out to relax, he still cares. Humph. When I return, I won't speak to him for a month. No, I won't speak to him for 2 months. When Han Xuanai's mutterings entered the ears of the young woman and the old woman, they could not help but smile wryly at each other. Qing knew, have little gold, little black, and little white come out from that place? Soon after, Han Xuanai seemed to have recalled something. She lifted her head, and the gloominess from before was swept away. Her mischievous eyes turned to look at the old woman in green. There was a hint of anxiousness on her delicate face. Not yet. The old woman in green shook her head. Can they come out safely? Han Xuanai asked worriedly. Those two little pythons ought to be fine. Their bloodlines from before had already attained the level of a variant Saint Beast's descendant, and it isn't impossible for them to transform into variant Saint Beasts at that place. The old woman said. What about little gold? Han Xuanai's delicate face went slightly pale, and she asked with an anxious expression. It won't be in trouble, right? If something really happens to it, how should I explain it to Big Brother Ling Tian? It's hard to say. That little gold mouse is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a descendant of a saint beast. Its bloodline is relatively fixed, and it's much more difficult for it to transform into a saint beast compared to the two little pythons. The old woman shook her head, and her words revealed that she wasn't certain. What will happen if it can't transform? Han Xuanai asked. It'll be a dead end. As a demon that had once entered that place, the old woman knew the details of that place. It'll be a dead end. These 4 short words shocked Han Xuanai to the point her face went pale. Little gold, nothing must happen to you. After a long while, Han Xuanai took a deep breath and muttered. Young miss, it's time for us to depart, the old woman said calmly. The old woman said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into thin air with the 2 girls without anyone seeing her do anything. It was as though they had never appeared before. In a place far away from the northern desert, there was an extremely luxurious and magnificent palace on an island suspended in midair. At this moment, there were 2 figures standing in the sky above the palace. The 2 figures were leaning against each other. It was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in green, and he was a young man. He stood there with a graceful bearing. The outline of his face was perfect as though it had been sculpted countless times. His sword-like eyebrows were straight, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Under his sword-like eyebrows, his seemingly calm eyes were staring into the distance. There seemed to be strands of green energy pulsating in them. His eyes suddenly sharpened, as if they could see through everything. The woman next to him was dressed in green. Her peerless appearance that could cause the downfall of a nation seemed to overshadow everything in the surroundings. When she stood next to him, they were a match made in heaven. Brother Feng, you should bring Tian over as well. I'm worried about leaving him alone there. The woman's voice was like an orchid as she spoke softly. You finally brought this up. However, there's a reason why I left Tian over there. If it's for his own good, you should look on the bright side. The man said. Brother Feng, I know you left Tian over there to train him. However, even if he's over here, can't he still train? Moreover, Tian is under our eyes here after all. I'm more at ease. The woman said again. Of course, I've thought about what you said. However, if I bring Tian over from there, it'll be more harm than good to him. As for the reason, I don't know how to describe it. When you see Tian again in the future, you'll naturally understand everything. The man said. But Tian is alone over there. What if something happens to him? The woman said worriedly. Don't worry. I've left 3 Dao talismans for him. They can save his life 3 times. The man comforted her. What if he uses up all the Dao talismans? Then, he can only rely on himself. Can't you send someone to protect him? You can protect him secretly. Those 3 Dao talismans are already the limit of my interference in his life. He'll have to rely on himself for the rest of his life. How can I, Duan Rufeng's son, be an ordinary person? What if something happens to him? We have to trust him. After leaving the northern desert, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at his destination after traveling north for a few months. It was an area adjacent to the Ruo Shui River. This place was also known as the Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. Back then, when Tian Wu, Uncle Feng, and I were on our way to the ancient desert city, the siblings that Uncle Feng saved seemed to be from the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the ice coffin hovering next to him. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad woman lying in the ice coffin. The Northern Mountains Lu clan? I wonder if the Lu clan is ranked high among the numerous forces in the Northern Mountain land. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. This was Duan Lingtian's first time in the Northern Mountain land. The reason he knew this place was called the Northern Mountain land was because the Northern Mountain land was marked on the map that he had borrowed from the Zheng clan previously. To the north of the Northern Mountain land was the Ruo Shui River. Although the Northern Mountain land is marked on the map, there's no detailed description of the Northern Mountain land. I'll have to go there myself if I want to understand the Northern Mountain land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Xiongquan and the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in, Duan Lingtian began to search his surroundings in an attempt to find a city in the Northern Mountain land. After spending half a day, he finally found a city. It was a small city in the south of the Northern Mountain land. Although the city was small, there were many people going in and out of it. Xiongquan, let's enter the city. Chapter 1059. Whoosh. After Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan entered the city, the ice coffin that followed them like a shadow quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by. The ice coffin was too eye-catching. Even so, not many people took a second look at the ice coffin. In this world where the strong were respected, one had to be careful no matter what one did. If one was not careful, one could be doomed eternally. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan entered a restaurant and found a seat by the window. Boom! Under Duan Lingtian's control, the ice coffin landed steadily on the table next door. In an instant, all the customers in the restaurant looked over. What a beautiful woman! Some of the sharp-eyed people quickly saw the woman in red lying in the ice coffin. Even with the ice coffin between, the woman in red's peerless beauty could not be hidden. She's full of vitality. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? Many people were puzzled. Maybe she's suffering from some incurable disease. Someone guessed. Regardless, the appearance of the ice coffin had become the most eye-catching scene in the restaurant, attracting the attention of all the patrons. Such a scene was not common. However, Duan Lingtian's action of bringing the ice coffin along and occupying another table was undoubtedly a little overbearing. Sir, soon, the restaurant owner instructed the waiter to come over and look at Duan Lingtian. I'll pay for 2 tables of wine when I settle the bill. Duan Lingtian interrupted the waiter. Naturally, he could guess what the waiter wanted to say. The waiter wanted to say that he had occupied another table and was affecting their business. Both the waiter and the restaurant owner were speechless. After ordering some dishes and asking the waiter to prepare them, Duan Lingtian leaned against the window and narrowed his eyes at the passers-by outside the restaurant. He had a calm expression on his face. At this moment, he finally calmed down a little. When he was outside, he would often encounter rampant bandits, so he did not dare to relax easily. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Young master, what's our next step? Xiongquan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was planning. When the waiter serves the dishes later, ask him which force is the strongest in the Northern Mountain land. After he confirms it, we'll pay that force a visit. Duan Lingtian said. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes landed on the ice coffin on the neighboring table. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad lady inside the ice coffin. The peerless beauty of the woman in red completely attracted his gaze, making it difficult for him to move his gaze away. At this moment, his eyes were filled with tenderness, as if they could melt everything. Tianwu, I will definitely wake you up as soon as possible. Wait for me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yes. Although Xiongquan did not know why his young master wanted to go to the most powerful force in the Northern Mountain land, he did not ask. He believed that his young master must have a plan for doing so. What he had to do was to follow the young master and handle the trivial matters for him. Soon after, the dishes were served one after another. Waiter, I would like to ask. Which force is the strongest in the Northern Mountain land? Xiongquan asked the waiter according to Duan Lingtian's instructions. Sir, this must be your first time in our northern mountain land, right? The waiter asked as his eyes flashed. That's right. Xiongquan nodded. Sir, the strongest forces in our northern mountain land are the two great clans. One of them is the O clan, and the other is the Lu clan. The waiter smiled as he answered Xiongquan's question. Two great clans? O clan? Lu clan? Before Xiongquan returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting at the side, had already raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself, it can't be that coincidental, right? Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wudao left the Darming dynasty and headed to the ancient desert city, the pair of siblings that Feng Wudao saved seemed to be from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was one of the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land. Merely two clans were actually able to become the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land. How shocking! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he revealed an astonished expression. Of course, he knew very well in his heart that since these two clans were able to become the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land, they surely had some ability. Clans? Xiongquan was surprised when he heard the waiter's words. One had to know that the difference between a clan and a sect was not just a little bit. No matter what, a clan revolved around the direct descendants and passed down their bloodline. No matter how outstanding the other branch family disciples and disciples with another surname were, it was difficult for them to stand out. In the end, they would at most become elders or revered elders. It was utterly impossible for the branch family disciples and disciples with another surname to touch the position of patriarch. Because of this, it was extremely difficult for a clan to become truly strong. On the other hand, sects were not merely limited to passing down their bloodline. Those who were capable would rise in the sky. So long as one had the ability, one could even become the leader of a sect. Therefore, it greatly increased the enthusiasm of the sect disciples. This was especially true in the foreign lands where powerhouses were as common as trees in a forest. The difference between clans and sects was undoubtedly even more obvious. However, in the northern desert, the two clans were actually the strongest. Unbelievable. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Xiongquan, both of them were astonished by this. Dear guests, I heard that the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land are the two clans. Don't you find it strange? The waiter could not help but ask when he saw the astonishment on Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan's faces. It was obvious he could guess what both of them were thinking. Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan did not deny it and nodded in unison. Dear guests, you might not know this. Our northern mountain lands O clan and Lu clan are different from ordinary clans. It's said that these two clans have been passed down for 10,000 years. The waiter had a solemn expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. 10,000 years. One must admit that the waiter's words shocked Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. A clan that had been passed down for 10,000 years? How strong was their foundation? It was difficult for them to imagine. There must be a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the waiter. He had a feeling that no matter if it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan, they were definitely not simple. You're wise, dear guest. The waiter smiled. There's indeed a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years. It's because they're a weapons craftsman clan and an alchemist clan respectively. Weapons craftsman clan? Alchemist clan? The moment the waiter's words left his mouth, it made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. What do you mean? It means more than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen, and more than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists. The waiter continued to explain to Duan Lingtian. More than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen. More than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists. As soon as the attendant finished speaking, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Xiongquan, they were both dumbstruck. On Cloud Continent, who did not know that a high innate talent in weapons craftsmanship and medicine refinement was required to become a weapons craftsman and alchemist? If one's innate talent was insufficient, it would be impossible to become a grade 9 weapons craftsman and alchemist. However, someone was telling them now. There was a clan where more than 50% of the people in it were weapons craftsmen. There was another clan where more than 50% of the people in it were alchemists. Yes. The waiter nodded. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan's surprise. He had seen too many people with similar expressions. Without exception, those people were either people who were coming to the Northern Mountain Land for the first time or people who were learning about the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain Land for the first time. It said that 10,000 years ago, the O clan and the Lu clan established themselves in the Northern Mountain Land at almost the same time. The O clan's ancestor was a grade 1 weapons craftsman. On the other hand, the Lu clan's ancestor was a grade 1 alchemist. Ever since the O clan and the Lu clan established themselves, the two clans have focused on the Tao of weapons craftsmanship and Tao of medicine refinement respectively. Until today, the two clans have become the famous weapons craftsman clan and alchemist clan in the Northern Mountain Land. The waiter continued. Grade 1 weapons craftsman. Grade 1 alchemist. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. It did not cross his mind that there would be grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists outside of the foreign land's central area. Moreover, they were from two clans. In the 10,000 years of history of the two clans, there were more than 10 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists respectively. All of them had gone to the inner land on the other side of the Ruo Shui River. They were once the revered elders and foreign advisors of the first-rate forces. They refined spirit weapons and pills for the first-rate forces. Because of this, they formed a lot of good karma. This is the main reason why the O clan and the Lu clan were able to survive for 10,000 years. When the first-rate forces accepted the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists of the O clan and the Lu clan as their revered elders and foreign officials, they would publicly promise them that as long as the first-rate forces existed, they would not allow the O clan and the Lu clan to be annihilated. Due to this reason, although many forces have set their sights on the O clan and the Lu clan for the past 10,000 years, they did not dare to annihilate the O clan and the Lu clan. This allowed the two clans to develop until today and become a colossus in the Northern Mountain Land. The waiter patiently explained the history of the O clan and the Lu clan to Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. He also explained the reason why they could remain standing for 10,000 years. Even now, the first-rate forces in the inner land might be able to annihilate the O clan and the Lu clan, but they would not dare to do so. This was because as long as they dared to do so, they would be attacked by at least 3 first-rate forces. They might even be annihilated. The relationship between the O clan and the Lu clan is too terrifying. This is the wealth left behind by the ancestors of the two clans. Chapter 1060. The waiter's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears like thunder. Duan Lingtian could not help but fall into a daze. He did not expect this at all. To think that the O clan and the Lu clan of the Northern Mountain Land actually had such an enormous background, such an enormous foundation, and such a huge network of connections. No wonder they could become one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain Land. The O clan and Lu clan have existed for 10,000 years. Even those first-rate forces on the other side of the Ruo Shui River, I'm afraid the number of people who can exist for 10,000 years can be counted on one hand. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, he also learned the reason why the O clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years from the waiter. It was all thanks to the network of connections that their ancestors, grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, had established on the other side of the Ruo Shui River. That network of relationships had an extremely strong deterrent force. It allowed the O clan and the Lu clan to smoothly pass on for 10,000 years. The inner land referred to the central area of the Cloud Continent. There were many first-rate forces there. A first-rate force was extremely powerful. A second-rate force could not be compared to it. Moreover, if a first-rate force wanted to destroy a second-rate force, they only needed to send out a few of their most powerful martial monarch powerhouses to easily defeat the second-rate force. The second-rate force would not be able to retaliate at all in front of a first-rate force. It was already considered rare for a first-rate force to exist for 3,000 to 4,000 years. At the very least, during the 2 eras that reincarnation Emperor Wu lived in, there had never been a first-rate force that had existed for more than 5,000 years. However, there are more than 10 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the O clan and the Lu clan in the past 10,000 years. These Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists are more or less related to some of the first-rate forces that existed in the past 10,000 years. Due to this reason, when a first-rate force is destroyed, there will naturally be a second first-rate force to protect the O clan and Lu clan from being destroyed. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. This was the main reason the O clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years. The weapons craftsman clan and alchemists clan. What amazing clans! Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. At the same time, he recalled the pair of siblings that Feng Wu Dao had saved that day. Looks like they're from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, their status in the Northern Mountains Lu clan seems to be quite high. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Back then, the black-robed man who wanted to kill that pair of siblings called the elder brother, second young master, and the younger sister, seventh young lady. Between the O family and the Lu family, which one is closer to here? Duan Lingtian asked the waiter. His target this time was the strongest force in the Northern Mountain land. Since the O clan and the Lu clan were listed as the strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land, he had no choice but to choose one. In his opinion, whether it was the O clan or the Lu clan, it made no difference to him. Therefore, he preferred the one that was closer to his current location. To put it bluntly, he was too lazy to walk that far. Since there was no difference between the two clans, it did not matter which one he went to. If we're comparing the two clans, the Lu clan is closer. The Lu clan is located in the northeast outside the city. It's only 10,000 miles away from here. Although the waiter did not know why the young customer before him was asking about this, he still answered truthfully. Whether it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The locations of the two clans were not unfamiliar to the people in the Northern Mountain land. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he lifted his hand and took out a mid-grade origin stone before passing it to the waiter. This is your reward for introducing the O clan and the Lu clan to us. Thank you, sir. The waiter smiled widely as he looked at the mid-grade origin stone in his hand. He had wasted so much saliva to say so much just so he could tip the customer when he was happy. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I won't disturb your meal any longer. The waiter left after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. After the waiter left, Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan began to clean up the dishes on the table. In just 15 minutes, there was only a pile of empty cups, plates, and bowls left on the table. Let's go. After Duan Lingtian paid the bill, he called out to Xiongquan and left the restaurant with the ice coffin. After leaving the city, Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan along and headed northeast. The Northern Mountains Lu clan. Duan Lingtian's destination this time was the Lu clan that was closest to his current location. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was also one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain land. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was also known as the Alchemist clan. Duan Lingtian only had one goal in mind when he went to the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He wanted to reveal his identity as a Grade 1 alchemist and become the Northern Mountains Lu clan's revered elder and interim advisor. From there, he would obtain a large amount of cultivation resources from the Northern Mountains Lu clan to help him and Xiongquan improve their cultivation base and concepts. Although his current strength was not bad. However, if he was placed in the inner land on the other side of the Ruo Shui River, which was also the central area of Cloud Continent, he was nothing. With the Ruo Shui River as the boundary, there were two different worlds inside and outside. There were no first-rate forces outside of the Ruo Shui River. In the Ruo Shui River, not only were there first-rate forces, but there were also top forces such as the two great ancient clans and the forces controlled by Emperor Wu. That was the heaven of the powerhouses. At the same time, it was also hell for the weak. The great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life is in the inner land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to go to the inner land. Moreover, even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind the great treasure, he still had to go to the inner land. This was because he had to pass through the inner land if he wanted to reach the peak of Cloud Continent. If Duan Lingtian was on Earth in his previous life, it would take him 6 to 7 hours to travel 10,000 miles. However, for the current Duan Lingtian, it would only take him an hour to reach the inner land. In less than an hour, Duan Lingtian could already see a vast building complex on the plains in the distance. The buildings stood tall like beasts hibernating there. Huh! Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and looked at his surroundings. That's the Northern Mountains Lu clan? Why are there so many people? Xiongquan glanced to the left and then to the right as he spoke with a face full of surprise. Duan Lingtian saw it as well. At this moment, there were people flying toward the vast building complex from all directions before landing on the west side of the building complex. There was no exception. If I can get into the top 30 in the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan, I'll be able to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname. I won't have to worry about materials to refine medicine in the future. A clear voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. He. I want to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname through the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It's not just for the materials. Then, another voice resonated in the air. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has as many high-grade alchemists as there are clouds in the sky. They even have a few grade 2 alchemists. If I can get their guidance, my achievements in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the Northern Mountains Lu clan's test is really harsh. The lowest requirement to participate is a grade 6 alchemist. Alchemists below grade 6 are not qualified to participate at all. The owner of the voice seemed to be complaining when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, two people who were talking to each other passed by Duan Lingtian. They were two middle-aged men. When they passed by Duan Lingtian, their eyes could not help but stop at the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. The ice coffin was just too eye-catching. Alchemist competition? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what was going on. The Northern Mountains Lu clan seemed to be organizing an alchemist competition. As long as one was ranked in the top 30 in the alchemist competition, one would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a disciple with a different surname. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was an alchemist clan. More than half of the people in the clan were alchemists, and there was no lack of high-grade alchemists among them. To a low-grade alchemist, that place was like heaven. As long as one could enter that place, one would be able to interact with many alchemists and improve one's attainment in the medicine refinement Dao. If one had the chance to receive guidance from a high-grade alchemist, one would be able to improve by leaps and bounds. It seems like these people are here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Other than some participants, there must be many people here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the people who came from all directions. There seems to be a woman lying inside. All of a sudden, a surprised voice sounded from behind Duan Lingtian. Then, Duan Lingtian saw 3 middle-aged men walking past him side by side. The voice came from one of them. However, after the 3 middle-aged men walked past Duan Lingtian, they did not leave. Instead, they went around the ice coffin and looked at it. What a beautiful woman. If I can get such a beautiful woman, I'm willing to lose 10 years of my life. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? The 3 middle-aged men pointed at the ice coffin and discussed among themselves. They acted as though there was no one else around them. They completely ignored Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. Scram! Xiongquan's expression changed, and he was about to reprimand the 3 middle-aged men when a cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like a clap of thunder in the ears of the 3 middle-aged men. The 3 middle-aged men were so shocked that their bodies trembled. When they regained their senses, they turned around and looked at the source of the voice. "Boy, you're seeking death." Soon after, the three of them locked their eyes on Duan Lingtian and shouted in unison. Boom! Chapter 1061. The three middle-aged men were sent flying by the energy that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Barf! Barf! Subsequently, the three of them were injured by Duan Lingtian's energy. Their faces turned red as they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After they caught their breath, they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Apart from anger, there was also fear and dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds at all. This purple-clad young man who looked like he was only in his 20s actually possessed such terrifying strength. It only took a blink of an eye to send them flying and injure them. They did not even have time to react. They did not even have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy in the air, let alone gather the heaven and earth phenomenon. They knew. This young man's strength was far beyond theirs. "I'll give all of you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll die," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His voice was as cold as ice. The 3 middle-aged men's expressions changed drastically at once. They turned around and fled in panic. In just a blink of an eye, they landed in the buildings in front of them. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan's residence. It was obvious they were here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Whoosh! After the 3 of them left, Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At that moment, he even had the urge to kill the 3 middle-aged men. It was the after-effect of the Devil Seal tablet. He had forcefully suppressed it at the critical moment. At this moment, the people who saw the scene earlier no longer dared to get close to Duan Lingtian, let alone look at Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin. "Xiong Quan, let's go over as well," Duan Lingtian called out to Xiong Quan. He brought the ice coffin with him and walked all the way to the buildings in front of them. They followed the crowd and entered the west side of the buildings before they landed in a vast field. The vast field was divided into 2 areas. One of the areas was close to a row of magnificent palace buildings. The other area was a field near the outer area. There were many people standing there. Most of the people, including Duan Lingtian and those who fell from the sky, were standing near the outer area of the field. Duan Lingtian saw it. In the area close to the palace building, tables were placed there, connected together. In addition, the same medicinal herbs were placed on every table. The alchemist competition should be held here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly and looked into the distance. There, 3 middle-aged men were looking at him. Seeing him looking over, the 3 middle-aged men shifted their gazes away. However, the moment he looked over, he saw the anger and hatred in their eyes. The 3 middle-aged men were not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. They were the 3 people he had injured outside. Duan Lingtian only glanced at the 3 before retracting his gaze. 3 martial artists at the first and second level of the void transformation stage were of no threat to him. In the distance, after the 3 middle-aged men retracted their gazes from Duan Lingtian, they looked at each other and saw fear and dread in each other's eyes. "He's also here to participate in the alchemist competition?" One of them spoke slowly, and his slightly suppressed voice seemed to carry a slight trace of anger within it. "Should be." Another man nodded. "Then? He's human? Not a demon?" The last man frowned. Initially, after witnessing the purple-clad young man's strength, he thought he was a demon. This was because he was too young. A young man who looked like he was only in his 20s had a strength that far surpassed them. His cultivation base was suspected to be at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above. Even the most outstanding young powerhouses in their northern mountain lands O clan and Lu clan who focused on martial Dao cultivation did not have such terrifying innate talent. More than half of the people in the O clan and Lu clan focused on the weapons refinement Dao and the medicine refinement Dao. The remaining people could not become weapons refinement masters or alchemists due to their limited innate talent. They could only focus on martial Dao to raise their cultivation base and protect their respective clans. The O clan and Lu clan were weapons refinement clan and alchemist clan respectively. They had a heritage of 10,000 years. The cultivation resources they had accumulated were almost comparable to a first-rate force. Therefore, the disciples from the O clan and Lu clan who focused on martial Dao cultivation would not be weak under the nurturing of such a huge amount of cultivation resources. If he's really here to participate in the alchemist competition, then he should be a human. It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist. This is the iron law on Cloud Continent. The three middle-aged men looked at each other again. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Such a young man who possessed a cultivation base that far surpassed theirs had already shocked them. Now, they found out the young man was most likely an alchemist who came to participate in the alchemist competition just like them. For a moment, they could not help but feel shocked. Their emotions surged and could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps he's here to accompany the middle-aged man next to him. The three of them could not believe Duan Lingtian was here to participate in the alchemist competition no matter what. Soon after, one of them speculated. That's possible. The other two nodded as well. They hoped it was true as well. After all, their previous guesses were simply too inconceivable in their eyes. They all felt that it was practically impossible for such a thing to happen. Yao Liang, didn't you say one of the referees for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan is your uncle? Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man in green clothes, and his eyes lit up. Why don't you inform your uncle and ask him to directly eliminate the alchemist that's with that fellow? When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind the purple-clad young man in the distance. A faint sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The person he had his eyes on was, naturally, Xiong Quan, who was next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he only thought Duan Lingtian was here to accompany Xiong Quan to participate in the alchemist competition. He thought Xiong Quan was the alchemist. That's right, Yao Yang. As long as your uncle says the word, they'll immediately scram. The other middle-aged man looked at the green-clad middle-aged man with anticipation. Don't worry. When my uncle comes out later, I'll tell him. If that guy dares to hurt me, I'll make sure the person accompanying him won't even be qualified to participate in the preliminary round of the alchemist competition. The green-clad middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said confidently. Then, the three of them laughed proudly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about the conspiracy of the three of them. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. I wonder if the Northern Mountains Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist in this generation. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He was curious about this. Then, he saw a middle-aged man nearby from the corner of his eyes. He immediately looked at him with a smile. Brother, I have something to ask you. Please go ahead. The middle-aged man had long noticed Duan Lingtian. The ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian was too eye-catching. It was difficult for him not to notice it. I've just arrived at the Northern Mountain Land not too long ago. All I know is that the Lu clan is one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain Land. I also know that there were more than 10 grade 1 alchemists in the Lu clan's history. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked directly, I wonder if the Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist in this generation? No. The middle-aged man thought Duan Lingtian was going to ask him something, but he did not expect it to be such a simple question. He immediately shook his head and said, there's no grade 1 alchemist in this generation in the Lu clan. Even the last grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan has to be traced back to 900 years ago. I see. Duan Lingtian came to a realization and smiled at the middle-aged man. Thank you for your guidance, brother. You're welcome, brother. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. His eyes then landed on the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. He asked curiously, Brother, I wonder if the lady in the ice coffin is, she's my woman. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian had already looked at Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, and said gently. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was staring at Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, did not notice that Feng Tianwu's right hand moved slightly as soon as he finished his sentence. Her movement was very light, and she regained her composure in just a blink of an eye. Apart from Duan Lingtian, even the others, including Xiong Quan, did not notice this. Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, seemed to have heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Brother, you're so lucky." At this moment, the middle-aged man also clearly saw Feng Tianwu's peerless appearance lying in the ice coffin, and he spoke with an envious expression. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. "I'm Huang Chun." "How should I address you, brother?" the middle-aged man asked. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied. "Good name." Huang Chun was not stingy with his compliments. He then looked at Xiong Quan and asked, "How should I address you?" "I'm Xiong Quan." Xiong Quan nodded at Huang Chun. "Brother Lingtian and brother Xiong Quan are also here to participate in the alchemist competition?" Huang Chun asked again. "I'm not an alchemist." Xiong Quan shook his head. "In that case, brother Xiong Quan is here to accompany brother Lingtian to participate in the alchemist competition. Brother Lingtian is really young and promising. He's already a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age. I'm sure his future is limitless." Huang Chun praised, "Brother Lingtian, with your talent of becoming a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age, it's almost certain that you'll become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan this time." A grade 6 alchemist was the minimum requirement to participate in the alchemist competition. Therefore, Huang Chun guessed Duan Lingtian must be a grade 6 alchemist. He did not dare to think about whether he was a higher grade alchemist. The fact that Duan Lingtian could become a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age already shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 1062. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Huang Chun's words. Was it certain that he would become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? He did not come here to become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He came to the Northern Mountains Lu clan to make him an interim advisor and revered elder. It was not hard to imagine. As long as he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, even the Northern Mountains Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would have to be respectful to him. However, I can still participate in the alchemist competition. When the competition starts, I'll reveal my grade 1 pill fire. It'll be interesting then. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face seemed to represent confidence in Huang Chun's eyes. He was confident that he would be able to rank in the top 30 in the alchemist competition and become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. If Huang Chun knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now, he would most likely faint from shock. The alchemist competition had yet to begin. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stood in place and waited patiently. As time went by, the number of people who came decreased. In the end, they did not see anyone for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 soft sounds of wind blew in the air, startling everyone, including Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the others looked in the direction of the sound of wind, they saw 2 old figures. They were 2 old men. One was dressed in green while the other was dressed in gray. The green-clad old man had a sturdy body and a determined face. He had a dignified look on his face, and he gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. The gray-clad old man had a skinny body and a bony face. He had a gloomy expression on his face, giving off an extremely eerie feeling. Whoosh! 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 Following the appearance of the 2 old men, another 5 figures appeared behind them, following them like shadows. Among these people, there were old and middle-aged people. They stood behind the 2 old men expressionlessly. Their eyes were fixed in front of them, and they did not move at all. The Lu clan has come out. Someone shouted in a low voice, causing everyone, including Duan Lingtian, to come back to their senses and re-examine the 7 people in front of them. The 2 people in the lead are both at the 8th level of the void transformation stage. As for the other 5 people, the weakest is at the 4th level of the void transformation stage while the strongest is at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian's mental power extended out and immediately detected the cultivation of the 7 people. In a second-rate force like the Northern Mountains Lu clan, the cultivation base of these 7 people could not be considered strong. However, Duan Lingtian knew that their cultivation did not need to be very strong for them to appear right before the alchemist competition is about to begin. These 7 people must be from the Northern Mountains Lu clan who's hosting the alchemist competition. The people hosting the alchemist competition are undoubtedly all alchemists. Furthermore, their grades shouldn't be low. As a high-grade alchemist, being able to have this level of cultivation is already considered pretty good. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through the 7 members of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. Welcome to the Lu clan for participating in the alchemist competition. First of all, I'd like to represent the Lu clan to thank all of you for your enthusiasm. Secondly, the Lu clan will only recruit the top 30 people in the alchemist competition this time. If any of you are unfortunate enough to be eliminated, please don't be discouraged. The Lu clan will hold another alchemist competition 3 years later. The green-clad old man spoke in a loud voice that entered the ears of everyone present on the scene. I'm Lu So, an elder of the Lu clan. This person next to me is also an elder of the Lu clan. I'm sure all of you have heard of him before. He's Elder Lu Zhao, the green-clad old man continued. As he introduced himself, he also introduced the gray-clad old man next to him to the crowd. Elder Lu Zhao? Don't tell me he's the Lu clan's elder who can refine grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity? It should be him. I heard that one of the judges for today's alchemist competition is Elder Lu Zhao. Although Elder Lu Zhao is only a grade 3 alchemist, he can be considered as one of the top grade 3 alchemists because he's able to refine grade 3 medicinal pills with a purity of 70% and above. Many people whispered among themselves as they discussed the gray-clad old man who was also the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao. Elder Lu So is also a grade 3 alchemist in the Lu clan. He has also refined grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity. Although he's not as good as Elder Lu Zhao, he's not too far off. That's right, Elder Lu So is also very powerful. If I can get his guidance, my progress in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, I heard that Elder Lu So is very kind and doesn't put on airs. This is something that Elder Lu So can't compare to. Many people began to whisper among themselves again. At the same time, Lu Zhao's face turned slightly gloomy. However, he did not flare up in the end. As for Lu So, one could not tell if he was happy or angry on the surface. However, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes. No matter who it was, everyone liked to be praised instead of being insulted. Today, Lu So and I will be the chief judges for this alchemist competition. The 5 people behind us are all outstanding alchemists in our Lu clan. They'll be the judges and be responsible for inspecting your results in refining pills. Lu So continued to speak to the crowd. Huh? Duan Lingtian only heard half of Lu So's words before he stopped listening. Naturally, it was not that he did not want to listen. It was just that his attention was attracted by someone else. His gaze was originally on Lu So and the other 6 people from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was easy for him to see who was acting strangely. At this moment, he was attracted by Lu Zhao. He noticed that Lu Zhao was looking at a green-clad middle-aged man and nodding from time to time. It was as though he was communicating with the green-clad middle-aged man. In the end, a fierce gleam flashed in the depth of Lu Zhao's eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Initially, Duan Lingtian felt that the green-clad middle-aged man's back was slightly familiar, but he did not think too much about it. However, at this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man suddenly turned to look at him. There was a hint of mockery and disdain in the depth of the green-clad middle-aged man's eyes. There was also a smile on his face as though he had succeeded in his scheme. So it's him. Now that Duan Lingtian saw the green-clad middle-aged man's face, he finally recognized him. No wonder I felt that he was slightly familiar. The green-clad middle-aged man was none other than one of the 3 middle-aged men he had taught a lesson outside the northern mountains Lu clan. Looks like he knows Lu Zhao. Not only do they know each other, but they seem to be very close as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. There was no need for him to guess what the green-clad middle-aged man and Lu Zhao were talking about. They were most likely discussing how to make things difficult for him. However, he did not care. If he was only a grade 6 alchemist, he might have fallen into their trap. However, the problem was that he was not a grade 6 alchemist. Everyone, be quiet. Soon after, Lu Sou's voice continued to sound. It suppressed the noise in the scene and caused the scene to fall silent. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had their eyes on Lu South. The alchemist competition is divided into 3 rounds, the preliminary round, the semi-finals, and the final round. Before the preliminary round, all of you will need to draw lots and get your lots. Then, we'll proceed with the preliminary round according to the order. Lu Su said when he saw everyone looking at him. It's about to begin. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. The preliminary round was the beginning of the alchemist competition. Only by advancing in the preliminary round would one be able to enter the semifinals. After the semifinals, it would be the final round. Only the most outstanding 30 people would enter the final round. Those who entered the final round would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. The final round would determine the exact ranking of the 30 people. Those who were ranked at the top would be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, they would become the target of the Lu clan's nurturing. I heard. Apart from the rewards, the top 3 people in the final round would also become the personal medicine boy of the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist and receive pointers from the grade 2 alchemist. My goal is to be in the top 3 in the final round. As long as I can receive pointers from a grade 2 alchemist, I'll definitely be able to become a grade 4 alchemist in a short time. Those who are qualified to participate in the alchemist competition don't just want to become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. Everyone hopes to be able to receive pointers from a high-grade alchemist in the Lu clan. Many people discussed among themselves. Their eyes were burning with desire. Many of them were grade 5 alchemists. Their biggest goal was to become the personal medicine boy of the Northern Mountains Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. A personal medicine boy could follow the grade 2 alchemist and assist him. As long as he served the grade 2 alchemist well, he would be able to receive pointers from the grade 2 alchemist at any time. Let them draw the lots. Lu Su looked at a middle-aged man behind him and said nonchalantly. Yes. After the middle-aged man responded respectfully, he prepared to fly out and take out the items needed to draw lots so that Duan Lingtian and the others who came to participate in the alchemist competition could draw lots. Wait. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing the middle-aged man to stop in his tracks. He did not have time to fly out. Elder Lu Zhao. The middle-aged man looked at the old man standing next to Lu South. He did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Zhao, do you have anything else to say? Lu Su asked as he looked at Lu Zhao with a raised brow. Lu Zhao nodded faintly before he took a step forward. He glanced at the surroundings before he said with confidence, "Today is the day our Northern Mountains Lu clan is holding the alchemist competition to recruit outstanding disciples with different surnames. I personally welcome all of you here. However, when the Lu clan recruits foreign disciples, other than looking at their talent in the medicine refinement Dao, we also look at their character. As far as I know, some of you are ruthless and easily hurt others. Such people are not qualified to participate in the alchemist competition held by the Lu clan." Chapter 1063. Naturally, the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. As for the middle-aged man standing behind Duan Lingtian, he was Xiongquan. When Lu Zhao said those words and fixed his gaze on Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan, the others also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. Soon after, the people standing near Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan moved away from them as though they were afraid they would get into trouble. For a moment, the place where Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan were standing was empty. Apart from the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian, only Huang Chun was standing there. However, Huang Chun did not look too good at the moment. He wanted to leave, but when he remembered that he was acquainted with Duan Lingtian, it did not seem right for him to leave. While Huang Chun was still hesitating, Lu Zhao's gaze fell on him. He asked faintly, "Are you with them?" The moment Lu Zhao's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Huang Chun's face. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No. No. No. I don't know them. I don't know them." Huang Chun, who was in a panic, quickly moved away from Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. It was as though he was avoiding the god of plague. Huang Chun's words clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind. Putting aside the fact that he had only met Huang Chun once, even if Huang Chun was his friend, Huang Chun still had the right to choose. He could not force him. He was very open-minded about this. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan were left standing in the empty space. To be more precise, there were 3 of them. There was also Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. "Both of you have poor character. Our Lu clan doesn't welcome you. Both of you are disqualified from participating in the alchemist competition today," Lu Zhao said nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. There was no room for doubt in his words. It was as though he was a judge who ruled over life and death. With just one sentence, he had sentenced Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan to death. Lu So, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly. Naturally, he could tell that Lu Zhao was intentionally suppressing the purple-clad young man and the people around him. As for the reason, he had seen Lu Zhao and the people who came to participate in the alchemist competition earlier. He seemed to have seen him somewhere. That's right. The last time he came to our Lu family, he's Lu Zhao's nephew. Soon after, Lu So finally remembered. He was almost certain that Lu Zhao was abusing his power for personal gain. Although he was dissatisfied, he had no intention of stopping him. No matter what. To him, the purple-clad young man and the person beside him were all outsiders. He did not know them at all. No matter what, Lu was for him, was. He could not offer was Lu was senior, was he? For this reason. Bad character? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. His laugh was bright and dazzling, causing everyone in the surroundings to think that he had gone mad. Keep smiling. You won't be able to smile for long. The 3 middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, who were injured by Duan Lingtian outside the Northern Mountains Lu clan, had a mocking smile on their faces when they looked at Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, one of the 2 chief judges of the alchemist competition had already announced that the purple-clad young man was disqualified. This purple-clad young man was destined to get lost. Didn't you hear what I said? Lu Zhao asked in a deep voice when he saw Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan did not do anything after hearing his words. He felt his dignity was being challenged. His eyes gleamed coldly. Elder Lu Zhao, this is against the rules. However, Lu Zhao did not receive any response from Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Instead, he heard a righteous voice. Elder Lu So, what do you mean by this? Lu Zhao looked at Lu So next to him. His expression darkened. The person who questioned him was none other than Lu South. He had seen the change in Lu So's expression earlier. He knew Lu So did not intend to meddle in other people's business. He was still thinking that Lu So was tactful. Who knew Lu So would intervene in the blink of an eye? Although the development of the situation was a little sudden, Lu Zhao did not think too much about it. He only thought Lu So was not giving him any face by rebutting him in public. Elder Lu Zhao, you said their character is bad, but I wonder how bad it is. Could it be that you've met them before this? Or do you know them? Lu So seemed to have changed into a different person. He had initially thought Lu So was abusing his authority to avenge his nephew, but now, he seemed to have transformed into a selfless person. Lu Zhao was not the only one who was surprised by Lu Sou's sudden change. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but feel surprised. When Lu Zhao announced that he was disqualified from the alchemist competition and asked him to leave the Lu clan, Duan Lingtian had carefully observed Lu Sou's expression. At that time, Lu Sou was watching from the sidelines. Now that Lu Sou had suddenly changed, Duan Lingtian could not react to it. Why does Lu Sou seem to have changed into a different person all of a sudden? What's the reason for this change? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. However, he felt there must be a reason. Lu Sou's action would undoubtedly offend Lu Zhao, an elder who had worked with him for many years in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It would be fine if he knew Lu Sou and had a close relationship with him. However, the problem was he did not know Lu Sou at all. Everything Lu Sou was doing was for the sake of Duan Lingtian, whom he had never met before. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Duan Lingtian agreed with this statement. I don't know them. Lu Zhao's eyes gleamed coldly when he heard Lu Sou's question. He said in a deep voice, however, someone knows them. They even personally witnessed how they were injured by him. The person you said was injured by him. You don't know where he is? Can you call him out and let them talk? Lu Sou raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, after all, who knows if they're trying to frame me? Elder Lu Zhao, what do you think? Humph. Lu Zhao snorted coldly and looked at the three middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, and said nonchalantly, since Elder Lu Sou wants to know the ins and outs of this matter, all of you should tell him everything. Yes. Initially, the three middle-aged men thought the purple-clad young man who injured them would be kicked out very soon. However, they did not expect Lu Sou to interfere. When they heard Lu Zhao's summon, they did not dare to delay and responded in unison. Then, they looked at Lu South. Elder Lu Sou, he publicly injured the three of us outside the Lu clan. The three of us have never seen him before, let alone know who he is. The green-clad middle-aged man looked at Lu Sou and said righteously, if such a scum enters the Lu clan, he'll only bring shame to the Lu clan. He indiscriminately injured people near the Lu clan who came to participate in the alchemist competition. After today, he might become a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan. Such a person has no right to enter the Lu clan. Also, the companion next to him is helping the tyrant. Once both of them enter the Lu clan, they'll be like two pieces of rat **T that spoils a pot of porridge. The other two middle-aged men followed up. Their words were filled with righteousness. At the same time, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. If that's the case, both of them really don't have the right to enter the Lu clan. Humph. The Lu clan is one of the top clans in our northern mountain land. How can we tolerate such a ruthless person? Scram. Scram. After hearing the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men's words, the surrounding people began to point at Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. Their words were not polite at all. Duan Lingtian completely ignored this scene. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though the person in the center of the storm was not him but someone else. However, even if he could remain calm, it did not mean the others could remain calm as well. All of you are the guilty ones who complained first. Xiongquan, whose face was extremely red, suddenly shouted in the face of the surrounding people pointing at him. He pointed at the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men with a trembling hand. Young master did hurt all of you, but why didn't you tell the whole story? There are so many people here. Why did young master only hurt the three of you and not the others? As he spoke, Xiongquan was so agitated that his body began to tremble. He did not care what others said about him. However, he would definitely not allow others to say anything bad about his young master. Xiongquan's words caused the crowd to shift their focus from Duan Lingtian to the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men. That's right. Why did he only hurt the three of you? When I came here, I passed by him as well. However, he did not have any intention of attacking us. Could it be that the three of you were taught a lesson because you provoked him? Many people began to question the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men. Just as the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men were frowning and Lu Zhao's expression was still gloomy, "Humph." A cold snort suddenly reverberated in the air, suppressing the noise at the scene. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, a handsome young man dressed in brocade clothes flew out and arrived in front of Lu So and Lu Zhao in just a moment. He stood there proudly. Third young master. The moment the newcomer appeared, Lu So, Lu Zhao, and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples bowed at him. Perhaps, the newcomer's cultivation base and attainment in the medicine refinement Dao were not as good as theirs for the time being. However, the old man was a direct descendant of the Lu clan. His position in the Lu clan was so high that it was not something that the disciples from the branch families could compare to. This was the clan. The direct descendants were the most respected. I heard everything clearly when I was hiding in the dark earlier. Since Elder Lu Zhao thinks that they have no right to stay in our Lu clan, then just ask them to scram. The moment the Northern Mountains Lu clan's third young master appeared, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan condescendingly as though he was looking at 2 ants that he could kill at any time. Third young master, you, Lu So's expression changed slightly. What? Elder Lu So, if you don't believe in Elder Lu Zhao's judgment, don't tell me you don't believe in mine. Chapter 1064. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man who suddenly appeared calmly. The third young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? The sudden appearance of the Lu clan's third young master and his current stance proved one thing. He was on Lu Zhao's side. However, even then, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. Third brother, you're really impressive. When Lu So heard the Lu clan's third young master's words and was at a loss for words, a loud voice resonated and attracted the attention of everyone present. In the distance, a young man flew over and arrived next to Lu So in just a moment. Second young master. The moment the young man appeared, Lu So and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples hurriedly bowed. When Lu Zhao saw the young man, he frowned slightly and bowed slightly in the end. It's the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. I can't believe that not only the Lu clan's third young master, but even the Lu clan's second young master is here for the alchemist competition. I heard that the Lu clan's second young master is one of the 2 heirs to the next clan leader. The only person who can compete with the Lu clan's first young master for the position of the next clan leader is probably the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song. That's right. As for the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the Lu clan's first young master and second young master. However, I heard that he's the younger brother of the Lu clan's first young master. Many people whispered among themselves. These people had a certain level of understanding of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. I see. With Duan Lingtian's excellent hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers. He seemed to have understood something at once. Second brother, don't tell me you're trying to protect them. They're despicable and have no right to enter our Lu clan. Lu Huai said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly when he saw Lu Bai. However, Lu Bai ignored him as though he did not hear him at all. He only looked at the purple-clad young man standing nearby. We meet again. Lu Bai said with a smile. Yes, we meet again. The purple-clad young man who was being stared at by Lu Bai was none other than Duan Lingtian. In the face of Lu Bai, who took the initiative to greet him, Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. When Lu Bai first appeared, he recognized him. It was precisely the elder brother of the pair of siblings that he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wu Dao had encountered on the way to the ancient desert city when they left the Darming dynasty. He still remembered. At that time, it was Feng Wu Dao who saved the lives of that pair of brother and sister by chance. At that time, Duan Lingtian had heard from the siblings that they were from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, he had no idea what the Northern Mountains Lu clan was. It was only when he arrived at the Northern Mountain land that he finally understood the meaning of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. A clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years. An alchemist clan. There were more than 10 grade 1 alchemists in the history of the alchemy sect. Lu Bai. Lu Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and suddenly opened his mouth. It was obvious he was introducing himself. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. At the same time, his gaze swept past Lu Bai and Lu So, who were standing together. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed something. Earlier, this elder Lu So didn't intend to meddle in my business. However, in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to want to protect me. I was wondering why he wanted to help me. Now, it seems like it was Lu Bai's idea. Lu Bai must have been hiding in the dark since the beginning and recognized me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, the fog that shrouded Duan Lingtian earlier completely disappeared. When the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai greeting each other like old friends, their expressions more or less changed. He actually knows the Lu clan's second young master. The green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions had a change in expression. There was a hint of dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds that the purple-clad young man whom they hated to the core actually knew Lu Bai, the second young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have a close relationship. No wonder Lu So didn't hesitate to offend me and meddle in my business. As it turns out, he's a friend of the second young master. I think the second young master must have secretly hinted for Lu So to help him. Lu Zhao's face darkened. He could vaguely guess what was going on. At the same time, his eyes gleamed coldly. His cold gaze did not leave the purple-clad figure in the distance. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the sinister gaze on him. He glanced at Lu Zhao indifferently for a moment before he ignored him. Grade 3 Alchemist. 8th level Void Transformation Stage. To be honest, whether it was the Medicine Refinement Dao or Martial Dao Cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not take Lu Zhao seriously at all. Duan Lingtian actually knows the Lu clan's second young master? Huang Chun stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was smiling at Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He knew. He had missed an opportunity to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master. If he did not avoid Duan Lingtian like he was avoiding the plague, if he did not say that he did not know Duan Lingtian, he would have been considered a friend by Duan Lingtian. If he was a friend of Duan Lingtian, it would be easy for him to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master through Duan Lingtian. However, he had ruined everything with his own hands. I was wondering why second brother would protect them. So they're people you know, second brother. Lu Huai took a deep look at Lu Bai and said with slight surprise. Second brother, you really have a wide circle of friends. You actually know people from all walks of life. Lu Huai's tone was laced with sarcasm. He paused for a moment before he continued. However, according to the rules of our Lu clan, even if a person with a despicable character is a friend of second brother, he cannot enter the Lu clan. However, Lu Bai was still the same as before. He did not pay any attention to him. This made Lu Bai's expression turn even uglier. Why did you come to our Lu clan? Lu Bai asked in surprise as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I came to your Lu clan to be a revered elder or an interim elder. Duan Lingtian replied honestly with a smile on his face. Revered elder? Interim elder? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Even Lu Bai was taken aback for a moment. It was not easy to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was a martial artist, he would need to be at least at the martial monarch stage. Only a martial monarch powerhouse was qualified to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was an alchemist, he would need to be a grade 2 alchemist at the very least. A martial monarch powerhouse? A grade 2 alchemist or above? Lu Bai studied Duan Lingtian for a while and secretly shook his head. He thought Duan Lingtian was just joking. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of silence, many people regained their senses and burst into laughter. For a moment, most of the people present looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. If he didn't rely on his relationship with the Lu clan's second young master, I'm afraid it would be a problem for him to successfully advance in the alchemist competition and become a disciple with a different surname. That's right. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror? He wants to become a revered elder or guardian of the Lu clan. Is he even worthy? I think he's bragging too much. However, I think he's just asking for a beating since he dares to brag in front of so many people. I think he's daydreaming. Many people mocked Duan Lingtian. Without exception, they thought Duan Lingtian was bragging and daydreaming. Trying to become a revered elder or guardian of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? Without a cultivation base at the martial monarch stage and a grade 2 alchemist or above, he could forget about it. This Duan Lingtian is really crazy. When the green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were filled with mockery. They thought Duan Lingtian was daydreaming. So, he's an idiot. Lu Zhao sneered. Ha. Second brother, is there something wrong with your friend's head? Lu Huai could not help but laugh out loud. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Slap. As soon as Lu Huai's words left his mouth, a loud and clear sound of a slap resonated in the air. Then, everyone saw that. Half of Lu Huai's face, the Lu clan's third young master, had a red palm print on it. Soon after, half of his face swelled up, making him look like half a pig's head. At the same time, everyone noticed that there was another figure standing in front of Lu Huai. It was a purple figure. Most of the people, including Lu Bai, were stunned when they saw the purple figure. You dare to hit me? Lu Huai held the swollen half of his face. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the purple-clad young man standing in front of him. He wished he could kill him immediately. However, although he was extremely furious and wished he could cut the person in front of him into 1,000 pieces, he did not act rashly. The fact that the other party was able to slap him without him being able to react meant that the other party's strength was far superior to his. Third young master, you keep saying that I'm despicable. I wonder if you're despicable for insulting others with your words? After slapping Lu Huai, the person standing in front of him was naturally Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai calmly. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, in Lu Huai's eyes, this smile was like the smile of a devil. Lu Zhao, kill him. The killing intent in Lu Huai's eyes intensified when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Whoosh. Almost at the same time Lu Huai spoke, Lu Zhao, who had been accumulating his strength for a long time, shot out like a bolt of lightning toward Duan Lingtian. Die. Lu Zhao's originally gloomy face was filled with coldness. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. With a raise of his hand, a spirit saber appeared out of thin air and slashed toward Duan Lingtian's head. Buzz. Chapter 1065. Clang. Whoosh. An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of a sword whistling in the air. Everyone present could hear the sound of metal clashing. As for the sound of a sword whistling in the air, less than half of the people present could hear it. So fast. Apart from Lu Zhao, Lu So, who was the most powerful person present, seemed to have seen something that shocked him. His eyes narrowed, and a look of shock appeared on his face. As for the others, they could not see what was happening at all. In their eyes, the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, shouted as the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, made his move on Duan Lingtian, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. When Lu Zhao pounced on Duan Lingtian, they heard the sound of metal clashing. Then, they saw a stream of blood splattering in the air. It seemed to have condensed into dazzling red roses in the air. Boom! In the next moment, the sound of a body falling to the ground reverberated in the air. How's this possible? Many of the people present gasped as they looked at the lifeless body that fell to the ground. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. Soon after, all of their gazes landed on the purple-clad figure standing there proudly. These gazes were mixed with a sense of shock and inexplicable bewilderment. He killed Elder Lu Zhao? How can he be so powerful? How old is he? He looks like he's only 25 years old at most. Could he be a demon? No. If he's a demon, why would he participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan? It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone a grade 6 alchemist or above. If he's a human martial artist, doesn't that mean that he possesses both a terrifying talent in the martial Dao and an enviable talent in alchemy? Soon after, the gazes that landed on the purple-clad figure were filled with shock. It was hard for them to imagine there was actually such a monstrous existence in this world. Uncle. At this moment, a green figure pounced out and landed beside Lu Zhao's body. He cried out sorrowfully, and his voice was filled with desolation. Uncle? Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, coldly glanced at the green-clothed middle-aged man beside Lu Zhao's corpse. No wonder Lu Zhao saw me as a thorn in his side. It turns out that one of the 3 people I injured was his nephew. Now, Duan Lingtian understood everything. Other than Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, Xiong Quan was the only one who was not shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. The others were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses for a long time. He's actually so strong, to think that I was worried about his safety. When Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, regained his senses, he stared blankly at the purple figure in the distance. At this moment, he only felt that the purple figure in front of him was so tall. Is he really someone from the far south? How could such a monstrous genius be born in such a small place? Lu Bai's face was filled with disbelief. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's origin due to their previous encounter. Where did second young master get to know this Duan Lingtian? What a monster! The corner of Lu So's mouth twitched violently. Earlier, Lu Zhao's attack on Duan Lingtian was as fast as lightning. He, who was unprepared, could not react at all. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by Lu Zhao. However, who would have thought that the outcome would be so dramatic? You, as Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai, the third young master of Lu clan, Lu Huai, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on his face. Just like the others. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to be so terrifying that even Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage, was killed by him. From the moment Lu Zhao attacked to the moment he was killed, let alone the fact that Duan Lingtian's strength did not trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon, even Lu Zhao's strength did not have the time to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon. Lu Zhao made the first move and gained the upper hand by striking first. He was killed as soon as he made his move. It all happened in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's movements were so fast that he did not even see it clearly from the beginning until the end. Lu Huai's face was flushed red as he looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. His legs were trembling when Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! His hand shot out at lightning speed and grabbed Lu Huai's neck easily. He lifted Lu Huai's feet off the ground and hovered in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other with a cold gleam in their eyes. Killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was obvious he wanted to kill Lu Huai. You want to kill me? Lu Huai, whose face was flushed red due to Duan Lingtian's choking, asked with difficulty. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul could be seen in his eyes. You've already ordered someone to kill me. Don't tell me I can't kill you. Duan Lingtian's expression and tone were calm. However, the people present on the scene could hear the cold killing intent in his calm tone. It sent chills down their spines. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? He actually wants to kill the Lu clan's third young master. If he really kills the Lu clan's third young master, he won't be able to escape death no matter how strong his martial Dao or medicine refinement talent is. Killing the Lu clan's third young master is equivalent to slapping the Lu clan in the face. The Lu clan will definitely not let this go. At that time, even if the Lu clan's second young master pleads on his behalf, it'll be useless. He'll definitely die. The group of people who were watching by the side whispered among themselves. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Kill him. Kill him. On the other hand, the green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting beside Lu Zhao's body had just reached out to close Lu Zhao's eyes that were still wide open. However, his face was filled with rage and madness as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He knew it was impossible for him to avenge his uncle. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian had already offended the Lu clan by killing his uncle. However, with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would definitely not kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his uncle. After all, his uncle was only a collateral disciple of the Lu clan. Compared to the Lu clan's second young master, his life was as cheap as grass. However, if Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's third young master, then everything would be different. At that time, even with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would still kill Duan Lingtian at all costs. Duan Lingtian, don't kill him. Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, and Lu So, the Lu clan's elder, shouted in unison when they sensed the killing intent rising from Duan Lingtian. A hint of panic could be seen on their faces. As members of the Lu clan, it was only natural that they knew the consequences of killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Huh? Duan Lingtian frowned and turned around to look at Lu Bai. He had a good impression of Lu Bai. However, he could not let Lu Huai go just like that. Although he had already killed Lu Zhao who wanted to kill him, Lu Zhao was still under Lu Huai's orders. Lu Huai was the culprit. He would not let go of someone who wanted him dead. Duan Lingtian, calm down, calm down. Don't be rash. Lu Huai's death is not to be regretted, but there's no need for you to ruin your own life because of Lu Huai. Lu Bai's breathing quickened as he continued to persuade him. Ruin my own life? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. No matter what, Lu Huai is still a direct descendant of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. If you kill him, it's equivalent to slapping our Lu clan's face. Everyone in the Lu clan will kill you at all costs. Lu Bai hurriedly nodded and voiced his concerns. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. His eyes gleamed as though he was thinking about something. At the same time, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to know what decision Duan Lingtian would make. Kill Lu Huai? Or not kill him? I wonder if this Duan Lingtian will really kill the Lu clan's third young master or not. Many people spoke softly, and their voices were filled with doubts. He knows that he'll definitely die if he kills the Lu clan's third young master. I don't think he'll dare to kill him. I think so too. Most of them felt that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill Lu Huai. After all, if Lu Huai died, Duan Lingtian would not be able to live as well. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not dare to kill Lu Huai. In their opinion, their lives were more important than their lives. His life was more important than anything else. There was no need to throw away his life for a moment of anger. Cough cough. You don't dare to kill me. You don't dare to kill me. At this moment, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, coughed twice. A smug expression appeared on his pale face as he stared at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Are you sure? I don't dare to kill you. Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be deep in thought, regained his senses when he heard Lu Huai's provocative words. He tightened his grip on Lu Huai's neck. Cough. Cough cough. You. What are you doing? Duan Lingtian tightened his grip, making it difficult for Lu Huai to breathe. Lu Huai's eyes narrowed as he struggled to break free. Duan Lingtian. No. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Duan Lingtian, you better think this through. If you kill the third young master, you won't be able to survive. Lu So advised. Young master. At this moment, Xiong Quan was more or less affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly and advised, there's no need to put yourself in danger for him. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has a history of 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Lu Bai, Lu So, and Xiong Quan's advice. Instead, he muttered to himself and paused for a moment. Then, he turned around and looked at Lu Bai before he asked, in the history of the Lu clan, has there ever been anyone who managed to survive after killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan? Yes. Although Lu Bai did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this, he nodded his head anyway. Who are they? Chapter 1066. They're divided into two types of people. One of them is a martial monarch powerhouse that our Lu clan is helpless against. Lu Bai paused for a moment when he reached this part of the sentence. His expression turned solemn, and his tone was filled with helplessness. Martial monarch powerhouse. Moreover, it was a martial monarch powerhouse that the Lu clan was helpless against. Everyone present on the scene heard Lu Bai's words clearly. For a moment, everyone agreed with him. A martial monarch powerhouse that the Lu clan was helpless against was obviously stronger than the strongest martial monarch powerhouse in the Lu clan. The Lu clan could not do anything to such a person. He had killed a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Even if the Lu clan was furious, they could not exact revenge. Although the Lu clan had connections with some of the first-rate forces on the other side of the Roa Shui River, those first-rate forces would only make a move when the Lu clan was annihilated. If the Lu clan was not in danger of being annihilated, the first-rate forces would not make a move even if the clan leader died, let alone the death of a direct descendant of the Lu clan. They were protecting the Lu clan, not anyone in the Lu clan. What about the other type of people? Duan Lingtian continued to ask as his eyes gleamed. The other type of people are not martial monarch powerhouses, Lu Bai said slowly. Lu Bai opened his mouth slowly. After successfully attracting everyone's attention apart from the Lu clan's disciples, he continued to say, that group of people has almost reached the peak in the medicine refinement Dao. They're grade 1 alchemists. Grade 1 alchemists. The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be audible. So, they're grade 1 alchemists. The Northern Mountains Lu clan is an alchemist clan. A grade 1 alchemist is enough to earn the Lu clan's respect. Moreover, a grade 1 alchemist is very influential. This can be seen from the fact that the Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years. The reason the Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years is because of the dozen or so grade 1 alchemists in the Lu clan's history. After everyone came back to their senses, they all came to a sudden realization. When they whispered to each other, they deeply agreed with this. A grade 1 alchemist might not be as strong as a powerhouse in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, the influence of a grade 1 alchemist was enough to make the Lu clan fearful. Cough cough. Did you hear that? Only a martial emperor, a grade 1 alchemist, cough cough, can kill me, after killing me, come out unscathed, cough cough. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. At the same time, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, became restless once again. He stared at Duan Lingtian with contempt, fearless. Only martial monarchs and grade 1 alchemists can come out unscathed after killing you? Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other calmly. Both of his eyes flashed and a crazed look appeared on his face. No. When Lu Huai felt Duan Lingtian's grip tightening, his expression changed again. He struggled and screamed shrilly. Duan Lingtian. The expression of Lu Bai, who was watching from the side, changed greatly. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would actually dare to take such a risk when he knew that he would definitely die after killing Lu Huai. Crack. The crisp sound of a bone breaking suddenly reverberated in the air and entered everyone's ears. They could not help but shudder secretly. One of the 5 Lu clan's disciples who came out with Lu So and Lu Zhao hastily turned around and left. The other 4 people also had a look of disbelief on their faces. Their gazes, without exception, landed on that purple figure. The other people's eyes were also focused on the purple figure. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was dressed in purple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian exerted more force in his hand and broke Lu Huai's neck. His head fell to the side. Boom! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and threw Lu Huai's body on the ground. His expression was calm, as though he had done something insignificant. Crazy. Crazy. Many people's eyes narrowed. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. They thought Duan Lingtian had gone crazy. He really killed the Lu clan's third young master? Is he not afraid of death? It's useless even if the Lu clan's second young master pleads on his behalf for killing the Lu clan's third young master. What's he thinking? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They found it difficult to understand Duan Lingtian's actions. He knew he would not be able to escape death after killing the Lu clan's third young master, but he still killed the Lu clan's third young master. Was he not digging his own grave? Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai's expression turned ugly. Lu Bai's expression was ugly. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Of course, the reason his expression turned ugly was not because of Lu Huai's death. Although he and Lu Huai were both direct descendants, there was no blood relationship between them. In fact, Lu Huai had secretly plotted against him in the past because he and Lu Song, the Lu clan's first young master, were competing for the next clan leader's position. To be honest, Lu Bai was happy that Lu Huai was dead. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian might lose his life because of this, his heart could not help but sink. Although this was his second time meeting Duan Lingtian, he was saved by the powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side during their first meeting. Due to this reason, out of gratitude, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, how could he face his benefactor who had saved his life? Young man, you're too competitive. Lu So sighed. He thought Duan Lingtian had lost his rationality and killed Lu Huai because of his competitive nature after being provoked by Lu Huai. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. In his opinion, this was the most appropriate way to describe Duan Lingtian right now. Whether it was Lu Bai or Lu So, none of them asked Duan Lingtian to flee. It was not that they wanted to see something happen to Duan Lingtian. It was just that they knew even if Duan Lingtian fled now, the Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would catch up to him. Unless Duan Lingtian was also a martial monarch powerhouse. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to flee now. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to escape death today. What a waste for such a monstrous genius. That's right. Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. Not only is his cultivation base shocking, but he even killed Lu Zhao in just one blow. He's suspected to have entered the 9th level void transformation. Even his innate talent in medicine refinement Dao is shocking. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Most of the people present on the scene felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. They shook their heads and sighed. They felt pity for Duan Lingtian, this monstrous genius, who was about to die. Uncle, did you see that? Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's third young master. He killed the Lu clan's third young master. The green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting next to Lu Zhao's body had a maniacal smile on his face. He lowered his head and kept whispering to the body next to him, "You have to watch carefully. Duan Lingtian will be executed by the Lu clan soon." At this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man's face was filled with joy. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by the Lu clan's powerhouses. Young master. Compared to the others who felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die, Xiong Quan's thoughts were completely different. Initially, he was affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He was worried that his young master would kill the Lu clan's third young master on impulse and bring disaster upon himself. However, now that his young master had killed the Lu clan's third young master, his heart calmed down. He knew his young master well. He knew his young master would never do anything he was not confident in. He had a feeling his young master would definitely be able to overcome this crisis. He was looking forward to it. Who are you? Why did you kill my Lu clan's lineal disciple? At this moment, a loud and clear voice resonated from afar, attracting everyone's attention. A moment later, two old men appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The two old men walked side by side. One was fat while the other was skinny. The fat one was short while the skinny one was tall. The former looked like a ball while the latter looked like a bamboo pole. The two old men walked in the air and entered everyone's line of sight. They only stopped when they were not too far away from the crowd. They hovered in the air and immediately locked their eyes on the purple-clad young man. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was the Lu clan's disciple who had left earlier. He was the one who had informed the two old men. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. When the two old men appeared, Lu So and the other four Lu clan's disciples bowed respectfully at them. Even Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, took the initiative to nod at the two old men. However, the two old men did not respond to Lu Bai and the others. This was because their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. When they inadvertently saw the body lying near Duan Lingtian, they could not help but feel enraged even though they were prepared for it. In their rage, their gazes turned extremely sharp as they stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they did not seem to make any movements. They did not even seem to emit any energy from their bodies. However, the air around them began to stir. The sound of air exploding could be heard, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. Two martial monarchs. When the fat and thin old men appeared, the spiritual energy that Duan Lingtian extended out seemed to have merged with a ball of cotton. At this moment, he realized the two old men in front of him must be martial monarchs. As expected of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Two martial monarchs have personally come just because one lineal disciple died. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply understood the meaning of the word clan. If it was a sect, it would be impossible for something like this to happen. Why did they kill your Lu clan's lineal disciple? Chapter 1067. To us, the process is not important. What's important is the outcome. Do you know the consequences of killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple? The two old men, one fat and one skinny, spoke almost at the same time. Their voices entered everyone's ears. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the two old men finished speaking, a majestic and vast aura surged out of their bodies and swept toward Duan Lingtian, who they had their eyes on. However, Duan Lingtian did not move at all in the face of the aura from the two martial monarchs. He remained as still as a mountain in the midst of the storm. Huh! The two old men could not help but be stunned by the scene before them. When they regained their senses, astonishment was written all over their faces. Not bad, little fella. Unfortunately, you'll definitely die today for killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple. The old man, who was short and fat like a ball, Lu clan's guardian elder Lu Yuan, narrowed his small eyes and took a step forward. A rolling energy rose from his body as though it was about to burst out at any moment. Elder Yuan, please have mercy. Just as Lu Yuan was about to make his move on Duan Lingtian, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing Lu Yuan to withdraw his energy slightly. Then, his eyes landed on the figure that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Lu Bai? Lu Yuan could not help but frown when he saw the person who pleaded for Duan Lingtian. He did not expect the Lu clan's second young master would plead for mercy for the person who killed the Lu clan's third young master. Lu Bai, as the second young master of our Lu clan, you should know our Lu clan's rules. Stand down. The skinny old man, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, Lu Gui, looked at Lu Bai with a grave expression and said coldly. Lu Bai was the Lu clan's second young master, a lineal disciple of the Lu clan. However, as the Lu clan's guardian elder and a martial monarch, his position in the Lu clan was not inferior to the clan leader of Lu clan. He did not care about a lineal disciple at all. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. Lu Bai took a deep breath and stared at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. He said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Lu Huai's death is purely his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. As for Duan Lingtian, he saved my life, and I can't watch my savior be executed by you. After Lu Bai finished speaking in one breath, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui with a serious expression. His feet did not move an inch. Whoosh! Lu Bai's words caused an uproar. Duan Lingtian saved the life of the second young master of the Lu family? Many people were surprised. Young master saved second young master Lu's life? Xiong Quan was also stunned. However, he had never heard his young master mention this before. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly. Among those present, other than Lu Bai, he was probably the only one who knew. He had never saved Lu Bai's life. The one who saved Lu Bai's life was Feng Wudao, not him. Naturally, he knew why Lu Bai would say this now. It was all because he wanted to protect his life from the two Lu family martial emperors. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Lu Bai's good intentions. Lu Bai, even if he saved your life, it doesn't change the fact that he killed a lineal disciple of the Lu family. He'll definitely die today. Lu Gui took a step forward and stood next to Lu Yuan. At the same time, an overbearing invisible energy surged out of his body and shrouded Lu Bai in an instant, pulling him away from Duan Lingtian. Elder Gui. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically. He realized that the invisible energy that shrouded him and pulled him away from Duan Lingtian was so overbearing that he could not break free from it. Since you've saved the second young master of the Lu clan, we'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave behind your last words. After 10 breaths, I'll send you on your way. Lu Yuan said slowly as his eyes flashed and locked onto Duan Lingtian. Young master. At this moment, Xiong Quan, who was pulling the ice coffin in place of Duan Lingtian, had a change of expression. He took a step forward and tried to block Duan Lingtian like Lu Bai did earlier. Go back. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he heard a voice that sounded like thunder. It was a voice that he was extremely familiar with. Young master, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian, who suddenly turned to look at him. His face was filled with anxiety. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Before Xiong Quan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice that came out of nowhere. He could tell that it was his young master's voice. Although Xiong Quan did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from, he trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. For a moment, he stood there obediently. He'll be fine. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu So, who was standing nearby, shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have not realized the severity of the matter. Unless Duan Lingtian was one of the two special types of people, he would definitely die for killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan today. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. There was no suspense about this. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he say he'll be fine? I think he's just pretending to be strong. He's just trying to comfort the people around him. I heard the people from the Lu clan call them Elder Yuan and Elder Gui. They must be two of the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Elder Yuan and Elder Gui came out personally. It's useless for the Lu clan's second young master to plead for mercy. This Duan Lingtian will definitely die. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. They all thought Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. From the beginning until the end, they did not associate Duan Lingtian with the 2 types of people that the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, had mentioned earlier. Subconsciously, they thought it was impossible. Even Lu Bai himself subconsciously felt the same way. If Duan Lingtian dies, how am I going to explain to my benefactor when I meet him in the future? Lu Bai, who was bound by Lu Gui's energy, had a terrible expression on his face. However, although he was anxious about Duan Lingtian's current situation, there was nothing he could do to help. With his strength, there was no way he could break free from Lu Gui's energy. Lu Gui was a martial monarch powerhouse. She was not someone he could compare to. How arrogant of you. Lu Gui heard Duan Lingtian's words as well. His eyes gleamed coldly. If Lu Yuan had not said that he would give Duan Lingtian time to leave behind his last words, Lu Gui would have attacked Duan Lingtian already. Duan Lingtian had said that in front of him. It was obvious that he did not respect him at all. You have 5 breaths of time left, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. At this moment, his expression was a little ugly. He did not expect the purple-clad young man in front of him to be so arrogant. If he had known earlier, he would not have given him the time to leave behind any last words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian extended his right hand and turned it so that his palm was facing up and the back of his hand was facing down. What's he doing? Most of the people present on the scene looked at each other when they saw Duan Lingtian's action. They could not understand what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. You have 3 breaths of time left. Soon after, another 2 breaths of time had passed. Lu Yuan spoke again in a cold voice. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had already maintained this action for 2 breaths. Even Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Lu Yuan, leave him to me when the time is up, Lu Gui said indifferently. Lu Gui said nonchalantly. It was obvious he wanted to personally deal with Duan Lingtian. All right. Lu Yuan nodded, indicating that he had no objections. 2 breaths of time left. This Duan Lingtian can be considered to have lived his life in vain if he can be killed by a Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouse. Do you think there's something wrong with Duan Lingtian's head? He's already at death's door, but not only is he not leaving behind any last words, he's even posing in such a strange way. Don't tell me he thinks Lu clan's Elder Yuan and Elder Gui will let him go because of this? How naive. Duan Lingtian, a monstrous genius, a single slip that causes everlasting sorrow. He's going to die in the Lu clan today. God is jealous of his talent. I think he's just digging his own grave. He didn't have to kill the Lu clan's 3rd young master, but he still did. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves. Many of them felt that it would be a pity if Duan Lingtian died just like that. After all, not only did Duan Lingtian display a powerful innate talent in martial Dao, but his innate talent in medicine refinement seemed to be extraordinary as well. He could be considered as an all-around monstrous genius. However, Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius, was facing a certain death because he had killed the Lu clan's lineal disciple. You have 1 more breath of time left, Lu Yuan spoke again. His voice was even colder now. His gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was emotionless. Humph. Lu Gui snorted softly. His robe fluttered in the wind. Waves of energy were quietly brewing, rising, and accumulating in his body. He was ready to strike in a breath's time to kill the purple-clad young man standing on the ground in front of him. The martial monarch powerhouse was accumulating his energy. Everyone present held their breaths as they watched quietly. Young master. Xiongquan clenched his fists tightly. Although he believed in Duan Lingtian, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian due to the surrounding atmosphere. It seemed like Lu Gui would make his move in a breath's time. Duan Lingtian, who had been quietly spreading out his hands with a calm expression, finally had a change in his expression. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that was difficult to detect, and nobody noticed it. Time's up. Finally, a breath's time was up. Everyone present on the scene was shocked. Everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Gui in unison. They wanted to see him make his move on Duan Lingtian. However, they noticed that Lu Gui was hovering in the air without making any move. Chapter 1068. For a moment, everyone who was looking at Lu Gui followed her gaze to the other side. There was a purple-clad young man standing there. It was Duan Lingtian. The person Lu Gui was about to kill. This, however, the people who followed Lu Gui's gaze to look at Duan Ling Tian were just like Lu Gui. They were dumbstruck. It was as though they had seen something that shocked them. What's wrong with them? Xiong Quan, who was worried about Duan Ling Tian, glanced at Duan Ling Tian before looking at the others. He realized, including Lu Bai, the second young master of the Lu clan, other than him and Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin, everyone else looked at their young master in a daze. Could it be because of the flame that rose from young master's hand? Soon after, Xiong Quan seemed to have realized something. He stared at the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's hand. If there was anything different about his young master compared to before, it was just that there was a flame in his hand. Is that a pill fire? Xiong Quan could vaguely guess. However, he could not tell what grade the pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand was. Duan Lingtian. He, Lu Bai, who was standing in the distance, felt the force restraining him disappear along with Lu Gui. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. He looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. To be more precise, he was looking at the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's hand. As the second young master of the Lu clan, an alchemist family, he could recognize the pill fire with just one glance. Purple pill fire with golden edges. Is that the violet gold pill fire? A grade 1 pill fire? Lu Bai's eyes narrowed. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. He did not expect this to happen even in his wildest dreams. Is that the violet gold pill fire? I think it's the violet gold pill fire. It's a grade 1 pill fire. An alchemist who can condense grade 1 pill fire is undoubtedly a grade 1 alchemist. This Duan Lingtian is a grade 1 alchemist? How is this possible? As Lu Bai came back to his senses, a small portion of the people present also came back to their senses one by one. Discussions broke out among them, each and every one of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. At this moment, their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with shock and awe. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of medicine refinement. They were in awe of Duan Lingtian's identity. Grade 1 alchemist. High up in the sky, the anger on the faces of the two old men, who were originally filled with rage and itching to kill Duan Lingtian, had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a solemn expression. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, they hurriedly flew down and landed in front of Duan Lingtian, staring blankly at the wisp of flame in Duan Lingtian's hand. It really is the violet gold pill fire. Lu Yuan exclaimed in shock. His round, chubby face trembled. His little eyes widened as he exclaimed. Grade 1 pill fire. Is he really a grade 1 alchemist? At this moment, Lu Gui, who was staring blankly at the purple flame with golden edges in Duan Lingtian's hand, muttered to himself. What? Elder Yuan and Elder Gui are worried that I'm faking it and pretending to be a grade 1 alchemist? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's words were like two giant hammers that slammed heavily on Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's chests. Their bodies trembled as they came back to their senses. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui were the Lu clan's two great guardian elders. They were at the martial monarch stage. Now that they had confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian was completely different. There was less disdain and more respect. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. As the guardian elders of the Lu clan, an alchemist family, they were influenced by the Lu clan's environment. They had a completely different feeling toward a grade 1 alchemist compared to ordinary people. In their eyes, a grade 1 alchemist was someone they had to look up to. They were not qualified to offend. Even if they were martial monarch powerhouses. On the Cloud Continent, any grade 1 alchemist had an extremely shocking influence. As long as a grade 1 alchemist was willing, they only needed to promise that they could customize a grade 1 spirit weapon for the person who killed them. That was enough to tempt many people who were stronger than them. At that time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism and even be annihilated. All in all, it was just one sentence. They could not afford to offend a grade 1 alchemist. Of course, they did not immediately admit defeat after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist. It was not because they were afraid of getting into trouble. They were more concerned about the Lu clan. The Lu clan was an alchemist family. If they offended a grade 1 alchemist, people would laugh their heads off and say that the Lu clan was as blind as a bat. If this grade 1 alchemist really wanted to make a fuss with the Lu clan, even if the Lu clan was protected by a first-rate force in the inner land and could survive, they would still be in chaos. Of course, they could choose to take the risk and kill this grade 1 alchemist who might not be as strong as them. However, they would have to face a crisis at any time. No matter how eccentric a grade 1 alchemist was, it was impossible for him not to have helped someone refine a grade 1 spirit weapon before. The network of connections developed by a grade 1 alchemist was enough to cause chaos in the Lu clan as well. Once that happened, the two of them would be dead for sure. Nobody knew the influence of a grade 1 alchemist better than the Lu clan. The Lu clan was able to survive for 10,000 years because of the dozens of grade 1 alchemists in history. What? You're not going to kill me? Duan Lingtian sneered. We dare not. We dare not. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two martial monarch powerhouses who were standing in the air and looking down at Duan Lingtian as if he was an ant, were terrified when they faced Duan Lingtian. They were like mice that saw a cat. Duan Lingtian is actually a grade 1 alchemist. Oh my god, how old is he? Previously, he killed the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage with just a single blow. For him to possess such strength at such a young age, his innate talent in the martial Dao can be considered as monstrous. The problem is, other than his talent in martial Dao, his talent in refining medicine is even more monstrous. He's already a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. If I didn't know that it's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, I wouldn't believe he's a human like us. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. Their hearts were filled with shock as they discussed among themselves. How's this possible? The green-clad middle-aged man standing next to Lu Zhao's body was stunned. Like his two companions, he could not believe what he had just seen. Duan Lingtian is actually a grade 1 alchemist. If one were to ask who among the people present, it would be none other than Huang Chun. Huang Chun and Duan Lingtian could be considered as friends. They had a good time interacting with each other. However, due to his wrong decision, he had ruined his friendship with Duan Lingtian. A single mistake could cause everlasting regret. There was nothing more to it than this. At this moment, even if Huang Chun was filled with regret, it was too late. It was too late. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Grade 1 alchemist? Young master, is a grade 1 alchemist? Xiong Quan's eyes lit up. His face was filled with joy. No wonder young master said he would be fine. He's a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was one of the two types of people who could get away with killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked towards Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. You're actually a grade 1 alchemist. You've really kept this a secret from me for a long time. Lu Bai's tone was filled with resentment when he spoke. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw Lu Bai. I don't think you asked me, right? If I knew you were a grade 1 alchemist, I wouldn't have to worry about you at all. Lu Bai smiled wryly. Earlier, his heart was in his mouth. He was worried that he would not be able to answer to his savior. After all, Duan Lingtian was with the person who saved his life. It was obvious the relationship between the two of them was not simple. That's right. I still remember. You told me earlier that the reason you came to our Lu clan this time is because you want to be a revered elder or an external elder in our Lu clan? Suddenly, Lu Bai seemed to have recalled something. He stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Revered elder? Interim elder? The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were standing not far away from Duan Lingtian, heard Lu Bai's words. Their eyes lit up immediately, and their faces were filled with joy. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. If this young man before them could become a revered elder or an interim elder of their Lu clan, it would undoubtedly be a blessing to the Lu clan. This was a grade 1 alchemist. In the history of the Lu clan, the last grade 1 alchemist could be traced back to almost 1,000 years ago. In the past few hundred years, there had never been a grade 1 alchemist. Now that I heard the Lu clan's second young master's words, I remember. Duan Lingtian said he wanted to be a revered elder or an interim elder in the Lu clan. He did say that. I heard it too. However, at that time, I thought he was just bragging. Me too. I thought he was just bragging. After all, to be a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan, one has to be a martial monarch powerhouse or a grade 2 alchemist or above. At that time, I didn't think he was qualified at all. Who would have thought that not only was he a grade 2 alchemist or above, but he was also a grade 1 alchemist? After being reminded by Lu Bai, many people recalled that Duan Lingtian had indeed said that. Master. Chapter 1069. Initially. When Duan Lingtian said he came to the Lu clan to become a revered elder or an interim advisor, Lu So, like the others, thought Duan Lingtian was bragging. When Duan Lingtian ignored his and the Lu clan's second young master's advice and resolutely killed the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, the first thought that rose in Lu So's mind was undoubtedly, Duan Lingtian is doomed. When the two Lu clan's guardian elders appeared and targeted Duan Lingtian for the death of the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, and the second young master, Lu Bai, failed to plead for mercy, Lu So did not think Duan Lingtian would survive. However, the development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. When their Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Gui, was about to make his move to kill Duan Lingtian condensed a wisp of pill fire in the nick of time. Violet gold pill fire. Grade 1 pill fire. He forcefully revealed his noble identity as a grade 1 alchemist and completely turned the situation around. Not only did he survive, but he also gained the respect of everyone present. Grade 1 alchemist. Just this title alone was equivalent to a death exemption card in front of a second-rate force like the Lu clan. Now, this terrifyingly young grade 1 alchemist had the intention to join the Lu clan and become their Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor. How could he not be excited and excited? Once this grade 1 alchemist joined the Lu clan, he might be able to ask some questions about medicine refinement since he was on the second young master's side. Perhaps, he might be able to make a breakthrough and become a grade 2 alchemist with the guidance of this grade 1 alchemist. There were many grade 3 alchemists in the Lu clan, but there were only a handful of grade 2 alchemists. Once he became a grade 2 alchemist, it would mean that he would soar to the sky. Lu So looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly, waiting for his response. Now, while he was feeling nervous, he kept praying. He could only hope that this first-grade medicine refinement master would not have any negative opinion of the Lu clan because of the unpleasant incident just now, and dispel the idea of becoming a guest elder of the Lu clan. Right now, Lu So wasn't the only one feeling uneasy. Everyone in the Lu clan, including Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders, felt a little uneasy. Duan Lingtian, Lu Bai stared at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anticipation. After what happened earlier, I wonder if Master Duan Lingtian is still willing to join the Lu clan and become their interim advisor or revered elder. Everyone present looked at Duan Lingtian one after another. They were also filled with curiosity. Of course, most people's eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. These people were very confident in their attainments in the medicine refinement Dao. They felt that they would definitely be able to pass the alchemist competition and join the Lu clan. Now, they subconsciously considered themselves as disciples of the Lu family with a different surname. In their opinion, if this first-grade medicine refinement master really became a guest elder of the Lu clan, perhaps they would have the opportunity to ask him some questions about the medicine refinement Dao in the future. Perhaps I should reconsider. Just now, those two wanted to take my life. After Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Bai, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui again. His eyes narrowed subconsciously, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Lu Bai's expression changed when he heard this. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. I hope the two of you will apologize to Duan Lingtian. If the Lu clan loses a first-grade medicine refinement master because of your rudeness, you'll be the sinners of the Lu clan. Lu Bai looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui immediately and shouted at them, disregarding the situation. Currently, he had completely disregarded Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's high status in the Lu clan. All he knew was that he had to make Duan Lingtian stay and become a guest elder of the Lu clan. If it was any other time, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would definitely be displeased if Lu Bai shouted at them in public. However, they were not displeased at all today. Moreover, as soon as Lu Bai finished speaking, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui had already bowed to Duan Lingtian tacitly and said in unison, "Please forgive us, Master. If Master is willing to join our Lu clan, both of us will definitely do our best to fulfill your orders. Even if Master wants to punish us, we won't say a word." A first-grade medicine refinement master was too important to the Lu clan. Due to this reason, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, were willing to bow and apologize to Duan Lingtian, a first-grade medicine refinement master. It seems like the Lu clan's 10,000 years of history and strength is not entirely because of the protection from the first-rate forces in the inner land. It's really rare for the Lu clan to go this far for the sake of the Lu clan. That's right. As Lu clan's guardian elders and martial monarch powerhouses, they're willing to bow and scrape in order to get a first-grade medicine refinement master for the Lu clan. Not many forces martial monarch powerhouses can do this. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves as they praised the Lu clan's courage. At the same time, they stared at Duan Lingtian intently. They wanted to know if Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would be willing to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor since they were so sincere. Suddenly, the air in the distance stirred. Following that, a loud voice resonated in the air. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, together with guardian elder Lu Ji, and a group of elders, greets Master Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strong and handsome middle-aged man in a green robe and an old man in a red robe walked side by side. They brought more than 10 old men and middle-aged men with them. In just a blink of an eye, they landed on the ground and stood next to Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. They looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. It's the clan leader of Lu clan. There's another guardian elder from Lu clan as well. Oh my god. The patriarch of the Lu clan and the 3 guardian elders had all arrived. It's rare to see such a scene. All of this is because of Master Duan Lingtian. A first-grade medicine refinement master means a lot to the Lu clan. The Lu clan will definitely fight for him at all costs. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves. Their words pushed Duan Lingtian's status as a first-grade medicine refinement master to a whole new level. Clan leader Lu, Elder Lu Ji. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he greeted Lu Rui and Lu Ji. Then, he looked at the group of Lu clan's elders behind them and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the arrival of the group of Lu clan's senior officials. As soon as he revealed his grade 1 pill fire, he noticed the Lu clan's man who had called Lu Yuan and Lu Ji over had left quietly. It was obvious that the group of senior officials led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was also called over by him. Master Duan is really a rare genius. Not only is his martial Dao cultivation base extraordinary, but he has also achieved great things in the medicine refinement Dao. He's already a grade 1 medicine refinement master. How admirable, Lu Rui praised. His words came from the bottom of his heart without any falsehood. Such a young man with extraordinary martial Dao cultivation base and a grade 1 medicine refinement master. Even though he was the clan leader of Lu clan, he could not help but feel shocked. Master Duan, please forgive the Lu clan's juniors for offending you. If Master Duan doesn't mind, please come to our Lu clan's estate for a chat. We'll definitely treat Master Duan as a VIP and offer you an apology gift. Lu Ji added. The moment Lu Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Everyone present knew the ins and outs of today's matter clearly. Duan Lingtian had first killed a Lu clan's elder and then killed the Lu clan's third young master. It was fine if it was the former, but the latter was a noble lineal disciple of the Lu clan. He was not someone who could be killed just like that. Even if Duan Lingtian was in the right today, it was still not enough. It was precisely because of this that the two Lu clan's guardian elders had arrived and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian without asking for the reason. However, after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, there was an earth-shattering change in all of this. First, the two Lu clan's guardian elders apologized sincerely. Then, the clan leader of Lu clan and another guardian elder led the group of Lu clan's elders to the scene. Guardian elder Lu Ji was the representative to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Based on their words, they even wanted to treat Duan Lingtian, the person who had killed their Lu clan's lineal disciple, as a VIP and offer him an apology gift. Everyone present felt like they could not keep up with the development of the situation. When they finally regained their senses, they were enlightened. They knew all this was because Duan Lingtian had revealed his identity after he had condensed a grade 1 pill fire. Grade 1 Medicine Refinement Master. Clan Leader, Elder Ji. At this moment, the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked up to Lu Rui and Lu Ji and whispered something. When he spoke, Lu Rui and Lu Ji's eyes lit up. They were pleasantly surprised. It seems like the Lu clan's second young master has told the clan leader that Master Duan intends to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder or revered elder. That must be it. Many people speculated secretly. What happened next proved that they had guessed correctly. Master Duan, if you're willing to join our Lu clan, we're willing to make you the first foreign elder. In the future, if Master Duan needs anything, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, cupped his hands and bowed to Duan Lingtian as he said sincerely. Master Duan, please join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder. Then, the Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Ji, led the group of Lu clan's elders and bowed respectfully. They invited Duan Lingtian to become the Lu clan's foreign elder with the highest position. At this moment, Lu Bai, Lu So, Lu Yuan, and Lu Gui bowed and said, Master Duan, please join the Lu clan. Everyone from the Lu clan bowed and sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lu clan. The scene fell into a dead silence again. For the people present. Chapter 1070. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s made the high-ranking officials of the Lu clan, one of the two most powerful forces in the northern mountain land, bow to him. They only wanted to invite him to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's first interim advisor. Faced with the sincere invitation from the Lu clan's senior officials, Duan Lingtian remained calm. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. It was as though he was not the one who was invited. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still thinking about the words that the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, said earlier. If Master Duan needs anything in the future, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. Was this not the reason he came to the Lu clan? Since the clan leader of Lu clan and the elders are so sincere, and Lu Bai is my friend, it would be unreasonable for me to reject them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth slowly. Initially, he was just going with the flow, but now, he was doing Lu Bai a favor. He agreed. As expected. The moment his words left his mouth, the Lu clan's high-ranking officials turned to look at Lu Bai, making him the center of attention. Lu Bai, you're very good. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, nodded slightly as he looked at Lu Bai. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. For a moment, Lu Bai could not help but feel a little terrified. Although he was the second young master of the Lu clan, he was only ranked second among the direct descendants of the Lu clan. In terms of relationship, the clan leader of Lu clan was only his uncle. The direct descendants of Lu clan were ranked according to their age. Up until now, they were already ranked in the 20s. Lu Bai was ranked second, the second young master of Lu clan. The next successor to the clan leader of Lu clan would be chosen from the 20 of them. Up until now, the people who had the highest chance of inheriting the Lu clan's business were none other than Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, and the first young master of Lu clan, Lu Song. Now that Lu Bai was praised by the clan leader of Lu clan, it meant he was one step closer to becoming the next clan leader. When the second young master was very young, I could already tell he was not as simple as he seemed. He was a talented general. It seems like I was right. This time, he can be considered to have won over a great benefactor for our Lu clan. With the relationship between second young master and Master Duan, if he were to inherit the position of patriarch in the future, why would our Lu family worry about not prospering? You're right. At this moment, many of the Lu clan's elders began to flatter Lu Bai. The elder who was originally on Lu Bai's side took advantage of the opportunity and bluntly said that Lu Bai would bring benefits to the Lu clan if he became the next clan leader. As for the elders who stood on the side of the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song, they looked at each other and smiled wryly. If it was any other time, when they heard these sworn enemies flatter the second young master Lu Bai like this, they would definitely mock and ridicule him. But now, they didn't dare to do so. Who knew if that great Master Duan would flick his sleeves and leave because of their lack of tact? After all, he was a friend of the second young master, Lu Bai, and they seemed to have a good relationship. They did not want to become the sinner of the Lu family, so they could only shut their mouths obediently. At the same time, some of them broke out in cold sweat as they thought about whether they should abandon their old master and pledge their allegiance to the second young master, Lu Bai. After all, the current second young master, Lu Bai, had become a grade 1 alchemist. His status in the Lu clan was destined to rise. Even the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders with the highest position in the Lu clan would pay more attention to him since he was in a weaker position in the past. When he heard the Lu clan's elders who were neutral in the past and did not stand on his side and Lu Song's side flattering him, it was obvious that they were going to pledge their allegiance. Lu Bai could not help but smile wryly to himself. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's words would be more useful than his 10 years of operation. He had only managed to get some of the Lu clan's elders to side with him after 10 years of operation. Lu Bai felt relieved when he thought about it again. Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist after all. To the Lu clan, he was a high and mighty existence that could not be disrespected. One could imagine. If he was a grade 1 alchemist, he would not have to compete with Lu Song anymore. Even if he wanted the current clan leader to step down and become the clan leader immediately, no one in the Lu clan would have any objections, let alone the fact that he did not have to fight with Lu Song. In the Lu clan, no matter who it was, once they broke through and became a grade 1 alchemist, their status in the Lu clan would be above everyone else. If he said 1, no one in the Lu clan would dare to say 2. This included the clan leader and the other martial monarch powerhouses in the Lu clan. The Lu clan had been passed down for 10,000 years. The earliest rule passed down from their ancestors was this: a grade 1 alchemist, regardless of whether he was a direct descendant or a collateral descendant, had a high status that was above everyone in the Lu clan. The descendants were not allowed to disobey. Perhaps it was because of this that the Lu clan's members reacted like a mouse that saw a cat when they saw a grade 1 alchemist. But I think I killed the 3rd young master of the Lu clan earlier. I don't think I'll be punished after I become the Lu clan's interim elder, right? Duan Lingtian's words came out of nowhere when the Lu clan's members were still excited. It was as though he had poured a bucket of cold water on the Lu clan's members who were taking a hot bath. This caused them to tremble all over, and with a start, they came back to their senses. Of course not. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was the first to snap back to reality. He shook his head and expressed his opinion. That kid, Lu Huai, has always been a troublemaker. I think if he didn't take the initiative to offend you, Elder Duan, you wouldn't have killed him. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, who was standing next to Lu Rui, chimed in. Lu Ji had already addressed Duan Lingtian as Elder Duan. From the moment Duan Lingtian agreed to become the Lu clan's interim elder, he was already an elder of the Lu clan with a high status. It was just as Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, had said. He was the Lu clan's first interim elder. In terms of status. Even Lu Rui had to be respectful to him and did not dare to slight him. With his current status in the Lu clan, to a certain extent, he was above everyone else. That's right. That kid, Lu Huai, didn't look like a good person in the past. Elder Duan, you did the right thing by killing him. You've gotten rid of a scourge for our Lu clan. Another guardian elder, Lu Yuan, chimed in. That's right, Elder Duan. We can't thank you enough for getting rid of the scourge for the Lu clan. How could we possibly punish you? Previously, guardian elder Lu Gui, who was still clamoring about personally attacking Duan Ling Tian and killing him to avenge Lu Huai, had a completely different expression now. The speed at which he changed his expression stunned everyone present. However, no one dared to say a single word of gossip. What a joke. They were not like Duan Ling Tian, who was a grade 1 alchemist. If they dared to gossip about the Lu clan's guardian elder, he might not be able to make a move on them due to his reputation. However, he would definitely not let them go once he had the chance. If the cloud continent is compared to the starry sky and the people on the cloud continent are compared to the stars in the starry sky, young master is undoubtedly the brightest star. Xiong Quan stood in the distance with a big smile on his face. He was proud to be able to follow such a young master. However, when he thought about it again, he could not help but feel a little discouraged when he thought about his insignificant strength. With his current strength, he could not help the young master at all. He could only drag him down. Hopefully, I'll be able to elevate my strength by relying on the Lu clan this time. According to young master, other than using spirit fruits to elevate my cultivation base, I can also elevate the sword concept that I've comprehended with the profound assimilation formation. At this moment, Xiong Quan recalled what Duan Ling Tian had said to him not long ago. This Lu clan must have spirit fruits and that profound assimilation formation or something, right? Xiong Quan was a little anxious when he thought about this. That's good then. Although Duan Ling Tian had already guessed that the Lu clan's senior officials would not punish him after he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, he was still secretly pleased when he heard what they said. He did not expect this at all. He did not expect his identity as a grade 1 alchemist to be so useful. Of course, this is also because the Lu clan is an alchemist clan. If it was other clans like the Lu clan, they might not be so polite to me. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. Elder Duan, you must be tired from the journey. Please go into the mansion to rest. Lu Rui greeted Duan Ling Tian enthusiastically before he looked at Lu Bai. Let Lu Bai bring you there. There's no hurry. I still want to watch the alchemist competition. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Although it was impossible for him to participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan, he was still very interested in watching from the side. This was the first time he had ever seen an alchemist competition in his life. He was curious and looking forward to it. He was curious about how the winner of the alchemist competition would be decided. He was also curious about the level of the alchemists from the foreign lands. He was looking forward to seeing the group of alchemists present. It was his first time seeing so many alchemists. Since you're so interested, Elder Duan, we'll accompany you. Lu Rui smiled at Duan Ling Tian. The Lu clan's senior officials nodded one by one. They did not have any objections, and they did not dare to have any objections. Clan leader, elders, I'm just looking around. All of you should go back and rest first. Duan Ling Tian could not take it when he saw the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, leading the group of senior officials being so enthusiastic. Elder Duan, the reason why we want to stay is because we want to see you evaluate the level of these little fellows. I think since you're here, you'll be the main judge of the alchemist competition. Lu Ji smiled at Duan Ling Tian. However, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, the smile on his face seemed like the smile of an old fox. That's right, Elder Duan. We want to see you evaluate these little fellows. Chapter 1071. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the group of Lu clan's elders chimed in one after another before Duan Ling Tian could even refuse. Duan Ling Tian did not even have the chance to refuse. At the same time, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, and the other two Lu clan's guardian elders were also looking at him expectantly. How could he refuse? Of course, if he was really determined to refuse, he could still refuse. However, when he thought about the benefits he would receive from the Lu clan in the future, he dismissed the thought of refusing. I'll join in the fun then. Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed to it. To him, being the main judge of the alchemist competition held by the Lu clan was not stressful at all. Moreover, he would be able to observe the alchemists' techniques up close. Although he had never seriously studied the medicine refinement Dao, the memory of refining medicine left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu was enough for him to do whatever he wanted on Cloud Continent. In fact, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was a royal-grade alchemist who was superior to a Grade 1 alchemist. As someone who had merged with the memory of a royal-grade alchemist, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to evaluate the medicine refinement skills of a group of Grade 5 and Grade 6 alchemists. Duan Lingtian initially wanted to refuse because he was afraid of trouble. However, even if he was afraid of trouble, he had no choice but to accept it. As the saying went, when you eat from someone, you have to admit it. Although he had not received any benefits from the Lu clan yet, he would definitely do so in the future. After all, that was the main reason he joined the Lu clan. Stop right there. Suddenly, a loud voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he could not help but look at the person who had shouted. Lu Bai? Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized the person who had shouted was the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. Lu Bai had shouted at the three middle-aged men who were sneaking away. When Duan Lingtian followed Lu Bai's gaze and saw the three people, he recognized them at a glance. These three people were none other than the three middle-aged men who had insulted Feng Tianwu lying in the ice coffin outside the Lu family. They had been injured by him at that time. In the end, the three of them wanted to seek revenge. The green-clad middle-aged man colluded with the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, to expel him from the alchemist competition. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. In the end, even Lu Zhao died at his hands. After that, Duan Lingtian no longer bothered with the three of them. Naturally, it was also because he was busy dealing with the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, that he did not have the time to bother with them. Now that everything had come to an end, he had become the Lu clan's interim elder as he wished. The three middle-aged men clearly wanted to leave after seeing that he had gained the upper hand. However, was there such a good thing in the world? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at the three middle-aged men. His face darkened slightly. When Lu Bai shouted, everyone present, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the three of them. The three of them froze as though they had turned into statues. Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian. Soon after, one of them turned around and knelt on the ground with a thud. He kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and begged for mercy. Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian. This has nothing to do with me. The other person kneeled and kowtowed as well. Now, only the green-clad middle-aged man was left. He turned around and stood there, glaring at Duan Lingtian, the person who killed his uncle, with hatred. Humph. Do you think you can stare at Elder Duan with your filthy eyes? At that moment, a loud shout reverberated in the air. Then, Duan Lingtian felt a gust of wind blowing past him. It was obvious that someone had brushed past him. The speed was so fast that he could not react in time. Boom! When he regained his senses, he immediately heard a loud explosion. Then, he saw a figure that resembled a bamboo pole where the green-clad middle-aged man was standing. It was none other than Lu Gui, one of the Lu clan's three great guardian elders. In the air not far from Lu Gui, the blood mist dispersed, and the green-clad middle-aged man disappeared without a trace. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the green-clad middle-aged man was dead. The green-clothed middle-aged man was already dead, killed by Lu Gui's power. The blood mist that filled the sky was left behind after his body exploded. Lu Gui, the Lu clan's guardian elder, was a martial monarch powerhouse. He had killed the green-clad middle-aged man effortlessly. He did not even have the time to use the heaven and earth energy before the green-clad middle-aged man was gone. He had completely disappeared from this world. Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian. Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian. Spare our lives, Elder Gui. Spare our lives, Elder Gui. The remaining two middle-aged men were horrified when they saw their companion was gone. They kowtowed and begged for mercy with fear in their eyes. Soon, their heads were bleeding. Elder Duan, how should we deal with them? Lu Gui turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian with a forced smile on his face. However, his face was so skinny that it looked worse when he smiled than when he cried. Whatever. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said nonchalantly. At the same time, he withdrew his gaze and did not look at the two middle-aged men anymore. He ignored them as though they were invisible. Lu Gui was stunned before he looked at the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. Those who offended Elder Duan don't deserve to live in this world. Lu Rui's tone was calm and emotionless. No, the moment Lu Rui's words left his mouth, the two middle-aged men who were kneeling on the ground trembled. They raised their heads abruptly, and their expressions changed drastically. Boom! Almost as soon as they raised their heads, a loud explosion reverberated in the air like a thunderclap. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they followed in the green-clad middle-aged man's footsteps and turned into a blood mist that filled the air. They completely disappeared from this world. Gasp! 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 For a moment, the group of alchemists who came to participate in the alchemist competition could not help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. After Elder Duan joined the Lu clan, his position in the Lu clan is even higher than the clan leader of Lu clan. Someone could not help but exclaim. This is normal. After all, he's a grade 1 alchemist. Some people must be regretting it to death right now, right? Many people whispered among themselves. Some of them could not help but look at a middle-aged man who was standing nearby. The middle-aged man stood there with a grave expression on his face. I remember this person. He had a good chat with Duan Lingtian and became friends with him. However, when Duan Lingtian was targeted by the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, he avoided Duan Lingtian like he was the plague. I remember him too. At that time, he said he didn't know Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist and rose to the top. If he didn't do that, he might have risen to the top along with Duan Lingtian. That's fate. Some people don't lack opportunities, but they can only watch and sigh in the end because they didn't seize them. More and more people began to discuss among themselves. There was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at the middle-aged man. Some of them even had a gloating expression on their faces. The middle-aged man was none other than Huang Chun. As Huang Chun stood there, the discussions around him pierced his ears like sharp needles, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. These discussions were undoubtedly tearing at his scars. His heart was already filled with regret. When he heard these people's mockery, it was like adding fuel to the fire, causing him to feel even more remorseful. Why did I do that? If I didn't do that, I might be able to join the Lu clan and become a Lu clan's disciple without participating in the alchemist competition. At the same time, his heart was filled with self-blame. Whoosh! In the end, he could no longer endure it. He soared into the air and disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was obvious he did not want to participate in the alchemist competition anymore. Duan Lingtian saw Huang Chun's departure, but he was not affected at all. He could understand why Huang Chun had abandoned him earlier to protect himself. However, Huang Chun later said he did not know him. When Huang Chun said those words, he acted as though he did not know Huang Chun at all. Therefore, he was not affected by Huang Chun's departure. The alchemist competition has begun. The people present on the scene snapped back to their senses and stopped discussing Huang Chun who had just left. It's about to begin. In the history of the Lu clan's alchemist competition, I don't think there has ever been a grade 1 alchemist referee. Even if I'm eliminated today, it's not a waste to come here today. Being eliminated by a tier 1 alchemist, even if news of this were to spread, it would be enough to make people jealous. The group of alchemists discussed excitedly. Duan Lingtian was a little speechless when he heard the discussion. As for the Lu clan's high-ranking officials, they could understand this. Even if they were in the shoes of the alchemists who came to participate in the alchemist competition, they would also think the same. Soon after, the alchemist competition began. The alchemist competition was divided into the preliminary round, the semi-finals, and the final round. Half of the people would be eliminated in the preliminary round. The remaining 30 people would be eliminated in the semi-finals. They would be the ones who could join the Lu clan. The final round would determine the exact ranking of the 30 people, and they would be rewarded by the Lu clan. In the alchemist competition, regardless of whether it was the preliminary round, the semi-finals, or the final round, a group of people would refine the same pills. In the end, the chief judge, Duan Lingtian, would personally examine the pills. In the past, the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan would only examine the purity of the pills. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, would not stop there. Apart from examining the purity of the pills refined by a group of people, he would also observe the profundity of their techniques and determine who was better. In the beginning, it was not a big deal for Duan Lingtian to do this during the preliminary round. However, when it came to the semi-finals, there were people who were dissatisfied. Elder Duan, the purity of the pills he refined is obviously not as good as mine. Why did he advance while I was eliminated? Chapter 1072. The crowd was in an uproar when the alchemist questioned Duan Lingtian. Someone dared to question a grade 1 alchemist? Everyone, including Xiongquan, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian before they shifted their attention to the identical pills on the table in front of the two alchemists. The purity of the pills he refined is indeed higher than that person. Why did Elder Duan eliminate him and allow the other person to advance? The group of alchemists participating in the competition was puzzled. What's going on? They were not the only ones who were puzzled. Even the group of Lu clan members led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was puzzled. Some of them were not alchemists, but they were from alchemist clans. Even if they were not alchemists, they could still distinguish the purity of the pills. They could tell. The purity of the medicinal pill refined by the alchemist who questioned Duan Lingtian was indeed higher. Elder Duan, I'm indeed not as good as him in terms of pill purity. The alchemist who was allowed to advance by Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a wry smile on his face. The moment he said that, the alchemist who questioned Duan Lingtian became even more smug. Elder Duan, I know you're a grade 1 alchemist, and I'm not as good as you in terms of refining pills. However, your taste seems to be what? Before the alchemist could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. At the same time, he glanced at the alchemist nonchalantly. Do you think you're better than him in terms of refining pills just because you can refine pills with higher purity? Or perhaps the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan is only a competition of pill purity and not a competition of refining pills? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he glanced at the group of Lu clan members led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. It was obvious he was asking them. Of course, refining pills of the same type would be judged based on purity. Otherwise, what else can we judge based on? The alchemist who was interrupted by Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. Do all of you think so as well? Duan Lingtian glanced at the participating alchemists before he shifted his gaze to the group of Lu clan members. Soon after, he received his answer. Whether it was the participating alchemists or the group of Lu clan members, all of them nodded. It was obvious they thought so as well. We're interested to know if Elder Duan has other methods to judge the level of refining pills. Perhaps, Elder Duan will surprise us. Lu Rui said loudly. The reason he said this was because he saw the confidence and fearlessness in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He subconsciously believed that Duan Lingtian had other methods to judge the level of medicine refinement. As soon as Duan Lingtian immediately. Young. At this moment, even Xiongquan was looking at Duan Lingtian in anticipation. He believed Duan Duan Ling Tian Tian was Duan Dun Ling Tian Tu. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he withdrew his gaze from the crowd. If someone else had said this, they would have been torn to shreds as soon as they finished speaking. However, when these words came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth, they found it hard to believe. At the same time, they were anticipating what Duan Lingtian was going to say next. However, they soon realized Duan Lingtian had no intention of explaining himself. The two of you, refine that medicinal pill again. This time, I will teach the two of you a little trick. This little trick can increase the purity of the pills you refine to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the two alchemists next to him. When you refine the pills, subsequently, Duan Lingtian revealed his little trick on the spot without any hesitation. His words were clearly heard by everyone present, as if he was not worried at all about revealing this secret in front of so many people. Press your palm on the cauldron, and when the cauldron produces the pills, the pill fire in your palm will form a barrier that allows the pills to pass through. This was the trick Duan Lingtian told them. This trick was normal to Duan Lingtian, but it was new to the other alchemists. All right. I'll refine according to Elder Duan's instructions. If the purity of the medicinal pill I refine this time surpasses his again, what will you say, Elder Duan? The alchemist who was not convinced asked Duan Lingtian. If you can defeat him again, he'll be eliminated, and you'll advance. Duan Lingtian said casually. His eyes were calm as though he did not think this alchemist would be able to defeat the other alchemist. Elder Duan, you have so much confidence in me? The other alchemist was greatly shaken. In an instant, his expression became incomparably solemn and serious. Then, he took a deep breath and said seriously to Duan Lingtian, Elder Duan, I won't disappoint you. There's no need to be nervous. Just maintain your previous standard. Of course, remember to use the little trick I told you earlier. Although the purity of the pills won't increase by much, it won't be little either. That's right, Duan Lingtian said. Yes. The alchemist nodded seriously. Let's begin. Duan Lingtian said again. The two alchemists immediately perked up and began to refine pills. This time, everyone was watching them refine pills. Not only did it increase the pressure on them, but they also wanted to defeat each other to advance to the next round. As long as they advanced, they would be able to join the Lu clan and become a disciple with a different surname. Time continued to pass by quietly. Soon, an hour had passed. Smack. The alchemist whose pill's purity was not as high as the other alchemist was the first to stop. He pressed his palm on the cauldron and sent the pill flying out of the cauldron. During this process, he remembered the little trick Duan Lingtian had told him earlier. Pill fire shot out from his palm and formed a barrier around the mouth of the cauldron. Whoosh! A pill flew out and passed through the pill fire on the mouth of the cauldron before he caught it in his hand. The pill was done. Smack! At this moment, the alchemist whose pill's purity was higher than the other alchemists and who was dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's judgment also stopped and took out his pill. Two identical pills appeared in the air. However, when the two alchemists looked at the pills in their hands and then looked at the pills in the other's open palm, their eyes widened at the same time. An inexplicable shock appeared on their faces. How's this possible? No. This is impossible. The alchemist who was dissatisfied earlier turned pale. He kept shaking his head, unwilling to believe what was happening before his eyes was real. All this was because he realized that the pill's purity had only increased by less than 5% compared to before. On the other hand, the pill in his opponent's hand had increased by almost 10%. Almost 10%. What kind of concept was that? It completely destroyed him. This is too amazing. The other alchemist's eyes lit up. Disbelief was written all over his face. He felt that everything that was happening before his eyes was unbelievable. The same little trick, after he used it, actually increased the purity of the pill by nearly 10%. On the other hand, the pill's purity had only increased by less than 5%. Impossible. You must have taught him some other trick. That must be it. The alchemist pointed at Duan Lingtian and said unwillingly. I taught him some other trick. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian laughed. It was a laugh without any warning. After laughing for a while, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you want to let the other alchemists give it a try? In the end, the other alchemists who had advanced to the semi-finals and had not been eliminated began to refine pills using the little trick Duan Lingtian had taught them. After they successfully refined the medicinal pill, they discovered a strange thing. Among these alchemists, a portion of them refined pills whose purity had only increased by 5% compared to before, while a portion of them refined pills whose purity had increased by more than 10% compared to before. Now, do you still think that I taught him some other trick? Duan Lingtian looked at the alchemist who was dissatisfied. His voice was calm and emotionless. The alchemist's face turned green when he heard this. However, he did not say anything. He knew that he was overthinking things. Why? In the end, the alchemist was still dissatisfied. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian was naturally very clear about what this alchemist wanted to ask. Everyone from the Lu clan, including the clan leader of the Lu clan, and the other alchemists around them were also looking at him with a puzzled expression. It was obvious that they wanted to know the answer as well. It's because of the pill fire. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian gave his answer. It had to be said that his answer was beyond everyone's expectations. The problem lies with the pill fire? That's not right. I'm a grade 5 alchemist, and the pill fire that I condensed is a grade 5 pill fire. However, the pills that I refined using the little trick only increased by less than 5%. Although I'm only a grade 6 alchemist, and the pill fire that I condensed is not as good as yours. However, I managed to increase the pill's purity by 10% through the little trick. What's going on? The group of alchemists was puzzled. Some grade 6 alchemists had a greater increase in purity than some grade 5 alchemists. There were also some grade 6 alchemists who did not improve as much as grade 5 alchemists. It's not because of the grade of the pill fire, but the purity of the pill fire itself. Usually, the pill fire that an alchemist who made it in one go would be coarser and less pure. On the other hand, the pill fire that an alchemist who made it in one go would be more refined and purer. Through the little trick that I mentioned earlier, the former can increase the pill's purity by 1 level. However, the latter is slightly weaker. Duan Lingtian patiently explained to the group of people who were looking at him curiously. The scene fell into a dead silence at once. Everyone began to ponder. Elder Duan is indeed a grade 1 alchemist. He can even figure out such a little trick. Chapter 1073. Now, do you have any more questions? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he looked at the alchemist who doubted him. If he did not use the pill fire to refine the pills, the purity of the pills refined by this alchemist was indeed higher than the other alchemist. However, the results were the opposite when the pill fire was used to refine the pills. From the beginning of the alchemist competition, Duan Lingtian did not use the purity of the pills to determine the level of the alchemists. Apart from the purity of the pills, he also looked at the purity of the pill fire. The higher the purity of the pill fire, the more potential an alchemist had. He knew this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. The alchemist who was unconvinced was ashamed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He nodded apologetically at Duan Lingtian before he flew away in disappointment. Thank you, Elder Duan. On the other hand, the other alchemist was excited. He did not think he would be able to pass the semi-finals and advance to the finals. Moreover, he had become a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan. In the alchemist competition, those who could pass the semi-finals and advance to the finals were bound to join the Lu clan. You don't have to thank me. It's because your refining skills are good. With your talent, as long as you continue to work hard, it won't be difficult for you to become a grade 3 alchemist in the future. Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. Grade 3 alchemist? Can I really do that? The alchemist asked excitedly. He was only a grade 6 alchemist now. He did not even dare to think about whether he could become a grade 3 alchemist in the future. That will depend on your hard work. You may leave now and wait for the finals. Duan Lingtian said. Yes. The alchemist left respectfully when he heard this. At the same time, the surrounding gazes that were directed at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. This was a grade 1 alchemist. With just a few words, he had turned the tables on an alchemist who was originally in a disadvantageous position and advanced to the finals. No wonder it's written in the handbook left behind by the clan's ancestor. There's no mediocre grade 1 alchemist. It seems like it's true. One of the Lu clan's elders exclaimed. He was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian's method. Of course. People who can become grade 1 alchemists, which one of them isn't said to be a peerless talent in the Tao of alchemy? Another elder from the Lu clan said. No matter what, Duan Lingtian's actions earlier had won the admiration of the group of alchemists participating in the alchemist competition. At the same time, he had also intimidated the group of Lu clan's people led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. After Duan Lingtian's performance, no one dared to question him anymore. The semi-finals of the alchemist competition quickly came to an end. Only the 30 most outstanding alchemists remained. However, most of the alchemists that were eliminated didn't leave. Instead, they waited with great interest for the finals that was about to arrive. To them, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity to learn. The scene of so many outstanding alchemists refining medicine together was not common. Perhaps they could get some inspiration from one of the alchemists and improve their attainments in the Tao of medicine refinement. The finals began as scheduled. The 30 disciples of the Lu family who were not surnamed Lu left the stage one by one. As the main referee, Duan Lingtian was responsible for patrolling the stage. With Duan Lingtian, a grade 1 alchemist, holding the stage, the other referees, including Lu So, knew their place. They stood still and watched from afar, not daring to disturb Duan Lingtian. As time went by, the 30 alchemists began to refine the pills. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian commented on the pills that each alchemist refined. Regardless of the length of his comments, each alchemist was convinced. During the process of commenting, Duan Lingtian's knowledge in the Tao of medicine refinement shocked everyone once again. It seems like our Lu clan has really picked up a treasure this time. I'm afraid an ordinary grade 1 alchemist is not even worthy of carrying Elder Duan's shoes in terms of theory. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was a grade 2 alchemist. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's knowledge, he could not suppress his excitement. His whispers were clearly heard by the Lu clan members, causing them to be dumbstruck. Clan leader. Do you mean even our alchemist guild's main guild in the southern outer lands alchemist guild is not as good as Elder Duan in terms of theory? Lu Yuan's small eyes widened, and a hint of shock could be seen on his chubby face. Guild leader Cheng, I've visited him a few times. Although he's also a grade 1 alchemist, his understanding of the Tao of medicine refinement is not as thorough as Elder Duan. This was the answer Lu Rui came to after comparing the two. At once, everyone in Lu clan fell into a dead silence. They naturally knew who the President Cheng that the clan had mentioned was. He was the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. He was a noble grade 1 alchemist. Cloud Continent was divided into the inner land and the outer land with the Roa Shui River as the boundary. The northern mountain land where the Lu clan was located in the outer land to the south of Cloud Continent. This area was also known as the Southern Outer Land. Speaking of which, whether it was the Darkhan dynasty where Duan Lingtian was from or the Northern Desert Land, they were both part of the Southern Outer Land. In the past, I only knew that guild leader Cheng was the only grade 1 alchemist in the Southern Outer Land. However, it seems like that's not the case. That's right. As it turns out, there's a monstrous grade 1 alchemist like Elder Duan in the Southern Outer Land. In terms of age, Elder Duan is much younger than guild leader Cheng. He's young, but his medicine refinement skills are not weak. Moreover, even the clan leader who has spoken with guild leader Cheng thinks that guild leader Cheng is not as good as Elder Duan. The group of Lu clan's elders whispered among themselves. Soon after, their eyes landed on the purple figure in the distance in unison. That young man had become even more unfathomable in their eyes. Duan Lingtian, Lu Bai had a wide smile on his face. Ever since Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, apart from being surprised, there was only a smile on his face. It did not cross his mind at all. Not long ago, he was worried that Duan Lingtian would be executed by the Lu clan. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had become the most popular person in the Lu clan. Clan leader, you have such a high opinion of Elder Duan. Are you confident that you can become a grade 1 alchemist with his guidance? Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, asked solemnly as he looked at Lu Rui. Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, had shown outstanding talent in medicine refinement since he was young. The Lu clan's patriarch thought that he had the highest chance of becoming a grade 1 alchemist in the past 100 years. There's a chance. Lu Rui's eyes flickered. A look of anticipation appeared on his face as his eyes sparkled. Gasp. 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 The moment Lu Rui's words left his mouth, the sound of people inhaling sharply was heard. The group of Lu clan's high-ranking officials, including the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders, inhaled sharply. Lu Rui's reply completely shocked them. Their eyes shone brightly when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. It was as though he was not a person but a peerless piece of art. It was easy for people to be mesmerized by him. However, Duan Lingtian was currently commenting on the alchemists who were participating in the alchemist competition's finals. He did not notice their gazes. Soon after, he listed the 30 alchemists' rankings. None of the 30 alchemists had any objections to the rankings. Elder Lu So, I'll leave the rest to you. After he was done, Duan Lingtian returned to Xiongquan's side and told Lu South. Lu So immediately responded and did not dare to delay. He looked at the 30 alchemists and was ready to announce the rewards that the Lu clan had decided on previously. However, before Lu So could speak, someone could not help but ask, I wonder if the top 3 in the alchemist competition will be able to receive Elder Duan's guidance? According to the rewards that the Lu clan had decided on previously, the top 3 in the alchemist competition would be able to receive guidance from the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemists. Today, the Lu clan had a new interim advisor. Moreover, he was a grade 1 alchemist who was knowledgeable in medicine refinement. This made the top 3 alchemists in the alchemist competition feel tempted. The person who asked the question was the person who ranked second in the alchemist competition. It's not a good thing to be too greedy. Lu So took a deep look at the alchemist. However, he did not give a decisive answer. Instead, he turned to look at the clan leader, Lu Rui. Elder Duan must be tired from the journey. Lu Bai, bring Elder Duan and that brother to rest. Lu Rui did not seem to notice Lu So's gaze as he looked at Lu Bai. Yes. Lu Bai replied respectfully before he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. Xiongquan, let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiongquan before he brought the ice coffin with him and left with Lu Bai. Before he left, he glanced at the Lu clan's senior officials and nodded at them as a form of greeting. The Lu clan's senior officials, including the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders, responded with a smile. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a treasure. Elder Duan was a treasure that could help the Lu clan produce another grade 1 alchemist. Duan Lingtian's departure disappointed the top 3 alchemists in the alchemist competition. Work hard after joining the Lu clan and strive to stand out in the Lu clan. At that time, you might be able to receive guidance from Elder Duan. At this moment, Lu Rui looked at the 30 Lu clan's foreign disciples and said nonchalantly. Lu Rui's words caused the 30 people's eyes to brighten immediately. Their faces were filled with anticipation. However, the Lu clan's senior officials were well aware of this. With Elder Duan's ability to guide their clan leader in medicine refinement, even the other grade 2 alchemists in the Lu clan would fight for Elder Duan's guidance. Apart from the few grade 2 alchemists, the Lu clan also had a group of grade 3 alchemists. Chapter 1074. She, Lu Bai's eyes inadvertently swept past the ice coffin next to Duan Lingtian when he was about to enter the Lu clan's estate. It was his first time seeing the face of the woman lying in the ice coffin. The red-clad woman left a deep impression on him. She was the woman who was with Duan Lingtian and his benefactor when he was almost killed. At that time, he was shocked by the woman's peerless appearance. This was because even in the northern mountain land, he had never seen a woman with such an outstanding appearance. She's the daughter of the person who saved you. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu, who was in the ice coffin. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Benefactor's daughter? Lu Bai's expression changed slightly. She's... At this moment, Lu Bai began to carefully study Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin. Soon, he noticed the vitality in Feng Tianwu's body. She's in a deep sleep. Her soul is injured, so she's in a coma. Duan Lingtian sighed. Lu Bai nodded solemnly. He did not fully understand. Young master. At this moment, Xiongquan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, said respectfully to Duan Lingtian, I heard you say that as long as we can find some rare heaven and earth treasure, we can wake Miss Tianwu up again. The Lu clan has a history of 10,000 years. Perhaps they have a heaven and earth treasure that can wake Miss Tianwu up. Xiongquan stared at Lu Bai with a burning gaze after he finished speaking. Xiongquan's words made Duan Lingtian's body tremble slightly. That was right. Why did he not think of that? The Lu clan was a clan that had a history of 10,000 years. On Cloud Continent, apart from the two ancient clans that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, there were only a handful of forces that had a history of 10,000 years. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that the reason he did not think of this was because he had a preconceived notion. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew that the treasures of heaven and earth were extremely rare. Even in the entire Cloud Continent, they were extremely rare. Even the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not have them. It was precisely because of this that he subconsciously felt that it was impossible for the heavenly and earthly treasures that he might not even encounter in the inner land to appear in the outer land. Lu Bai, does your Lu family have the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Bai and asked urgently. Although he wasn't sure if the Lu family had these two treasures that could help Feng Tianwu recover her soul, he still decided to ask. He didn't want to miss any opportunity. No matter what, the Lu clan had a heritage of over 10,000 years. Perhaps they had these two kinds of heavenly treasures. Soul-stabilizing root? Soul-stabilizing grass? However, Lu Bai shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. This is my first time hearing about these two things. How about this? I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. After you've rested, I'll go with you to look for the clan leader. Who knows, he might know something about it. Lu Bai suggested. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. There was a hint of hope in his eyes. If the Lu clan really had the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass, he could concoct the medicinal liquid and help Tianwu recover her soul in one fell swoop. Now, I can only hope that my luck is really that good. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Whether it was the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass, they were extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth on the Cloud Continent. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu had only seen them a few times. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan arrived at the buildings on the east side of the Lu clan's mansion under Lu Bai's lead. They arrived at an independent mansion within a mansion. Second young master. Outside the spacious mansion, a beautiful maid stood there and bowed respectfully to Lu Bai. All right. Lu Bai nodded at the maid and said solemnly, from today onward, Elder Duan will be staying here. I'll arrange for a few more people to come over later. All of you must serve Elder Duan well. If you displease Elder Duan and the clan leader blames you, even I won't be able to bear the consequences. Do you understand? One had to admit that Lu Bai's words shocked the maid standing at the mansion's entrance. Elder Duan? The maid's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan before it finally landed on Xiongquan. In her opinion, this older person was more like an elder. Then, I won't disturb your rest. Lu Bai nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan before he said, when both of you have rested, ask her to look for me at my mansion. All right. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan nodded. After Lu Bai left, the maid heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Then, she looked at Xiong Quan with a smile on her face. Nice to meet you, Elder Duan. My name is Xiao Yun. I'll be in charge of your daily life from now on. Xiong Quan was embarrassed and said awkwardly, Girl, you're mistaken. My young master is Elder Duan. As Xiong Quan spoke, he glanced at Duan Lingtian. Ah. Maid Xiao Yun was shocked. Only then did she reassess Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief as she muttered, You're really Elder Duan? Why? Don't we look alike? Duan Lingtian was amused by Maid Xiao Yun and asked jokingly. No. Elder Duan, I just find it unbelievable. Our Lu clan has never had an elder as young as you, Maid Xiao Yun hurriedly replied. When she reached the end of her sentence, her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she studied Duan Lingtian. It was as though she wanted to see what was so special about Duan Lingtian and how he could become an elder of their Lu clan at such a young age. Moreover, he was an elder with a different surname. Although she was only a servant girl, she still knew some things about the Lu family very well. It was impossible for a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan to become an elder with a different surname unless he was very capable. Elder Duan, please come in. Soon after, Maid Xiao Yun returned to her senses and led Duan Lingtian into the mansion behind her. She arranged a spacious room for Duan Lingtian to stay in. The room was huge, and it was fully furnished. It was the master bedroom of the mansion. Boom! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the ice coffin flew into the room and landed steadily on a table in the room. How beautiful! Maid Xiao Yun had long noticed the ice coffin following Duan Lingtian. It was only until now that she had the chance to study the ice coffin seriously. Soon after, she noticed the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. The red-robed woman lay there, her devastatingly beautiful face reflected in her eyes. She couldn't help but feel ashamed of her own inferiority. If there's nothing else, all of you can leave first. I want to rest. Duan Lingtian said. Yes, young master, Xiong Quan replied respectfully. At the same time, he looked at Maid Xiao Yun. Girl, we should leave now. Maid Xiao Yun snapped back to her senses and reluctantly shifted her gaze away from the red-clad lady in the ice coffin. She followed Xiong Quan out of the room. Xiong Quan helped Duan Lingtian close the door. Uncle, how should I address you? Maid Xiao Yun looked at Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan replied coolly. Uncle Xiong Quan. Do you know who the lady lying in the ice coffin next to Elder Duan is? It's my first time seeing such a beautiful lady in my entire life. Maid Xiao Yun asked with curiosity in her eyes. She's young master's woman. Xiong Quan sighed. When he saw that Maid Xiao Yun was about to ask more questions, he quickly said, All right, girl, don't ask any more. Help me arrange a room as well. In the master bedroom. After Xiong Quan and Maid Xiao Yun left, Duan Lingtian walked up to the ice coffin and gently caressed the ice coffin. He looked at Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin with a gentle expression on his face. Tianwu, rest well. Big brother Duan will wake you up very soon. He won't make you wait too long. You won't wait for too long, Duan Lingtian said softly. His voice was as gentle as it could be. After a while, Duan Lingtian changed into a new set of clothes and lay on the bed to rest. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. It had been a long time since he had such a good sleep. On the other hand, Xiong Quan had also settled down under Maid Xiao Yun's arrangement. After settling down Xiong Quan, Maid Xiao Yun's face was filled with confusion. Where did that elder Duan come from? Judging by his age, he's not much older than me. That's not right. Soon after, Maid Xiaoyun seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed slightly. In our Lu clan, those who can become an elder with a different surname are either people with shocking abilities or extremely outstanding alchemists. If Elder Duan is a human, it's impossible for him to be so powerful at his age. It's even more impossible for him to be an alchemist who's qualified to become an elder with a different surname in our Lu clan. In other words, he's a demon. A powerful demon. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead when she thought of this. She had never come into contact with a demon in her life. I heard that demons have weird tempers. Some demons might even transform into their original forms to eat humans. Maid Xiaoyun's body trembled when she thought of this. Sister Xiaoyun. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like an oriole's came from outside the mansion. It made Maid Xiaoyun regain her senses. After wiping the cold sweat off her face, she walked out of the mansion. As soon as she walked out of the mansion, she saw 6 maids walking toward her side by side. All of you. Did second young master arrange for all of you to be here? As Lu clan's maids, they knew each other. When Xiaoyun saw the 5 maids, her eyes widened in shock. As far as she knew, in the Lu clan, there were at most 2 to 3 maids in the mansion of an ordinary elder. Even in the residence of the patriarch, there were only 5 maids. Now, there were 6 maids on her side. Including her, there were 7 of them. 7 maids serving an elder with a different surname? That elder Duan. Who is he? At this moment, Maid Xiaoyun vaguely felt that something was amiss. Even if Elder Duan was a demon monarch powerhouse, he shouldn't be treated so well, right? Big sister Xiaoyun, you'll be our big sister from now on. You're really lucky to have encountered such a good job. The 6 maids looked at Maid Xiaoyun enviously. Chapter 1075. A cushy job? Servant Xiaoyun frowned and asked, do all of you know something? Or perhaps, have you heard of that young Elder Duan? It can't be. Sister Xiaoyun, you haven't heard of Elder Duan? The 6 servants looked at Xiaoyun as though they were looking at a monster. Is that strange? Seeing their reactions, Xiaoyun couldn't help but be stunned. Sister Xiaoyun, I'm afraid the entire Lu clan has already spread the news about Elder Duan. As the first person to serve Elder Duan, how could you not know about it? The 6 servants shook their heads and sighed. They thought Xiaoyun's news was outdated. Stop keeping me in suspense, you 6. Xiaoyun smiled wryly. Following that, the 6 maids no longer wasted any time and began to tell her everything they knew about Elder Duan, who had become an elder of the Lu clan as soon as he arrived at the Lu clan. Elder Duan killed Elder Lu Zhao as soon as he arrived at the Lu clan. He even killed the 3rd young master. When Xiaoyun heard about what the young Elder Duan had done and how the 2 guardian elders of the Lu clan had shown up to kill him, she could not help but break out in cold sweat for him. However, she knew Elder Duan would be fine in the end. Otherwise, she would not have the chance to serve Elder Duan. Grade 1 alchemist? Xiaoyun's eyes narrowed when she heard the young Elder Duan had revealed his Grade 1 pill fire and his identity as a Grade 1 alchemist. An alchemist, a Grade 1 alchemist. Does this mean Elder Duan is not a demon? However, he's just a human. Apart from having the ability to kill Elder Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage, he's also a noble Grade 1 alchemist. How's this possible? Xiaoyun muttered to herself. Although her voice was not loud, it still entered the ears of the other 6 servants. Sister Xiaoyun, we wouldn't believe such a human exists if it was in the past. However, the truth is right before our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. That's right, Sister Xiaoyun. Right now, the entire Lu clan is talking about Elder Duan. They're saying Elder Duan is a rare monster on Cloud Continent. Some people even say Elder Duan is a gift from God to the Lu clan. After almost 1,000 years, a Grade 1 alchemist has appeared in the Lu clan again. If this news spreads, the entire northern mountain land and half of the southern outer land will be shocked. The 6 maids spoke one after another. Their tone was mixed with a bit of excitement. Although they were only servants, they were still considered half of the Lu clan, half of the Lu clan. I can't believe Elder Duan. Duan, recalling the purple-clothed young man who didn't put on any airs and how casual she was in front of him, the maidservant Xiaoyun felt a chill down her spine. It turned out that the purple-clothed youth was actually such an extraordinary existence. Not only was he, but he was also a grade 1 alchemist as. Sister Xiaoyun, how is that Elder Duan? Is he easy to get along? Very soon, the 6 new maidservants asked Xiaoyun all at once. Elder Duan is very nice and easygoing. Duan Lingtian gradually woke up after sleeping for an unknown amount of time. He got out of bed after glancing at the ice coffin on the table nearby. After washing up and changing into a clean set of clothes, he walked out of his room. Elder Duan. Elder Duan. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out, 2 voices that sounded like orioles resonated in his ears. Only then did he realize there were 2 servants standing on both sides of his door. Morning. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. However, he could not help but smile wryly in his heart. That fellow, Lu Bai, actually found a few more servants. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed there were a few servants busy in the mansion he was staying in. Elder Duan, I'll get someone to clean up your room for you. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw servant Xiaoyun walking towards him. After she greeted him, she brought the 2 servant girls with her and entered his room to clean up. Naturally, it was mainly to clean up the dust. After a while, the entire room was spotless when the 3 servants came out. Elder Duan, do you have any other orders? Servant Xiaoyun looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully after bringing the servants out. She waited for further instructions from Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed. Servant Xiaoyun's attitude towards him had undergone a drastic change compared to when he first arrived. She was no longer as casual as before. Instead, her every movement was reserved. Xiaoyun, you don't have to be so reserved in front of me. Just be as casual as you want, Duan Lingtian said. I dare not. Servant Xiaoyun lowered her head as she replied. What a joke. Previously, she did not know about Elder Duan's background. However, now that she knew, she would not dare to be as casual as before even if she was given 100 guts. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian felt helpless. However, he did not insist. Instead, he said calmly, bring second young master here. Yes. Servant Xiaoyun responded and left. As for the other 2 servants, they returned to Duan Lingtian's room and stood there like statues. Duan Lingtian shook his head and walked out to look for Xiong Quan. As for the ice coffin in the room, he did not bring it out. In his opinion, this was the Northern Mountain's Lu family, one of the 2 most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain. Nobody would come here to look for trouble. Therefore, it was safe to leave it in the room temporarily. Moreover, he would not leave the Lu family anytime soon. Under the guidance of the servants, Duan Lingtian soon saw Xiong Quan in the backyard of the mansion. When he saw Xiong Quan, he was practicing his swordsmanship with all his might. He was sweating profusely. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he saw how hardworking Xiong Quan was. Naturally, he knew why Xiong Quan was so hardworking. He wanted to become stronger so that he could stay by his side to help him and not be a burden. Young master. Soon after, Xiong Quan stopped practicing and stood up. He noticed Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan, how much of the information contained in the word, sword, have you comprehended? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. The word, sword, that Duan Lingtian mentioned was, naturally, a carving left behind by a guy who called himself the Sword Saint in the depths of the mountain where Xiong Quan's hometown was located in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The word, sword, contained a shocking amount of sword Dao comprehension. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation. Even if he only comprehended 1% of the sword Dao comprehension contained in the word, sword, he would be able to do whatever he wanted on the Cloud Continent. He had discovered this not too long ago. Not too long ago, he had a further comprehension of the word, sword, stored in his mind and raised his sword concept to the 8th level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. Although he did not have any improvements in other aspects, he had an additional strength of 300 ancient horned dragons due to the elevation of his sword concept. With the help of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he could wield the strength of 3,800 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. This was under the condition that he did not rely on the earth energy with his earth concept. It was precisely because of this that he was able to kill Lu Zhao, the Lu clan's elder who was at the 8th level void transformation stage. It was effortless from the beginning until the end. Young master, I'm slow-witted. I haven't made any progress. Xiongquan shrugged and smiled wryly. Don't worry. A lot of things still depend on luck. Who knows, maybe you'll have a flash of inspiration in your mind, and you'll be able to comprehend them naturally. Duan Lingtian comforted him. However, looking at Xiongquan's dejected expression, it was obvious his consolation was useless. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a loud and familiar voice sounded, breaking the slightly silent atmosphere. Lu Bai. The person who came was the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Lu Bai, I want to see the clan leader. I've already told the patriarch about the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass that you told me a few days ago. You should be able to know the result when you meet the patriarch with me this time. Lu Bai knew the reason why Duan Lingtian wanted to see the clan leader of Lu clan, so he said bluntly, the 2 treasures you mentioned sound like medicinal herbs. Our Lu clan has countless rare medicinal herbs. Who knows, we might have what you're looking for. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at Xiongquan. Xiongquan, do you want to come with me? Young master, I'll pass. I want to cultivate for a while more. Besides, I can help take care of Miss Tianwu if I stay. Xiongquan said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed Lu Bai to see Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, on his own. The mansion where Lu Rui lived was not far away from Duan Lingtian's mansion. Even Lu Bai's mansion was not far away. The area to the east of our Lu clan's mansion is where the clan's high-ranking officials and direct descendants live. The most magnificent mansion in front is where the clan leader lives. Lu Bai explained as he pointed to the front. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, an estate stood there. It was grand and tall, and it stood out amongst the surrounding estates, causing it to be especially conspicuous. After walking for a while, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He could clearly feel a gaze locked on him from afar. When he looked over, he saw a middle-aged young man walking toward him and Lu Bai. There was an old man following behind the young man. Humph. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Lu Bai snort. It was obvious he was targeting the newcomer. Lu Bai, aren't you going to greet your big brother when you see him? At this moment, the gray-clad young man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai. His gaze had already shifted from Duan Lingtian to Lu Bai. Do I know you that well? Lu Bai glanced at the gray-clad young man coldly and said disdainfully. Lu Bai, is there a misunderstanding between us? The gray-clad young man still had a smile on his face even though Lu Bai did not treat him nicely. Chapter 1076. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something, and he raised an eyebrow. Big brother? This gray-clad young man addressed himself as big brother in front of Lu Bai. Lu Song. Soon after, Duan Lingtian reacted and guessed the gray-clad young man's identity. In the Lu clan, the only person who could address himself as big brother in front of Lu Bai was the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song. He was also Lu Bai's sworn enemy and the stumbling block for Lu Bai to become the next clan leader of Lu clan. That was not all. The Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, whom I killed earlier. I heard that he was Lu Song's twin brother. Twin brother. He was Lu Huai's biological brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Song with a hint of vigilance. You must be Elder Duan, right? Lu Song was not angry when he saw Lu Bai ignoring him. He quickly changed his target and looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. However, the bright smile on Lu Song's face was extremely dazzling in Duan Lingtian's eyes. This Lu Song. He doesn't have a good relationship with his twin brother, Lu Bai? Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Song and asked Lu Bai through voice transmission. Their parents died when they were young, so they supported each other. Naturally, they had a good relationship. To Lu Huai, apart from being an elder brother, Lu Song also played the role of a father. Lu Bai replied through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian instantly felt a chill in his heart. He did not believe that Lu Song did not know he killed Lu Huai. Even so, Lu Song was still smiling in front of him. This made him feel a chill down his spine. This Lu Song is an extremely dangerous person. Duan Lingtian was almost certain about this. It was not something an ordinary person could do to act as if nothing had happened in front of the person who killed his brother. Anyone who could do that would be a scheming person. If Lu Song had wanted to kill him, perhaps he would not have taken him seriously. However, Lu Song's behavior made him fearful from the bottom of his heart. An enemy in the open was not scary. An enemy in the dark was the most terrifying. And who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Song and asked despite knowing the answer. I'm Lu Song. The smile on Lu Song's face remained unchanged as he politely responded to Duan Lingtian. Lu Song? The young master of the Lu family? Duan Lingtian pretended to be surprised. Yes. Lu Song nodded and continued to say, however, even though I'm the great young master of Lu clan, I'm nothing in front of you, Elder Duan. Elder Duan, you're a grade 1 alchemist. Even the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders have to be respectful to you. As he spoke, Lu Song's face was filled with humility. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Lu Song's flattery. He looked deeply at Lu Song and asked with a smile, I heard. Lu Huai, the Lu clan's 3rd young master, is your biological brother? As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and locked onto Lu Song. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. At the same time, his mental power also extended out. Yes. Lu Song nodded. The smile on his face grew wider. He was not angry because Duan Lingtian mentioned Lu Huai. Do you know that I killed him? Duan Lingtian asked again. When Duan Lingtian asked this question, he was shocked in his heart. This was because he realized that when he mentioned Lu Huai, no matter if it was his eyes or his mental power, he did not notice any fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions. Even if it was just a tiny bit. What did this mean? Either Lu Song did not care about the life and death of his biological brother, Lu Huai. Either that, or Lu Song had perfectly hidden his emotions. If it was the former, then so be it. However, if it was the latter, then Lu Song was just too terrifying. Through the voice transmission that he asked Lu Song earlier, he could conclude that it was impossible for it to be the former. In that case, it could only be the latter. This caused a chill to rise in his heart. Currently, in his eyes, Lu Song was like a poisonous snake that could easily blend into its surroundings and hide perfectly. Such a poisonous snake was undoubtedly extremely dangerous and impossible to guard against. Once it went berserk, it would definitely kill without leaving a trace. Huh. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the mental power that he extended out tremble. Only then did he notice. Just as his words left his mouth, there was an obvious fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions. The fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions was extremely faint and disappeared in a flash. However, his sharp mental power could still clearly sense it. The fluctuation in his emotions contained a bloodthirsty killing intent. I know. However, I still have to thank Elder Duan for cleaning up the house for my clan. With Lu Huai's temper, he'll get into trouble sooner or later. It's his good fortune that he died in your hands. Lu Song nodded. There was still a smile on his face. However, when his smile entered Duan Lingtian's eyes, it made Duan Lingtian's hair stand on end. It was also his mental power that noticed the fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions. Otherwise, he might have been deceived by Lu Song just by looking at it with his naked eyes. Then, I guess I've unintentionally planted a willow and the willow turns into a shade. However, you don't have to thank me. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Song nonchalantly and said calmly. Boy, you're courting death. At this moment, a cold gleam flashed in the eyes of the old man behind Lu Song. His aura instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, he took a step forward, intending to attack Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! However, before the old man could make a move, he was stopped by Lu Song. Elder Duan, I'm really sorry. Elder Guan and Lu Huai are very close. I hope Elder Duan can forgive him if he offended you in any way. Lu Song said apologetically to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he did not look at Lu Song. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the old man behind Lu Song. The old man had white hair and eyebrows, and he was glaring at him with hatred. At that moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. How interesting. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man deeply before he shifted his gaze away. He did not bother with Lu Song anymore. After calling out to Lu Bai, he left with Lu Bai. Only Lu Song and the old man behind him were left standing on the spot. They looked at Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai's silhouettes as they left. Young master, you shouldn't have stopped me. I was very confident that I could kill him just now to avenge little young master. The old man said in a deep voice as he stared at the purple silhouette in the distance. His face was filled with hatred. Then, at this moment, the smile on Lu Song's face had disappeared. It was replaced with indifference. Then, when the old man heard this, he did not know how to reply. You won't be able to live if you kill him. Even if you manage to escape, you're destined to be a fugitive. At that time, where are you going to put me? Or do you want me to be a fugitive with you? Lu Song enunciated each word clearly, leaving the old man speechless. That was right. He had killed Duan Lingtian. Faced with the enraged higher-ups of the Lu clan, he could escape to the ends of the earth. However, the young master would be dragged down by him. After all, his every move represented his young master, Lu Song. If you kill him, you can either die or run. As for me, even if I continue to stay in the Lu clan, I won't be able to become the patriarch of the Lu clan. The Lu clan will not allow someone who doesn't care about the clan's interests to be the patriarch. You should be very clear about this. Lu Song said in a deep voice. If he allowed the old man to kill Duan Lingtian, even if the Lu clan did not punish him, the higher-ups of the Lu clan would undoubtedly think that he did not care about the clan's interests at all. Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist and the Lu clan's first honorary elder. If he was killed, the Lu clan's interests would be greatly affected. Young master, what about little young master's revenge? Are we not going to avenge it? The old man said with grief and indignation. Not avenge it? How is that possible? He's my younger brother. He's my younger brother whom I watched grow up. Lu Song's eyes gleamed coldly. However, he concealed it in just a blink of an eye. His slightly ferocious expression returned to its usual calmness. However, we can't be rash about this. We need to think about it carefully. The old man's eyes brightened when he heard this, and he replied respectfully. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai had also arrived near the mansion of the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Rui. They would arrive at the mansion in a dozen breaths' time. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful of Lu Song. That Lu Song is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He says one thing in the open, and another in the dark. You killed his younger brother, there's no way he would be so magnanimous. He won't let this go so easily. Lu Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him solemnly. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already noticed this without Lu Bai's reminder. Lu Bai, the old man behind Lu Song. Do you know anything about him? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled the old man who was following behind Lu Song and wanted to attack him. I only know that the old man's surname is Guan, and people call him Elder Guan. As for his background, I heard he was a servant of Lu Song's grandfather when he was young. Due to his good innate talent, he became a collateral disciple of our Lu clan. Later on, after Lu Song's grandfather died, he followed Lu Song's father. After Lu Song's parents died, he followed Lu Song and Lu Huai and took care of them. It's said that the old man's strength has already entered the 9th level void transformation. He's not far from the peak of the void. His strength is much stronger than many of the elders in our Lu clan. Lu Bai told him everything he knew. 9th level void transformation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Lu Bai's words. He was shocked. That old man hid his strength really well. He's obviously a martial monarch powerhouse, but he actually told the public that he's only at the 9th level void transformation. Earlier, when the old man's aura had locked onto him and was about to attack him, he immediately extended his spiritual energy. He attempted to probe the old man's cultivation base by extending his spiritual energy. However, when his spiritual energy approached the old man, it seemed to have melted into a ball of cotton and disappeared without a trace. At that time, he knew. Chapter 1077. However, the old man was only at the 1st level martial monarch stage at most. Duan Lingtian could roughly deduce this through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lives. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lu Bai asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly stopping in his tracks. He seemed to be in a daze. Nothing. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses when he heard this and shook his head. He decided not to tell Lu Bai about his discovery. If Lu Bai knew there was a martial monarch following Lu Song all the time, he would definitely be in a bad mood. After all, if he wanted to become the next clan leader of Lu clan, he would have to get rid of Lu Song, this stepping stone. If he knew there was a martial monarch protecting Lu Song, he might feel hopeless. Although Lu Bai was puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian seemed to have a lot on his mind, he did not continue to ask. He could tell Duan Lingtian did not want to say much. Therefore, he did not intend to force Duan Lingtian to say anything. Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the grand and tall mansion under Lu Bai's lead and entered the main hall in the middle of the mansion. There was already someone waiting in the main hall. It was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. Clan leader. Duan Lingtian greeted Lu Rui with a smile when he saw him. He did not bow like Lu Bai did. If it was someone else, Lu Rui would definitely be displeased. However, this person was Duan Lingtian. Not only did he feel it was nothing, but he even responded with a smile. Elder Duan. Elder Duan, I've read some ancient books about the 2 medicinal herbs that you're looking for, and I finally found some records about them. I've been searching in the Lu clan's treasure vault for the past 2 days, and I finally found a few medicinal herbs with similar characteristics. I'm just not sure if they're the ones you're looking for. Lu Rui went straight to the point. A few? Hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He asked eagerly, Master, can you take out those medicinal herbs for me to identify? Duan Lingtian's words were mixed with a bit of excitement. In his opinion, since there were several kinds of medicinal herbs for him to choose from, perhaps there would be something he wanted among them. Of course. Lu Rui raised his hand and took out 7 kinds of herbs. 3 of them were root-shaped medicinal herbs. They looked similar to ginseng, but there were many differences. As for the other 4 herbs, they were all leaf-shaped herbs. Elder Duan, look. None of them are. Just as Lu Rui was about to pass the 7 kinds of medicinal herbs to Duan Lingtian, he raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he saw Duan Lingtian's disappointed face as he let out a sigh. For a moment, he vaguely realized something. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said with a wry smile on his face, the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that I want are not among these medicinal herbs. However, no matter what, thank you for helping me, Master. Duan Lingtian had a grateful expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. "You're too kind, Elder Duan," Lu Rui said. "My understanding of the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass is limited to the rough-written records in the ancient books. Even if I saw them, I might not be able to recognize them. In our Lu clan's treasure vault, there are some medicinal herbs that fit the description of these two heaven and earth treasures. However, I didn't take them out together. Why don't you come with me and take a look yourself, Elder Duan?" Lu Rui suggested as he reached the end of his sentence. "Then, I'll thank the patriarch first." Duan Lingtian had undoubtedly agreed to go with Lu Rui to the Lu clan's treasure vault to take a look at the medicinal herbs and see if there was anything that he wanted. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed Lu Rui and left the mansion. As for Lu Bai, he returned to his own mansion and did not follow them. The Lu clan's treasure vault was located in the north of the Lu clan's mansion. It was surrounded by 3 layers of protection. It was filled with inscription formations, and some of them were even powerful killing formations. The Lu clan's treasure vault was a palace surrounded by many inscription formations. There was only one entrance, and it was personally guarded by an old man. "Elder Duan, Master." The old man was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui appearing together. However, he still greeted them warmly. "Elder Ji." Duan Lingtian responded with a smile on his face. He was familiar with the old man in front of him. It was Lu Ji, one of the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders whom he had met a few days ago. He was a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. "Elder Ji, I'll bring Elder Duan in to look for some medicinal herbs," Lu Rui said to Elder Ji. Lu Ji nodded. With a lift of his hand, a gentle energy extended out and activated an inscription formation at the entrance of the Lu clan's treasure vault. Creak. At the same time, the treasure vault's door opened by itself. Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui walked into the treasure vault together. What entered their eyes was a 7-colored brilliance. It was a pile of jewelry that was as big as a mountain in front of them. Under the illumination of the light brought in by Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui, they emitted a gorgeous light. Some of the huge pearls that were still shining brightly after the light disappeared illuminated the entire treasure vault. It was even more eye-catching. Night luminescent pearls. Duan Lingtian raised his brow. "Elder Duan, if you're interested in these things, feel free to take them." As though Lu Rui saw Duan Lingtian's eyes were attracted by the pile of jewelry, he said straightforwardly. To a clan like the Northern Mountains Lu clan, the jewelry that was piled up like mountains were just ordinary decorations. They had no value at all. "I'm just looking." Duan Lingtian shook his head, indicating that he was not interested in those things. "Master, where are the herbs?" After looking around, Duan Lingtian did not see any herbs at all. At that moment, he could not help but look at Lu Rui in confusion and asked curiously. "The herbs are in there." Lu Rui led the way in front as he spoke. Apart from being one of the 2 most powerful clans in the northern mountain land, the Lu clan was also an alchemist clan. To an alchemist, apart from the cauldron, the most precious thing was none other than the herbs required to refine pills. Therefore, the herbs were the most precious treasure to the Lu clan. Especially those rare and precious medicinal herbs. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had passed by a few other places, from the place where the jewelry was stored to the place where the herbs were stored. Those few places stored some ancient books, concept fragments, spirit weapons, and other treasures. "It's here." As Lu Rui activated the mechanism, a stone door rose up in front of them. In the next second, Duan Lingtian smelled a rich medicinal fragrance coming from inside. It quickly entered his nostrils. At that moment, he felt light all over as though he had consumed some kind of spirit pill. He only returned to his senses after a while. "Elder Duan, please." Lu Rui gestured for Duan Lingtian to enter the spacious side hall behind the stone door. There were many herbs stored in the side hall. One could not take in all of them at a glance. Spirit heart grass, dancing butterfly flower, traceless stem. There are so many rare herbs. Soon, Duan Lingtian was attracted by the many herbs in the side hall. He lost his composure and exclaimed softly. Although these herbs were not as good as the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that he desperately wanted, they were still rare herbs. Lu Rui stood at the side. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's loss of composure. He still remembered. When he first came here, he was much older than Elder Duan. However, his composure was not as good as Elder Duan's. At that time, he could not move his feet for a long time when he saw the pile of rare herbs. In the end, it was the former clan leader who slapped him that woke him up. "Clan leader, where are the herbs that you mentioned?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lu Rui. There were so many herbs here. It would take him at least a few days to search through all of them. He had a headache when he thought of this. He could not help but ask Lu Rui. Now, he could only hope that Lu Rui would bring the herbs to the side for him to choose from. "I've asked someone to separate the herbs and put them over there." Lu Rui pointed to a corner of the side hall and said. Duan Lingtian was relieved when he heard this. He walked to the corner of the side hall and pulled the dust-proof cloth that covered the pile of herbs. After the dust-proof cloth was pulled away, Duan Lingtian's eyes opened up. There were dozens of different herbs. Duan Lingtian looked around. The herbs that he saw were more or less similar to the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that he was looking for. "Thank you for your effort, clan leader." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Lu Rui and said solemnly. The neat pile of herbs in front of him was obviously collected recently. It was enough to show Lu Rui's effort. It made Duan Lingtian feel warm from the bottom of his heart. Although he was a grade 1 alchemist, he had not refined a single pill for the Lu clan since he joined the Lu clan a few days ago. It could be said that he had not contributed anything to the Lu clan. Under such circumstances, Lu Rui's contribution on behalf of the Lu clan made him feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. "I hope Elder Duan can find what you're looking for," Lu Rui said with a smile. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and looked at the pile of herbs in front of him again. Soon, his eyes were fixed on one of the herbs. He could not move his eyes away. At the same time, the atmosphere in the side hall became heavy. Hiss. Hiss. All that could be heard was Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing. Lu Rui could not help but feel curious when he heard Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing. He took a step forward and arrived next to Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. He followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked over. At the same time, a root-shaped herb appeared before his eyes. All of the roots of this root-shaped medicinal herb were curled together and twisted into a ball. It looked extremely strange. This can't be the soul-fixing root, right? Lu Rui asked in shock. The root-shaped herb before his eyes was very different from the description of the soul-fixing root that he had read in the ancient books. The books did not mention that the roots of the soul-fixing root would curl up. Chapter 1078. It's not an ordinary soul-fixing root? A hint of confusion could be seen in Lu Rui's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian had woken up from his stupor. He did not know what Duan Lingtian meant at all. Yes. Duan Lingtian, who was awakened by Lu Rui, had an excited expression on his face. An ordinary soul-fixing root has a straight root. However, once it has lived for more than 1,000 years, its root will begin to curl up. The longer it lives in this world, the more its root will curl up. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian grabbed the soul-fixing root that was completely curled up in his hand. Excitement could be seen in his eyes. If that's the case, doesn't this mean that this soul-fixing root has existed for a very long time? Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Elder Duan, can you deduce how long it has lived in this world? Judging from the degree to which its roots have shrunk, it has lived in this world for at least 5,000 years. This soul-fixing root can be called a coiling dragon root. Duan Lingtian said as he studied the soul-fixing root in his hand. Coiling dragon root. Lu Rui's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, he had heard of the coiling dragon root before. The coiling dragon root was not just a name for a root-shaped medicinal herb. Any rare root-shaped medicinal herb that had lived for more than 5,000 years could be called a coiling dragon root. I can't believe this soul-fixing root has transformed into a coiling dragon root. No wonder I missed it and didn't bring it away. Lu Rui exclaimed, "It's a good thing Elder Duan is so knowledgeable that you recognized it with just a glance. Otherwise, even if it continued to stay in our Lu clan's treasure vault, I'm afraid it would only collect dust in the end. Congratulations, Elder Duan." After Lu Rui returned to his senses, he smiled and congratulated Duan Lingtian. "Thank you, clan leader." Duan Lingtian quickly thanked him and put the soul-fixing root away in his spatial ring as though he had just obtained a treasure. Even now, his surging emotions were still unable to calm down for a long time. No matter if it was the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass, they were both extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth in the entire Cloud continent. Many people might not be able to see them in their entire lifetime. Before this, Duan Lingtian would never have thought he would be able to obtain the soul-fixing root from the Lu clan. Although he had followed Lu Rui to the Lu clan's treasure vault, he had the intention of trying his luck here as a last resort. He never thought that he would be able to find the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass here. Perhaps, this is what they mean by unintentionally planting a willow and growing a shade. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With this soul-fixing root, I can concoct a medicinal liquid for Tian Wu to consume and heal a part of her soul. I only hope that Tian Wu can wake up after the part of her soul is healed. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In the end, his face was filled with apprehension. Elder Duan, continue looking. See if you can find the soul-stabilizing grass as well. Lu Rui said with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded and began to look at the dozens of medicinal herbs in front of him. In the end, he found nothing. There's no soul-stabilizing grass here. Although there was no soul-stabilizing grass, Duan Lingtian was very surprised to be able to obtain the soul-fixing root. Clan leader, I'd like to return first. Duan Lingtian was eager to return. He only wanted to concoct the medicinal liquid for Feng Tianwu as soon as possible. He did not want to stay here for even a second longer. All right. As the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui was also a shrewd person. Naturally, he could hear the urgency in Duan Lingtian's voice. Both of them left the side hall where the medicinal herbs were stored and walked out. They would return to where they came from. Clan leader, if the clan needs grade 1 pills, you can give me a list. As long as the medicinal herbs are here, I can refine the grade 1 pills for the clan. Duan Lingtian said to Lu Rui solemnly. Putting aside the fact that he still needed to rely on the Lu clan in the future, he now owed the Lu clan a huge favor. Perhaps Lu Rui did not know the true value of the soul-fixing root, but he knew it very well. It was a treasure of heaven and earth that could repair one's soul. It was not something that ordinary rare medicinal herbs could compare to. Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. All right. All right. I'll give you a list later and give you the medicinal herbs, Elder Duan. Grade 1 pills. Although the Lu clan had one as well, it was refined by the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Moreover, they had to pay a huge sum of money. That was not all. The Alchemist Guild's main guild had set a limit every time he refined grade 1 pills for the Lu clan. This made them feel helpless. They could not help but wonder why the clan could not produce another grade 1 alchemist. If the Lu clan could produce a grade 1 alchemist, why would they need to ask the Alchemist Guild's main guild for help? The Lu clan had only produced a grade 1 alchemist close to 1,000 years ago. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's appearance had given the Lu clan hope. This meant that the Lu clan would no longer have to look for other people if they wanted grade 1 pills in the future. This was one of the reasons why the Lu clan's people, including the clan leader Lu Rui, treated Duan Lingtian with respect when he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist and expressed his intention to join the Lu clan. The Lu clan urgently needed a grade 1 alchemist to carry the golden name of the Alchemist clan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui left the Lu clan's treasure vault and returned to the east side of the Lu clan's mansion. Elder Duan, you don't have to worry about the soul-fixing herb. I'll get someone to spread the news and offer a reward for the soul-fixing herb. Before they parted ways, Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said, however, before that, please draw a detailed picture of the soul-fixing herb for me. My understanding of the soul-fixing herb is limited to the rough records in the ancient books. I'm afraid other people might not be able to recognize the soul-fixing herb even if they see it. Lu Rui told him his plan. Reward? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He took the pen and paper from Lu Rui and quickly drew the soul-fixing herb that he remembered the reincarnation emperor Wu had seen a few times. He did not let go of any detail. After spending an entire 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally drew a complete soul-stabilizing grass. Good drawing. Lu Rui's eyes gleamed when he saw the lifelike herb on the drawing that Duan Lingtian handed to him. He smiled and said, "We'll use this drawing as a blueprint and make tens of thousands of copies. We'll be able to mobilize the entire northern desert and even half of the people in the southern outer land to search for the soul-fixing herb." Clan leader, what kind of reward are you going to use? Duan Lingtian asked. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Rui muttered to himself, "I'll have to think about the reward carefully. An ordinary reward isn't enough to mobilize all the martial artists who know about this matter to help search for the soul-fixing herb. Clan leader, I have a suggestion." A thought popped up in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. Please speak, Elder Duan. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian. How about this? The Lu clan has promised that the person who finds the soul-stabilizing grass will be rewarded with a Grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 Grade 1 life recovery pills. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. A Grade 1 spirit weapon. 10 Grade 1 life recovery pills. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, was taken aback. Regardless of whether it was a Grade 1 spirit weapon or a Grade 1 life recovery pill, they were extremely precious treasures even in the inner land, let alone in the outer land. If they appeared in the outer land, it was enough to make people fight over them. Elder Duan, Grade 1 life recovery pills are still manageable. Our Lu clan still has more than 10 of them in stock. Even if we don't have enough, you can still refine them. Lu Rui took a deep breath to calm himself down before he continued, however, as for Grade 1 spirit weapons. Even our Lu clan only has 4 of them. 3 of them are in the hands of the 3 guardian elders, and 1 of them is in my hands. These 4 Grade 1 spirit weapons were passed down from our Lu clan's ancestors. Lu Rui was interrupted as soon as he reached this part of his sentence. Clan leader, I think you've misunderstood. Duan Lingtian interrupted Lu Rui. He knew Lu Rui had misunderstood him. Misunderstood? Lu Rui was stunned. Clan leader, I didn't intend to ask the clan for the reward that I suggested earlier. I'm already very grateful that the clan is willing to announce the reward through its extensive network. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, as for the Grade 1 spirit weapon and the 10 Grade 1 life recovery pills, I'll personally pay for them. Lu Rui sighed in relief when he heard this. I forgot that since you're a Grade 1 alchemist, it's not difficult for you to obtain a Grade 1 spirit weapon, Elder Duan. A Grade 1 alchemist could refine Grade 1 pills as long as they had sufficient medicinal herbs. A certain amount of Grade 1 pills could be exchanged for a Grade 1 spirit weapon refined by a Grade 1 weapon craftsman. Naturally, this was just Lu Rui's idea. If Lu Rui knew that the purple-clad young man standing before him was not only a Grade 1 alchemist, but also a Grade 1 weapon craftsman, one could only imagine how he would react. Clan leader, I'll have to trouble you with this. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Don't worry, Elder Duan. Lu Rui nodded. I'll definitely handle this properly for you. With the reward that you promised, I believe even a martial monarch would be tempted to help you look for the soul-stabilizing herb personally. That's exactly what I want. Duan Lingtian smiled. After parting ways with Lu Rui, Duan Lingtian's body flashed like an arrow that was released from a bow, heading straight to the mansion that he was staying in. Tian Wu, elder brother Duan has already found the soul-stabilizing root. With the 5,000-year medicinal efficacy of the soul-stabilizing root, it's enough to heal half of your soul injury. Chapter 1079. Whoosh. The door was tightly shut, and in the extremely quiet room, a soft sound came out of nowhere. A purple-clad young man stood in front of the bed. A flame appeared in his palm out of thin air. It was a flame that had solidified. The flame was different from an ordinary flame. This was because the flame was completely purple. Not only that, but around the purple flames, there was also a faint layer of golden edges. Purple gold pill fire. It was also a grade 1 pill fire. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had returned after parting with Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. Duan Lingtian returned to his room immediately after he returned. After he returned to his room, he carried Feng Tianwu, who was sleeping in the ice coffin, and placed her on the bed. Then, he condensed a grade 1 pill fire. A soul-fixing root that has survived for 5,000 years can only be smelted by a pill fire of the first grade or above. Duan Lingtian's lips suddenly moved as he muttered to himself. If there was a second person who was sober and heard Duan Lingtian's words, he would definitely be baffled. Isn't a grade 1 pill fire the highest grade pill fire? How can there be a grade 1 pill fire or above? That person would definitely ask such a question. Naturally, that person did not know about the existence of quasi-royal grade alchemists and royal grade alchemists. Otherwise, he would not have said that. Royal grade alchemists were the real alchemists who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian casually took out a strange root-shaped medicinal herb. All the roots of the root-shaped medicinal herb were curled together. It looked extremely strange. It was the soul-fixing root. After a while, the soul-fixing root was led by Duan Lingtian to the top of the grade 1 pill fire and allowed the grade 1 pill fire to envelop it completely. After 15 minutes, there was still no change to the soul-fixing root. As expected of a soul-fixing root that has lived for 5,000 years. A grade 1 pill fire without the help of the cauldron is not enough to smelt it in 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim. Then, Duan Lingtian took out the medicine cauldron and threw the soul-fixing root inside. With the help of the cauldron, Duan Lingtian quickly smelted the soul-fixing root and added some common herbs to successfully refine the medicinal liquid he needed. It wasn't that he didn't want to concoct a condensed pill, but the soul-fixing root after being smelted couldn't be condensed into a pill, so he could only use it to concoct medicinal liquid. Pa! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and slapped his palm on the cauldron. The grade 1 pill fire surrounded the cauldron's mouth and formed a faint barrier. Whoosh! Subsequently, a puddle of medicinal liquid that was as black as ink shot out like an arrow and pierced through the barrier formed by the grade 1 pill fire before stopping in midair. An invisible force shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand and guided the pool of medicinal liquid to roll in the air. After putting away the medicine cauldron, Duan Lingtian guided the medicinal liquid to the front of the bed. He used his other hand to help Feng Tianwu up from the bed so that she was half lying on the bed. At the same time, his hand slowly opened Feng Tianwu's slightly dry little mouth. Whoosh! At this moment, the medicinal liquid that Duan Lingtian guided arrived at Feng Tianwu's mouth. Drop by drop, it slowly seeped into her mouth and into her body. After a while, Duan Lingtian sent all the medicinal liquid into Feng Tianwu's body. Tianwu. After everything was done, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At the same time, he extended his spiritual energy to observe the direction of the medicinal liquid refined by the soul-fixing root. Duan Lingtian could clearly sense it with his spiritual energy. After the medicinal liquid seeped into Feng Tianwu's body, it went straight to her mind. After a while, it gathered in her mind and rushed to her damaged soul. Her soul was like a ball of flame that hung in the depths of her mind and flickered continuously. A corner of Feng Tianwu's soul was damaged. This was also the root cause of her unconsciousness. Whoosh! 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 Waves of medicinal effects gathered in Feng Tianwu's mind and swept out from all directions. In a short moment, they fused into her soul and gathered together. Feng Tianwu's soul was completely shrouded. She could only see the medicinal liquid rolling outside her soul. Logically speaking, if there's only the soul-fixing root, it's impossible for Tianwu's soul to fully recover. Even if it's a soul-fixing root that has lived in this world for 5,000 years, it's still impossible. Duan Lingtian was a little absent-minded. I wonder if Tianwu will be able to wake up. If she wakes up, I'm afraid there'll be some negative effects from the damage to her soul. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he prepared for the worst. I hope the clan leader can really reward me with the soul-fixing herb. In that case, Tianwu's soul will be completely healed. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with anticipation. Time passed by quietly. Feng Tianwu's soul was still enveloped by the rolling medicinal liquid. It made it difficult for Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy to get close to her. He could only watch from afar. However, Duan Lingtian waited silently by the bed, waiting for the final result. He knew there would be two possible outcomes when the medicinal liquid completely seeped into Feng Tianwu's soul. One of the outcomes was none other than Feng Tianwu continuing to be unconscious, and she would only be able to wake up once she consumed the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-stabilizing grass. The other outcome was that Feng Tianwu would wake up, but her soul would still be in a damaged state. It would inevitably have some negative effects on her. Night gradually fell. It was so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. However, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. The medicinal liquid was still rolling in her soul. Duan Lingtian's extended spiritual energy seemed to be constantly reporting the situation of Feng Tianwu's soul and the depths of her mind to him. He sat by the bed and waited patiently. At some point, the light of dawn shrouded the earth, and the entire room was bright again. It's done. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-fixing herb had completely seeped into Feng Tianwu's soul and healed part of the damage to Feng Tianwu's soul. Tianwu. After withdrawing his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu anxiously. At the same time, he reached out and held her hand. Due to the stimulation of the cold air from lying in the ice coffin, Feng Tianwu's hand was very hot. Even though she had been out of the ice coffin for an entire day, her hand was still so hot. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. His eyes were firmly fixed on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face. He only wanted to know if Feng Tianwu, whose soul had been partially healed, would wake up because of this. Time passed by quietly. Soon, half an hour had passed. Feng Tianwu still did not show any signs of waking up. Sigh. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the same time, he withdrew his gaze and muttered, "It seems like I'll have to wait until I find the soul-fixing herb to wake Tianwu up." At this moment, a soft sound pierced Duan Lingtian's ears. It was as if thunder had pierced his ears. It caused his pupils to shrink, and he stood up abruptly. His eyes swept out at lightning speed and once again locked onto the red-clad lady on the bed, Feng Tianwu. He saw Feng Tianwu's small mouth moving slightly. Her beautiful face also showed signs of movement. Subsequently, her pair of beautiful eyes that were like water opened, and the first thing she saw was Duan Lingtian, who was looking at her. However, there were no unusual emotions in her eyes at all. Unfamiliar. When Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes were extremely unfamiliar. It was as if she had never known Duan Lingtian. This gaze that was filled with unfamiliarity pierced Duan Lingtian to the point he felt a wave of heartache. It seems like what I'm most worried about has happened. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Whoosh! Before Duan Lingtian could react, a red light flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, he realized that Feng Tianwu had left the bed and disappeared before his eyes. At the same time, he clearly felt a scorching aura behind him. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Feng Tianwu, who was floating in the air. Her red clothes were fluttering, and waves of scorching flames rose around her body. He realized that Feng Tianwu's gaze still did not contain any emotion. Moreover, it was extremely unfamiliar. It was as if she was looking at a stranger. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed his restless emotions. He asked gently, "Tian Wu, don't you recognize me? I'm elder brother Duan." Elder brother Duan? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu, who was standing in the air, frowned. She seemed to be thinking about something. The red clothes on her body fluttered along with the scorching flames rolling around her body, making her look like a fire spirit, a lost fire spirit. "Yes, I'm elder brother Duan. Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian saw that Tian Wu seemed to be thinking. He immediately seized the opportunity and tried to awaken her memory. "I don't know you." However, what he waited for was Feng Tianwu's cold shout. It wasn't just that, along with Feng Tianwu's cold shout, her peerlessly beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and even the flames that coiled around her body were unable to melt the frost. Whoosh! As Feng Tianwu raised her hand, a sword appeared in her hand. It was a 5-foot-long red soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword that Duan Lingtian had given her in the past. However, at this moment, she pointed the sword that Duan Lingtian had given her at Duan Lingtian and shouted, "Who are you?" "Young master. Young master." At this moment, a series of hurried voices came from outside the door. It was Xiong Quan who had rushed over when he heard from the servant that there was an unusual movement in Duan Lingtian's room. However, he did not receive any response. "Tian Wu, I'm elder brother Duan. Have you forgotten? The sword in your hand was given to you by me not long ago. Have you forgotten all of this?" Even when Feng Tianwu pointed the sword at him, Duan Lingtian was not alarmed at all. He looked at Feng Tianwu and patiently tried to awaken Feng Tianwu's memory. "Elder brother Duan? You're the one who gave me this sword?" Feng Tianwu muttered as she looked at Duan Lingtian and the sword in her hand. "Yes. Do you remember now?" Duan Lingtian nodded and looked at Feng Tianwu with anticipation. Chapter 1080. However, just as Duan Lingtian was looking at Feng Tianwu expectantly, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu made her move. She actually stabbed her sword at him. It was extremely sudden and ferocious. At this moment, the flames on her body seemed to be filled with an extremely cold aura, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a chill in his heart. Feng Tianwu's speed was not considered fast in Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, he had no intention of dodging. He stood there quietly. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he stared at Feng Tianwu, who was stabbing her sword at him for no reason. At this moment, it was as though the only thing left in his world was the fiery red figure that was getting closer and closer. Even though the figure seemed to have transformed into a red giant beast in the blink of an eye and was about to devour him, his expression and gaze did not change at all. He was still as gentle as before. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu, whose face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, swept her sword at Duan Lingtian's heart. It was as though she wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with one strike. However, her speed slowed down when she realized that Duan Lingtian did not move. However, she was too close to Duan Lingtian. Even though her movements were slow, the sword in her hand was already not far from Duan Lingtian's chest in an instant. Why didn't he dodge? Why do I feel a pain in my heart when I attack him? Feng Tianwu, who seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in an instant, felt her heart tremble for no reason. At the same time, she felt a wave of panic in her heart. In a flash, her eyes happened to catch a glimpse of the sword that was just inches away from Duan Lingtian's heart. She hurriedly moved her sword away, wanting to retrieve it. Unfortunately, she was still too slow. The strong inertia continued to carry her forward and sent the sword in her hand into the purple-clad young man's chest. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere, splattering on her body and her hand. Looking at the blood on her hand, she felt her heart ache. It hurts. She let go of the sword in her hand and clutched her chest. She was in a daze, as if she had lost something in that instant. Helplessness and panic almost caused her to stop breathing. Why would my heart ache? Do I really know him? Why is his gaze so gentle? What is my relationship with him? Why didn't he dodge? Why? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was deathly pale. She lowered her head and muttered to herself in a daze. Bang! Until a loud sound rang out, causing her to regain her senses. Young master. After knocking open the door and seeing the scene in front of him, Xiongquan's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly flew in and arrived in front of the swaying purple figure in an instant. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, Xiongquan pulled out the red soft sword from the chest of the purple-clothed young man and threw it on the ground. At the same time, he used his origin energy to help stop the bleeding. Fortunately, Xiongquan heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the sword had missed the heart and that the life of the purple-robed young man was not in danger. Cough. Duan Lingtian, who had been staring blankly at Feng Tianwu as though he had lost his soul and did not feel anything when Feng Tianwu's sword pierced his chest, finally moved after Xiongquan pulled out the sword. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the ground and formed a dazzling red rose. Young master. Who hurt you? Xiongquan's face sank, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Someone who could hurt Duan Lingtian was not a reality that he could deal with. Soon, Xiongquan obtained his answer. This answer made him dumbstruck. You. Why didn't you dodge? An emotionless voice sounded, causing Xiongquan to shift his gaze to the woman in red who was not far away. Miss Tianwu, why you're awake? Xiongquan's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master. Why you've found the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing herb for Miss Tianwu? This Lu clan is pretty good. They even have the two extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth that you mentioned in Cloud Continent. Xiongquan seemed to have guessed something, and a smile appeared on his face. However, his smile quickly froze. This was because he noticed the bloodstain on Feng Tianwu's hand. His expression changed immediately. Miss Tianwu, why you're the one who stabbed young master? If it was someone else, he would have risked his life to avenge his young master even if he knew he was no match for them. However, this person was Feng Tianwu. She was his young master's woman and the future young mistress. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. Why should I dodge? Why you're really going to kill me? Duan Lingtian, whose face was pale due to the excessive blood loss, asked Feng Tianwu in return. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu fell silent. Looking at the man's pale face, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. It was as though her heart had been broken into two. She did not know why she felt that way. Could it be? I really knew him in the past. But why can't I remember anything? No matter how hard Feng Tianwu racked her brains, she could not recall anything about the man before her. However, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart when the man before her was hurt. She had no choice but to believe that the man before her had a close relationship with her past self. At this moment, the enmity Feng Tianwu had towards Duan Lingtian vanished without a trace. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he realized this. A heartfelt smile crept up the corner of his mouth. He knew he was right not to dodge earlier. At the very least, he had broken through Tianwu's psychological barrier after she had temporarily lost her memory. This was the beginning of success. Tianwu no longer rejected him after she had lost her memory. Perhaps, she would be able to accept him completely soon. If he had dodged earlier, Feng Tianwu would definitely attack him even more crazily after she had lost her memory. Feng Tianwu would not reject him like she did now. Young master. What's going on between you and Miss Tianwu? Xiongquan, who was standing at the side, was puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian was still smiling even though he was injured. Xiongquan, I only found the soul-fixing root in the Lu clan. I didn't find the soul-stabilizing grass. Although Tianwu woke up after consuming the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-fixing root, she seemed to have lost her memory of me. Duan Lingtian gave a simple explanation to Xiong Quan. Lost her memory? I see. When Xiong Quan heard Duan Lingtian's words earlier, he felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. He only regained his senses after a while. At the same time, realization dawned on him. This would explain why Miss Tian Wu, who was deeply in love with his young master, would hurt him. As it turned out, Miss Tian Wu had lost her memory. Young master, what should we do now? Xiong Quan asked. As long as we find the soul-stabilizing grass and refine the medicinal liquid for Tian Wu to consume, her soul will be completely healed. At that time, she'll naturally remember everything that happened in the past. Duan Lingtian said. That's good. Xiong Quan nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Miss Tian Wu would not be able to recover that day. The conversation between Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan fell into Feng Tianwu's ears. Why? Why did I lose my memory? Feng Tianwu asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Although her face was still covered with a layer of frost, she no longer rejected Duan Lingtian like before. This could be seen when she took the initiative to talk to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Feng Tianwu's question, he could not help but recall the past. To him, it was undoubtedly a painful past that he could not bear to look back on. However, in the face of Feng Tianwu who had lost her memory, he still told her everything. He mainly told her how Feng Tianwu had forcefully raised her fire profundity and even caused the fire spirit body's energy in her body to collapse because of him. Naturally, he also told her how he suppressed the violent fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body after he devilified, but her soul was still severely injured. Then, he told her what happened after that. So that's how it is. In the past, I was willing to sacrifice everything for you, including my own life. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Although Feng Tianwu learned about the past from Duan Lingtian, she had lost her memory after all. Listening to Duan Lingtian's recount of the past was more like listening to a story. It was impossible for her to be as close to Duan Lingtian as before. Although she was colder than before, she could still accept Duan Lingtian and no longer rejected Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with this. At the very least, he did not have to worry about Tian Wu attacking him again. Now, all I have to do is wait for the soul-stabilizing herb to restore Tian Wu's memory. Tian Wu who hasn't restored her memory won't be able to revert to her previous self even if she knows about the past. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The current Feng Tianwu was as cold as ice. She was completely different from before. Apart from Duan Lingtian, she had a cold expression on her face when she faced everyone else. It was as though she owed her a lot of money. Duan Lingtian felt helpless about this. He tried to change her, but in the end, he realized there was nothing he could do. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to let her be. In a mansion on the east side of the Lu clan's estate. Whoosh! A swift figure descended from the sky like an eagle and landed steadily in the backyard of the mansion. In the backyard pavilion, a gray-clad young man sat in front of a stone table with a wooden sword in his hand. His face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Young master, are you thinking about little young master again? The person who came was an old man. He saw the wooden sword in the gray-clad young man's hand as soon as he walked into the pavilion. Elder Guan, do you still remember this wooden sword? The gray-clad young man asked as he twirled the wooden sword in his hand. Yes. The old man nodded and sighed. This is the wooden sword that you personally made for the young master on his 5th birthday. Back then, the young master was very happy when he received this gift. That's right. In the blink of an eye, almost 30 years have passed. Chapter 1081. Young master, I've heard of something. When the old man saw that his young master was reminiscing about the past, he quickly changed the topic. It has something to do with the Duan Lingtian? The gray-clad young man was none other than Lu Song, the first young master of Lu clan. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the old man. Yes. The old man nodded. Speak. Lu Song said. Today, the clan leader has issued a bounty to the entire northern mountain land and even the southern outer land. The old man said. A bounty? However, what does the patriarch issuing a reward have to do with Duan Ling Tian? Lu Song asked with a frown. What if the clan leader issued the bounty on behalf of the Duan Ling Tian? The old man asked. Oh. Lu Song's interest was piqued when he heard the old man's words. What kind of bounty did the clan leader issue on behalf of the Duan Ling Tian? He's looking for a rare medicinal herb called the soul-stabilizing grass. The old man told him what he had heard. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a painting appeared out of thin air in his hand. There was a lifelike grass on the painting. This is the painting that the clan leader asked someone to copy and distribute. He's looking for this grass. The old man added. I've never seen this grass before. Lu Song looked at the grass on the painting and shook his head with a frown. Do you know why the Duan Ling Tian wants this grass? I've never heard of it. The old man shook his head. Although I don't know why he wants this grass, one thing's for sure. This grass is very important to him, and he's desperate to get his hands on it. What do you mean? Lu Song looked at the old man in confusion. Young master, do you know what reward the Duan Ling Tian promised to the person who finds this grass when he asked the clan leader to issue this bounty? The old man asked. Don't keep me in suspense. How would I know? Lu Song said impatiently, hurry up and say it. The Duan Ling Tian promised a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills for this bounty. The old man enunciated each word clearly. When he mentioned the grade 1 spirit weapon, his eyes gleamed with greed. Although he was a martial monarch, the best spirit weapon he had was only a grade 2 spirit weapon. Although the Lu clan had a few grade 1 spirit weapons, with his current status, he was destined to not be able to obtain them. Unless his young master became the clan leader of Lu clan one day, he might be able to benefit from it and obtain a grade 1 spirit weapon to further improve his strength. A first-grade spiritual weapon? Hearing the old man's words, Lu Song's pupils shrank. His hand trembled, and he accidentally broke the wooden sword in his hand. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. He stared at the old man before him. Are you sure it's a grade 1 spirit weapon? Yes. The old man nodded affirmatively. For this reason, I have confirmed it over and over again. There are only 4 grade 1 spirit weapons in the clan. The clan leader is actually going to give up one of them for Duan Ling Tian? A cold gleam flashed in Lu Song's eyes, and a hint of jealousy appeared on his face. The grade 1 spirit weapon that's on the bounty list is not the clan's grade 1 spirit weapon. The old man shook his head. Not the clan's grade 1 spirit weapon? Lu Song was stunned. Then, he asked, don't tell me it's Duan Ling Tian's grade 1 spirit weapon? I believe he can refine a grade 1 life recovery pill. However, in the entire southern outer land, only the guild master of the weapons craftsman guild's main guild can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon. A grade 1 spirit weapon is extremely rare even in the entire southern outer land. Even many martial monarchs from second-rate forces might not even have a grade 1 spirit weapon. Lu Song said. Based on his tone, it was obvious he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to take out a grade 1 spirit weapon. Young master, don't forget that Duan Ling Tian is a grade 1 alchemist. As long as he's willing, he can use a grade 1 pill to exchange for a grade 1 spirit weapon, the old man said. That's right. Now that you mention it, there's a possibility. Looks like Duan Ling Tian has quite a few treasures on him. Lu Song nodded. His eyes gleamed with greed. Perhaps, this is our chance. Lu Song muttered with a cold smile on his face. He seemed to have recalled something. Chance? The old man was puzzled. Yes, chance. A chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. The moment Lu Song's words left his mouth, a cold gleam shot out of his eyes. It was only when his gaze inadvertently fell on the broken wooden sword in his hand that he calmed down again. Xiao Huai, don't worry. I'll avenge you. I'm not your big brother if I don't tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. Lu Song said as he looked at the wooden sword. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Song's words. He knew his young master very well. If he wasn't completely confident, he would never have said those words that were filled with confidence. He was looking forward to it. Young master, what's your plan to kill Duan Lingtian? The old man could not help but ask. Lu Song did not hide anything from the old man. He told the old man the plan that had flashed in his mind earlier. After he finished speaking, Lu Song looked at the old man and asked, "What do you think of this plan?" "You're wise, young master." A bright smile appeared on the old man's face when he heard the plan. "It seems like not only will you avenge little young master, but you'll also be able to make a fortune." A smug smile appeared on Lu Song's face when he heard the old man's praise. "Duan Lingtian, just you wait." Soon after, a purple figure appeared in his mind. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as though he was about to devour his target. A huge net that was filled with conspiracies was closing in on Duan Lingtian. It was waiting for him to fall into it and be doomed eternally. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Due to the life recovery pill and a few days of recuperation, the injury that Tian Wu left on Duan Lingtian had finally healed. However, there was still a scar on his chest. The life recovery pill could have completely removed the scar, but Duan Lingtian had purposely left it behind. Leaving it behind is also an unforgettable memory. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he touched the scar on his chest while he was bathing. After he finished bathing, he cleaned himself up before he sat on the bed and began to cultivate. At this moment, the only thing left in the room was the empty ice coffin. As for Tian Wu, he asked the servant to arrange for her to stay in the room next door. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Roaming Dragon Transformation. Duan Lingtian began to immerse himself in his cultivation before he knew it. He was holding 2 different concept fragments in his hand. He was comprehending the 2 different concepts as he cultivated. Why do I still feel like something's not right? Soon after, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. He had a confused expression on his face as though he had encountered something that puzzled him. This is not the first time. I didn't have this feeling when I comprehended 2 different concepts at the same time. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he closed his eyes again. He continued to cultivate and comprehend the 2 different concepts. Soon after, he opened his eyes again. What's going on? Duan Lingtian frowned. There was only confusion on his face. Ever since he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he felt like something was not right every time he comprehended 2 different concepts through 2 different concept fragments at the same time. Every time he comprehended a concept, he would be slightly distracted. Sometimes, he would be distracted when he comprehended one concept, and sometimes, he would be distracted when he comprehended another concept. I must find the reason this time. Duan Lingtian was troubled by this. It greatly affected his efficiency in comprehending concepts. As time went by, Duan Lingtian experimented again and again. He wanted to find the reason why he was distracted when he comprehended concepts. After an hour, he finally found the reason. Is this even possible? After finding out the reason, Duan Lingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry. If there was a second person here and looked carefully at Duan Lingtian's hand, he would definitely notice that Duan Lingtian had a total of 3 concept fragments in his hand. 3 completely different concept fragments. Duan Lingtian had experimented earlier. Currently, he could comprehend 3 different concepts at the same time through 3 different concept fragments at the same time. Moreover, the speed at which he comprehended the 3 concepts was not slow at all. Most importantly, the feeling of being distracted was completely gone. As it turns out, the reason why I'm distracted is because another part of my consciousness has been separated. It must be the after effect of being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the second time in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. He still remembered. The reason he could comprehend 2 different concepts through 2 different concept fragments at the same time was because of the after effect of being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the first time. At that time, his consciousness was forcefully divided into 2. This time, a third part of his consciousness was forcefully divided, allowing him to comprehend 3 different concepts through 3 different concept fragments at the same time. All in all, this after effect is not a bad thing. It's completely different from the after effect of not being able to control my emotions. The latter will only harm me, but the former will help me. After figuring out the cause and effect of everything, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. It was better to know everything than to not know. I can't believe the thing that troubled me for so long was actually because my consciousness was divided into 3. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. Now that my consciousness has been divided into 3, I can comprehend 3 different concepts through 3 different concept fragments at the same time. My speed of comprehending concepts has doubled again. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian was secretly delighted. At the same time, he closed his eyes and focused on cultivating again. Chapter 1082. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation. He was immersed in comprehending the concept. Comprehending 3 different concepts at the same time gave him a brand new feeling. It was a delightful feeling. This feeling was something he had never felt before. Although there was no substantial improvement in his strength after a night of cultivation, Duan Lingtian was still happy. He was happy that his consciousness was divided into 3. He was happy that he could comprehend 3 different concepts at the same time. Elder Duan. When the sun was high up in the sky, Duan Lingtian, who had just finished washing up, heard the maid's voice outside his door. Duan Lingtian saw a maid standing outside the door handing him a spatial ring as soon as he opened the door. She said, "Elder Duan, the clan leader asked me to pass this to you." "The clan leader is here?" Upon hearing the maid's words, Duan Lingtian, who took the spatial ring, was a little surprised. "Yes." The maid nodded. "The clan leader came early in the morning. He left after leaving this spatial ring because he didn't want to disturb your rest, Elder Duan." Duan Lingtian nodded and turned the spatial ring in his hand for a while before returning to his room. After closing the door behind him, he pricked his finger and dripped his blood on the spatial ring to establish ownership. "It seems like the clan leader is in a hurry." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before he even had the time to check what was in the spatial ring. He could already guess why the clan leader of Lu clan was looking for him. Just as he had guessed, there were many herbs and a list in the spatial ring. There were a few grade 1 pills that he was asked to refine. However, the number of medicinal pills requested caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly speechless. "Is he looking down on me?" Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he looked at the herbs that were piled up like a mountain in the spatial ring and the number of grade 1 pills on the list. According to the number of grade 1 pills required on the list, he would only need a 30% success rate to refine the pills using the mountain of medicinal herbs in his storage ring. "I'll only need 30% of the medicinal herbs at most to refine the number of grade 1 pills stated on the list. Oh well, since the clan leader wants to give me the medicinal herbs, I can only accept it." After muttering to himself, a bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. If the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was here, he would definitely be speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, in Lu Rui's opinion, looking at the number of several types of grade 1 pills on the list, the pile of medicinal herbs he had prepared in his spatial ring was undoubtedly very tight. If it was just an ordinary grade 1 alchemist, it would be difficult for them to refine the number of grade 1 pills stated on the list even if they consumed all the herbs. This was because the success rate of a grade 1 alchemist was usually between 20% and 30%. It was rare for them to exceed 30%. Even the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land only had a success rate of 25% when refining grade 1 pills. In the Lu clan's 10,000 years of history, the only person who could refine grade 1 pills with a success rate of more than 30% was the ancestor who founded the Lu clan. Among the dozens of grade 1 alchemists in the later generations, the highest success rate when refining grade 1 pills was only 28%. The mission he gave Duan Lingtian required a success rate of 30% to be fulfilled. Naturally, he was not trying to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Tian had used up all the medicinal materials in the spatial ring and still could not refine the number of grade 1 pills required on the list, he would not be dissatisfied at all. The reason he did this was because he wanted to test Duan Tian's medicine refining skills. After all, before this, he only knew Duan Tian could condense a grade 1 pill fire, was a grade 1 alchemist, and was knowledgeable in medicine refining. He knew nothing about Duan Tian's medicine refining skills. Fortunately, Duan Tian did not know what Lu Rui was thinking. Otherwise, he would have scoffed at him. Lu Rui wanted to test his success rate of refining grade 1 pills to see if it was 30%. He was looking down on Lu Rui. After all, Lu Rui, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's medicine refining skills and experience, was no different from the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he refined pills. As long as he did not get distracted, his success rate would be 100%. 100% was equivalent to 100%. These medicinal herbs are all used to refine grade 1 pills. They're extremely valuable. However, 70% of them will belong to me after today. Before Duan Tian began to refine the few types of pills, he glanced at the mountain of medicinal herbs in his spatial ring. The smile on his face grew wider. After a while, he calmed down and began to refine the few grade 1 pills that Lu Rui requested on the list. The grade 1 life recovery pill was on the list. As for the other types, they were grade 1 pills that were as difficult to refine as the grade 1 life recovery pill. However, they were not as widely used as the grade 1 life recovery pill. It made sense when one thought about it. The grade 1 life recovery pill was a healing pill. It would be useful as long as someone was injured. As for the other types of pills, they were not as widely used. How much should I control the purity? Duan Tian, who took out his cauldron and was about to refine the few grade 1 pills on the list, suddenly thought of this problem. He was slightly troubled. With his medicine refining skills, it was undoubtedly a piece of cake for him to refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 90% and above. If I refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 90% and above, will it scare the clan leader? Duan Tian had no choice but to think about this problem. Forget it. I'll just suppress my strength a little and refine pills with a purity of 90% and above. Soon after, Duan Tian made up his mind. He only made this decision after taking into account that the Lu clan had helped him a lot. Naturally, the main reason was that he wanted to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for him to refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 95% and above. In Duan Tian's opinion, the few types of pills on the list were very basic and ordinary grade 1 pills. As long as he was willing, he could refine them into pills with a purity of 95% and above. I'm afraid pills with a purity of 90% and above are enough to scare the clan leader. If I refine pills with a purity of 95% and above, it'll be bad if the clan leader gets a heart attack. Apart from keeping a low profile, Duan Tian was also thinking for the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. He decided not to refine the few grade 1 pills on the list with a purity of 95% and above. A purity of 90% and above would be good enough. After pondering for a long time, Duan Tian finally made up his mind to refine the few grade 1 pills on the list. The spacious central hall of the Lu clan's mansion was filled with people. The person sitting in the main seat was none other than Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. 2 old men, one fat and one skinny, sat below Lu Rui. Apart from being fat and skinny, the difference in height was huge as well. The fat one was short like a ball. The skinny one was tall like a bamboo pole. They were 2 of the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. Both of them were martial monarch powerhouses. A group of Lu clan's elders, including Lu So, stood below Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. These Lu clan's elders had one thing in common: they were all elders who focused on the medicine refinement Dao. Apart from a few grade 2 alchemists, most of these elders were grade 3 alchemists. There was not a single grade 4 alchemist among them. In the Lu clan, one had to fulfill at least one of the 2 conditions to become an elder. 2 conditions. First, One had to be a non-alchemist who focused on the martial Dao and whose cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation stage or above. Second, one had to be a grade 3 alchemist or above. Therefore, unless one's cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation stage or above, one would not be qualified to become an elder in the Lu clan. Currently, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui were the only ones who were not alchemists among the people present. According to them, today was the day. They were just here to join in the fun. Clan leader, which pills did you ask Elder Duan to refine? Lu Yuan narrowed his small eyes and asked Lu Rui. The moment Lu Yuan's words left his mouth, all the Lu clan's elders present on the scene narrowed their eyes and looked at Lu Rui in unison. They were curious about this as well. Lu Rui smiled faintly and told them the few grade 1 pills that he had asked Duan Lingtian to refine on the list. Initially, everyone felt that something was amiss. However, after Lu Rui told them the number of grade 1 pills he had listed on the list and the number of medicinal herbs he had stored in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, they all felt that something was amiss. Clan leader, if Elder Duan wants to refine the number of grade 1 pills you've listed on the list with the medicinal herbs you prepared, he'll need at least a 30% success rate, right? Lu So asked after inhaling sharply. A 30% success rate. In the history of our Lu clan, it seems like only the old ancestor who founded our Lu clan can achieve that. Clan leader, you're making things difficult for Elder Duan. Elder Duan won't be displeased and leave the Lu clan in a fit of anger, right? The group of Lu clan's elders discussed among themselves. Most of them had a worried expression on their faces. They were worried that Duan Lingtian would fly into a rage and leave the Lu clan in a fit of anger because Lu Rui deliberately made things difficult for him. At that time, the Lu clan would be the one to suffer a loss. Clan leader, although I'm not an alchemist, I've been in the clan for many years. After being influenced by what I've seen and heard, I know that there are very few grade 1 alchemists who can refine grade 1 pills with a 30% success rate. Lu Gui said with a frown. Clan leader, if Elder Duan is really angry and leaves the Lu clan, it'll be a great loss for us. Why don't I send some medicinal herbs over? Lu Yuan said. Elders, don't worry. I only did that to test Elder Duan's ability. I didn't mean to make things difficult for him. Faced with the group of Lu clan's elders' worries, Lu Rui smiled disapprovingly. Moreover, based on my interactions with Elder Duan, he's definitely not that petty, clan leader. Before Lu Rui could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud voice that resonated from outside. Elder Duan asked me to pass you the medicinal pills that you asked him to refine. Then, the voice continued to resonate. Chapter 1083. What? The smile on Lu Rui's face froze when he heard the words from outside. Shock and disbelief could be seen in his eyes. Crack. A soft sound resonated in the air. Lu Rui had unconsciously tightened his grip on the armrest of the chair and broke it. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. His expression was blank. Gulp. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were sitting next to Lu Rui, gulped almost at the same time before they turned to look at Lu Rui in unison. Clan leader. Didn't you say you only sent the medicinal herbs and the list over early this morning to ask Elder Duan to refine the pills? Lu Yuan asked in a daze. That's right. How could Elder Duan have finished refining the pills in just one morning? Lu Gui chimed in. As for the remaining Lu clan's elders, they looked at Lu Rui in confusion after they regained their senses. They wanted to know what was going on. I've no idea as well. Lu Rui shook his head with a frown in the face of the Lu clan's elders' questioning gaze. After a moment of silence, Lu Rui seemed to have thought of something. His furrowed brows relaxed as he muttered, perhaps Elder Duan already has a portion of the pills on the list that I gave him. That's why he asked someone to pass that portion of the pills to me first. Although Lu Rui's voice was not loud, it still entered the ears of the Lu clan's elders who were present. That must be it. That's the only possibility. The few grade 1 pills on the list that the clan leader gave Elder Duan would take at least 10 days to half a month to refine them. Elder Duan is a grade 1 alchemist, he must have a lot of grade 1 life recovery pills with him. Perhaps, he asked someone to send the grade 1 life recovery pills he had on hand to the clan leader first. The Lu clan's elders discussed among themselves as they voiced their opinions. Come in. At this moment, Lu Rui called the Lu clan's disciple who had sent the pills in from outside the main hall. Clan leader. After the Lu clan's disciple entered, he handed the spatial ring in his hand to Lu Rui respectfully before he turned around and left. After the Lu clan's disciple left, everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. To be more precise, it landed on the spatial ring in Lu Rui's hand. Elder Duan is an erudite and knowledgeable grade 1 alchemist. I wonder what the purity of the grade 1 pills he refined is like. He should be stronger than the Alchemist Guild's Guild Master Cheng from the southern outer continent. That might not necessarily be the case. You should know that the grade 1 pills refined by Guild Leader Cheng can occasionally achieve a purity of 70% and above. The group of Lu clan's elders began to whisper again, but their eyes never left the spatial ring in Lu Rui's hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Rui pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the ring to establish ownership. In the next moment, with a thought, he looked into the space inside his storage ring. When he saw the neatly arranged and densely packed pill bottles in the storage ring, his pupils suddenly shrank. Why are there so many pill bottles? Could it be that Elder Duan has a habit of storing one pill in one pill bottle? On the Cloud Continent, there were some alchemists with strange temperaments who liked to use a medicinal pill bottle to store one medicinal pill. He had heard of it before. What a waste. Although Lu Rui felt that it was a waste to store one medicinal pill in a medicinal pill bottle, he still took out one of the medicinal pill bottles and opened the cork to look inside. He was mentally prepared and thought that there was only one medicinal pill in the medicinal pill bottle. When he saw what was inside the medicinal pill bottle, his pupils shrank again. 10 grade 1 life recovery pills? Lu Rui noticed that there were 10 medicinal pills in the medicinal pill bottle. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted out and assailed his nostrils. It made him feel relaxed and happy. If it was any other time, he would definitely be able to notice the difference in the grade 1 life recovery pills in the medicinal pill bottle from the rich medicinal fragrance. However, his mind was not on that at that moment. The other medicinal pill bottles. He hurriedly closed the medicinal pill bottle in his hand and looked at the other medicinal pill bottles. In the end, he noticed that there were 10 medicinal pills in each medicinal pill bottle. Most importantly, these medicinal pills were the medicinal pills that were marked on the list that he gave to Duan Lingtian. The types and quantity of the grade 1 medicinal pills were exactly the same as what he stated on the list. Lu Rui was dumbstruck after he confirmed this. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were sitting below him, were puzzled. The group of Lu clan's elders who were standing in the main hall were curious why the clan leader would lose his composure. Clan leader, is there something wrong? Lu Yuan and Lu Gui asked in unison. Lu Rui finally regained his senses when he heard Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's words. He took a deep breath and looked at the crowd again, causing them to exchange glances with him. The few grade 1 medicinal pills that I stated on the list this morning. Elder Duan has completed all of them. No matter if it's the type or quantity, it's exactly the same. Lu Rui said solemnly with a complicated gaze as he looked at the group of Lu clan's elders. Boom! The moment Lu Rui's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck. All of the Lu clan's elders, including the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders, were stunned. Elder Duan had completed all of the medicinal pills that the clan leader stated on the list. No matter if it's the type or quantity, it's exactly the same. The group of Lu clan's elders could not regain their senses for a long time. When they finally regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. The entire Lu clan's main hall was in an uproar as though it had turned into a wet market. Elder Duan has refined all of the medicinal pills that the clan leader requested? That's impossible. How could he refine so many medicinal pills in just one morning? I think he already has those medicinal pills and the quantity is sufficient. That's why he asked someone to send them over. The group of Lu clan's elders discussed among themselves. The last person's speculation changed the topic. Other than this, I can't think of any other possibility. Even if Guild Master Ching of our Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild were to personally refine those pills, I'm afraid he'd need 10 days to half a month to refine all of them without any rest. He refined all of them in just one morning? That's impossible. The Lu clan's elders soon came to a conclusion. The Grade 1 medicinal pills that the clan leader requested Elder Duan to refine happened to be in Elder Duan's possession. Not only that, but he also had enough of them, so he simply asked someone to send them over. If Elder Duan refined the medicinal herbs that the clan leader gave him, he might not be able to refine enough medicinal pills. One of the Lu clan's elders said. The others agreed with his words. After all, it required a 30% success rate. Wait a minute. However, at this moment, a horrified voice resonated in the air and drowned out the voices of the group of Lu clan's elders. At once, the group of Lu clan's elders turned to look at the source of the voice. The person who spoke was none other than the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lu Rui's hands moved as fast as lightning. Subsequently, medicinal pill bottles appeared in his hands one by one. He opened the stoppers on the medicinal pill bottles one by one, and the medicinal pills appeared in his hands one by one. At the same time, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire Lu clan's main hall, causing the group of Lu clan's elders to feel refreshed. Some of them even took a deep breath and closed their eyes in comfort, enjoying the medicinal fragrance that assailed their nostrils. Soon after, some of the Lu clan's elders regained their senses. Shock was written all over their faces. Such a medicinal fragrance. It can only be emitted by medicinal pills that have just been refined and left the cauldron less than a day ago. One of the Lu clan's elders could not help but exclaim in a low voice. He was one of the few Grade 2 alchemists in the Lu clan, so he was very familiar with some of the characteristics of medicinal pills. The medicinal fragrance of a medicinal pill that had just been refined for less than a day and a medicinal pill that had been refined for more than a day would be completely different. This was something that nothing, including the pill bottles and storage rings, could affect. All of the medicinal pills have this medicinal fragrance, Lu Rui said solemnly. Lu Rui said with a solemn face. His expression was still a little stiff, and he had not completely recovered from the shock. How's this possible? These medicinal pills are all medicinal pills that have been refined for less than a day? The medicinal fragrance won't lie. Soon after, the entire Lu clan's main hall was in an uproar. Each of the Lu clan's elders was dumbfounded. They could not believe all of this was real. In their opinion, this was something that was almost impossible to happen. In other words, all of these medicinal pills were refined by Elder Duan in just a day? Lu Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Lu Rui with a stunned expression as he asked. Although I can't believe all of this is real, the truth is right in front of my eyes. I have no choice but to believe it. Elder Duan is no ordinary Grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui said slowly as he regained his senses. He inhaled sharply and enunciated each and every word slowly. Lu Rui's words fell into the ears of the stunned Lu clan's elders. They could not agree more. Then, not only is Elder Duan's refining speed heaven-defying, but his success rate is also more than 30%? That seems to be the case. Monster. The group of Lu clan's elders was in an uproar again. It was one thing for his refining speed to be fast. But his success rate was so high as well. How could they live with this? Most importantly, Elder Duan is only a young man in his 20s. I originally thought that since I was able to become a Grade 2 alchemist, my innate talent in medicine refinement was already quite good. However, compared to Elder Duan, all these years of my life have been in vain. One of the Lu clan's elders sighed. He was also one of the few Grade 2 alchemists in the Lu clan. His words made the other Lu clan's elders lower their heads in shame. They felt so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. How's this possible? Soon after, another exclamation resonated in the air, alarming all of the Lu clan's elders. They could tell it was the clan leader's voice again. For a moment, before they even looked up at Lu Rui, their hearts skipped a beat. Chapter 1084. Boom. When the group of Lu clan's elders turned to look at the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, in unison, a loud noise resonated in the air. It shocked them so much that their hearts skipped a beat. Lu Rui lost his composure and rose from his seat. His seat shattered and fell to the ground with a loud crash. What the hell is going on? The clan leader lost his composure. It must be something extraordinary for the clan leader to lose his composure like that. We have to be mentally prepared. I think so too. The group of Lu clan's elders whispered among themselves. However, their eyes never left Lu Rui. At the same time, they tried their best to remain alert and mentally prepared themselves to be shocked. Lu Rui stood at the head of the main hall. He was holding a pill that was shining faintly in his hand. He had already put away the other pills. At this moment, Lu Rui's eyes were glued to the pill in his hand. It was as though he was possessed. Is there something wrong with that pill? Many of the Lu clan's elders were confused. Subsequently, all of the Lu clan's elders shifted their attention to the pill in Lu Rui's hand. The pill was shining faintly and emitted a pleasant medicinal fragrance. A grade 1 life recovery pill. With just a glance, they recognized this medicinal pill. How's that possible? Soon after, one of the elderly Lu clan's elders narrowed his eyes. His face was filled with shock as though he had seen something unbelievable. This Lu clan's elder was one of the few grade 2 alchemists in Lu clan. He was the old man who mocked himself for living half his life like a dog. The purity of this grade 1 life recovery pill must be above 85%, right? Another Lu clan's elder, who was also one of the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemists, muttered to himself with a shocked expression on his face. No. It's not just 85%. The purity of this grade 1 life recovery pill must be above 90%. Apart from the two old men and the clan leader of Lu clan, the last Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist elder spoke as well. His expression was extremely solemn. 90%. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of above 90%? As soon as the Lu clan's elder spoke, the entire Lu clan's main hall fell into a dead silence. Each of the Lu clan's elders was stunned. Apart from Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two guardian elders who majored in the martial Dao. The other Lu clan's elders were all grade 3 alchemists. Although they could tell the purity of the pill in the clan leader's hand was very high, they did not dare to determine how high it was. After all, it was a grade 1 medicinal pill. Now, when they heard the words of the second grade alchemist elder, they were shocked. Elders, please take a look. At this moment, Lu Rui, who was standing at the head of the table, came back to his senses. He raised his hand and threw the grade 1 life recovery pill to one of the grade 2 alchemists. Immediately, the other two grade 2 alchemists surrounded him. The purity is about 91%. After a few moments, the three grade 2 alchemist elders confirmed the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill in their hands. 91%. The remaining group of grade 3 alchemists and elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. I can't believe that not only is Elder Duan's refining speed fast and his success rate high, but the purity of the pills he refined is also so terrifying. Lu Yuan said with a shocked expression. Is Elder Duan really human? Lu Gui's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. If he's not human, could he be a demon? It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone such a monstrous grade 1 alchemist. Lu Yuan said. Clan leader, how's the purity of the other pills? The three grade 2 alchemist elders looked at Lu Rui in unison with a burning gaze. Take a look for yourselves. Lu Rui took a deep breath and raised his hand. He threw 3 pill bottles at the 3 grade 2 alchemist elders. After the 3 grade 2 alchemist elders caught the pill bottles, they opened them eagerly and poured out the pills one by one. Their eyes were fixed on the pills that were poured out one by one. The purity of these pills seems to be very high as well. Yeah, it doesn't feel any lower than the grade 1 life recovery pill. The group of grade 3 alchemist elders around them whispered among themselves. These medicinal pills, all have a purity of 91%. How's this possible? Soon after, one of the Grade 2 alchemist elders finished inspecting the 10 Grade 1 pills in his hand and said in disbelief. All of them are 91%? The surrounding Grade 3 alchemist elders were stunned. The purity of the 10 Grade 1 pills in this pill bottle is 91% as well. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another Rank 2 medicine refinement elder spoke up. Mine is the same as well. The last Grade 2 alchemist elder chimed in. Whoosh! As soon as the 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders finished speaking, an uproar broke out. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. How's this possible? At this moment, even Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were laymen, could not help but turn pale with fright. Isn't it difficult for an alchemist to control the purity of pills when refining pills? That's right. One of the Grade 2 alchemist elders nodded. We alchemists will more or less encounter some unexpected situations when refining pills. Therefore, it's very difficult to accurately refine pills with a fixed purity. Usually, we can only control it within a certain range. Another Grade 2 alchemist elder added. To be able to fix the purity of the medicinal pills at 91%. That Elder Duan is simply a monster among monsters. The last Grade 2 alchemist elder placed the 10 pills in his hand back into the pill bottle and continued, according to our Lu clan's ancestral handbook, even the old ancestor who established our Lu clan only refined Grade 1 pills with a purity of 82% at its peak. It's fine if it's high purity. The problem is that he can fix the purity of all the Grade 1 pills at 91%. It's unbelievable. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that anyone can do this. Lu Rui took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. At this moment, even he, the clan leader of the Lu clan who was known as an alchemist clan, could not maintain his composure and completely lost his composure. This was because what he had encountered was just too shocking. I'm afraid it's hard to find another Grade 1 alchemist who's as terrifying as Elder Duan in the entire Cloud Continent. The other Grade 1 alchemists, including the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, are nothing compared to him. Lu Rui's breathing quickened, and his face was filled with excitement. I thought Elder Duan was just an ordinary Grade 1 alchemist. I can't believe he's such a terrifying Grade 1 alchemist. Lu Yuan exclaimed in shock. At this moment, he also realized how terrifying the young Grade 1 alchemist was from the words of the alchemists present on the scene. Our Lu clan has Elder Duan, so why should we worry about our prosperity? Lu Gui's eyes lit up. Perhaps, it's time for me to talk to our honorable Elder Duan. Lu Rui gradually calmed down and muttered to himself. In the backyard of a spacious mansion on the eastern side of the Lu clan's mansion. Boom! A flame soared into the sky from the backyard, and its momentum was vast. The flame came from a red-clad lady who was hovering in the air. As the flame on the lady's body soared, her red dress fluttered as well, making her look like a fire elf. Whoosh! As the flame on the lady's body soared, the heaven and earth energy stirred above her head and gradually formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually appeared. In just a blink of an eye, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes increased to thousands. However, it was very unstable. Sometimes, it would increase to 800 to 900 silhouettes as though it was being restricted by something. Is it still not working? A purple-clad young man stood at the side and asked solemnly as he stared at the red-clad lady intently. The woman with a peerlessly beautiful face nodded her head without saying anything. If one looked closely, one would notice that beads of sweat were continuously forming on her forehead. More and more beads of sweat formed and eventually dripped down her beautiful face. Drip. Drip. Droplets of sweat fell on the ground and bloomed into water droplets. It was a beautiful scene. Take a rest. The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. He said to the red-clad lady who was hovering in the air. The red-clad lady was Feng Tianwu. To be more precise, she was Feng Tianwu who had lost her memory. However, Feng Tianwu did not take a rest as Duan Lingtian had said. She allowed her fragrant sweat to drip down as she stubbornly continued to raise the flame that rose around her body. Boom! The flame soared into the sky as the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head rose to thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes. However, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes fell back to 800 to 900 silhouettes. Sigh. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. I can't believe that Tian Wu can't even control her origin energy and profundity after losing her memory. To the current her, the power she mastered before is very unfamiliar. I'm afraid she'll need some time to fully master her power now. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Currently, Feng Tianwu was no longer the fire spirit body. In other words, she was the former fire spirit body that had undergone nirvana rebirth. Previously, when the fire spirit body's power erupted in her body, it almost caused her to explode. At the critical moment, Duan Ling Tian, who had been devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, injected a mysterious black energy into her body to suppress the fire spirit body's power in her body. After the fire spirit body's power was suppressed, it completely dissipated and merged into her body for her use. Chapter 1085. First Level Void Transformation Stage. That was Feng Tianwu's current cultivation base. Back then, after the fire spirit body's energy had merged with her origin energy, it helped her to elevate her origin energy all the way to the first level void transformation stage. Apart from the first level void transformation stage origin energy, the concept fragment in Feng Tianwu's body had also completely transformed into a profundity fragment. Currently, she was a first level void transformation stage martial artist who had mastered the fire profundity. Unfortunately, since she had lost her memory, she still could not fully control her strength. Of course, it was fortunate that it was so. Otherwise, the speed of her sword stabbing toward Duan Ling Tian when she had just woken up from her deep slumber would have been many times faster. If that was the case, let alone Duan Ling Tian, who could not react in time, even she might not be able to withdraw her sword in time to avoid Duan Ling Tian's heart, which was his vital point. It could be said that it was fortunate that Feng Tianwu could not control her strength after she had lost her memory. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. Whoosh. 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 Other than Feng Tianwu, who was adapting to her strength, a series of ear-piercing sword whistling sound resonated from nearby. It was Xiongquan who was practicing his sword. Perhaps, it's time to look for the clan leader. The spirit fruit and the profound assimilation formation are the things that Xiongquan and I desperately need right now. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xiongquan and muttered to himself. Elder Duan. At this moment, a voice that sounded like an oriole's resonated from afar. Xiao Yun. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled when he saw servant Xiao Yun, who had rushed into the backyard in a panic. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Elder Duan, the clan leader is here. He's waiting for you in the main hall. Servant Xiao Yun said respectfully. Clan leader? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Speak of the devil. Who's the devil? Servant Xiao Yun was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Only then did he remember that there was no Chow Chow in this world. Duan Ling Tian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He really didn't know how to explain it, so he just randomly made up a story. Chow Chow is the name of the family head in our hometown. Chow Chow is the head of the clan. You can call it that? The maid, Xiao Yun, was a little surprised. She then said, Elder Duan, you should hurry over. It's not good to let Chow Chow wait for too long. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. This girl's learning ability was really strong. He applied what he had just learned. There was a large hall in the middle of the mansion that Duan Ling Tian resided in. However, Duan Ling Tian had never been to this place before, because he had almost never had any guests here. Patriarch. Arriving outside the main hall, Duan Ling Tian saw a familiar figure standing inside. It was the head of the Lu clan, Lu Roy. Elder Duan. Lu Roy's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and personally welcomed Duan Lingtian into the main hall. "What's the matter, Patriarch?" Although Duan Lingtian guessed that Lu Rui must have come for the grade 1 pills that he had asked someone to send to him in the afternoon, he still pretended to be ignorant and asked, "Elder Duan, I really didn't expect your medicine refinement level to be so high. It's already at the level of being heaven-defying." Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. Not only was this frighteningly young grade 1 alchemist in front of him had a shocking refining speed, but his success rate was also so high. Not only was his success rate high, but his purity was also ridiculously high. It was actually at the heaven-defying 90% purity. In his memory, this was what he knew. In the history of the Cloud Continent, it seemed like there was only one person who could refine pills with a purity of 90% and above. That person was a person from 10,000 years ago. The reason he knew there was such a person 10,000 years ago was because of the old ancestor who established the Lu clan. The Lu clan's old ancestor had left behind a handwritten letter that had been passed down until now. Only the clan leader of Lu clan could read the handwritten letter. Nobody else was qualified to read it. According to the handwritten letter, their old ancestor had received help and guidance from that person before he became an outstanding grade 1 alchemist. According to the old ancestor, the powerhouse whom he regarded as his teacher had a level of attainment in the medicine refinement Dao that far surpassed a grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui could not imagine what kind of person that person was. According to the handwritten letter left behind by the old ancestor, that person seemed to be an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Not only that, but he was also an Emperor Wu powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. People called him Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Rui's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. The old ancestor said in the handwritten letter that reincarnation was the title of that Emperor Wu powerhouse. The reason why that martial emperor expert was given the title of reincarnation was because he had cultivated a heaven-defying cultivation method. Unlike ordinary people who can only live for one lifetime, that rebirth martial emperor, through that cultivation technique, can live for 3 lifetimes. When the old ancestor met him, he was going through his second life. Lu Rui seemed to have recalled something when he thought of this. He snapped back to reality and stared at the purple-clad young man standing in front of him with his eyes wide open. His body had begun to tremble uncontrollably. It was a tremor of excitement. According to the old ancestor's handwritten letter, that reincarnation Emperor Wu has to wait for 10,000 years every time he reincarnates. Judging by the time, it's about time that reincarnation Emperor Wu reincarnates for the 3rd time. Lu Rui's breathing quickened unknowingly as he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him. Don't tell me. He's the 3rd reincarnation of reincarnation Emperor Wu? If that's the case, then his monstrous talent makes sense. The reincarnation Emperor Wu himself is a powerful alchemist. Since he reincarnated, he was born with all kinds of powerful alchemy techniques and rich experience in alchemy. Lu Rui was excited when he thought of this. Emperor Wu powerhouse. The young man standing in front of him might be the reincarnation of an Emperor Wu powerhouse. He was destined to become an Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. In other words, the young man standing in front of him might be an Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. Clan leader, are you alright? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown when he saw Lu Rui staring at him with gleaming eyes. Elder Duan. After Lu Rui was awakened by Duan Lingtian, he took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart. He stared into Duan Lingtian's eyes and asked, Why you? Do you know the reincarnation Emperor Wu? The reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Rui's words were like a bolt of lightning. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his heart skipped a beat. The reincarnation Emperor Wu? How does he know about the reincarnation Emperor Wu? Why would he mention the reincarnation Emperor Wu in front of me? At this moment, while Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock, questions began to surface in his mind as well. However, he did not show it on his face. Who knew if this Lu Rui standing in front of him was the descendant of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's enemy? The Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years. This means the Lu clan's old ancestor who founded the Lu clan was from 10,000 years ago. Who knows, he might really have something to do with the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Moreover, he must have left behind some notes. Otherwise, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, would not have known about the existence of the rebirth martial emperor 10,000 years later. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had a lot of thoughts in his mind. It was precisely because he was thinking too much that he didn't reveal his strange emotions on the surface. 10,000 years ago, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was a top powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. It could be said that his name shocked the entire inner and outer continents of the Cloud Continent. In that era, even a 3-year-old child would be scared to tears upon hearing the words Rebirth Martial Emperor. Based on this, one could see how famous the reincarnation Emperor Wu was during that era. The reincarnation Emperor Wu? The powerhouse Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and pretended to be confused. I've never heard of him before. Although Duan Lingtian did not reveal any flaws on the surface, Lu Rui, as the clan leader of the Lu clan, was not someone to be trifled with. He did not believe Duan Lingtian just because of this. Lu Zheng. Lu Rui continued to stare into Duan Lingtian's eyes as he slowly spat out the 2 words. It was as though he wanted to confirm if Duan Lingtian was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Zheng was the old ancestor who founded the Lu clan 10,000 years ago. He was also an outstanding grade 1 alchemist. He believed if this young man was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he would definitely know about the old ancestor of the Lu clan. Lu Zheng. Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He had never heard of this name before. When Lu Rui saw the confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was slightly disappointed. It seems like I've guessed wrongly. Elder Duan shouldn't be the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Zheng. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes. In the end, he really found memories related to this name. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2nd lifetime, he liked to wander outside. He had helped and guided many people based on his own interests. Among the few people who left a deep impression on him, one of them was called Lu Zheng. In the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, Lu Zheng was quite talented in the medicine refinement Dao. For this reason, he had specially guided him for a period of time. It could be said that they were master and disciple for a period of time. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not officially accept Lu Zheng as his disciple, Lu Zheng still addressed the reincarnation Emperor Wu as his teacher. 10,000 years ago, the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique and the cultivation method of the 3 lives reincarnation technique. Lu Zheng was one of them. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could guess many things, including why Lu Rui suddenly asked him if he knew about the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Rui was undoubtedly guessing that he was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It seems like the person who founded the Lu clan that has a legacy of 10,000 years is Lu Zheng. Also, Lu Zheng left behind some notes and handwritten notes about the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the Lu clan. Chapter 1086. Otherwise, it's impossible for Lu Rui to know about the existence of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He wouldn't have guessed that I might be the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling entered his ears. Duan Lingtian could not help but raise his head to look. He saw a drop of blood shooting up into the sky, passing through the main hall and disappearing before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, a voice entered his ears. I, Lu Rui, swear on my own blood that if I do anything that's detrimental to the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, I'll be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. It was Lu Rui who swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Boom. 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 9 claps of thunder resonated in response to Lu Rui's oath. Clan leader, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that Lu Rui had confirmed that he was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu? That was not right. He had been very careful from the beginning until the end. He was sure he did not reveal any flaws. It's nothing. I just wanted to prove something. However, I don't think you're the person I thought you were. Lu Rui shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. The reason he made such an oath was because he still had hope in his heart. He wanted to verify if Duan Lingtian was the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Even if he was not, he had already done what he had to do. He would not have any regrets. How do you know I'm not? However, Duan Lingtian asked as soon as Lu Rui finished speaking. Huh? Lu Rui was stunned at first. Then, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened again. Elder Duan. Why you mean? You're really the reincarnation Emperor Wu? You can say that. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. As long as I, who reincarnated through the 3 lives rebirth technique, cultivate to the Emperor Wu realm again and ascend to the peak of Cloud Continent, then I'll have the qualifications to be called the reincarnation Emperor Wu. 3 lives reincarnation technique. When Lu Rui heard Duan Lingtian mention the 3 lives reincarnation technique, he no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's identity. He was sure that Duan Lingtian was the reincarnation of Emperor Wu's 3rd life. After 10,000 years, the number of people on Cloud Continent who knew about reincarnation Emperor Wu was as few as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Not to mention the person who could tell the cultivation method of Samsara Emperor Wu. If he hadn't read the letter left behind by the ancestor of the Lu clan, he wouldn't have known about the reincarnation Emperor Wu, let alone the cultivation method that the reincarnation Emperor Wu practiced. He also wouldn't have known that the cultivation method required 3 reincarnations to master. Lu Rui greets Senior. I hope Senior can forgive my rudeness for not knowing Senior's identity. Lu Rui tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and bowed at Duan Lingtian. Just call me Elder Duan, like you used to. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Yes. After finding out that Duan Lingtian was the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor, Lu Rui obeyed Duan Lingtian's every word. He did not dare to hesitate or slack at all. This was because he knew this was a future Emperor Wu powerhouse. As long as he served this young man well, the Lu clan would be protected by an Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. Perhaps, he might even be able to obtain some other benefits. As the clan leader of Lu clan, he was farsighted. Also, do many people in the Lu clan know about reincarnation Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian asked. Not many. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lu Rui quickly replied, It's about your past. Elder Duan. Our Lu clan's old ancestor, Lu Zheng, has recorded everything in a handbook. Only the clan leader of Lu clan has the right to read it. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and warned, It's enough for you to know my identity. Don't tell anyone else. Yes. Lu Rui replied respectfully. Also, I have something that I need your help with. Duan Lingtian remembered the matter that he wanted to talk to Lu Rui about earlier, so he went straight to the point. Please speak, Elder Duan. As long as it's something that the Lu clan and I can do, the Lu clan and I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Lu Rui said solemnly. Judging from his attitude, he would not even frown even if he was asked to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. You don't have to go through water and tread on fire. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Rui and asked, Your Lu clan should have a profound assimilation formation, right? Yes. Lu Rui nodded. That's good then. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he said bluntly, I need you to activate the profound assimilation formation with a large amount of concept fragments. I need to elevate my concept through it. No problem. Lu Rui responded immediately without any hesitation. Concept fragments were nothing to a second-rate force like the Lu clan that was close to a first-rate force. They could get as many as they wanted. Moreover, as long as the Lu clan's disciples were talented in martial Dao and had a shocking comprehension ability, they would be able to elevate their concept through the profound assimilation formation. Also, I need some spirit fruits. As long as it's a spirit fruit that a void stage martial artist can consume, I want it. Duan Lingtian continued. Void stage. Lu Rui was stunned for a moment before he reminded him, Elder Duan, the void stage is divided into, I know that the void stage is divided into 4 levels. What I need are spirit fruits that can be consumed by void prying stage, void initiation stage, void interpretation stage, and void transformation stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian interrupted Lu Rui's words and said, I only need 1 spirit fruit for each of the void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage martial artists. As for the spirit fruits for void transformation stage martial artists, I want as many as you have. He wanted the spirit fruits for void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage martial artists to consume for Xiong Quan. He wanted the spirit fruits for void transformation stage martial artists to consume for himself and Feng Tianwu. Of course, Xiong Quan, who had elevated his cultivation base to the void transformation stage, would be able to use it soon as well. Xiong Quan had already comprehended the advanced sword concept. As long as he had enough spirit fruits, he would be able to break through to the void transformation stage in a short time and become a void transformation stage martial artist. Yes. Although Lu Rui did not know why Duan Lingtian wanted those low-grade spirit fruits, he still agreed to it. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, even if he was not, he would not reject Duan Lingtian's request with Duan Lingtian's medicine refining skills. Go and prepare. Also, don't forget about the soul-stabilizing herb. Duan Lingtian said again. Understood. Lu Rui replied respectfully and turned to leave. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Lu Rui's departing figure. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This identity of the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu is quite useful. He knew that even if he did not pretend to be the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Lu Rui would not reject his request. However, if that was the case, Lu Rui would definitely not be as attentive as he was now. Right now, in Lu Rui's eyes, I'm the future Emperor Wu powerhouse. If he fawns over me, not only will his Lu clan be protected by me in the future, but he'll also be able to obtain many benefits. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Lu Rui's thoughts. This was because he would think the same way if he were in Lu Rui's shoes. Who would not want to fawn over a powerhouse like the Emperor Wu? One had to admit that Lu Rui was very efficient. It only took him an hour before he came again. Elder Duan, these are the spirit fruits that our Lu clan currently has. They're mainly for the void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage martial artists. There's only 1 spirit fruit for the void transformation stage martial artists. Also, I plan to issue a bounty for the spirit fruits that void transformation stage martial artists consume. Lu Rui said respectfully to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he handed over an ownerless spatial ring. A bounty? That's not bad. Duan Lingtian took the spatial ring and nodded. He then asked, what are you going to use as a bounty for the spirit fruits that void transformation stage martial artists consume? You must know that those spirit fruits are very valuable. The higher the grade of the spirit fruit, the more valuable it was. The spirit fruits consumed by the void transformation stage martial artists were even more valuable. I'm going to use the grade 1 life recovery pill that you refined as the bounty reward. With the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill that you refined, the medicinal effect is so shocking that it's enough to make everyone kill for it. Lu Rui revealed his plan. However, I might need you to refine more grade 1 life recovery pills in the future. That's not a problem. Duan Lingtian was very optimistic about Lu Rui's plan. There was no doubt that a grade 1 life recovery pill was something that every martial artist needed. During a critical moment, it might become a life-saving talisman that could save a martial artist's life. Especially the grade 1 life recovery pill that he refined that had a purity of more than 90%. Its medicinal effect was a few times stronger than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. Such a medicinal effect might not be as good as reviving a dead person or regrowing flesh and bones, but it was not too far off. Elder Duan, when do you plan to enter the profound assimilation formation? I've already prepared all the concept fragments that the profound assimilation formation needs. Lu Rui asked again. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and performed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring that Lu Rui gave him earlier. Soon after, he saw the spirit fruit that was consumed by the void transformation stage martial artists in the spatial ring. He had never consumed this spirit fruit before, so he did not have to worry about its medicinal effect decreasing. I plan to consume the spirit fruit to cultivate first. I'll look for you to enter the profound assimilation formation after I've finished cultivating. Duan Lingtian told him his plan. Of course, part of the reason he made such a plan was for Xiong Quan's sake. Xiong Quan's current cultivation base was still too weak after all. If he were to enter the profound assimilation formation together with him, Xiong Quan's soul would not be able to withstand the concept energy that filled the profound assimilation formation with his current cultivation base, let alone helping him improve his sword concept. All right. Right now, Lu Rui would do whatever Duan Lingtian told him to do. He would listen to whatever Duan Lingtian said. If that's the case, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore, Elder Duan. Lu Rui then left sensibly. After Lu Rui left, Duan Lingtian also left the main hall and went to the backyard. Chapter 1087. Spirit Fruits. Xiong Quan was stunned when he took the spatial ring. However, his eyes lit up when he dripped his blood on the spatial ring to claim ownership of it and saw the pile of crystal clear spirit fruits inside. He was like a hunter who saw his prey. Why, young master, are these spirit fruits for me? Xiong Quan's breathing quickened as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. It was his first time seeing so many spirit fruits. Who else would I give them to if not you? Tian Wu and I don't need these spirit fruits anyway. Duan Lingtian said in annoyance. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Although he knew Duan Lingtian would say that, Xiong Quan could not help but feel excited when he heard it. He hurriedly thanked Duan Lingtian. Take the spirit fruits and go back to your room to cultivate. Duan Lingtian said. Yes. Xiong Quan, who was eager to go back to his room to consume the spirit fruits to cultivate, responded respectfully and left when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. With these spirit fruits, his cultivation base would be able to improve rapidly in a short period of time. I'll be able to help young master once my strength has improved. On the way back to his room, Xiong Quan's heart was filled with excitement. If he did not want to continue being a burden behind the young master, he must quickly improve his cultivation base. After Xiong Quan left, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu, who was still trying to control her own strength. Tianwu, I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation for a few days. You'll stay in the mansion for the next few days and don't go out. The coldness on Feng Tianwu's face faded a little when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She nodded lightly. Tianwu, who has lost her memory, is completely clueless about how to control her own strength. I'm afraid she'll need some time to master her strength when she was at her peak. After getting Feng Tianwu's agreement, Duan Lingtian glanced at the flames rising on Feng Tianwu's body before he turned around and left. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian took out a crystal-clear spirit fruit. This spirit fruit was the only spirit fruit that was suitable for void transformation stage martial artists among the pile of spirit fruits that Lu Rui gave him. This spirit fruit seems to be called the red phosphorus fruit. After searching through Emperor Wu's memories, Duan Lingtian soon recognized the spirit fruit in his hand. It was shining with a crimson luster as if it was wrapped in a will-o'-the-wisp. Among the many spirit fruits consumed by void transformation martial artists, the red phosphorus fruit can only be ranked in the middle. It's very difficult for an ordinary 6th level void transformation martial artist to break through to the 7th level void transformation after consuming it. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, after all, the gap between the 6th level void transformation and the 7th level void transformation is like a chasm that's extremely difficult to cross. However, that's only for an ordinary 6th level void transformation martial artist. For example, although I'm also a 6th level void transformation martial artist, after consuming this red phosphorus fruit, I can activate the domineering medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill that's hidden in my body and help me to break through to the 7th level void transformation easily. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. On top of that, with the reward issued by the Lu clan, I think it won't take long for me to obtain enough spirit fruits to raise my cultivation base to the 9th level void transformation. As for concepts, as long as I have the profound assimilation formation and a large number of concept fragments, I'll be able to comprehend all of them to the 9th level advance. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It was as though he could already see the scene when his strength was raised to the peak of the void. As long as my cultivation base breaks through to the 9th level void transformation, I'll be able to use the profundity fragment to help any concept to transform into a profundity when it reaches the 9th level advance. At that time, I'll only need to continue consuming spirit fruits and my cultivation base will break through to the martial monarch stage in one go. As soon as I break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill will be completely unleashed. At that time, my cultivation base will enter a period of rapid improvement. The more Duan Lingtian thought about this, the brighter his eyes shone. Even until now, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was still limited. Most of it was hidden in his body and would occasionally extend a gush of medicinal efficacy to help him raise his cultivation base. However, during this process, although his advancement was faster than an ordinary void transformation martial artist, it was still extremely slow. As soon as his cultivation base broke through to the martial monarch stage, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill would enter a whole new period of explosive growth. At that time, he would only need to compare himself with other martial monarch powerhouses. It's time to start cultivating. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed his surging emotions and swallowed the red phosphorus fruit in his hand, allowing it to transform into medicinal efficacy that merged into his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill hidden in the depths of his dantian had a reaction. Soon, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the red phosphorus fruit merged together and urged his origin energy to circulate at lightning speed around his meridians. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, roving dragon form. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian circulated his mental cultivation method and closed his eyes at the same time to meditate and cultivate. Unknowingly, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand. If there was another person here, he or she would definitely be shocked to see that the 3 concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand were 3 completely different concept fragments. Holding 3 different concept fragments at the same time and comprehending 3 different concepts without any pressure at all. If news of this were to spread out, it would be enough to shock all the martial artists on Cloud Continent. This was because in the long history of Cloud Continent, there had never been such a human or demon beast. Not to mention comprehending 3 different concepts with the help of 3 different concept fragments. Even in the history of Cloud Continent, there had never been a person who could comprehend 2 different concepts by relying on 2 different concept fragments. 3 different concepts. Duan Lingtian's mind was immersed in the 3 different concept fragments as he sensed their profundity to his heart's content. He intended to master them and improve the concept he comprehended. At the same time, the origin energy in his body was not idle. Under the dual effects of the rebirth pill and the red phosphorus fruit, it was improving at an extremely fast speed. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the entire Lu clan was in an uproar. No. It was not just the Lu clan. In the vast estate controlled by the Lu clan where the Lu clan's estate was located, a shocking piece of news spread out and shocked everyone who heard the news. After the Lu clan issued a bounty with a shocking reward last time, they issued another bounty with a shocking reward. There was a small village 1,000 miles north of the Lu clan's estate. Although the village was small, it was extremely lively. This was because this village was the only place within 10,000 miles north of the Lu clan's estate that had a restaurant. Although there was only one restaurant, it was packed with people all day long and was extremely lively. Hey! Did you guys hear? The Lu clan issued another bounty with a shocking reward. A sturdy man who had just entered the restaurant and sat down at a table said with a grin. Lu clan? Bounty? His words immediately attracted many people's attention. Most of these eyes were filled with curiosity. What reward? What bounty? Soon, someone could not help but ask. Humph. Before the sturdy man could reply, someone snorted coldly and said disdainfully, since the bounty the Lu clan issued this time has a shocking reward. In terms of difficulty, it's definitely not inferior to the bounty they issued last time. I've heard about the bounty the Lu clan issued last time. It seems to be about finding a stalk of grass. However, the characteristics of that grass are extremely unique. I've never heard of anyone who has seen that grass before. For a mere stalk of grass, the Lu clan even promised a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Many people in our northern mountain land have been alerted and are looking for that grass like crazy. Soon after, many people chimed in. I wonder if the Lu clan issued such a bounty on purpose to prank us. I know many people, and some of them are well-traveled people. However, all of them said they've never seen that grass before. A middle-aged man suddenly said. Humph. The Lu clan is one of the two most powerful clans in our northern mountain land. They're also a noble clan of alchemists. Why would they prank us for no reason? Soon after, someone refuted the middle-aged man. The Lu clan has a good reputation in our northern mountain land since 10,000 years ago. It's impossible for them to prank us. Many people chimed in. What's the bounty the Lu clan issued this time? Someone asked the sturdy man who started the conversation. Ha! Speaking of which, the bounty the Lu clan issued this time is much simpler than the previous bounty. The sturdy man said as he drank. Oh. Many people's interest was piqued when they heard the sturdy man's words. They remembered the sturdy man had said that the reward for the Lu clan's bounty this time was shocking as well. A reward that could be described as shocking must be something good. It was enough to tempt them. This time, the Lu clan has issued a public bounty for void transformation stage martial artists. There's no limit to the number and type of spirit fruits. The sturdy man did not beat around the bush and said directly. That's it? The sturdy man's words stunned everyone present. They found it unbelievable. In their opinion, although the spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist was precious, it was not a rare item. In fact, some of them had consumed them before. That's right. That's it. The sturdy man nodded. What reward did the Lu clan offer? Everyone present was most concerned about this. The Lu clan announced that any martial artist who offers the Lu clan a spirit fruit consumed by void transformation stage martial artists will be rewarded with a grade 1 life recovery pill. The sturdy man said. The moment the sturdy man's words left his mouth, the scene fell silent. Chapter 1088. A grade 1 life recovery pill? Soon after, someone said with a mocking smile, what a Lu clan. What a wishful thinking. They want to exchange a mere grade 1 life recovery pill for a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit? Although a grade 1 life recovery pill was precious, its value was still far from the spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist. Everyone knew about this. The Lu clan actually issued such a bounty. Do they really think we're idiots? I'm afraid only idiots would use a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit to exchange for a mere grade 1 life recovery pill. If I bring a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit to the northern mountain city's black market, I can at least exchange it for 3 grade 1 life recovery pills. A commotion broke out in the restaurant. Everyone felt the northern mountains Lu clan was scamming them by issuing such a bounty. Big guy, is a mere grade 1 life recovery pill the shocking reward you're talking about? Someone looked at the sturdy man and mocked him. Although a grade 1 life recovery pill is precious, it can't be considered shocking. Another person looked at the sturdy man and said. At once, the sturdy man became everyone's target. Humph. The sturdy man snorted coldly in the face of the mockery and ridicule from the people in the restaurant. He said in disdain, what do you know? If it's just an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill, would I say it's a shocking reward? The sturdy man's voice overpowered the mockery and ridicule from the people in the restaurant. Everyone could not help but be stunned. What do you mean by that? That's right. What do you mean by an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill? Don't tell me you're trying to say the grade 1 life recovery pill that the Northern Mountains Lu clan took out is not an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill? Humph. Including the Northern Mountains Lu clan, all the grade 1 life recovery pills circulating in the entire southern outer land are made by Guild Master Cheng from the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Many people voiced their opinions and refuted the sturdy man. All the grade 1 life recovery pills circulating in the southern outer land are made by the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? The burly man smiled brightly. I say, isn't your news a little too outdated? Don't tell me you haven't heard that the Lu clan has a new grade 1 alchemist not long ago? I remember now. The Lu clan's first interim elder who was the talk of the town not long ago is a grade 1 alchemist. Now that the Lu clan has their own grade 1 alchemist, there's no need for them to look for Guild Master Cheng to refine grade 1 pills. Soon after, someone regained his senses and recalled the Lu clan already had a grade 1 alchemist of their own. The Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist? Immediately, some of the people who had just left home were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of this news. Humph. So what if the Lu clan had their own grade 1 alchemist? Don't tell me the grade 1 life recovery pill he refined is better than the one refined by Guild Master Cheng from our Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? The grade 1 medicinal pills refined by Guild Master Cheng often have a purity of 70% and above. It's not easy to refine medicinal pills that are better than the medicinal pills refined by him. That's right. Even if the Lu clan has their own grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be better than Guild Master Cheng, let alone refine medicinal pills that are better than the medicinal pills refined by Guild Master Cheng. Many people spoke up again. Based on their words, it was obvious that they were full of respect for Guild Master Cheng from the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. What a frog in a well. The sturdy man glared coldly at the group of people who looked down on the Lu clan's grade 1 alchemist master and said slowly, enunciating each word clearly. His voice was loud and clear, easily suppressing the discussion of the crowd. At once, everyone shifted their attention to him again. Many people's eyes seemed as though they were about to spit fire. Frog in a well? Then I'd like to hear you tell me how we're frog in a well. A middle-aged man was so angry that he stood up from his seat. He glared at the sturdy man and said in a deep voice, "If you can't give me a good reason today, I'll make you bleed." The moment his words left his mouth, a domineering aura swept out from the middle-aged man's body, causing the people around him to feel pressured. A powerhouse at the peak of the void. Soon after, someone could not help but exclaim. At once, everyone looked at the middle-aged man with dread in their eyes. They regarded him as a scourge as though they were afraid he would swallow them whole. However, their eyes quickly shifted away from the middle-aged man who was at the peak of the void and landed on the sturdy man in unison. I'm afraid this fellow is going to be unlucky. If he can't give me a good reason today, this powerhouse at the peak of the void will definitely not let him go. How dare he say we're frog in a well and offend everyone the moment he opens his mouth? He's seeking death. I'd like to see what he has to say. The crowd discussed among themselves. They all thought the sturdy man was going to be unlucky. Through the aura emitted from the middle-aged man's body, the sturdy man could not help but feel dread when he sensed the middle-aged man was at the peak of the void. However, the dread in his eyes soon disappeared, and he became fearless. All of you are saying that Elder Duan from the Lu clan is inferior to Guild Master Cheng. I wonder if any of you have witnessed Elder Duan refining pills with your own eyes, or have you obtained a grade 1 pill refined by Elder Duan and compared it with Guild Master Cheng's grade 1 pill? The sturdy man asked as he looked at the crowd. Everyone looked at each other, but no one made a sound. Although this was the first time many of them had heard of an Elder Duan from the Lu clan. However, it was easy for them to connect the Elder Duan mentioned by the sturdy man to the grade 1 alchemist master from the Lu clan. Therefore, nobody thought it was strange. However, they collectively remained silent in the face of the sturdy man's question. None of them had seen the grade 1 alchemist master from Lu clan before, let alone witnessing him refining pills with their own eyes. They had never come into contact with the grade 1 pills refined by the other party, so they had no way of comparing them. What? You have nothing to say? The sturdy man sneered and mocked. You don't know anything, and yet you're talking nonsense about the Lu clan's elder Duan? What a joke. The sturdy man's words caused everyone's faces to turn pale. Humph. Based on what you said, the grade 1 alchemist master from the Lu clan must be very skilled in refining medicine. I'd like to hear how miraculous the grade 1 life recovery pill he refined is to be praised so highly by you. That's right. As the saying goes, all talk and no action. If you're so capable, tell us how high the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill refined by the Lu clan's elder is. Since the Lu clan dares to be so thick-skinned as to exchange it for a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit. Don't tell me the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill he refined is above 75%? Soon after, the crowd regained their senses and questioned the sturdy man, unwilling to be left behind. In their opinion, a grade 1 life recovery pill that was worth as much as a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit had to have a purity of at least 75%. This was because only a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above would have a better effect than a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 70% or below. Only a grade 1 life recovery pill like that would be worth as much as a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit. Moreover, they did not think the Lu clan's grade 1 alchemist elder would be able to refine a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above. On Cloud Continent, let alone the outer land where they were, even in the inner land, a grade 1 alchemist who could refine a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. A purity of 75% or above? Upon hearing the crowd's words, the sturdy man was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. He seemed to have lost control of his emotions and could not stop laughing for a long time. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Waves of laughter filled the restaurant, causing the faces of the people in the restaurant to turn even gloomier. Are you done laughing? Finally, the middle-aged man who was at the peak of the void asked coldly. His voice was as loud as thunder and suppressed the sturdy man's laughter. At this moment, the sturdy man finally stopped laughing. What are you laughing at? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. Of course, I'm laughing at them for being narrow-minded. The sturdy man glanced at the middle-aged man fearfully before he looked at the others and said rudely. Then, I'd like to hear how narrow-minded they are. The middle-aged man stared at the sturdy man and asked word by word while the crowd was furious. Do you think the Lu clan is taking out a grade 1 life recovery pill to exchange for a spirit fruit for a void transformation stage martial artist because the person who exchanged the spirit fruit will suffer a loss? Do all of you think only a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above is worth as much as a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit? The burly man looked around and asked two questions to the people in the restaurant. Although the crowd did not speak, their eyes undoubtedly acknowledged this point. Very good. Seeing that the crowd did not deny it, the sturdy man narrowed his eyes and told them everything he heard without holding back. Then, I'll tell all of you. According to the news from the Lu clan, the grade 1 life recovery pill that the Lu clan is exchanging for a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit has a purity of 90% or above. 90%. The moment the sturdy man's words left his mouth, the restaurant that had already quieted down fell into a dead silence. Even the powerhouse at the peak of the void who was staring at the sturdy man covetously stood rooted to the ground. He was stunned. Chapter 1089. 90%. 90%. The sturdy man's voice reverberated in the minds of the people in the restaurant. They were so shocked that they did not regain their senses for a long time. A grade 1 life recovery pill? 90% purity? Soon after, someone regained his senses. He looked at the sturdy man and snorted, "You're not bluffing, are you? A grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity? Even those grade 1 alchemists in the inner land might not be able to refine it. More than 90% purity? What a joke. I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. The people in the restaurant regained their senses and began to discuss among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they did not believe the sturdy man's words. At this moment, the powerhouse at the peak of the void standing in front of the sturdy man was also glaring at him. His domineering aura swept out again and pressed down on the sturdy man's body. Barf. The sturdy man who was caught off guard was suppressed by the aura until his vital energy and blood surged in his body. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned extremely pale. However, although he was injured, he did not dare to show any signs of anger. Who knew if he would anger the powerhouse at the peak of the void in front of him? If the powerhouse killed him, he would have no one to complain about his injustice. Is what you said true? The powerhouse at the peak of the void asked in a deep voice. Of course it's true. Although the powerhouse had injured him, the sturdy man did not dare to ignore the powerhouse. He hastily said, the reward came from the Lu clan. They're offering a grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity in exchange for a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit. The moment the sturdy man's words left his mouth, the people in the restaurant fell silent again. They could see it. The sturdy man did not seem like he was lying. The Lu clan is an ancient clan that has a history of 10,000 years in the northern mountain land. It's impossible for them to make a false promise. Someone muttered after a while. Indeed. An ancient clan like the Lu clan values their reputation the most. If they don't have a grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity or more, they wouldn't make such a promise. Many people nodded in agreement. In the northern mountain land, regardless of whether it was the alchemist clan, the Lu clan, or the weapons craftsman clan, the O clan, both of them were ancient clans that had existed for 10,000 years. The two great clans had always placed great importance on their reputation. Their reputation in the northern mountain land was very good. You're right, but isn't that grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 90% and above a little too exaggerated? Someone smiled bitterly. Yeah, it's too exaggerated. As far as I know, even the grade 1 alchemist who founded the Lu clan 10,000 years ago, the person who's widely acknowledged as the most outstanding alchemist in the northern mountain land for the past 10,000 years, the grade 1 pills he refined only have 80% purity at most. I've heard of this before. That's what the rumors say. Everyone in the restaurant was in a heated discussion. Most of them still found it hard to believe. If the Lu clan can really produce a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity, then the person who refined such a grade 1 life recovery pill must be the grade 1 alchemist elder who joined the Lu clan not long ago. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but guess. I heard that the grade 1 alchemist is a young man who's not even 30 years old yet. Someone else said. However, the moment his words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. What? Not even 30 years old yet? A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old yet? The entire restaurant was in an uproar at once. Most of the people present had only heard that the Lu clan had a new grade 1 alchemist elder recently. They did not know that the grade 1 alchemist elder was a young man who was not even 30 years old yet. A grade 1 alchemist who was not even 30 years old was just like a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. It was enough to shock them from the bottom of their hearts. It's actually not difficult to verify the authenticity of this. All you have to do is bring a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit to the Lu clan to exchange for it. Then, everything will be clear. Soon after, someone suggested. That's right. The others nodded in agreement. No matter if it was a donkey or a horse, they would only know after taking it out for a walk. In the Lu clan's estate. Crackle, crackle, in the master bedroom of a spacious mansion in the east, the crisp sound of bones rubbing against each other suddenly resonated. The sound was exceptionally pleasant to the ears. A young man who had just gotten out of bed was stretching his arms and legs in front of the bed. The sound came from his body. The young man wore a purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. At this moment, there was a faint smile on his handsome face. If there was a second person here, that person would definitely feel as though they were bathing in the spring breeze when they saw the smile on his face. The bottleneck to the 8th level void transformation stage is also out. All I need is a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit to successfully break through to the 8th level void transformation stage. After breaking through to the 8th level void transformation stage, I only need one spirit fruit to break through to the 9th level void transformation stage. The purple-clad young man raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. This purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had successfully broken through to the next level after consuming the red phosphorus fruit. However, my concept has not improved at all in these few days. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he stretched out his hands and opened his palms. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's hands shook and clenched into fists. Boom! In an instant, a milky white flame soared up from his body. The flame was fierce and shot up into the sky as though it was going to pierce through the ceiling of the room above him. As the milky white flame soared up, waves of rolling airwaves swept out, causing the tables and cabinets in the room to shake as though there was an earthquake. Whoosh! At the same time, above Duan Lingtian's head, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. In the next moment, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. They meandered down, looking lifelike. Just the origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist. In the past, when I used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed my full strength, my strength was equivalent to the strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian recalled. Not long ago, my sword concept rose from the 5th level advanced stage to the 8th level advanced stage. My strength rose along with it, and it was equivalent to the strength of 3,800 ancient horned dragons. Now, my cultivation base has broken through from the 6th level void transformation stage to the 7th level void transformation stage. Due to the fact that there's a divide between the two, my origin energy has increased by 200 ancient horned dragon strength after the transformation. Coupled with the doubled boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Now that I've unleashed all my techniques and unleashed my full strength, it's equivalent to the strength of 4,200 ancient horned dragons. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a whole new understanding of his strength. Now, I can even defeat an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the void. Unknowingly, a confident and brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I wonder how Tianwu has mastered her own strength now. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He immediately walked out of the room and went to the backyard. Tianwu isn't here. When he arrived at the backyard, Duan Lingtian did not see Feng Tianwu. He only found out after asking the servant girl that Feng Tianwu had not come to the backyard since the day before yesterday. She had been staying in her room all this while. Elder Duan. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to leave the backyard, he noticed servant Xiao Yun was rushing towards him. Duan Lingtian looked at servant Xiao Yun in confusion. Elder Duan, Chow Chow. Chow Chow is waiting for you in the main hall. Servant Xiao Yun said while gasping for breath after she arrived near Duan Lingtian. Chow Chow. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he realized that a Chow Chow that servant Xiao Yun mentioned was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. The corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Could it be that the clan leader has offered a reward for the spirit fruit that a void transformation stage martial artist consumes? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He hurriedly left the backyard and rushed to the main hall. I wonder how many spirit fruits the patriarch has offered as a reward for void transformation stage martial artists. If the reward is 2 that I haven't consumed before, then that would be awesome. So long as I'm given a period of time, my cultivation will break through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made his way there. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the main hall and met the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. Elder Duan. Lu Rui bowed respectfully when he met Duan Lingtian in private. He knew very well. As long as the young man in front of him did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in the future. Due to this reason, he did not dare to slight the young man. Clan leader, did you come to see me because you found the reward? Duan Lingtian asked while suppressing the excitement in his heart. Yes. Lu Rui nodded. How many? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He could no longer suppress his excitement and asked excitedly. How many? However, Lu Rui was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question. Didn't you say that you found the location of the spirit fruit? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned as well. Lu Rui finally understood why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Elder Duan, it's not that we found the location of the spirit fruit, but we found the reward that you asked me to send out earlier. The reward that you sent out earlier? Duan Lingtian did not realize it at first. However, he finally recalled it in a blink of an eye. He asked excitedly, Clan leader, you mean? We found the location of the soul-stabilizing grass. The soul-stabilizing grass. It was the heaven and earth treasure that could help Feng Tianwu recover her memory. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the soul-stabilizing grass was undoubtedly much more important than the spirit fruit that void transformation martial artists consumed. There were many of the latter on Cloud Continent. It was not difficult to find them. Chapter 1090. Yes. Lu Rui nodded. Someone came to visit our Lu clan today. He said he saw the soul-stabilizing grass in a remote mountain range. Did that person bring the soul-stabilizing grass? Where is he now? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Rui's words. His breathing quickened involuntarily. That person didn't bring the soul-stabilizing grass with him. Lu Rui shook his head in the face of Duan Lingtian's anticipation. His words were like a bucket of cold water that splashed Duan Lingtian's head. It made Duan Lingtian wake up completely. He didn't bring the soul-stabilizing grass with him? Duan Lingtian frowned in confusion. Yes. Lu Rui nodded. I heard from that person that there's a demon that can transform into a human guarding the soul-stabilizing grass in that remote mountain range. He's not a match for that demon, so he can't take the soul-stabilizing grass. Demon? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. Is that demon very powerful? In the entire Cloud Continent, the soul-stabilizing grass could be considered as an extremely rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was not strange that the place where it grew was guarded by a powerful demon. I heard from that person that the demon's strength is almost at the peak of the void, Lu Rui said nonchalantly. Lu Rui said nonchalantly, a demon at the peak of the void is nothing. I'm going to ask Elder Ji to follow him to the mountain range to retrieve the soul-stabilizing herb. Duan Lingtian naturally knew who Elder Ji was. He was one of the 3 guardian elders of the Lu clan. In the past, when he had just arrived at the Lu clan, he had met Lu Ji once. However, he did not see him again after he joined the Lu clan. However, I haven't asked Elder Ji to follow that person to retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass. According to what I know, it's best to refine many herbs as soon as they're plucked. Only in that way can we fully display its medicinal properties. Lu Rui voiced his concerns. Elder Duan, is there a need to pay attention to the soul-stabilizing grass? If not, I will immediately go find Elder Ji and ask him to go with that person and retrieve that soul-stabilizing grass. It's normal for you to have such concerns. However, you're only talking about ordinary herbs. Soul-stabilizing grass can't be compared to ordinary herbs. Duan Lingtian said. The soul-stabilizing grass and the immortal spirit grass he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure were not ordinary herbs. Of course, compared to the soul-stabilizing grass, the immortal spirit grass was much more precious. The immortal spirit grass was, after all, a legendary herb. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu had never seen one in his 2 lifetimes. As for the soul-stabilizing grass, reincarnation Emperor Wu had seen it a few times. In that case, I'll go find Elder Ji now. After Lu Rui finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Patriarch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stopped Lu Rui. Is there anything else, Elder Duan? If it's about the soul-stabilizing grass, you can rest assured. If Elder Ji makes a move, it won't be difficult for him to obtain the soul-stabilizing grass. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression before he reassured Duan Lingtian. Patriarch, I don't doubt Elder Ji's strength. I just want to go with Elder Ji to retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass. Duan Lingtian revealed his plan. He had been staying in the Lu clan's mansion recently. Coupled with the fact that he had been cultivating for the past few days, he wanted to go out and relax. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to see if there were any other heaven and earth treasures in the place where the soul-stabilizing grass grew. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the soul-stabilizing grass is an extremely rare herb. The place where the soul-stabilizing grass grows must have a good environment. That kind of environment is suitable for many heaven and earth treasures to grow. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes lit up, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. In his opinion, he had been very lucky ever since he came to the Lu clan. First, he obtained the soul-fixing root from the Lu clan. Then, he obtained news of the soul-stabilizing grass. This time, he was going to retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass with Lu Ji. Perhaps, he might really encounter other heaven and earth treasures. Elder Duan, you're going with us? Lu Rui was stunned. Why? Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian asked. There's no problem. I'm just concerned about your safety, Elder Duan. Unfortunately, Elder Yuan and Elder Gui went out a few days ago. They'll only be back in half a month. When Lu Rui reached this part of the sentence, he said with a worried expression on his face. Isn't there still Elder Ji? Duan Lingtian felt warm in his heart. He shook his head and said with a smile, with Elder Ji around, are you still worried that something will happen to me? Besides, is there anyone who dares to offend the Lu clan in the northern mountain land? Duan Lingtian felt Lu Rui's concern had caused him to panic. However, he could understand why Lu Rui would do that. After all, in Lu Rui's eyes, not only was he a grade 1 alchemist who could refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity, but he was also a future martial monarch powerhouse. He could not afford to lose him. That's true. Lu Rui nodded awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He also realized he had caused himself to panic. In the northern mountain land, only the O clan was qualified to be compared to the Lu clan. The other second-rate forces were not even enough to fill the gaps between the Lu clan's teeth. Those second-rate forces only had one martial monarch powerhouse each. Their strength was not comparable to any of the 3 great guardian elders of the Lu clan. I'll go with you. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui walked out of the main hall together, a cold voice entered their ears. They could not help but shudder. When they turned their heads to look, they saw a silhouette that looked like a fire elf standing nearby. It was a red-clad lady with a face that could topple a nation. The only flaw was that her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Her entire body was emitting a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. Even if it was just a short sentence, it seemed to be able to freeze the air around her. Tian Wu. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the red-clad lady. He asked in surprise, why did you come out? I'll go with you. Feng Tianwu did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. She repeated what she said earlier. Her tone was still indifferent, but it was not as cold as before. Let's go together if you want to. Duan Lingtian smiled. All right. After receiving Duan Lingtian's consent, Feng Tianwu, who was emitting a cold aura, flew forward and followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. You must be Miss Tian Wu, right? I'm Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. Lu Rui greeted Feng Tianwu with a smile. Although he had seen Feng Tianwu in the past, Feng Tianwu was lying in the ice coffin. They did not have any interaction at all. Now that he saw Feng Tianwu in person, he did not dare to neglect her. This was because he had learned about Feng Tianwu from Duan Lingtian's servant girl. He knew that the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that Elder Duan was looking for were for her. It was obvious that Elder Duan valued this lady a lot. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect her. This lady might become Emperor Wu's woman in the future. She was not someone he could offend. However, Feng Tianwu completely ignored Lu Rui when he took the initiative to greet her. She did not even raise her eyebrows. She completely ignored Lu Rui. Lu Rui felt a little awkward at that moment. Elder Duan, let's go look for Elder Ji. In order to cover up the awkwardness, Lu Rui quickly greeted Duan Lingtian and led the way out of the mansion. Tian Wu, let's go as well. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu and followed Lu Rui. Feng Tianwu did not reply. She merely followed Duan Lingtian silently as though she was Duan Lingtian's shadow. Soon after, Duan Lingtian met Lu Ji, one of the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders, under Lu Rui's lead. Elder Duan. When Lu Ji saw Duan Lingtian again, he greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. There was a hint of respect in the depth of this old man's eyes. It was respect for Duan Lingtian. A few days ago, he had already found out that this Elder Duan could refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 90% and above. It could be said that he was utterly impressed by him. Elder Ji. Duan Lingtian also greeted Lu Ji with a smile on his face. This must be Miss Tian Wu, right? Lu Ji's eyes quickly landed on Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. He greeted Feng Tianwu with a smile. Upon seeing this, the corner of Lu Rui's mouth twitched slightly. A smirk appeared on his face. In his opinion, Feng Tianwu would ignore Elder Ji just like how she ignored him earlier. Elder Ji was destined to be defeated. However, the smile on his face soon froze. You're very strong. He noticed that Feng Tianwu had spoken. She had spoken to Lu Ji. The scene before his eyes completely shattered the illusion in his heart. Thank you for your compliment, Miss Tian Wu. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Lu Ji replied politely. It was obvious he knew the relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian was close. Elder Ji, you'll go with Elder Duan and Miss Tian Wu this time. At this moment, Lu Rui looked at Lu Ji and told him everything that had happened. No problem. Lu Ji agreed right away. He then looked at Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Elder Duan. You found what you want. We haven't gotten the thing yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly and said, we should depart as soon as possible. I'm afraid something might happen if we delay. I can depart now, Lu Ji said. All right. I'll bring you to that person and ask him to bring you to the soul-stabilizing herb. Upon hearing the urgency in Duan Lingtian's voice, Lu Rui did not hesitate and went straight to the point. He brought the 3 Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to the place where the informant was placed. Soon after, a short, wretched-looking middle-aged man with a missing front tooth appeared before Duan Lingtian. 3rd level void transformation. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy immediately probed the wretched-looking middle-aged man's cultivation base. Wow! Beautiful! The wretched-looking middle-aged man's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian, Lu Rui, and Lu Ji before it landed on Feng Tianwu. He could no longer move his gaze away as he cried out loudly. I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep looking. Chapter 1091. However, the wretched-looking middle-aged man did not seem to hear Feng Tianwu's words. He continued to look at Feng Tianwu's beautiful face without restraint. Just as Feng Tianwu's eyes turned cold and was about to make a move, bang! A loud sound reverberated in the air. Feng Tianwu only saw a flash before the wretched-looking middle-aged man's eyes before he was sent flying. A figure that looked like purple lightning followed closely behind. A moment later, the wretched-looking middle-aged man fell to the ground. He was struggling to stand up when his vision turned black. He could only see a foot stomping on his face. He did not have time to react at all. Boom! Duan Lingtian stomped on the wretched-looking middle-aged man's head to the ground. No matter how the wretched-looking middle-aged man struggled, he was still as steady as Mount Tai. Duan Ling Tian's face was covered in coldness just like Feng Tianwu's face, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light. Ever since Feng Tianwu went berserk for him and was willing to activate the fire spirit body's energy in her body, he had completely accepted Feng Tianwu. He even treated Feng Tianwu as his woman. How could he tolerate someone profaning his woman now? If it was not for the fact that this person was still useful to him, he would have stomped on this person's head until it exploded. Feng Tianwu's heart trembled slightly when she saw the scene before her. A sense of happiness rose in her heart. Perhaps my relationship with him in the past was really special. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Clan leader Lu, I want him dead. I want him dead. At this moment, the wretched-looking middle-aged man whose head was being stomped on by Duan Lingtian realized he could not break free from Duan Lingtian's grip. He looked at Duan Lingtian in the distance. If he doesn't die, I'll never tell you the whereabouts of the herb. The wretched-looking middle-aged man roared. A grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Now, the grade 1 spirit weapon is gone. Duan Lingtian exerted force with his foot and stomped half of the wretched middle-aged man's head into the soil. He then said lightly. When the wretched middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned. This is Elder Duan. Our Lu clan was the one who posted the reward on his behalf. He was the one who gave the promised reward as well. Lu Rui looked at the wretched middle-aged man with pity and said slowly. You. If you don't give me a grade 1 spirit weapon, I won't bring you to look for that grass. The wretched middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a fierce light. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of sand that he had accidentally eaten, he threatened fiercely. When I used to kick a watermelon, I could break it with one kick. However, I have never kicked a person's head before. I don't know which one is harder than a watermelon. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he stepped on the head of the wretched middle-aged man. No. Hearing Duan Lingtian's muttering, the wretched middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He shouted in horror, I'll take you there. I'll take you there. He was really afraid that this young man who was much more powerful than him would kick his head like a watermelon. With this young man's strength, he would definitely die with just one kick. Didn't you say that you won't take me there? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. There was a hint of coldness in his tone. It was bone-chilling. I was joking. That's right. I was joking. Sensing the coldness in Duan Lingtian's tone, the wretched middle-aged man panicked and explained hysterically. Humph. Keep your eyes open. If you look where you shouldn't look again, I'll let you know how to write the word regret. Duan Lingtian retracted his foot and snorted coldly. Yes. The wretched middle-aged man quickly responded. He did not dare to neglect or hesitate at all. After he struggled to stand up, he did not dare to look at Feng Tianwu anymore, even if it was just a glance. Upon seeing this, Lu Rui and Lu Ji, who were standing at the side, looked at each other and saw the realization in each other's eyes. It seemed like it was just as they had guessed. The relationship between Elder Duan and Feng Tianwu was not simple at all. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian shouted as he looked at the wretched middle-aged man. His eyes flashed fiercely. Yes. The wretched middle-aged man was really afraid of Duan Lingtian now. Without any hesitation, he took the lead and rose into the air. He flew toward the east at an extremely fast speed. However, Duan Lingtian, who had already informed Lu Rui, followed the wretched middle-aged man at a leisurely pace even though he was flying with Feng Tianwu. Whoosh! A moment later, Lu Ji rose into the air and caught up with Duan Lingtian and the other two in just a blink of an eye. How did you find the soul-anchoring grass in that place? Duan Lingtian looked at the wretched middle-aged man and asked nonchalantly along the way. Soul-anchoring grass? The wretched middle-aged man was stunned. It's the grass that I put a bounty on. Duan Lingtian said. I discovered it by accident when I passed by that place. Fortunately, I ran away quickly that time. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of that demon. A heartfelt fear appeared on the wretched middle-aged man's face when he recalled his previous experience. How far is it from here? Duan Lingtian asked again. With our current speed, we'll be there in a day and a night at most. The wretched middle-aged man said. A day and a night was not a long time for Duan Lingtian. It passed in the blink of an eye. When the dawn of the next day shrouded the land and shone on Duan Lingtian saw a continuous mountain range in the distance that was approaching them. It's there. At this moment, the wretched middle-aged man opened his mouth and said to Duan Lingtian and the other two. To be more precise, he was speaking to Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji. As for Feng Tianwu, he did not even dare to look at her. It was obvious he still remembered Duan Lingtian's warning. Whoosh! 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 With their speed, the continuous mountain range appeared before their eyes in just a short while. They flew until they were above the mountain range before they came to a halt. Elder Duan, the 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. At this moment, the wretched middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated to speak. Humph. As long as you bring me to what I'm looking for, I'll naturally give you the 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Where's the grass you saw? Lead the way. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Thank you, Elder Duan. After obtaining a definite answer from Duan Lingtian, the wretched middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and thanked Duan Lingtian happily. This way. Subsequently, he took the lead and led the way to the side of the mountain range. Soon after, they arrived at a narrow and long canyon. The canyon was shrouded in fog, and they could not see the situation inside at first glance. It's right in front. The wretched middle-aged man led the way forward. His footsteps were extremely fast, as though he was afraid he would not see the soul-stabilizing grass if he was too late. Although the wretched middle-aged man's footsteps were very fast, however, Duan Lingtian and the other two did not feel the slightest bit of pressure, and they easily followed him. In this canyon, the deeper they went, the thicker the fog was. It was impossible to see the situation in front of them. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Whoosh! Soon after, a flash appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. He realized Lu Ji had arrived in front of him and was following the wretched middle-aged man closely to lead the way. Elder Duan, follow me closely with Miss Tian Wu. As long as you're not more than 10 meters away from me, even if that void stage peak demon attacks you, he won't be able to do anything to you. Lu Ji said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. His tone was filled with confidence in his own strength. Duan Lingtian did not comment on Lu Ji's words. After all, currently, as long as he did not encounter a void stage peak demon who had comprehended 3 types of 9th level void transformation concepts, he would be able to fight and even kill his opponent. Thank you, Elder Ji. Although he did not comment, he still expressed his sincere gratitude to Lu Ji for being so considerate of him. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side and followed closely behind Lu Ji. As for Lu Ji, he followed closely behind the wretched middle-aged man. The 4 of them went into the canyon one by one in order. After an unknown amount of time. Wait a minute. Lu Ji's silhouette disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes for the umpteenth time. However, this time, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face as he suddenly came to a halt. As Duan Lingtian came to a halt, Feng Tianwu came to a halt as well. Huh? Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. There's an illusory formation that's fused with the concealment formation here. Duan Lingtian said with a grave expression. Elder Ji and that fellow entered the illusory formation when they were unprepared. They're trapped inside. Illusory formation. Feng Tianwu was confused. After losing her memory, she did not even remember what an illusory formation was. Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was observing his surroundings, a familiar yet unfamiliar cold voice resonated from behind him and entered his ears clearly. Who's there? Although Duan Lingtian felt that the voice was slightly familiar, he could not recall whose voice it was, so he hurriedly turned around. With just a glance, he saw two figures. One was a middle-aged man dressed in gray, and the other was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. The gray-clad young man was the one who spoke. Lu Song. Duan Lingtian recognized the gray-clad young man. His face darkened, and his eyes gleamed coldly. "It's you. How is it? Are you surprised?" The gray-clad young man was the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song. He was the elder brother of the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, whom Duan Lingtian had killed when he first arrived at the Lu clan. "You're the one who set up the illusory formation that's fused with the concealment formation?" However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Song's mocking question. His gaze landed on the old man next to Lu Song as he asked in a deep voice. He still remembered the old man's surname was Guan. "That's right." The old man did not deny Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. "However, I didn't expect you to be able to see through the illusory formation I set up. It's fused with the concealment formation. How did you discover it?" When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with dread. "You're not the only inscription master on Cloud Continent." Chapter 1092. The concealment formation was an inscription formation that could conceal other inscription formations. Only an inscription master whose spiritual energy was at the martial monarch stage or above could inscribe and set it up. If Duan Lingtian was not an inscription master, he would not have noticed the illusory formation that was fused with the concealment formation. It was precisely because he was an inscription master and an outstanding one at that. Therefore, when Lu Ji and the wretched middle-aged man entered the illusory formation and triggered the concealment formation, his extended spiritual energy noticed something was amiss. Due to this reason, he managed to stop in time and did not fall into the illusory formation. "You're an inscription master as well?" The old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the past, he had purposely tried to find out more about this purple-clad young man. Therefore, he knew the purple-clad young man had killed an 8th-level void transformation Lu clan's elder and knew the purple-clad young man was very powerful. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a grade 1 alchemist. He was so monstrous that he could not help but feel shocked. However, based on the purple-clad young man's words, he was an inscription master as well. Moreover, he was an inscription master who could discover the concealment formation. "What do you think?" Duan Lingtian asked back. "Humph. Duan Lingtian, it doesn't matter if you're an inscription master or not. You're destined to die today," Lu Song, who was standing next to the old man, said. His voice was cold and chilling. When Lu Song spoke, his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wished he could cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Lu Song. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lu Song. "I'm curious. How did you know I'd come here? Moreover, you've set up an illusory formation beforehand. I think I have good eyesight. That guy is definitely not one of you." Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man next to Lu Song when he reached this part of his sentence. The illusory array was set up by the old man. That illusory array was an illusory array that was fused with a concealment array. It was extremely troublesome to set up, and it would take at least a few hours to complete. The guy that Duan Lingtian mentioned was naturally the wretched middle-aged man who had brought him here. First of all, Duan Lingtian was certain that wretched middle-aged man was not one of Lu Song's men. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to not notice anything amiss. It was because of this that he found it strange. If that wretched middle-aged man was not Lu Song's man, how could Lu Song and the old man beside him arrive here before him? In fact, they had even arrived earlier than them. This could be seen from the illusory formation they had set up. That idiot? Naturally, he is not one of us. Lu Song glared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent on his face. He smirked and said, "He's just a chess piece that I'm using. Also, don't tell me you really think that there's an herb here that you want?" Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Lu Song's words. What do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Elder Guan, you can tell him. Let him die knowing the truth. However, we must hurry up so that Lu Ji won't break out of the formation. At that time, it'll be difficult for us to kill him. Lu Song said slowly to the old man beside him. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. Duan Lingtian, you killed my brother. Today will be the day you die. I'll let you die in regret and despair. The killing intent in Lu Song's eyes intensified as he muttered to himself. Yes, young master, the old man replied respectfully. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Duan Lingtian, as an inscription master, don't tell me you still haven't figured it out? There's nothing here that you want. The old man enunciated each word clearly. His voice was like a giant hammer that fell on Duan Lingtian's chest, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn extremely grave. There's no soul anchoring grass. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, he who was originally unaware of the situation had a clear train of thought, and the thoughts in his mind abruptly changed. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes widened. Both of you. Have you planned this from the beginning? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Lu Song and the old man. It was obvious that he had figured out something. Looks like you're not that stupid after all. Lu Song sneered. That fellow didn't see the soul anchoring grass at all. He didn't encounter the demon beast at the peak of the void that was guarding the soul anchoring grass. Everything he saw was a fake image in the illusory formation you set up, right? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the old man. That's right. The old man said expressionlessly, if he really encountered a demon beast at the peak of the void. Do you think that piece of trash would be able to escape? The piece of trash the old man was referring to was the wretched middle-aged man who brought Duan Lingtian here. As expected. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave, and he could not help but laugh at himself. To think that he had thought that he was extremely lucky. First, he obtained the soul-fixing root that Tian Wu needed. Then, he received news about the soul-stabilizing grass. As it turned out, there was no soul-anchoring grass at all. The soul-anchoring grass that the wretched middle-aged man saw was just a fake image in the illusory formation set up by the old man next to Lu Song. Even the demon beast at the peak of the void was fake. All of this was just Lu Song's scheme against him. Naturally, he could guess Lu Song's motive. It was to avenge Lu Huai. Lu Huai was Lu Song's younger brother. Although Lu Song did not show any hatred on his face when he saw him the last time, his spiritual energy could still detect the hatred that Lu Song deliberately concealed. The deeper the hatred was hidden, the more terrifying it would be when it was revealed. Today's incident had undoubtedly proven this point. Initially, everything was going according to plan. However, to our surprise, you didn't enter the illusory formation, the old man continued. He was surprised. Initially, he and his young master planned to let Duan Lingtian enter the illusory formation before they killed Duan Lingtian. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to discover the illusory formation. It doesn't matter if he enters the illusory formation or not. The illusory formation wasn't prepared for him in the first place. Now that Lu Ji has entered the illusory formation that we prepared for him, he won't be able to come out anytime soon. At this moment, Lu Song opened his mouth. His voice was even colder than before. His eyes were filled with hatred. They gleamed coldly as they did not leave Duan Lingtian's side. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, was a martial monarch powerhouse. Although the old man next to him was also a martial monarch powerhouse, he did not have much confidence in defeating Lu Ji. However, now that Lu Ji was trapped in the illusory formation, he could no longer protect Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was already a fish on his chopping board. He could do whatever he wanted to him. Duan Lingtian. Now, do you regret killing my brother, Lu Huai? Lu Song asked coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, he continued to say, "It's useless no matter how much you regret it. Today, I'll let you die in a way that's worse than death. To comfort my brother's soul in heaven." When Lu Song reached the end of his sentence, his voice became colder and colder. Regret? Faced with Lu Song, who was blinded by hatred, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he said nonchalantly, "I'm sorry. Perhaps, I might regret other things. However, I've never regretted killing your brother, Lu Huai. Even now." Duan Lingtian's words were like a slap to Lu Song's face. "You're seeking death." Lu Song's eyes narrowed as he glared at Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with killing intent. "What? Are you going to attack me?" Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Lu Song, who was glaring at him coldly. He looked at Lu Song with interest. When Lu Song heard this, his face darkened. He said coldly, "Of course, I'll attack you. But not now." Huh? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know what Lu Song meant. Soon after, he knew why Lu Song said that. "Elder Guan, destroy his dantian, but don't kill him. I want to torture him slowly and let him die in despair." Lu Song looked at the old man next to him and said through gritted teeth, "Yes, young master." The old man responded and glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. The origin energy on his body rose up. It was so powerful that it set off waves of terrifying airwaves that caused the wind to howl. For a moment, the flowers and plants in the canyon were blown away. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above the old man's head and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons descended in a meandering manner. Just the origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. This was the sign of a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. However, this was not the end yet. Boom! The milky white flames on the old man's body suddenly changed color and turned into a fiery red. It soared into the sky, causing the white fog in the canyon to turn red as well. Whoosh! Another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky. First-level monarch stage fire profundity. At the same time, bolts of purple lightning that resembled electric snakes appeared in the flames around the old man's body. There were also gusts of green wind. Another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 9th level advanced thunder concept. 9th level advanced wind concept. Duan Lingtian, you didn't expect this, did you? Elder Guan is a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. It's easy for him to kill you. Lu Song laughed arrogantly. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must be in shock and despair right now. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm face, his arrogant laughter stopped abruptly. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, and his face turned pale. Elder Guan, do it. Lu Song bellowed in anger and humiliation. Boom! As Lu Song shouted, an explosion sounded in the air. Waves of scorching aura spread out in all directions. Chapter 1093. The old man next to Lu Song was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not react in time at all. In the blink of an eye, the world in front of Duan Lingtian turned fiery red. It was as though he was in an ocean of fire. The scorching aura that spread from the ground made his forehead and face covered in sweat. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Duan Lingtian noticed the fiery red ocean in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, it moved away from him like an arrow that was released from a bow. It kept shrinking before his eyes. In the end, the fiery red ocean transformed into a person. It was an old man. An old man who was covered in flames from head to toe. However, the flames on the old man's body seemed to have withered and could not continue. Barf! At that moment, the old man whose face had turned extremely pale suddenly spasmed a few times before he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered all over the ground like dazzling red roses. You, the old man stood in the distance. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he was looking at the lady in red who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until now, the lady in red had been standing next to Duan Lingtian quietly. She did not seem to exist. Whether it was the old man or Lu Song, they had taken her seriously since the beginning. This was because she was just too young. She was so young that they did not feel threatened by her. However, at that moment, all of their eyes were fixed on the lady in red without exception. Subsequently, they seemed to have noticed something and lifted their heads abruptly. The heaven and earth energy that had been stirring above the lady in red's head finally transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons rapidly formed. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, it was still increasing. In the end, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons stopped at 8,000. The strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Fire profundity. Sword profundity. Looking at the rising sword-shaped flames on the lady in red, the old man exclaimed in shock. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Demon. Demon Lord? After a while, the old man took a deep breath and stared at the lady in red with fear in his eyes as he probed. In the old man's opinion, the beautiful woman in red looked to be in her early 20s. He had comprehended 2 monarch stage profundities at such a young age. The red-clad woman was clearly a monarch stage powerhouse like him. It was impossible for a human martial artist to become a monarch stage powerhouse at such a young age. Therefore, the red-clothed woman could only be a demon monarch powerhouse. The demon monarch, the monarch of the demon monarchs, was equally famous as the martial monarch of the human martial artists. You want to kill him? The red-clothed woman ignored the old man's question. Instead, she asked this question in a cold tone. If one looked closely, they would discover that the woman in red's beautiful face, which was originally covered with a layer of frost, had an additional layer of frost in an instant. The red-clothed woman stood there, her entire body enveloped by a scorching sword-shaped flame. However, the old man that she was staring at did not feel any heat. He only felt waves of bone-piercing cold air coming from all directions, causing him to feel an extreme chill that originated from his bones. The old man didn't answer the woman in red's question, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Those who want to kill him will have to die. The red-clothed woman's alluring red lips moved slightly as she spoke slowly. As soon as the word die left her mouth, she had already disappeared from Lu Song's sight. Watch out, Elder Guan. Horror dawned on Lu Song's face as he cried out in panic. However, just as he reacted and looked at the old man, he saw the old man's body tremble before he collapsed. He was no longer breathing. The old man's eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. Until his death, he still could not figure out why there was a demon monarch powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side. The red-clothed woman stood in front of the old man's body. Her red dress fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. Elder Guan, Lu Song muttered to himself in a daze as he shifted his gaze from the old man's body to the red-clothed woman. His face turned extremely pale. If he had known that there was such a powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side apart from Lu Ji, he would not have dared to do anything to Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian had killed his own brother. Thud. Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, Lu Song kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to the red-clothed woman in the distance. Senior, please spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. I won't kill you. The red-clothed woman glanced at Lu Song, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy indifferently, and said coldly. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Lu Song hurriedly thanked her and kowtowed even louder. Soon, his head was bleeding. Whoosh. The red-clothed woman moved like a fire elf and returned to Duan Lingtian's side in just a moment. She said softly, I don't want to dirty my hands by killing him. Leave it to me. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. The red-clothed woman was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had lost her memory. Duan Lingtian only found out yesterday. After losing her memory, Feng Tianwu could completely control the energy in her body. Currently, she was a first-level void transformation martial artist who had mastered 2 third-level monarch stage profundities. Without using her origin energy, she could unleash an attack that was equivalent to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons with just her profundities alone. It was precisely because of this that Duan Tian was fearless. He knew that as long as Tian Wu was there, nothing would happen to him. In the end, Tian Wu did not disappoint him. She killed the martial monarch powerhouse next to Lu Song in just a blink of an eye. Her movements were smooth and clean. Those who want to kill him will have to die. The words that Feng Tianwu said to the martial monarch powerhouse next to Lu Song still echoed in Duan Lingtian's ears. Her tone was indifferent, but there was a hint of anger in it. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. He knew that although Tian Wu could not remember the past, she had already acknowledged him as a person from the bottom of her heart. This could be seen from the fact that she was angry because of him. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. It was getting further and further away. Before Duan Lingtian could make his move, Lu Song had already made his move and dashed out of the canyon in an attempt to escape. What a joke! Duan Lingtian had once killed an 8th-level void transformation Lu clan's elder. Would it not be a piece of cake for him to kill a 5th-level void transformation martial artist? Escape? Do you think you can escape? However, when Lu Song had fled several dozen meters away, he suddenly heard a mocking voice in front of him. When he raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice, he saw a familiar figure waiting there. A purple-clad young man appeared before his eyes. You! How can you be so fast? Lu Song's eyes narrowed. As he came to a halt, he asked in horror, You're a powerhouse at the peak of the void? Looks like you're not stupid after all. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Song in surprise. His current strength was indeed on par with a powerhouse at the peak of the void. Thud. When Lu Song realized it was impossible for him to escape from Duan Lingtian, he knelt on the ground again and kowtowed to beg for mercy. However, the person he was kowtowing to this time was someone else. It was Duan Lingtian. Elder Duan, please spare my life. Elder Duan, please spare my life. As long as Elder Duan spares my worthless life, I promise I won't return to the Lu clan and fight with Lu Bai for the clan leader's position. Elder Duan, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Lu Song kept kowtowing as he begged for mercy hysterically. At this moment, he no longer looked like the great young master of the northern mountain lands Lu clan's lineal descendant. He looked more like a pitiful wretch with no dignity at all. How can a coward like you deserve to be the clan leader of Lu clan? Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Song with disgust. He did not want to waste any more time on him. With a lift of his hand, he slammed his palm down and ended Lu Song's life. If Lu Song had given up his hatred for Duan Lingtian from the beginning, perhaps he could still be the Lu clan's great young master. However, he chose to seek revenge on Duan Lingtian and brought about his own destruction in the end. Where should I go now? At this moment, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Elder Ji? When he looked into the distance, he saw Lu Ji had broken out of the illusory formation. Although he was not surprised by this, he was still shocked. Based on his observation of the illusory formation with his spiritual energy, it would take an ordinary martial monarch at least half an hour to break out of it. However, Lu Ji only spent a quarter of an hour to come out. Elder Duan? When Lu Ji heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he could not help but sigh in relief. I'm finally out. 15 minutes ago, when he turned around and saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were nowhere to be seen, and when he saw the wretched middle-aged man walking in front of him was nowhere to be seen, he realized he might have fallen into the illusory formation. Subsequently, he began to look for a way out of the illusory formation. Finally, he left the illusory formation 15 minutes later. Soon after, Lu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, his gaze landed on the old body on the ground. The familiar face made him frown. Isn't this Guanli? As one of the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders, Lu Ji recognized most of the Lu clan's elders. Guanli was one of them. Guanli was the Lu clan's foreign elder who followed the Lu clan's great young master. All of a sudden, Lu Ji seemed to have noticed something. He lifted his head slightly and looked in the distance. Lu Song. With just a glance, he recognized the owner of the body that was dozens of meters away. His eyes narrowed slightly. Elder Duan, this is. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on his face. Elder Ji, don't you think it's strange that they're here? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile on the face of Lu Ji, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression. It's a little strange. Lu Ji nodded. Actually, there's nothing here that I'm looking for. Duan Lingtian sighed as he spoke of the entire sequence of events without leaving out anything. What? Chapter 1094. Lu Ji took a deep breath to calm himself down. His gaze turned colder as he looked at the two bodies on the ground. Earlier, I've advised Lu Song to forget about the enmity between him and you, Elder Duan. He also promised me that he wouldn't seek revenge from you, Elder Duan. When Lu Ji reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. However, I didn't expect him to say one thing and do another. He actually came up with such a plan to lure you into his trap, Elder Duan. A hint of anger appeared on Lu Ji's face when he reached the end of his sentence. He was angry that Lu Song had lied to him. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian had no reason to lie. The fact that Lu Song and the old man next to him were here explained many things. However, where did they find a martial monarch stage inscription master to set up this illusory formation that could confuse me? Soon after, Lu Ji frowned. His face was filled with confusion. The illusory formation that could trap him was undoubtedly set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. He was certain of this. Naturally, the reason Lu Ji asked such a question was because when Duan Lingtian told him about the ins and outs of the matter, he did not mention that the illusory formation was set up by the old man next to Lu Ji. Therefore, in Lu Ji's opinion, the old man was only a martial artist at the peak of the void. When Lu Ji was thinking about this, Duan Lingtian walked up to the old man's body. Whoosh! Without warning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and consolidated origin energy into a sword. It whistled as it slashed toward the old man. The sound of the sword whistling in the air attracted Lu Ji's attention. Subsequently, Lu Ji saw Duan Lingtian's sword landing on the old man's body. Moreover, he took out 3 fragments from the old man's body. They were the fragments that were nurtured in the old man's body. Initially, he merely glanced at the 3 fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. He did not notice anything special. However, when he took a closer look, his eyes were completely focused on one of the 3 fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. The fragment was surrounded by a burning red flame. Profundity fragment? After being stunned for a moment, Lu Ji came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already put away the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment and the 2 ninth-level Concept Fragments in his hand. A faint smile appeared on his face. To him, the harvest this time was not bad. He had obtained a Profundity Fragment. 1 Profundity Fragment was enough to represent a martial monarch powerhouse. Although it was only a first-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment, as long as it was given to a 9th-level Void Transformation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level Advanced Fire concept, he would definitely be able to comprehend the fire profundity and break through to become a martial monarch powerhouse. This Guanli. When did he break through to the martial monarch stage? When Duan Lingtian put away the 3 fragments in his hand, Lu Ji came back to his senses. His gaze fell on the old man's corpse immediately, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was obvious Lu Ji did not know the old man next to Lu Song was a martial monarch powerhouse. At this moment, he could not help but sigh inwardly. What a pity a martial emperor died just like that. In his opinion, as long as Guanli was still alive, he would most likely become the 4th guardian elder in the Lu clan. At that time, the Lu clan's overall strength would rise to a whole new level. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lu Ji seemed to have recalled something. and his eyes narrowed immediately. He remembered something of utmost importance. Since Guanli was already a martial monarch powerhouse, the person who killed him was undoubtedly a martial monarch powerhouse as well. Moreover, the person must be a martial monarch powerhouse who was more powerful than Guanli. Otherwise, how could he have killed Guanli? Elder Duan. Who killed Guanli? Lu Ji asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian after taking a deep breath. What do you think? Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly as though he had expected Lu Ji to ask this question. Lu Ji was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe for a while before finally looking at the red-clad lady standing at the side. It was Feng Tianwu. It's impossible for this lady. She had to rely on Elder Duan's origin energy to carry her through the air when we came here. Lu Ji glanced at Feng Tianwu before he looked at Duan Lingtian again. If that's the case, the person who killed Guanli is either Elder Duan himself or a powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan to protect him at all times. Lu Ji speculated inwardly. He was more inclined to believe the latter was the case. It was not only because Duan Lingtian was too young, but it was also because Duan Lingtian was an outstanding Grade 1 alchemist. It would be ridiculous if such a young Grade 1 alchemist was also a martial monarch powerhouse at the same time. Due to this reason, he did not believe Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. Since we don't have what you want, Elder Duan, let's go back. When Lu Ji looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. His tone that was already polite became even more polite. From the wounds on Guanli's body, he could tell that Guanli was killed with a single blow. Although he did not know Guanli's exact cultivation base, if it were him, it would be impossible for him to kill Guanli with a single blow even if Guanli was only a first-level martial monarch martial artist. Due to this reason, he guessed the powerhouse hiding in the dark to protect Duan Lingtian was much more powerful than him. Due to this reason, his attitude toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically. All right. Duan Lingtian did not reject Lu Ji's suggestion. After calling out to Feng Tianwu, he left with Guanli. After the three of them left, they went straight to the Lu clan's estate. Another day and night had passed, and they successfully returned to the Lu clan. Smack! A loud noise reverberated in the Lu clan's main hall. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, had raised his hand and slapped the new chair next to him, shattering it into pieces. Lu Song, you've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Lu Rui suddenly shouted. His tone was filled with rage. It was obvious he knew what Lu Song had done. After a while, Lu Rui took a deep breath and looked at the purple-clad young man with an apologetic expression. Elder Duan, it's our Lu clan's fault for not being considerate enough. I hope you don't blame us. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had rushed back. Since Lu Song is dead, let's put this matter behind us. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. He had no intention of pursuing the matter. Yes. Lu Rui replied respectfully. Huh. The old man standing next to the purple-clad young man, Lu Ji, suddenly frowned. He was the Lu clan's guardian elder. He had a feeling that there was a hint of fear in the clan leader's eyes when he looked at the young elder Duan earlier. It was as though he was afraid of something. Could it be that the clan leader knows there's a powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan? Moreover, even the clan leader is afraid of that powerhouse? Lu Ji speculated inwardly. Elder Duan, it's quite a coincidence. On the day you left, two people came one after another. Each of them took a void transformation martial artist spirit fruit in exchange for the Grade 1 life recovery pill that you refined. At this moment, Lu Rui changed the topic and told Duan Lingtian about another reward. 2 people. 2 spirit fruits. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He did not expect Lu Ji to give him such a big surprise as soon as he returned. I hope I haven't consumed those 2 spirit fruits. If that's the case, my cultivation base will be able to break through to the 9th level void transformation in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian's heart raced. His body began to tremble uncontrollably due to his excitement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked curiously, "Clan leader, how many grade 1 life recovery pills did you exchange for the spirit fruits?" "1 grade 1 life recovery pill in exchange for 1 spirit fruit." Lu Rui replied truthfully. 1. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he heard that. Only 1? Did anyone exchange for it? In his opinion, the value of a void transformation martial artist's spirit fruit was far from what a grade 1 life recovery pill could compare to. Naturally, nobody would exchange for an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. However, if you exchanged it with a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% that you refined, Elder Duan, they would benefit from it. Lu Rui shook his head and said, putting aside the fact that the value of a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%, it's not only in its medicinal efficacy. Just its medicinal efficacy alone is enough to make people scramble for it. In terms of medicinal efficacy and efficacy, a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% is 5 times more powerful than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of less than 70%. At a critical moment, a grade 1 life recovery pill like this can even save a life. Lu Rui was excited when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian finally understood what he meant. After a while, Duan Lingtian, who was eager to return to his room to cultivate and improve his cultivation base, took the 2 spirit fruits from Lu Rui and brought Feng Tianwu back to his residence. "Tianwu, take this red phosphorus fruit and use it to cultivate." Duan Lingtian handed the spirit fruit that seemed to be burning with a red phosphorus fire to Feng Tianwu and said bluntly, "Take it." Feng Tianwu was a woman of few words, but she was very direct. "I've already consumed a red phosphorus fruit before, so it's useless for me to consume it again. Take it." Seeing that Feng Tianwu was unwilling to accept it, Duan Lingtian took out his trump card. Naturally, he was telling the truth. He had just obtained 2 spirit fruits from Lu Rui. One of the red phosphorus fruit was the spirit fruit that he had consumed some time ago. It was also given to him by Lu Rui. His current cultivation base was elevated because he had consumed the red phosphorus fruit. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu finally put the red phosphorus fruit away. "Thank you." Feng Tianwu moved her red lips slightly and thanked Duan Lingtian directly. "There's no need for thanks between us." After glancing at Feng Tianwu gently, Duan Lingtian bade her farewell and returned to his room to cultivate. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, Feng Tianwu returned to her room as well. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Chapter 1095. The Cloud Continent was divided into the inner land and the outer land with the Ruo Shui River as the boundary. The outer land was divided into the northern outer land, the southern outer land, the western outer land, and the eastern outer land. The northern mountain land was an area close to the Ruo Shui River to the north of the southern outer land. To the left and right of the northern mountain land, there were 2 other areas that belonged to the southern outer land that were close to the Ruo Shui River. The land of Beiki was located to the east of the northern mountain land. Although it was not as famous as the northern mountain land, it was still a place full of outstanding people. The reason why the Northern Mountains region was so famous was naturally because of the O clan and the Lu clan. The 2 families were ancient families that had been passed down for 10,000 years. They were also the 2 forces with the longest history in the entire southern outer land. No. There was no third force in the entire outer land that had been passed down for 10,000 years like the O family and the Lu family. On the Cloud Continent, there might be forces that had been passed down for 10,000 years like the O family and the Lu family. However, all of them were located in the inner land on the other side of the Ruo Shui River. In the outer land, only the O family and the Lu family had been passed down for 10,000 years. Due to this reason, even in the entire southern outer continent, the northern mountain land was a well-known place. At the border between the land of Beiki and the northern mountain land, there was a vast city. The city was bustling with people going in and out of the city. This city was called Alchemist City. In the center of Medicine Master City stood a tall tower. It was the city's landmark. Outside the tower, there were 5 square plaques hanging from the top to the bottom. Each plaque had a single word written on it. From top to bottom, it read, Alchemist Guild. The people going in and out of the tower were like the people going in and out of Medicine Master City. If one looked closely, they would notice that most of the people going in and out of the tower had a badge pinned on their chest. It was the badge of an alchemist. Looking at the badge pinned on their chest, one could tell what grade of alchemist they were. The tower that stood in the center of Medicine Master City was the headquarters of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild. It was in charge of the Alchemist Guild in the entire Southern Outer Land. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure that was as fast as lightning flew from the horizon and reached the top of the tower in the blink of an eye. However, when this person reached the top of the tower, he stopped in midair. I'm here to see the president. I have something to report. This was an old man in green. His eyes fell on the middle-aged man in green who was blocking his way, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It was as if this green-clothed middle-aged man was some kind of scourge. The green-robed middle-aged man stood there, neither happy nor angry. His entire being seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth, giving the green-robed old man a great deal of pressure. Unknowingly, cold sweat appeared on the green-robed old man's forehead and dripped down. Let him in. At this moment, an aged voice came from the top of the tower. Although the voice was aged, it was extremely powerful. Yes. Hearing the voice, the green-clothed middle-aged man who had been silent all this time responded respectfully. Almost as soon as the green-robed man finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air as if he had never appeared. As expected of the people sent by the Inland's Alchemist Guild, they are indeed powerful. In the southern outer continent, those that can defeat him are probably existences that are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. After taking a deep breath, the green-robed old man muttered in a low voice. After a short moment, he returned to his senses and flew to the top of the tower, arriving at a spacious room. At the side of the room, an old man in a silver robe sat at the table, quietly savoring the fragrant tea in the teacup in his hand. Even when the green-robed old man entered, it did not make him shift his gaze. President. The green-robed old man bowed respectfully to the silver-robed old man. Why didn't you stay in the northern mountain land? Why did you come to Alchemist City? The silver-robed old man did not look at the green-robed old man and continued to savor the fragrant tea as he asked. President, I came to Alchemist City to look for you this time precisely because of this. With a raise of his hand, an exquisite little box appeared in the green-robed old man's hand. The box was completely made of jasper, and it looked to be of high quality. Unfortunately, the silver-robed old man still did not turn his head. He sat there and said indifferently, You should know that ordinary things can't enter my, Chenghe's, eyes. The silver-robed old man's calm tone was mixed with a sense of pride that came from his bones. The green-robed old man was not surprised when he heard the silver-robed old man's words. The silver-robed old man before him was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. What had he not seen on a daily basis? It was true that ordinary things could not enter his eyes. However, the green-robed old man looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand. His face was filled with confidence as he continued to say, President, I think this thing will definitely enter your eyes. The moment the green-robed old man's words left his mouth, Chenghe finally turned his head and looked at the green-robed old man. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. Hand it over. Chenghe knew the green-robed old man before him very well. This was the person who used to follow him. Currently, he was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the northern mountain land. At the same time, he was also an outstanding grade 2 alchemist. It was precisely because of this that he knew the green-robed old man would not speak without thinking. Yes. The green-robed old man replied respectfully. He took a few steps forward and placed the exquisite jade box in his hand on the table in front of Chenghe. Pa. Chenghe swiftly opened the jade box. A pill that was extremely familiar to him appeared before his eyes. He could not help but frown when he saw it. What you wanted me to see is this, Ching He's expression darkened when he thought the green-robed old man had tricked him. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. This. How's this possible? At this moment, Ching He suddenly stood up and stared at the pill in the exquisite jade box on the table. He could not take his eyes off it. He did not know when, but his body began to tremble violently due to excitement. Miracle. After a long while, Ching He took a deep breath and picked up the pill in the exquisite jade box with trembling hands. His movements were gentle as though he was caressing his lover. The purity is 91%. Gradually, Ching He finally suppressed his excitement and calmed down. However, his eyes never left the pill in his hand. As a grade 1 alchemist, it was only natural that he could tell. The grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand had a purity of 91% that could be said to be heaven-defying. He had only heard of pills with such purity, but he had never seen one before. There's a legend in our alchemist guild. 10,000 years ago, there was a powerful powerhouse called Emperor Wu who could refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. However, that's only a legend. It's been 10,000 years, so there's no way to tell if it's true or not. At this moment, Ching He's thoughts were running wild, and he could not calm down for a long time. Where did you get this grade 1 life recovery pill from? Ching He exhaled and returned to his senses. The first thing he did was to look at the green-robed old man standing quietly at the side and ask with a burning gaze. Lord Guild Master, my direct disciple obtained this from the Lu clan. The green-robed old man seemed to be prepared for this. As soon as Ching He finished speaking, he immediately replied. Lu clan? Ching He frowned when he heard the green-robed old man's words. I'm the one who helped the Lu clan refine the grade 1 pills. The purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill that I refined was 70% at most. However, the purity of this grade 1 life recovery pill is more than 90%. Ching He looked at the pill in his hand when he reached the end of his sentence. He was certain. He was definitely not the one who refined this pill. Lord Guild Master, there's something you don't know. Some time ago, a person with the surname Duan joined the Lu clan and became the Lu clan's first interim advisor. That person with the surname Duan is a grade 1 alchemist. The green-robed old man explained, he's the second grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land after you, Lord Guild Master. Grade 1 alchemist? Ching He narrowed his eyes when he heard the green-robed old man's words. He joined the Lu clan? Yes. The green-robed old man nodded. You mean, this grade 1 life recovery pill was refined by that alchemist with the surname Duan? Ching He asked. It's most likely refined by him, the green-robed old man said. The green-clad old man continued, some time ago, the Lu clan issued a reward for a spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist. 1 spirit fruit in exchange for 1 grade 1 life recovery pill. Initially, everyone thought the Lu clan was stingy. However, when they heard the Lu clan offered a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%, everyone went crazy. When my direct disciple heard about this, he happened to have a spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist. In order to verify the authenticity of this matter, he brought the spirit fruit to the Lu clan to make the exchange. At that time, there was another person who arrived at the Lu clan with him. According to him, whether it was the grade 1 life recovery pill that the Lu clan gave him or the other person, both of them had a purity of more than 90%. When the green-robed old man reached this point, he paused for a moment before he continued to say, when my direct disciple obtained the grade 1 life recovery pill, he immediately passed it to me. When I found out that this matter was unusual, I immediately came to look for you, Lord Guild Master. The green-robed old man finished speaking in one breath. You've done well. Ching He nodded at the green-robed old man in satisfaction. His eyes gleamed. It seems like I'll have to make a trip to the Lu clan to pay a visit to that alchemist with the surname Duan. Lord Guild Master, there's one more thing. Suddenly, the green-robed old man seemed to have recalled something. Huh? Ching He looked at the green-robed old man with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The alchemist with the surname Duan from the Lu clan. I heard he's a young man who's not even 30 years old yet. Chapter 1096. What? Cheng He's eyes widened when he heard the green-clad old man's words. His calm face was filled with shock. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old? Are you sure? Cheng He's gaze was as sharp as a sword when he looked at the green-clad old man. I'm sure. The green-clad old man nodded. Many alchemists saw him when they participated in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan. He revealed his grade 1 pill fire and his identity as a grade 1 alchemist at that time and joined the Lu clan. The young old man said confidently. He's not even 30 years old. A grade 1 alchemist. Cheng He narrowed his eyes. Since he's a grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be a demon. However, if he's a human, how could he become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age? Moreover, he can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. The more Cheng He thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. In his opinion, it was already shocking for a human who was not even 30 years old to become a grade 1 alchemist. However, such a grade 1 alchemist could refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. It was unbelievable. Even the best alchemist on Cloud Continent, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, can only refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 80% at most. It also depends on luck. The guild master became a grade 1 alchemist before he was 40 years old. He's widely acknowledged as a top genius among alchemists. However, he could only refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 80% after he was 100 years old. Even if the alchemist who joined the Lu clan is more talented than the guild master and became a grade 1 alchemist before he was 30 years old, it's still impossible for him to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. Cheng He thought about many things in just a short while. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He must have a special refining technique. Even if it's not a refining technique, he must be hiding a great secret. Otherwise, it's impossible for a kid like him to refine pills with such a high purity. At some point in time, Cheng He's eyes were filled with greed. You can go back first. Soon after, Cheng He's expression returned to normal as he spoke to the green-robed old man. Yes. The green-robed old man didn't dare to tarry and left. After the green-clad old man left, Cheng He looked at the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand again. Greed flashed in his eyes again. A moment later, Cheng He flew out of the top floor of the tower. Follow me to the northern mountains Lu clan. Then, Cheng He said to the air. Whoosh. Almost as soon as Cheng He finished speaking, the airflow in the air moved, and a green figure appeared out of thin air. It was the green-clothed middle-aged man who had stopped the green-clothed old man. Go. Cheng He took the lead and flew out, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The green-robed middle-aged man moved as well. He caught up with Cheng He in a moment and followed behind him like a shadow. Northern Mountains Lu family. In a spacious side hall, there was a high platform. On the high platform, a purple-clothed youth and a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. The middle-aged man closed his eyes tightly. The purple-clothed youth looked at the other middle-aged man in front of the high platform and nodded. Master, let's begin. All right. The middle-aged man nodded. With a lift of his hand, a mist rose around the high platform and shrouded the purple-clothed youth and the middle-aged man in just a blink of an eye. If there was an inscription master here, he would be able to see that the mist that rose and shrouded the entire high platform was the profound assimilation formation. The profound assimilation formation was an inscription formation that could refine concept fragments without restraint and merge them into concept energy. It would then help one to elevate one's concept quickly. Every time the profound assimilation formation was activated, it would consume a ridiculous amount of concept fragments. If one did not have a certain level of strength, they would not be able to afford such a consumption at all. Whoosh. 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 When the mist rose, the middle-aged man standing outside raised his hand again. Concept fragments shot out from his hand and merged into the profound assimilation formation in just a second. If one looked closely, one would notice that there were only 4 types of concept fragments that the middle-aged man threw out. The wind concept fragment that was flashing with green energy, the earth concept fragment that was emitting an earthy yellow halo, the thunder concept fragment that was pulsating with purple energy, and the sword concept fragment that was resisting the sword-shaped energy. Whoosh! 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 The concept fragments shot out from the middle-aged man's hand like he was throwing out trash. In just a blink of an eye, he had thrown thousands of concept fragments into the formation. From the beginning until the end, the middle-aged man had a calm expression on his face as though he did not feel any heartache at all. Is it worth it? Just when the middle-aged man had thrown almost 2,000 concept fragments into the formation, an old voice resonated in the air. At the same time, a skinny old man with white hair appeared next to the middle-aged man. The skinny old man wore a loose robe. He had white eyebrows and a white beard. His face was as clear as jade, and he looked like an immortal. He did not look like a mortal at all. Former clan leader. When the old man's voice resonated in the air, the middle-aged man had already stopped what he was doing. When the old man appeared, he even bowed respectfully to the old man with a respectful expression on his face. He did not dare to be negligent at all. The middle-aged man was none other than Lu Rui, the current clan leader of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As for the 2 people in the profound assimilation formation, their identities were obvious. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. It's worth it. After greeting the old man, Lu Rui nodded solemnly. He knew why the old man would ask such a question. The close to 2,000 concept fragments that he had thrown in earlier were almost all of the 4 types of concept fragments that the Lu clan had in stock. Even if the Lu clan was wealthy, they would still be affected to a certain extent. At the very least, the Lu clan's genius disciples who had comprehended the 4 types of concepts would not be able to enter the profound assimilation formation to comprehend the concepts for a period of time. By doing so, he had limited the growth of the Lu clan's disciples to a certain extent. This was the price he had to pay. However, he felt it was worth it. Oh. The old man's eyes that were as bright as stars flashed before he asked again, I don't think the reason why you responded to me so decisively is because he's a grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%, right? When the old man reached the end of his question, he looked at Lu Rui mockingly. Lu Rui could not help but smile wryly at his wise gaze. He knew that the former clan leader must have noticed something. Otherwise, he would not have asked such a question. The old man was none other than the previous clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Qiu. Unlike Lu Rui, who rose to the position due to his shocking talent in refining medicine, Lu Qiu rose to the position due to his powerful martial strength and became the previous clan leader of the Lu clan. Although Lu Qiu was not an alchemist, his martial Dao innate talent was extremely terrifying. Even now, nobody in the Lu clan knew how powerful this former clan leader who had voluntarily given up his position as the clan leader was. However, everyone knew about it. The Lu clan's 3 guardian elders and the 3 martial monarch powerhouses might not be a match for the former clan leader even if they joined forces. This former clan leader was the true guardian of the Lu clan. Former clan leader, please don't make things difficult for me. I've sworn on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation in front of Elder Duan that if I tell you about it, I'll be struck to death by the lightning punishment. Lu Rui said helplessly. Although he was the clan leader of the Lu clan, he could not compare to the old man in front of him in terms of status. The old man in front of him had a unique charisma in the Lu clan. As long as the old man said something, he would be pulled down from his position as the clan leader of the Lu clan. 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Lu Xuan raised his eyebrows when he heard Lu Rui's words. I was wondering who was the one who swore on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation and caused 9 claps of thunder to break my beautiful dream. So it's you, brat. Brat. In the current Lu clan, perhaps only Lu Qiu, the former clan leader, dared to call Lu Rui, the current clan leader, brat. Not only was Lu Rui not angry, but he even had an apologetic expression on his face. Former clan leader, I didn't know you were resting at that time. Alright, there's no need for all these empty words. Lu Qiu waved his hand and interrupted Lu Rui's words. Then, his wise eyes gleamed as he said, since you swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation, it's only natural that you can't say it out loud. However, it won't be a problem for you to give me some hints. A sly smile appeared on Lu Qiu's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Former clan leader, you can't say that. Who knows, maybe my hints will allow you to guess Elder Duan's true identity, and the 99 heavenly tribulation will strike down the lightning punishment and kill me. Lu Rui said as he shook his head. True identity? The smile on Lu Qiu's face grew wider. Lu Rui smiled wryly. Only then did he realize that he had spilled the beans. Before this, the former clan leader definitely did not know that he was taking care of Elder Duan because of his true identity. It seems like our Elder Duan is not that simple. Let me think about it. As Lu Qiu muttered to himself, he began to rack his brain. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. Not only that, but he's also able to make a brat like you respect him. His true identity is undoubtedly someone that even you have to look up to. Lu Qiu frowned as he continued to ponder. The corner of Lu Rui's mouth twitched when he heard Lu Qiu muttering to himself. It did not cross his mind at all. The former clan leader managed to figure out so many clues based on that little bit of information. It seemed like he was getting closer to the truth. A grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old. Not only that, but his ability is so good that he can kill an 8th level void transformation martial artist, Lu Qiu muttered to himself as he continued to ponder. Chapter 1097. Lu Rui heard every single word that Lu Qiu muttered to himself. A wry smile appeared on the corner of Lu Rui's lips. He knew very well. If there were no accidents, the former clan leader should be able to guess Elder Duan's real identity. As though he was supporting Lu Rui's words, Lu Qiu, who was originally pacing back and forth while mumbling, suddenly came to a halt. His eyes narrowed right away. Lu Rui boy. Is he the person mentioned in the handbook left behind by the old ancestor? Soon after, Lu Qiu looked at Lu Rui and asked. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Rui nodding his head. He did not continue to ask since he had already gotten the answer he wanted. I can't believe. Our Lu clan has crossed paths with him again. After a moment of silence, Lu Qiu could not help but sigh. It was apparent that he had already guessed Duan Lingtian's real identity. As the former clan leader of the Lu clan, he knew very well the contents of the letter that only the clan leaders of the Lu clan could read. Moreover, he had even regarded the powerful person from 10,000 years ago as his idol. Now, his idol's reincarnation had appeared before his eyes. Former clan leader, what do you think of my choice now? Is it worth it? Lu Rui looked at Lu Qiu and asked with a smile. Whoosh. 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 Lu Qiu raised his hand and shot out concept fragments one by one. They were the 4 types of concept fragments that Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan needed. In just a short while, he had already thrown out hundreds of them. However, there were only hundreds of them. These were all the concept fragments he had with him. Lu Rui boy, hurry up and throw the remaining 4 types of concept fragments in your body into the formation. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Lu Qiu said to Lu Rui. However, he noticed that Lu Rui was staring at him in a daze. Yes. Lu Rui regained his senses and threw the remaining 4 types of concept fragments into the profound assimilation formation. He did not miss anything at all. The corner of Lu Rui's mouth was twitching non-stop. Even though Lu Qiu did not answer his question directly, Lu Qiu's actions showed that he agreed with his choice. From the beginning until now, there were at least 2,000 concept fragments that were thrown into the profound assimilation formation. It's about time. Lu Rui thought to himself. No. These concept fragments are still not enough. I'll go look for those 3 old fellows and knock them out of their stock. Right at this moment, Lu Qiu's voice sounded out by Lu Rui's ear. In the next moment, he felt a gust of wind blow by his side, and then Lu Qiu vanished completely. Just now, who was the one who questioned my choice? The corner of Lu Rui's mouth twitched again, and his expression became extremely strange. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was inside the profound assimilation formation, did not know what was happening outside. Even if he knew, he didn't have the time or energy to deal with it. At this moment, his spiritual energy had successfully merged with the profound assimilation formation, and he had begun to control it to a certain extent. Compared to when he was in the 5-element sect, it was much easier for him to control the profound assimilation formation now. Currently, the amount of concept energy he could absorb was no longer 1/10 of what he had absorbed in the past. With the strength of his spiritual energy, he could easily control more than 60% of the concept energy and merge it into his body to elevate the concept he had comprehended. Since his consciousness could now be divided into 3, he could absorb 3 different types of concept energy at the same time and elevate 3 different concepts. First, he threw the concept energy refined from the earth concept fragment aside and let it wait there. His other 3 concepts continued to elevate. Sword concept. Wind concept. Thunder concept. Although he had also comprehended the fire concept, he did not need to elevate it intentionally. As long as his wind concept was elevated, his fire concept would naturally elevate as well. After all, the fire concept was born from the wind concept. In the beginning, he could not help Xiong Quan at all because he was absorbing the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragments. This was because Xiong Quan also needed to absorb the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment. Nobody knew how long had passed. It was only when Duan Lingtian's sword concept had successfully broken through to the 9th advanced level that he could finally begin to elevate Xiong Quan's sword concept. The concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment through the profound assimilation formation was 60% controlled by Duan Lingtian. He had only absorbed a little, not even 10%, and he had successfully completed the breakthrough. After all, his sword concept had already broken through to the 8th level advanced stage. He was only 1 level away from reaching the peak. Naturally, though reaching the peak referred to the peak of the concept. The profound assimilation formation refined the concept fragment. The concept energy that filled the profound assimilation formation could only elevate one's concept to the 9th advanced level. It was impossible to elevate it further. Whoosh! When the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment was controlled by Duan Lingtian, it was like a sharp sword piercing through the air and arrived in front of Xiong Quan in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Under the guidance of Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy, the concept energy merged into Xiong Quan's body smoothly. Xiong Quan, who was unaware of all this, quietly absorbed the concept energy that was delivered to his door. While Duan Lingtian was absorbing the other 3 concept energies and elevating the other 3 concepts, Xiong Quan's sword concept was also elevating at an extremely fast speed. I can't believe Xiong Quan's cultivation base has reached the void interpretation stage in such a short period of time due to the spirit fruits. Given more time, it won't be difficult for him to step into the void transformation stage. While Duan Lingtian greedily absorbed the 3 types of concept energy, he diverted his attention to think about other things. I wonder how many concept fragments the clan leader has thrown in here. The amount of concept energy refined by the profound assimilation formation is too much. Just the amount that I'm controlling is enough to elevate my 3 concepts to the 9th advanced level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days ago, because the clan leader sent another spirit fruit for void transformation stage martial artists, I finally made a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage successfully. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's attention had shifted to his cultivation base. When he came back from the outside previously, he had consumed a spirit fruit and successfully made a breakthrough to the 8th level void transformation stage. A few days ago, he had consumed another spirit fruit and successfully made a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage. He was only a step away from the martial monarch stage. Now that I've comprehended the 9th advanced level sword concept, I can begin to comprehend the sword profundity through the sword profundity fragment. As long as I'm given time, I'll definitely make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was a little excited. He could not wait to take out the sword profundity fragment from his spatial ring and begin to comprehend the sword profundity. However, he managed to hold himself back in the end. The most important thing now is to elevate the other three concepts. If I can elevate all of them to the 9th advanced level, then I'll be able to comprehend the corresponding profundity through the corresponding profundity fragments. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was filled with motivation. Absorb. Absorb. Absorb again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was greedily absorbing the three majestic concept energy. He could clearly feel that his wind concept, thunder concept, and earth concept were constantly elevating. Time continued to pass by quietly. Even Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. All he knew was to absorb. He continued to absorb greedily. He knew nothing about what was happening outside. He also did not know that Shenghe, the guild leader of the alchemist guild's main guild in the southern outer land, had arrived at the Lu clan and was waiting for him to appear. There were two figures standing outside the profound assimilation formation. One was a dignified middle-aged man while the other was a sage-like old man. Former clan leader, what's going on? The middle-aged man, who was the current clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Roy, could not help but frown. He asked the old man next to him anxiously, "It's been 2 months. Why isn't Elder Duan out yet?" "Don't worry." The old man, who was the previous clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu, was not as anxious as Lu Roy. He said calmly, "Don't forget who created this profound assimilation formation." Lu Roy was stunned when he heard Lu Qiu's words. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "I almost forgot." According to the records in the handbook left behind by the old ancestor, the profound assimilation formation was created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu himself. As the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Elder Duan knows the profound assimilation formation very well. He'll definitely be able to get the most out of it in there. Lu Roy calmed down when he thought of this. The longer one stays in the profound assimilation formation, the greater the improvement. It seems like Elder Duan's going to soar this time. Lu Roy exclaimed. It's our Lu clan's fortune to be able to meet Elder Duan. We must cherish this fortune. Lu Qiu said solemnly. Understood. Lu Roy nodded. In fact, he understood this even without the former clan leader's reminder. Clan leader. At this moment, an anxious voice resonated from outside. Miss Tianwu is here. Miss Tianwu? Lu Roy was stunned at first before he smiled wryly. It seems like even Miss Tianwu is getting impatient from waiting. Let her come in if she wants to. A moment later, a woman in red with a face that seemed to be covered by a layer of frost walked in. Where's he? Feng Tianwu looked at Lu Roy and asked coldly. Chapter 1098. Boom. Just as Lu Roy was looking at the profound assimilation formation, a burst of flames suddenly rose from Feng Tianwu's body. The flame rose and eventually formed the shape of a sword. The sword-shaped flame soared into the sky, and a scorching airwave rolled out in an imposing manner. For a moment, Lu Roy and Lu Qiu felt as though they were in a furnace, allowing the fire to burn them. Whoosh! Before they had time to react, they saw a woman in red with a peerless appearance and an extremely cold expression between her eyebrows make a move. The flame in her hand consolidated into a sword, and she slashed it at the profound assimilation formation. The 3-foot-long flame sword separated the airflow in its path, and a clear sword cry resonated in the air. However, although the sword contained an extremely powerful force, it was as though it had sunk into a ball of cotton when it landed on the profound assimilation formation. Whoosh! 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 Feng Tianwu, whose beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost, was not discouraged by the failure of her first attack. The flame sword in her hand continued to slash out as though she did not know the meaning of exhaustion. After slashing out countless times, Feng Tianwu finally slowed down, and the flame sword in her hand dissipated. Lu Rui and Lu Qiu, who were standing at the side, were dumbstruck. Their eyes were fixed on the sky above Feng Tianwu's head. There, 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were gradually disappearing. Soon, they completely disappeared. The strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Lu Rui and Lu Qiu looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. It was apparent that Feng Tianwu's strength had shocked them. Demon Monarch. In the next moment, the same thought popped up in both of their minds at the same time. They guessed that Feng Tianwu was a demon. Not only that, but she was also a demon monarch stage powerhouse. In their opinion, Feng Tianwu looked like she was only in her early 20s. If she was a human, it was impossible for her to be a martial monarch powerhouse. However, they did not know. Although Feng Tianwu could cast the monarch stage profundity, her cultivation base was only at the first level void transformation stage. Such a cultivation base was not worth mentioning in front of the two profundities she had mastered. It seems like the old fellow next to Lu Song wasn't killed by the powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan, as Elder Ji said. He must have been killed by Miss Tian Wu. Unlike Lu Swan, who was shocked, Lu Rui knew more and therefore thought more. Seeing that she could not break the profound assimilation formation, Feng Tianwu withdrew the two profundities that she was using to communicate and mobilize. She stood there quietly without moving at all. Time passed quietly, but Feng Tianwu still stood ramrod straight. From beginning to end, he did not move at all, as if he had turned into a statue. Lu Rui, do you know where she came from? Unknowingly, Lu Qiu was unable to restrain the curiosity in his heart and asked Lu Rui via voice transmission. I only know that she's Elder Duan's confidant. As for her exact background, I'm not sure either. Lu Rui replied through voice transmission. If I'm not mistaken, she must be a powerful demon monarch. Elder Duan is indeed the reincarnation of that person. He can even hook up with a demon monarch powerhouse and make her so loyal to him. Lu Qiu exclaimed as he communicated with Lu Rui through voice transmission. Lu Rui nodded in agreement. With the profound assimilation formation as the boundary, it was a completely different world inside and outside. In the outside world, there were people who were worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. In the inside world, Duan Lingtian was happily enjoying the baptism of the concept energy. Since he was in a semi-conscious state, he could feel the rapid elevation of his concept at every moment. The elevation of his concept also meant the elevation of his strength. Duan Lingtian enjoyed this feeling very much. While Duan Lingtian was absorbing the three types of concept energy to his heart's content, Xiong Quan, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, was also enjoying the baptism of the concept energy that was refined from the sword concept fragments. His sword concept was also elevating at a terrifying speed. However, it was different from Duan Lingtian, who could clearly feel the elevation of his concept at every moment. Currently, Xiong Quan was in a state of deep sleep. He was completely unaware of his elevation. He was passively absorbing the concept energy. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. All of a sudden, he shuddered and woke up from his stupor. My wind concept has also broken through to the 9th advanced level. Duan Lingtian did not open his eyes. As he lifted his hand gently, he could feel the aura of the wind surrounding his body. At this moment, the wind surrounding his body did not seem to be much different from the wind in nature. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was the sign that his wind concept had reached its limit. The next step would be to comprehend the wind profundity. The wind profundity was the closest to the wind in nature. Right now, I'm already a true martial artist at the peak of the void. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. Although his strength was not inferior to an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the void before he entered the profound assimilation formation, that was only his strength. His cultivation base and the concept he had comprehended were far from a martial artist at the peak of the void. Right now, his cultivation base had entered the 9th level void transformation, and his two concepts had also broken through to the 9th advanced level. This was the symbol of a martial artist at the peak of the void. Although his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the void, it was only comparable. He could not be considered a true martial artist at the peak of the void. At this moment, he could be considered a true martial artist at the peak of the void. Unknowingly, the green wind surrounding Duan Lingtian's body began to spin rapidly. It was as though it had transformed into a green divine dragon that was swimming around Duan Lingtian. Boom! All of a sudden, the green divine dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out a fiery red flame. The flame was vast and raging as it transformed into a divine dragon in just a blink of an eye. This divine dragon was a fiery red divine dragon. Whether it was the size or the aura emitted from the fiery red divine dragon, it was on par with the green divine dragon. It was the divine dragon transformed from the 9th advanced level fire concept. Duan Lingtian did not need to comprehend his fire concept separately. As long as his wind concept improved, his fire concept would improve as well. Just like now. After Duan Lingtian comprehended the 9th advanced level wind concept, his fire concept that he had never deliberately comprehended had also successfully broken through to the 9th advanced level. His fire concept was born from the wind concept. It was closely connected to the wind concept and would change according to the changes in the wind concept. After a while, the two divine dragons dissipated. Duan Lingtian withdrew the two concepts. Continue. I'll try to elevate my thunder concept to the 9th advanced level as soon as possible. After that, it'll be the earth concept. Since his sword concept and wind concept had both broken through to the 9th advanced level, Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness, continued to absorb the other two concepts. They were also the last two concept energy. His thunder concept and earth concept rose rapidly, and they chased after his sword concept and wind concept, gradually getting closer and closer. The southern part of the Lu clan's mansion was the place where the Lu clan entertained their guests. There were many independent mansions and courtyards here that were much smaller than the mansions. Those who came to the Lu clan and stayed in the mansion were usually people with a high status. They were treated as VIPs by the Lu clan. As for ordinary guests, they could only stay in independent courtyards without any servants to serve them. At this moment, an old man was sitting in a pavilion in the front courtyard of an independent mansion in the southern part of the mansion. The old man wore a silver robe and sat in front of a stone table as he quietly savored some fragrant tea. That elder Duan of your Lu clan is really arrogant. It seems like he really intends to make me wait for 3 to 5 months. The silver-robed old man suddenly looked at the servant girl by the side and said nonchalantly. Before the servant girl could respond, whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air in the pavilion. It was so sudden that it shocked the two servant girls standing at the side of the pavilion. Shall I interrogate the clan leader of Lu clan? The person who appeared was a middle-aged man in green. The middle-aged man looked at the silver-robed old man and asked tentatively. There's no need for that. The silver-robed old man shook his head lightly. We're here to look for someone, not to look for trouble. As the host, as the guest, I can wait. Moreover, I have a strong feeling that the elder from the Lu clan will be here soon. The silver-robed old man muttered to himself in a low voice. When the silver-robed old man was muttering to himself, the green-robed middle-aged man disappeared into thin air again. The two servant girls' expressions changed again. Their delicate bodies began to tremble in fear. Soon after, another month went by. In a spacious side hall of the Lu clan's mansion, the clouds that had gathered gradually dissipated. Soon after, the only person guarding the side hall, who was sitting cross-legged at a low altitude and cultivating, slowly opened her eyes. It was a pair of clear eyes that seemed to be able to charm all living things with just a glance. Apart from that, she had a beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a nation. However, her beautiful face was always covered with a layer of frost. She exuded a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. As the clouds and mist dispersed, a high platform and two figures clearly appeared before her eyes. She completely ignored one of the middle-aged men. Her eyes immediately landed on the purple-clad young man. After that, she could not move her eyes away. It was as though she had taken root and sprouted on the purple-clad young man. Whoosh! At this moment, the purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform opened his eyes and sighed in relief. His eyes were as bright as the stars, like a bright lamp that illuminated the dark night. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 1099. The person who was laughing was none other than Xiongquan. Before Xiongquan entered the profound assimilation formation with Duan Lingtian, he had already learned from Duan Lingtian that the profound assimilation formation could elevate the concept of the martial artists who entered it. Now that he felt like he had been in a deep slumber for a long time, the first thing he did after waking up was to try to communicate and cast his sword concept. When he cast his sword concept, he looked at the swirling heaven and earth energy above his head. He witnessed the heaven and earth phenomenon solidifying into 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Just by relying on his sword concept, he was able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the sign of the 9th level advanced sword concept. How could Xiongquan not be happy? Before he entered the profound assimilation formation, although he knew his sword concept would elevate, he did not expect it to elevate so much. It was directly elevated to the 9th level advanced stage, the peak of concept. The next step would be the sword profundity. Profundities were usually exclusive to martial monarchs. However, when Xiongquan saw the fire profundity and sword profundity that Feng Tianwu cast, he realized something. It was only then that he realized. Profundities were not exclusive to martial monarchs. Take Feng Tianwu as an example. He was only a first-level void transformation martial artist, but he had already comprehended 2 profundities. 2 monarch stage profundities, and they were not ordinary monarch stage profundities. What a joke! How could a monarch stage profundity that was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons be an ordinary monarch stage profundity? If one wanted to cast the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons with just one monarch stage profundity, one would have to comprehend it to the 3rd level. Feng Tianwu, a first-level void transformation martial artist, had comprehended the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity and the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity. Young master. My sword concept has broken through to the 9th level advanced stage. Soon, Xiongquan looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly and shared his joy with Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes. Not bad. Hearing Xiongquan's words, Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't reveal too much surprise. This was because Xiongquan's breakthrough was completely within his expectations. 9th level advanced sword concept? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised, but that didn't mean that Feng Tianwu wasn't surprised. Although Feng Tianwu's face was still as cold as ever, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of her expressionless eyes. They were surprised by Xiongquan's breakthrough. In the past, Xiongquan had frequently displayed his sword concept before her, so she was very clear about the level of Xiongquan's sword concept. Yet now, Xiongquan had soared into the sky and comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept. Young master, your comprehension ability is much better than Xiongquan's. This time, your improvement must be much greater. Soon after, Xiongquan calmed down a little and looked at Duan Lingtian. As soon as Xiongquan spoke, Feng Tianwu also looked at Duan Lingtian with curiosity in her eyes. She was curious about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. It's all right. Upon hearing Xiongquan's words, Duan Lingtian only responded faintly before he looked at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, why are you here? I was waiting for you. Feng Tianwu replied. She was a woman of few words. Ever since Feng Tianwu had lost her memory, although she had heard Duan Lingtian talk about her past, her character was still as cold as it was after she lost her memory. She was a person of few words. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard Feng Tianwu's short reply. Not only was he not surprised, but his heart could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. The 2 short words undoubtedly showed that Feng Tianwu had been waiting for him here for a long time. He could not help but feel touched as he muttered to himself, silly girl. Let's go back. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. A hint of anxiety could be seen on his face as he called out to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan before he walked out of the side palace. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan could not help but be stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian had disappeared. They did not know why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry all of a sudden. However, they still followed him with doubts in their hearts. After leaving the side palace, Duan Lingtian flew all the way to the east of the Lu clan's estate. His residence was in that direction. At this moment, he was eager to return home. Naturally, his eagerness to return home did not mean he missed his temporary home. Instead, he was eager to go back and comprehend the profundity through the profundity fragment. His current cultivation base had not just entered the 9th level void transformation stage. With the help of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the spirit fruit that he had consumed earlier, his current cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 9th level void transformation stage. He was only half a step away from the martial monarch stage. This half step was only missing the profundity. It could be said that everything was ready except for the final push. As long as he comprehended the profundity, his cultivation base would be able to successfully break through to the martial monarch stage. At that time, he would be able to become a martial monarch powerhouse. Not only did a martial monarch powerhouse possess strength that far surpassed ordinary martial artists, but they could also retain their youth forever. Retain their youth forever. What kind of concept was that? In other words, no matter how one looked when one broke through to the martial monarch stage, as long as one was willing, one could stay that way for the rest of one's life. A person who broke through to the martial monarch stage in his youth. As long as he was willing, even when he was about to die, his appearance would still be the same as when he broke through to the martial monarch stage in his youth. Of course, a powerhouse who had broken through to the martial monarch stage could also choose to let his appearance continue to age naturally. Many martial monarch powerhouses had indeed done so. On Cloud Continent, many martial artists broke through to the martial monarch stage in their middle age. As long as they were willing, they could still retain their appearance when they were about to die of old age. However, their lives did not only belong to them. When they saw their sons grow up and gradually become middle-aged, and then old, their mentality would more or less change. Because of this, many people still chose to let their appearance age rapidly after breaking through to the martial monarch stage in order to match their descendants. Otherwise, what would it be like if they still had the appearance of a middle-aged man when their grandchildren were old? After all, no martial monarch powerhouse dared to guarantee that their sons and grandsons would break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse like them and retain their youth forever. Of course, there were also many martial monarch powerhouses who did not choose to retain their youth forever to match their wives. For example, if a martial monarch powerhouse saw his beloved wife grow old day by day, her teeth falling out, her hair turning white, and her face covered in wrinkles, he would still look like a middle-aged man. How would he feel then? Of course, every martial monarch powerhouse made a different choice. In the history of Cloud Continent, there had been some young martial monarch powerhouses who chose to retain their youthful appearance for the rest of their lives. They allowed their children who were over 70 years old to call them father, and allowed their grandchildren who seemed older than them to call them grandfather. They did not think there was anything wrong with this. In their opinion, seniority had nothing to do with external appearance. Martial monarch stage. Martial monarch stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home. He wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly back. However, on the way back, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly conflicted and vexed. Now, the sword concept, wind concept, lightning concept, and earth concept that I've comprehended have all broken through to the 9th level advanced concept. I have the profundity fragments that correspond to the profundities of these 4 concepts in my possession as well. My consciousness has been divided into 3 due to the after effects of the Devil Seal tablet twice. For this reason, I can comprehend 3 different profundities through 3 different profundity fragments at the same time. Which 3 concepts should I choose first and let them transform into profundities? Annoying. Truly annoying. Duan Lingtian was extremely vexed now, extremely vexed. Why do 4 concepts have to break through to the 9th level advanced concept at the same time? Looks like sometimes, comprehending too many 9th level advanced concepts might not be a good thing. Duan Lingtian sighed. He was truly vexed. One could imagine. If Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were known by another person, that person would surely give him a slap without hesitation before scolding him for not appreciating his good fortune and being shameless. Of the 3 concepts, the wind concept must occupy a spot. I must comprehend the wind profundity through the wind profundity fragment in one go. Of course, it was the monarch stage profundity fragment and the monarch stage profundity. Although he had the emperor stage wind profundity fragment in his possession, he had no use for it at the moment. To be more precise, the emperor stage wind profundity fragment could only be used after he comprehended the 9th level monarch stage wind profundity. However, other than the 2nd level emperor stage wind profundity fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he still had an 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment in his possession. The former was not useful to him now. The latter was useful to him. He planned to use the latter to comprehend the wind profundity in one go and break through to the martial monarch stage to become a martial monarch powerhouse. The reason he listed the wind concept as one of the 3 concepts he had to comprehend first was because of the wind concept. After he comprehended the wind profundity would be able to give birth to the fire profundity of the same level. Choosing to list the wind concept as one of the 3 concepts he was about to break through was undoubtedly a wise choice. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to the mansion that he had been staying in for a while. After greeting Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, he immediately returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. Chapter 1100. There were 3 profundity fragments. To be exact, there were 3 monarch stage profundity fragments. One of them was undoubtedly the monarch stage wind profundity fragment. The 9th level advanced wind concept could help him comprehend the monarch stage wind profundity in a short time. The wind concept was the concept that Duan Lingtian wanted to improve the most. As long as he could transform the wind concept into the wind profundity, it would be equivalent to him comprehending 2 profundities at once. Wind profundity. Fire profundity. As for the other 2 fragments, one of them was undoubtedly the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity fragment. Unlike the previous profundity fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, this profundity fragment was obtained by Duan Lingtian in the sword monarch's treasure. It was one of the 3 profundity fragments in the Tempest sword monarch's body. Duan Lingtian remembered. At that time, there were 2 other profundity fragments in the Tempest sword monarch's body. The 3rd level monarch stage wind profundity fragment and the 3rd level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment. He had traded the former for the 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment in his possession. He had given the latter to the 5 elements sect to repay the favor. This sword profundity fragment was also the only sword profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. The reason he urgently wanted to complete the breakthrough of his sword concept and transform it into the sword profundity was because of the word, sword, that sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He forcefully memorized part of the obscure information in the word, sword, so he could comprehend it at any time. The word, sword, contained the sword Dao comprehension that could help him improve his sword concept and sword profundity. It was because of this that he chose to comprehend the sword profundity first. He had a strong instinct. As long as he comprehended the sword profundity and comprehended the sword Dao comprehension in the word, sword, in the future, his sword profundity would improve by leaps and bounds. The last fragment that Duan Lingtian chose was the 8th level monarch stage earth profundity fragment. The profound meaning of earth was the same as the concept of earth. As long as one was close to the ground, one could communicate with the earth and borrow its power. The earth power he had borrowed was half of the earth power Upanishad. Choosing the earth Upanishad fragment was logical. The thunder Upanishad fragment was temporarily abandoned by Duan Lingtian. I'll comprehend these 3 profundities first. Soon after, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes gently. While he was meditating, he comprehended 3 different profundities through the 3 different profundity fragments. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation, and he had comprehended 5 types of 9th level void transformation concepts. Among the group of martial artists at the peak of the Void stage on Cloud Continent, he was undoubtedly an anomaly. Once the 5 9th level Void transformation concepts exerted pressure on each other, it was easy for Duan Lingtian to comprehend a profundity on his own. However, compared to using the profundity fragment to comprehend the profundity, it was still slightly inferior. The most important thing was, Duan Lingtian could comprehend 3 different profundities through 3 different profundity fragments at the same time. The speed at which he comprehended the profundity was much faster than the former. Elder Duan. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to comprehend the 3 profundities in one go, a hurried voice resonated from outside the room. The clan leader is here. He's waiting for you in the main hall. Clan leader? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and frowned. Then, he relaxed. Why did he have to come at this time? Although Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he still put away the 3 profundity fragments and stopped comprehending. He got off the bed and walked out of the room. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the main hall. Elder Duan, you've finally come out of the profound assimilation formation after 3 months. I'm sure Elder Duan has gained a lot this time, right? The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Gained a lot. Of course. After the baptism of the profound assimilation formation, he had successfully raised the 4 concepts that he had comprehended to the peak, which was the 9th level advanced concept. Moreover, since his wind concept could give birth to the fire concept at the same level, it was equivalent to him mastering 5 9th level advanced concepts at the same time. 5 9th level advanced concepts were equivalent to 5 9th level void transformation concepts. What kind of concept was that? In other words, even if he did not use his origin energy, did not consider borrowing the earth energy with his earth concept, and did not consider borrowing the wind concept from the fire concept. Once the 5 9th level void transformation concepts were unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the earth energy and the wind concept from the fire concept, it was even more terrifying. Right now, I should be invincible among those below the martial monarch realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Duan, I shouldn't have disturbed you since you've just come out of the profound assimilation formation. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly. When he spoke up to this point, Duan Lingtian looked at him meaningfully, giving him a knowing look. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly as he paused for a moment. However, I really have no choice this time. President Cheng, I've been waiting for you for 3 months. Lu Rui continued. At the same time, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. President Cheng? You've been waiting for me for 3 months? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Who's that? Why did you wait for me for so long? President Cheng is the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Just like you, he's also a grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui answered Duan Lingtian's question. The president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? Why is he looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. His tone was filled with displeasure. He was supposed to be comprehending 3 types of profundities through the 3 profundity fragments. However, the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild had interrupted him and ruined his plans. For a moment, he had a bad impression of the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild whom he had never met before. He didn't say. However, I'm sure it has something to do with the grade 1 pill that has more than 90% purity that you refined, Elder Duan. Lu Rui speculated. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was the only possibility after he thought about it. Go and tell him. Tell him I'm not interested in seeing him no matter what kind of president he is. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with indifference. Let alone the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild. He would not even bother with the president of the Inlands Alchemist Guild's main guild. I've come all the way here just to have a chat with you, Elder Duan, and share my experience in refining medicine. Why must you reject me, Elder Duan? Before Lu Rui could speak, a loud laughter resonated from outside the main hall. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui saw two figures walking into the main hall. The person in the lead was an old man in a silver robe. Following behind him was a middle-aged man dressed in green. Unlike the old man who had a bright smile on his face, the middle-aged man in green had a cold expression on his face. The voice earlier was obviously from the silver-robed old man. Lu Rui's face turned grave when he saw the sudden appearance of the two people. Although this was Elder Duan's temporary residence, it was still the Lu clan's territory no matter what. The two of them had entered without Elder Duan's permission. Not only was it disrespectful to Elder Duan, but it was also a slap to the Lu clan's face. Elder Duan, my name is Cheng He. I'm the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. After a while, the silver-robed old man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and introduced himself. As for this man behind me, he's a guard assigned to me by the Alchemist Guild in the inner land. His name is Ling Qi. Cheng He did not seem to notice Duan Lingtian's gradually darkening expression. After introducing himself, he continued to introduce the middle-aged man in green, Ling Qi. When Ling Qi heard Cheng He's introduction, he lifted his head slightly and nodded at Duan Lingtian calmly as a greeting. Elder Duan, please don't blame Ling Qi for his character. Cheng He looked at Duan Lingtian, and the smile on his face grew wider. What does his character have to do with me? You, on the other hand, have barged into my main hall without my permission. Duan Lingtian looked at Cheng He coldly. When he reached this point, he paused for a moment before he continued, didn't your parents teach you any manners? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu Rui, who was standing next to him, was completely petrified. Although he could see that Elder Duan was furious, he did not expect Elder Duan to be so rude. The old man in front of him was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. He was the best grade 1 alchemist in the entire southern outer land. Of course, this was before Elder Duan appeared. However, Elder Duan was a distinguished grade 1 alchemist after all. Elder Duan's words were undoubtedly a slap to his face. When Lu Rui thought about it, he felt relieved. Only then did he recall that Elder Duan was not an ordinary person. In front of Elder Duan's past life when he was at his peak 10,000 years ago, someone like Cheng He was not even fit to carry Elder Duan's shoes. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the smile on Cheng He's face froze instantly. His expression turned grave. As for the middle-aged man in green behind Cheng He, his eyes gleamed coldly when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. An intimidating aura extended from his body. It was as sharp as a sword as it charged at Duan Lingtian. Wherever the aura passed, the air seemed to condense. As for Duan Lingtian, his expression did not change at all. He did not treat this as a big deal at all. However, although Duan Lingtian did not treat this as a big deal, it did not mean that others would not treat it as a big deal as well. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Lu Rui moved and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! The majestic aura pressed on Lu Rui's body, causing his face to turn red. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1101. Boom! Lu Rui was injured by Ling Qi's aura and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Qi's aura swept out again and landed on him, forcing him to take a few steps back. Barf! Barf! Every time Lu Rui took a step back, he would spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. At the same time, his face became extremely pale, without any color to speak of. Boom! Lu Rui's eyes were filled with despair when he saw Ling Qi's third wave of aura sweeping out. Although he was a martial artist at the peak of the void, he was nothing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse whose strength was even stronger than the 3 great guardian elders of the Lu clan. Perhaps, in the eyes of a martial monarch powerhouse like this, he was just an ant that could be easily killed. Not only that, but Ling Qi's aura was enough to suppress him to the point of suffocation and even kill him. If this happened a few more times, it was not impossible for Ling Qi to kill him with just his aura alone. Humph! Just when Lu Rui thought he was going to die, he felt a gust of wind coming from the side. At the same time, a purple figure stood in front of him and shielded him. Elder Duan. Horror dawned on Lu Rui when he saw the familiar figure. The only reason he had stood up for Elder Duan was to help him. And now, seeing that everything he did just now was useless, he immediately became anxious. However, in the next moment, the shock on his face froze. God! What did he just see? The purple-clad young man stood in front of him and allowed Ling Qi's aura to land on him. He was not affected at all. He stood there motionless like a mountain. Elder Duan is so strong? Lu Rui was in disbelief. Although he knew Elder Duan's background, and he knew Elder Duan had killed an 8th-level void transformation stage elder from the Lu clan some time ago, and his strength was extraordinary. In his opinion, Elder Duan's cultivation base was on par with his at the peak of the void at most. However, the scene today had undoubtedly overturned his opinion of Elder Duan. As expected of the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He's already at the martial monarch stage at such a young age. Since Duan Lingtian could withstand Ling Qi's aura head-on, Lu Rui guessed that Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. If he found out that Duan Lingtian was not a martial monarch powerhouse, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. On the other side, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be affected by Ling Qi's aura. Cheng He, who had maintained a calm expression from beginning to end, was startled at first, then his expression turned solemn. Who is he? Not only is he a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age, but he's also able to withstand Ling Qi's aura. At this moment, Cheng He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian. When Ling Qi realized that his aura couldn't do anything to Duan Lingtian, there was a slight change in his expression. All of a sudden, Ling Qi took a step forward and extended his hand at lightning speed toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 At that moment, the heaven and earth energy above Ling Qi stirred and set off a series of thunderous explosions. It was as though it was telling the world how powerful his strength was. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave when he saw Ling Qi's hand reaching toward him. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Currently, his strength had increased tremendously. Although he was facing a martial monarch powerhouse like Ling Qi, his heart was as calm as still water. However, although Duan Lingtian's mood was calm, his expression was extremely solemn. He could tell. This Ling Qi was no ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. At the very least, it would be difficult for him to fight against an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse with his current strength. Whoosh! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to retreat, the short-lived sound of a sword whistling entered his ears. He could not help but be stunned when he felt that the sword whistling sound was somewhat familiar. In the next moment, he saw a sword-shaped flame charging toward Ling Qi in a menacing manner. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the sword-shaped flame. He recognized the person. It was Feng Tianwu. To be more precise, it was Feng Tianwu who had lost her memory. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. However, he did not charge toward Ling Qi nor did he chase after Feng Tianwu who was charging toward Ling Qi with her sword. His target was Cheng He who was standing quietly at the side and watching the show. Whirlwind. In an instant, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he charged toward Cheng He. He did not hold back at all as he unleashed all of his strength. When the 5 9th-level void transformation concepts were unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Among them, the 9th-level advanced earth concept borrowed the earth energy to increase the strength of an additional 500 ancient horned dragons. Fire with wind. As the 9th-level advanced wind concept merged with the 9th-level advanced fire concept, the latter skyrocketed. Its aura was vast, and it increased the strength of an additional 500 ancient horned dragons. In other words, Duan Lingtian unleashed all of the concepts that he had comprehended. It was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons. coupled with the 9th level void transformation origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons, the speed that Duan Lingtian displayed was equivalent to the strength of 7,200 ancient horned dragons. Whoosh! Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Jianghu, whose cultivation base was only at the first-level martial monarch stage, could not react in time. An ordinary first-level martial monarch stage martial artist. His origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. A first-level monarch stage profundity was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Two 9th level void transformation concepts were equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons. Jianghu was exactly this kind of person. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than Jianghu's speed when he was propelled by the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was already close to Jianghu. On the other hand, in the face of Feng Tianwu's ferocious sword, Ling Qi, who initially wanted to kill Feng Tianwu, had a drastic change of expression when he realized Jianghu was in a predicament. His heart was burning with anxiety. In the next instant, the anxious Ling Qi hurriedly slapped his palm out to meet the ferocious sword in Feng Tianwu's hand. As the palm print shot out, Jianghu quickly dashed to the other side. His sharp gaze shifted from Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. Boom! The palm print that shot out collided with the sword in Feng Tianwu's hand that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Not only did it annihilate the energy in Feng Tianwu's sword, but it also forced Feng Tianwu to take a few steps back. For a moment, Feng Tianwu's face turned pale. Her body was shaking. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious internal injury. Don't kill him. At this moment, a hurried voice resonated in the air. It caused Feng Tianwu and Lu Rui's expressions to change drastically. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, causing Feng Tianwu's heart to tremble. Panic filled her eyes. In the distance, the purple-clad young man who had resolutely chosen to pounce on Jianghu when he saw that Feng Tianwu was in a dangerous situation was sent flying by Ling Qi's palm strike. Ouch! Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying backward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring as blood spurted out of his mouth. All he could feel was a heart-wrenching pain coming from his body. It was a terrible feeling. Initially, it was his chest that was injured. Then, it was his internal organs. In the end, it spread to his entire body. Ouch! Unbearable. That was the only thought in Duan Lingtian's mind at that moment. In the end, Duan Lingtian, who could not mobilize his origin energy due to his injury, was sent flying by the energy that surged into his body from Ling Qi's palm strike. He flew all the way until he finally fell hard on the ground. Whoosh! A figure that looked like a flame immediately pounced on Duan Lingtian. Although the red-clothed woman did not say anything, the anxiety between her brows undoubtedly betrayed her current mood. Elder Duan. Horror dawned on Lu Rui's face as he hurriedly followed up. When he flew toward Duan Lingtian, who had fallen on the ground due to his injury, a strange bead appeared in his hand. He crushed the bead as soon as it appeared. If Duan Lingtian saw the bead, he would definitely recognize it at first glance. It was a bead that was inscribed with a detection inscription. As long as he crushed it, someone would immediately notice it and rush over. There were only a few people in the entire Lu clan who could make Lu Rui crush the bead to summon them. Moreover, they were all at the martial monarch stage or above. I am fine. After consuming the grade 1 life recovery pill that he had personally refined, Duan Lingtian, who was originally lying limp on the ground like a pile of mud, was miraculously able to stand up. As expected of a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. Jianghu's eyes lit up when he saw that. His breathing quickened involuntarily. One could imagine. If he could obtain the method to refine grade 1 pills with such high purity, his position in the Alchemist Guild on Cloud Continent would definitely rise. In the future, it would not be impossible for him to become the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's highest headquarters on Cloud Continent and be worshipped by countless alchemists. I'm determined to obtain the method to refine high-purity pills. Cheng He's eyes gradually became determined. This was the reason why he had asked Ling Qi not to kill Duan Lingtian earlier. He wanted to pry the method to refine high-purity pills out of Duan Lingtian's mouth. If Duan Lingtian died, his trip here would be in vain. As for Duan Lingtian, it was precisely because he had seen through Cheng He's thoughts that he risked his life and used the strategy of attacking Wei to rescue Zhao to rescue Feng Tianwu. If he had not done that, Feng Tianwu would definitely die. He did not doubt that at all. He had undoubtedly risked his life by doing that. However, he had wanted to gamble that Cheng He would stop Ling Qi from killing him. As it turned out, he had made the right bet. Duan Lingtian, since you don't want the respect I've shown you, don't blame me for falling out with you. Chapter 1102. Cheng He finally tore off his last disguise and revealed his purpose of coming to the Lu clan to look for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had already guessed Cheng He's purpose, so he was not surprised. Lu Rui, who was standing at the side, had a strange expression on his face when he heard Cheng He's words. Others might not know how Duan Lingtian could become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age and refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity. However, Lu Rui knew about it very well. Duan Lingtian was a powerful alchemist who had cultivated the medicine refinement Dao to its peak in his previous life. Now that he had reincarnated with his memories, he did not have to start over on the medicine refinement Dao. In this life, he was a born medicine refinement master. As long as his cultivation base was sufficient, he could condense pill fire of any grade at any time and become an alchemist of any grade. This Cheng He seems to think Elder Duan has some special method to refine pills with more than 90% purity at such a young age. As the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui had a clear and wise mind. It was easy for him to guess Cheng He's thoughts. He knew that Cheng He was simply wasting his efforts. This was because it was almost impossible for anyone to replicate Elder Duan's method of refining pills with more than 90% purity. It was an achievement achieved by a powerful person in the past who had spent his entire life. If I don't tell you the method of refining pills with more than 90% purity, don't tell me you're going to kill me to silence me? Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he heard Cheng He's words. Instead, he asked calmly, I will first kill everyone around you that you care about. Then, I will slowly torture you. When you have a mental breakdown, I will kill you. Cheng He said coldly as his eyes gleamed coldly. When Cheng He said this, he looked at Feng Tianwu meaningfully. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately. A dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Duan Lingtian's reverse scale was none other than the people he cared about around him. If someone wanted to kill him and he was no match for them, he would accept it without a second thought. However, he would never allow anyone to kill the people he cared about around him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He stared at Cheng He coldly and said word by word, Cheng He, you're playing with fire. Playing with fire. Playing with fire would burn oneself. There was no doubt that Duan Lingtian's words meant this. Playing with fire? Cheng He smiled brightly. I don't know about other things, but I'm pretty sure I know how to play with fire. I can even control a first-grade elixir fire, let alone an ordinary fire. When Cheng He reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. It was as though he was laughing at Duan Lingtian's words. Have you made your decision? Cheng He's eyes stared at Duan Lingtian again as his voice gradually turned cold. Arrogant. You're just a piece of trash who's trying to intimidate others. Duan Lingtian said word by word as he glanced at Cheng He in disdain. His face was filled with disdain. Every word he said was merciless. That won't work on me. However, Cheng He did not seem to mind Duan Lingtian calling him a piece of trash. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. You're just trying to infuriate me so that I'll fight with you. Although I don't know how you're so strong at such a young age, I know that I'm not as good as you, so I won't be so stupid as to fall for your trick. Cheng He said unhurriedly with an expression that said, I've seen through you long ago. Duan Lingtian's expression did not look too good after Cheng He saw through him. However, he seemed to have noticed something. He raised an eyebrow before he recovered. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 3 gusts of wind blew into the main hall. 3 old figures appeared next to Lu Rui and Duan Lingtian. They were 3 old men. One was as round as a ball, one was as thin as a bamboo pole, and the last one had a medium build. Duan Lingtian was familiar with the 3 old men. They were the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders. Lu Yuan, Lu Gui, and Lu Ji. All 3 of them were at the martial monarch stage. They were the pillars of the Lu clan. Clan leader, Elder Duan, Miss Tian Wu. After the 3 of them appeared, they greeted Lu Rui, Duan Lingtian, and Feng Tianwu one after another. Then, they looked at Cheng He and Leng Qi who were standing opposite them vigilantly. They had rushed over as soon as they saw the clan leader of Lu clan crushing the bead that was inscribed with the induction inscription. As the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders, they knew the current clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, very well. They knew that if Lu Rui hadn't met with some serious or urgent matter, he definitely wouldn't have crushed that pearl on his own accord. Due to this reason, they rushed over as soon as they could without any hesitation. Whoosh! Soon, another gust of wind blew into the hall. Following that, an aged figure appeared. It was an old man with white hair and brows, and he seemed to have a sage-like demeanor. The sage-like old man stood next to Lu Rui. His face was calm like an ancient well. Former clan leader. When the old man appeared, whether it was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, or the other 3 guardian elders of Lu clan, all of them bowed at him respectfully. The old man was the previous clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. Former clan leader? The previous clan leader of Lu clan? Duan Lingtian stood at the side. He was slightly shocked. He did not expect the previous clan leader of Lu clan to still be alive. Moreover, he was staying in the Lu clan. The people from the Alchemist Guild are really arrogant. I can't believe they came to our Lu clan to behave atrociously. After Lu Qiu nodded at Lu Rui and the others, he shifted his gaze and glanced at Cheng He and Leng Qi indifferently. There was a hint of anger in his voice. I've long heard that the former clan leader is the strongest person in Lu clan. Now that I've seen you in person, I can see how impressive you are. Cheng He forced a smile on his face and greeted Lu Qiu. However, Lu Qiu ignored him. Instead, he looked at the green-clad middle-aged man, Leng Qi, who was standing next to him. Whoosh! Without warning, Lu Qiu made his move. He moved without any warning. It was as though he had transformed into a cannonball that had just left the barrel as he charged toward Leng Qi. Whoosh! When Lu Qiu made his move, Leng Qi moved as well. It was as though he had transformed into a cannonball as he charged toward Lu Qiu fearlessly. At the same time, both of their figures disappeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian and the others saw Lu Qiu and Leng Qi separated. Both of them took 5 steps back before they regained their footing and stared at each other fiercely. At the instant the 2 of them separated, waves of vast airwaves swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into gusts of violent winds that blew Duan Lingtian and the others' robes, causing them to flutter loudly. The heaven and earth energy that had yet to gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon in the air dissipated without a trace. Everyone present knew very well what had happened. Although the incident happened in just a blink of an eye, it was obvious that Lu Qiu and Leng Qi had exchanged blows, and it was a draw. No wonder you dare to behave atrociously in our Lu clan. So you're actually so powerful. Lu Qiu said as he looked at Leng Qi deeply. You're not bad yourself. Leng Qi's expression was still as cold as ever. However, when he looked at Lu Qiu, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. The brief exchange between Lu Qiu and Leng Qi ended in a draw. At this moment, the smile on Cheng He's face completely froze. Although he knew Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of Lu clan, was the strongest person in the Lu clan, he did not expect Lu Qiu to be so powerful. His strength was on par with Ling Qi. Damn this Lu Qiu. Qing He cursed in his heart. Just a little bit more, and his 3 months of waiting would have been for nothing. All of this was because of the appearance of the former clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. If it was not for Lu Qiu, he might have succeeded. The former clan leader is indeed worthy of being the strongest person in the Lu clan. His reputation is well deserved. Qing He is impressed. Although Qing He was cursing Lu Qiu in his heart, he said something else with a fake smile on his face from the beginning until the end. After Lu Qiu appeared, Qing He realized that he had lost the upper hand. He didn't stay any longer and left with Ling Qi. Thank you, former clan leader. Duan Lingtian regained his senses when he saw Qing He and old man Ling Qi leaving so quickly. He immediately looked at Lu Qiu and thanked him with a smile. You're welcome, Elder Duan. When Duan Lingtian thanked Lu Qiu felt slightly flattered. Huh. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss with the way Lu Qiu looked at him. When he saw the flattered expression on Lu Qiu's face, he was even more certain of his discovery. Don't tell me he knows my true identity as well? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. That's not right. The clan leader once swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would never reveal my true identity. If that's the case, how did the former clan leader find out? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could not help but ask Lu Rui through voice transmission. He learned many things from Lu Rui, including the fact that the former clan leader had guessed his true identity. I see. Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. The confusion in his heart gradually disappeared. In the sky above the Lu clan's estate, 2 figures left one after another. It was as though they had transformed into 2 short-lived bolts of lightning. They were none other than Qing He and Ling Qi, who had just left the Lu clan's estate. However, the direction they were flying in was not the direction of the Alchemist Guild. Lu clan. Lu Qiu. I'll never let this matter rest. Qing He muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. Let's go. We'll go to the O clan. After that, we'll make a trip to the Weapons Craftsman Guild headquarters in the southern outer land.